The full moon hung in the violet sky, a silent witness to the grand palace below. Inside the glittering ballroom, whispers fluttered like moths. Where was the prince? And the daughter of House Charlier, she was missing too. But far from the prying eyes and the gentle music, a different scene was unfolding. Heavy, ragged breaths filled a darkened hallway. A man stumbled, his elegant shoes scuffing against the plush carpet as he gasped for air, his hand clutched by a desperate grip. He was pulled down into a bed of fragrant, blood-red roses. A fire was raging inside her, a heat so intense it felt like her very clothes were burning away, her throat raw and parched. The man above her was no better, his face flushed, sweat beading on his brow as he tore at the collar of his uniform. His mind was a battlefield, logic and reason screaming at him to stop, to pull away, but his body refused to listen. A primal urge was taking over, a pounding in his blood that drowned out everything else. Reason can't hold me back anymore, he thought, his eyes blazing with a feverish light. I can no longer wait. He leaned down, his voice a raw whisper against her skin. He could wait no longer for him. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat echoing his own. A single, shocking thought sparked in both their minds at the exact same time, to make her mine, to make me his. His breath hitched. Miss Rose, could you be the one? His eyes, shimmering with an emotion she couldn't name, locked onto hers. He gently cupped her face, his touch sending a jolt through her already overwrought system. The prince and I were not meant to be together, or so I thought. The hallowed halls of Chartres Academy echoed with the clack of expensive shoes on polished stone. This was a place for the elite, a peaceful school where the upper crust of neighboring countries came to be molded. But that peace shattered the moment she walked by. A sudden silence fell over the chattering students, a jolt of tension freezing the air. Her long golden hair cascaded down her back as she moved, her expression an icy mask of indifference. Whispers erupted in her wake. Miss Rose is so scary, one girl breathed, shrinking away. It feels like she just glared at me. Her friend shushed her frantically, her eyes wide with fear. Quiet, you don't know what she'll do if she hears you. And who was this fearsome woman? She was Miss Rose of the Charlier family, the most distinguished house of any nearby country. Beautiful, yes, but famously, impossibly full of herself. And in stark contrast to her chilling presence was him. Cheers erupted across the training grounds. Prince Theodora, he stood there, a sword in hand, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he agreed to spar, telling his opponent not to hold back. The girls watching swooned. He was so dreamy, so nice to everyone. And to think, they whispered, that kind, perfect prince and the terrifying Miss Rose are to be wed. From a distance, Rose watched him, a secret, wicked little laugh bubbling up inside her. Prince Theo, as usual, you're looking good, she thought, a blush creeping up her cheeks as she bit her thumb, her cold facade melting away for just a moment. Theodora van Hemel, crown prince of the kingdom of Koret. With his celebrity-level looks and impeccable social status, he was perfect. And he was her fiancé, a giddy thrill shot through her. I'm so lucky. She finally gathered her courage and approached him. Prince Theo, she called out, her voice bright with an excitement she couldn't contain. Finally, your birthday party will be this weekend. I'm so excited. She clasped her hands, her eyes sparkling as she asked if there was any present he wanted. His gaze met hers, and for a heart-stopping second, she saw something flicker in his purple eyes. Her own heart gave a heavy thump, the blush on her cheeks deepening. But then the warmth was gone, replaced by a cool distance. His voice was polite but utterly devoid of emotion as he told her that if she needed anything, she could just ask his butler. He said it was enough that they remain cordial, and with a curt "see you at the party," he turned and walked away, leaving her standing alone. The words hung in the air, cold and sharp. That's right, she thought, watching his retreating back. Of course, this is how he is. He is different from the Prince Theo that I know. His message was clear, don't talk to me at school. And why? Her heart ached with a familiar pang of resignation. It was simple, really, because in this story, I'm not the beloved heroine, I'm the villainess. You see, in my previous life, I was just a normal girl who died in an accident. When I woke up, I had been reincarnated into the world of an automne game I had poured countless hours into. Prince of Prince, or Pry for short. It was a dating sim where you find your most favorable partner, the one based on how your pheromones react, but my luck was rotten even in another life. I wasn't the sweet, lovable heroine, no, I became the villainous Rose. In the game's story, the villainous Rose was engaged to Prince Theo from a very young age by her family. But the prince quickly grew sick of the ever-stuck-up Rose. Eventually, at his birthday party, he meets the innocent and naive heroine. They fall in love, become a couple, and Rose is exiled to the countryside. At least that's what's supposed to happen. But I was reincarnated into the time before the prince meets the heroine. So what could a foil like me do? What else other than enjoy the view of my favorite character? Prince Theo, he even looks beautiful wiping off sweat, I thought, practically shuddering with delight as I watched him train. My fate was sealed, so I might as well enjoy the show, or so I had thought. But that night, everything went wrong. My heart was pounding, a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Why? I'm the villainess. The squeak of a door, the frantic thump of my own pulse. This sort of thing isn't supposed to happen. I shuddered as his hand touched my ear, my body burning with a heat that wasn't my own. What is this? A strange, intoxicating scent filled the air, and my body felt heavy, pliant, completely out of my control. The world swam before my eyes. Am I in heat? A few hours ago, the prince's birthday party was in full swing. I stood alone, clad in a crimson dress, trying to ignore the whispers that followed me everywhere. It's Miss Rose, yeah, that stuck-up noble girl, I could hear them perfectly. Honestly, the nerve, and then my eyes landed on her, there she was, the real heroine, Iris, and she was looking at of course, the prince, he looked so dashing in his formal uniform. My inner fangirl squealed, but I quickly shut it down. Now's not the time for that, because today is the fateful day. The day when the prince and the heroine meet and realize they have found each other as the one. This was it, the main event. That girl, Iris, is the main heroine of the dating sim Prince of Prince. I decided to give fate a little nudge. I approached the timid heroine who gasped when she saw me. I leaned in close and whispered conspiratorially that she'd taken a liking to the prince, hadn't she? She stammered, denying it, insisting she was just happy to be invited. She was so cute, no wonder she's the heroine. The prince will surely fall for her. With a newfound confidence, I encouraged her, telling her to go talk to him. She looked at me, her eyes shining, and told me I was a much nicer person than she'd thought. The compliment caught me off guard, and I felt my cheek twitch in annoyance. And just as the game predicted, she approached the prince. He took her hand, a charming smile on his face as he led her to the dance floor. They were a perfect picture, gliding gracefully to the music. They really do suit each other. I watched them, a bittersweet smile on my face. Guess there's nothing I can do, because right now I'm just the villainess. I sighed, I understand it, but it does hurt. Guess I'll head home. As I turned to leave, a voice stopped me. I was dancing with another girl, but you're acting quite civil, how unusual. It was Prince Theo. I stared at him, my heart leaping into my throat. What was he doing here? He was looking down at me, an unreadable expression on his face. Why are you surprised? He asked, his voice low. We're engaged, so we need to dance at least once, right? My mind reeled. Why, yeah, that's right, but why? In the game, the prince and heroine meet at the dance and stay together after that. They go on to become partners for life. That's the story. I stared at him, my mind racing. Did nothing spark between them? Why? He seemed to misunderstand my silence. His voice took on a colder edge as he said that even if I had no desire to dance with him, there were people watching. No, that's not what I meant, I stammered, flustered. But it was too late. He took my hand. The moment his skin touched mine, a jolt like lightning shot through me. My eyes widened in shock, a gasp escaping my lips. I looked up at him and saw the same stunned disbelief reflected in his own wide, shimmering eyes. A strange heat began to radiate from him, his breath catching in his throat as his heart hammered against his ribs. Badump, his eyes, burning with an unfamiliar fire, were locked onto hers. What is this feeling? What is happening to me? Before she could even process the sudden shift in the air, his voice, low and urgent, cut through the silence. He demanded she come with him, his fingers wrapping around her arm in a grip that was both possessive and desperate. Her own heart leaped into her throat, a gasp escaping her lips as he pulled her away without another word. The world became a blur of motion and color, and the next thing she knew, her back was hitting something soft. She had been thrown onto a bed, the rich scent of roses overwhelming her senses as petals scattered around them. He was on top of her, his body pressing her down, his face inches from hers. The pounding in her chest wasn't just her own anymore. She could feel the frantic rhythm of his heart against her palm. His breath was hot and ragged against her skin. A horrifying realization began to dawn in the fog of her mind. A memory from the game, a key mechanic she had completely forgotten. No, it can't be. Her mind screamed in silent panic. Don't tell me I'm in heat. It was a gameplay feat. A powerful primal force that triggered when two characters' pheromones responded to each other. In this world, it wasn't just attraction, it was destiny. When their pheromones reacted, they became the most compatible partners. The one for each other, but this was all wrong. This wasn't supposed to happen. In the game, the one for Prince Theo was supposed to be the main heroine, the sweet and gentle Iris. Not her, never her, it couldn't possibly be true. Her thoughts were a chaotic storm of denial. How could the prince go into heat with me, the villainess? It was impossible. A soft sound escaped her lips as he leaned closer, his proximity stealing the very air from her lungs. The Prince Theo is right in front of my very eyes. And he's losing control. Beads of sweat trickled down his temple, his face flushed a deep crimson. He looked like he was in agony, fighting a battle within himself and losing. Her own body felt like it was on fire, a strange lethargy washing over her as her mind went completely blank. All she could register was the man above her, his intoxicating scent, the heat rolling off him in waves. He whispered her name, Miss Rose, and the sound was like a spark igniting a wildfire within her. His lips brushed against the sensitive skin of her neck, and a jolt of pure electricity shot through her. Every part of her that the prince touched burned hotter and hotter, melting her resolve into nothing. He yanked at his own collar, desperate for air, his fingers finding hers and lacing them together. The touch was so good, so perfect. A small twitch was the only sign of her surrender. I don't want to let go. Her shoe slipped from her foot, forgotten on the floor. And then his lips were on hers. A desperate, searching kiss that she found herself returning without a second thought. Yes, she wanted this. I wish time would stop. She thought, her mind hazy with pleasure. I wish we could stay just like this forever. But then something shattered the moment. He gasped, pulling away from her abruptly. A dark splatter of red staining the pristine white sheets. A sickening crunch echoed in the silent room. Her eyes flew open to see him hunched over, breathing heavily, his hand covering his mouth. There was blood dripping from between his fingers. He had bitten his own lip hard, drawing blood to shock himself back to his senses. She stared in horror, her voice trembling as she asked if he was okay. She reached for him, a desperate need to soothe his pain overriding everything else. But he recoiled as if her touch was poison, his voice a raw shout that ripped through her heart. Don't touch me. He scrambled away from her, his breath coming in ragged pants. Refusing to look at her, he managed to force out an apology, his voice strained before turning his back on her completely. He fled the room as if escaping a monster, leaving her alone on the bed, cold and trembling. The only proof he had been there was the lingering scent of roses and the sight of his own blood dripping from his clenched fist as he disappeared down the hall. A wave of utter despair washed over her. So that's how much he dislikes me. He would rather hurt himself, bite his own flesh, than be near me. A single hot tear escaped and traced a path down her cheek. But as the pain settled deep in her chest, a colder, more rational thought surfaced. This was probably for the best, because she knew the story, she knew the consequences. If they went down the route where the prince ends up with the villainess, they would all die. It was a standard bad ending in the game. If the heroine fails and the prince chooses the villainess, his growing influence becomes a threat. A third party, fearing his power, would plot his assassination. And since she, the villainess, would be at his side, she would be attacked and lose her life as well. It was a common trope, a simple bad ending in a dating sim. But for her, right now, trapped in this world, it was quite literally a matter of life and death. The next day, she sat up in bed, her body feeling heavy and exhausted. I couldn't sleep at all, she thought with a deep sigh. The memories of the night before played over and over in her mind. To think I would go into heat myself, she clutched her nightgown, her cheeks flushing with shame. It felt like I was someone else, like a completely different person had taken over my body. She remembered the heat, the kiss, the overwhelming desire. What if he hadn't stopped there? The thought sent a fresh wave of heat through her and she buried her face in her hands with a groan. Ayog knew, a calm voice cut through her frantic thoughts. You're in high spirits, bright and early. She jumped, startled, whipping her head around to see her personal butler, Olivier, standing there with a tray. He coolly asked if she had finished preparing for school. She flapped her hands in a panic, crying out that he could at least knock. He simply pushed his glasses up his nose, informing her that he did knock several times. More importantly, he stated her scarf was off by 3 degrees. He stepped forward, his gloved fingers deftly adjusting the fabric around her neck. She couldn't help but blush at his proximity. He's so good-looking. Olivier was more than a butler. He was a constant in her life, like an older brother who never let her get away with anything. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly as he studied her face. He asked if she didn't get enough sleep. Before she could answer, his voice dropped, taking on a serious edge. He'd heard that at the party, she had joined hands with the prince and then disappeared. His gaze was piercing as he asked if she was having a little too much fun before her marriage. She stammered, denying it, but her flushed face was a dead giveaway. He pushed his glasses up again, his expression unreadable, and asked the one question she was dreading. Did the prince do anything to you? She gasped, insisting there was no way, but he wasn't convinced. His hand shot out, grabbing the front of her uniform. His voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl, he snarled that if the prince hurt her, even if he was a prince, an ominous aura filled the room, his eyes flashing with a protective fury that was genuinely terrifying. She quickly pushed him away, yelling that it wasn't like that and he should stop jumping to conclusions. Turning away, she announced it was time for school. As she walked towards the door, he called out her name. His voice was soft again when she looked back. He told her that if anything happens, she can always speak with him. He placed a hand over his heart, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he reminded her that he was her personal butler after all. A genuine smile broke through her own troubled expression and she thanked him. For all her villainous posturing, Olivier truly cared for her. He watched her leave, a silent, steadfast guardian in the morning light. At the academy, the classroom was filled with the usual morning chatter. Her eyes immediately found him. Prince Theo was sitting at his desk, talking and laughing with another student as if nothing had happened. He looked so normal, so calm. Watching him, she felt a pang of bitterness. It seems like what happened yesterday was all a dream. Or maybe I'm the only one bothered by it. She slammed her book shut in frustration, earning whispers from the other students. They're gossiping about me again, she thought glumly. A voice suddenly called her name. She whipped around, ready to snap at whoever was bothering her. Ugh, what is it? Her words died in her throat. It was Prince Theo. He stood before her, his expression serious, asking if she had a second. She could only stare, stunned into silence. Her gaze dropped to his hand. It was wrapped in a clean, white bandage. His wound? A jolt went through her, so it wasn't just a dream. Without thinking, she reached out, her voice soft with concern as she asked if his wound hurt. He flinched back as if he'd been burned. Snatching his hand away, he stammered an apology, his eyes avoiding hers. He insisted it was fine, then said there was something important he wanted to give her. He turned and with a simple "come with me," led her from the bustling classroom. He brought her to an empty side room, the door clicking shut behind them with an air of finality. He turned to face her, his expression unreadable, and held up a small glass vial filled with tiny white pills. He asked her if she knew what it was. Her breath hitched, her eyes widening in shocked recognition. That's. His voice was low, serious, as he held up the small glass vial. Do you know what this is? The bottle was filled with tiny white pills, and Rose's mind immediately short-circuited. Her cheeks flushed a violent shade of red. Her heart hammering against her ribs. That's could it be? Birth control? The words exploded in her thoughts, a comical shriek of pure panic, but the prince's expression remained unchanged. This is medicine that can suppress heat, he explained calmly. Rose's brain rebooted, relief and embarrassment warring within her. Ah, of course it is. Where did you even get something like that? She stammered, poking at his arm. He turned his head, a shadow crossing his features. I took them from the castle's medicinal storeroom. It's not like I could ask somebody for them. She immediately understood he was right. The second anyone found out they were fated partners, the one for each other, it would be over. They'd be forced into a swift marriage, a political pawn in their family's games, and then the bad ending would come for them, swift and bloody. Assassinated, a future painted in red. Therefore, Miss Rose, he said, his gaze intense, let's take them together. The unspoken words hung in the air between them, a fragile pact against a terrible fate. Without another word, they each took one of the small white pills, swallowing their only hope against destiny with a gulp. They stood apart in the quiet room, the silence stretching. I wonder if it worked, Rose thought, her nerves still buzzing. His voice cut through her thoughts, firm and reassuring. It should take effect immediately. He placed the vial in her hand, his fingers brushing hers, but the effect is pretty short, so you need to take it every day. He paused, his eyes locking with hers, a grave warning in their depths. Also, there's no point in taking them unless we both do. Her own reflection stared back at her from the glass, a prisoner just like him. If one of us goes into heat, the other will also be pulled into heat. She nodded, the weight of their situation settling heavily on her shoulders. They had to be careful, they had to be perfect. Suddenly he moved. In a heartbeat, he was closing the distance between them, his hand coming up to cup her cheek. Her breath hitched. What was he doing, Prince Theo? She whispered, her voice barely audible. Stay just like that, he murmured, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through her. His face was so close now, his warm breath fanning across her lips. Her mind went blank. This wasn't supposed to happen. Is the suppressant not working? No, this can't be happening. Just as she thought he was about to kiss her, he pulled back, letting out a slow breath. A faint smile touched his lips, his eyes crinkling at the corners. It looks like the medicine definitely works. Huh? Rose blinked, utterly bewildered, before the realization hit her like a lightning bolt. Oh my GGG God, I thought he was gonna kiss me. He had just been testing himself, testing them. Yeah, he continued, completely oblivious to her internal meltdown. And with this, we can manage to avert the trouble at hand. They stood by the window, looking out at the world they were trying so desperately to survive in. The problem is what happens after this. Rose knew exactly what he meant. The original story had them marrying for the sake of their powerful houses, a union of convenience. But if their fated bond was revealed, her cheeks burned as a wild thought crossed her mind. I will definitely pounce. The prince's voice, somber and sincere, pulled her from her ridiculous fantasy. I would never want to hurt you by having sex without love. Her heart skipped a beat, so that's why. The reason he turned her down that night, it was so he wouldn't hurt her. A warmth spread through her chest, a feeling she couldn't quite name, but his next words shattered the moment completely. On that note, I have been thinking of breaking our engagement. Rose's eyes widened, and a silent scream of pure, unadulterated joy erupted inside her. Breaking our engagement? He saw her shocked expression and misinterpreted it. What's wrong? If you could, you'd also want to leave me, no? Yes, she practically shouted, clasping her hands together in delight. I was just hoping we could end our engagement too. To avoid the bad ending, that's the best way. There would be no point in marrying him if they were just going to be assassinated anyway. But a new problem loomed over them, dark and imposing like the shadows of their fathers. The problem is whether both our houses will allow us to break it off. Theo's expression grew thoughtful, his finger tapping against his lip. We need to create a situation in which those around us believe we have no choice, but to end it, Rose's eyes lit up. A plan began to form, devious and perfect. How about I do something that would make me unsuitable to be your consort? She beamed, striking a pose worthy of the greatest villainess. Theo looked uncertain. That would probably work, but no, I don't want to damage your reputation. My reputation? She cried, exasperated. This isn't the time for that. Breaking off this engagement is for the sake of this world. No, it's for the sake of our happiness. So that terrible, bloody future doesn't come to pass. He looked away, his voice barely a mutter. I see, so that's how much you want to leave me. Before she could process the flicker of hurt in his voice, he sighed in resignation. Understood. Let's do whatever you think is best. This is it, she thought, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. For the sake of our happiness, to avoid the bad ending. A wicked laugh bubbled up from her throat. Well then, let's get to it. The plan was simple: Operation Make Rose the most hated girl in the academy. As the clock tower chimed, Rose let out an exaggerated yawn. Ugh, next class is in the chapel, right? I don't want to walk there. She turned to Theo with a syrupy sweet smile. Prince Theo, won't you carry me to the chapel? A ripple of shocked murmurs spread through the hallway. Theo leaned in, his voice a strained whisper. Miss Rose, I understand this is part of our plan, but there's no need to go that far. She pressed closer, whispering back urgently. This is so I can show everyone how much of a stuck-up girl I am. Please go along with it. It's not a problem, right? We're engaged after all. Theo let out a long, suffering sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. I guess I don't have a choice, and then he swept her off her feet. Rose gasped as he lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Her heart began to pound against her ribs, badump, such strong arms. His chest was so close, so warm. She could feel the steady beat of his heart as whispers followed them down the hall. Is the prince really that whipped? Poor Prince Theo, her cheeks were on fire. Why am I getting so excited? The prince is just acting after all. This was her cue, she had to commit to the role. I have to act even more full of myself. Later, during a break in the gardens, she put on her most disdainful expression. These are the highest quality tea leaves in the entire kingdom, Miss Rose. She waved a dismissive hand. As long as it's just tea, I'm not happy with it. Don't you have anything sweet? Her eyes landed on a nervous-looking girl nearby. You over there, how about going to the town shopping street and getting me some macarons? The poor girl stammered. You mean me? But I've got class from now on. Rose's eyes narrowed into terrifying. You dare oppose a member of House Charlier? The onlookers recoiled, whispering amongst themselves. So she can say whatever she wants because she's from House Charlier? Isn't she just asking for the impossible on purpose? Hurry up and do it. Rose snapped, her voice sharp. Who do you think I am? Inside, her heart was breaking. Asterisk, that's right, this could only be seen as bullying, but in order to make everyone hate me as the villainess, I have to do it. I'm so sorry. Asterisk, just as the girl was about to flee in tears, Theo stepped forward. Miss Rose, that's enough, but before he could intervene further, a gentle voice spoke up. I could go get them for you. Rose turned, her eyes widening in shock. It was her, the main heroine of the story. Iris, why would you? Iris smiled sweetly. The other day you encouraged me so. Allow me to return the favor. Her smile was like the sun breaking through the clouds. Pure and good, Rose's villainous facade almost cracked. Asterisk, Iris, she's such a good girl. I can't allow myself to be moved like that. Asterisk, she forced a smirk, tilting her chin up haughtily. Sure, you seem useful. When Iris returned, macarons in hand, Rose took her performance to a whole new level. Prince Theo, here, say ah, she chirped, holding a pink macaron up to his mouth. He leaned away, whispering through gritted teeth. This is going too far, is it? She pouted, a flicker of doubt in her mind. Guess I'm not acting full of myself enough. An audacious idea struck her. How about this? She brought the macaron to her own lips, her eyes glinting mischievously. Or perhaps you would like to eat it mouth to mouth? Theo froze, his face a mask of stunned silence. A chair clattered loudly as he shot to his feet. Miss Rose, over here for a second. He grabbed her arm, yanking her away from the stunned crowd, and pulling her toward a deserted corner of the school grounds. He finally let go, running a hand over his face in pure exasperation. Damn it, you took it too far just now, but even that wasn't far enough, she protested. He groaned. If you're going to do it, be a little more natural. She decided to change the subject, offering him one of the treats. By the way, would you like some, Prince Theo? After all, Iris went out of her way to buy them for us. The sudden shift in her demeanor, the genuine sweetness in her eyes, caught him completely off guard. His heart gave a loud, traitorous thud. Asterisk badumpy, asterisk what was this feeling? It can't be this is, he didn't have time to finish the thought. A sudden, overwhelming wave of heat crashed over him, wham. He slammed his hand against the wall beside her head, trapping her. The basket of macarons tumbled from her grasp, scattering across the stone path. He was panting, his eyes glowing with a feverish intensity she had never seen before. Miss Rose, did you take the suppressants like you were supposed to? Her own mind went blank with dawning horror. Suppressants? Oh, that medicine, yes, every day, gasp. That's right, today I overslept. His voice was strained, laced with a growing panic. Didn't I tell you? If one of us goes into heat, the other will also be pulled into heat. And then he was pulling her against him, his body radiating an unbearable warmth. A strange, tingling sensation spread through her veins. He buried his face in her hair, his breath hot against her ear. And no, my ears. A soft kiss, then another, trailing down her neck. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, wild rhythm. His was pounding just as hard. What do I do? She thought, her body trembling in his arms as the uncontrollable heat consumed them both. We are. The horrifying reality crashed down on them. We are going into heat at school. Her mind went completely blank. What was she supposed to do? What could she do? Pressed against him like this, his hot breath fanning across her neck, she was losing her senses. The world seemed to dissolve into the heady scent of roses and the frantic beating of her own heart. This couldn't be happening, not here, not now. His thoughts were a mirror of her own panic. We're going into heat? At school? The realization slammed into him, a wave of primal instinct he was struggling to fight back. Her skin was so soft, so warm against his, and every rational thought was being drowned out by an overwhelming, desperate need. He could feel her trembling in his arms, her face flushed a deep crimson. He pinned her against the cool stone wall, his voice a low, urgent whisper as he called her name. Miss Rose, what happened to the suppressants he'd given her? She shuddered under his intense gaze, her mind scrambling for an answer. She had forgotten them. How could she have been so careless? Her voice was barely a squeak as she confessed, stammering that she was so sorry she'd left them in the mansion. A flicker of something, annoyance, concern, crossed his face before he simply said he understood. Then, without another word, he reached into his own coat. He told her he would give her one of his. He pulled out a small vial, the pills inside rattling softly. Before she could protest, his fingers were at her mouth, gently pressing one of the small tablets against her lips. Plip, the touch was electric. His fingers, the prince's fingers, they just touched me. The thought echoed in her mind, sending a jolt straight through her. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. Bottom, just from that simple touch, her entire body was throbbing, a feverish heat spreading through her veins. My body's so hot, his voice was husky as he asked if she could swallow it. She could only manage a choked gulp and a tiny nod. Yes. The medicine began to work its magic, the raging fire inside her slowly banking to a manageable simmer. His hand moved from her shoulder to her back, a gesture of comfort before his fingers gently intertwined with hers. He let out a breath, murmuring that he guessed they were okay now. She couldn't bring herself to look at him, her gaze fixed on the floor, her cheeks still burning. Prince Theo's hand, it's so gentle. The thought was a surprise, a small, warm thing in the midst of her chaos. They walked in silence for a moment, the tension slowly bleeding out of the air. Rose let out a shaky sigh of relief. The medicine finally worked, thank goodness. She felt the need to apologize, to say something, but before she could, a sharp knock echoed through the hall. Knock, knock. The doors burst open and one of Prince Theo's attendants rushed in, relief clear on his face as he exclaimed he'd finally found him. Was that one of his attendants? He looked frantic. The man bowed low, holding out a letter sealed with the royal crest, a letter from the royal palace. Rose's eyes widened. From the palace? Was it an emergency? Theo took the letter, his expression unreadable as he calmly told the attendant he could leave them. The man bowed and retreated, leaving them in a heavy silence. Theo broke the seal, his eyes scanning the parchment. A frown creased his brow. Rose's anxiety spiked. She had to ask, did something happen? He looked up, his gaze meeting hers. It was from his parents. The king and queen, they were summoning him and her to the palace on the next holiday. The carriage wheels clomped rhythmically against the cobblestones, a steady sound in the quiet evening. Theo broke the silence, asking if this was the first time she'd met his parents like this. She confirmed it was. Though her mind was a jumble, she seemed to recall a scene from the game, a flashback where a much younger Rose had visited the palace with her father. Was that right? Or was she mixing up game lore with this new reality? She inwardly groaned. I should have paid more attention to all of Rose's information. This was a disaster. She felt a pang of guilt, turning to him and murmuring that if it weren't for this whole situation, he could have spent the holiday with whomever he wanted. He just gazed out the window, his reflection a somber mask in the glass. He replied quietly that it seemed she had tough luck as well. She blinked, surprised. Was he being sympathetic to her? But I thought you didn't care for me. The corner of his mouth twitched, a barely there reaction. He admitted that indeed he had thought their personalities didn't match. Then he turned, his gaze direct and incredibly serious, pinning her in place. But now he said they were partners with the same goal in mind. His voice was low and steady as he declared that he wanted them to help each other get through this. Her heart gave a powerful thump. Bottom, Prince Theo, she couldn't stop the internal squeal of delight. He really is a straight-laced prince character. I want to pay into his story arc now. She clasped her hands to her burning cheeks, lost in her own fangirl moment. Theo just stared at her, a look of utter confusion on his face as he asked if she was okay. Suddenly, a loud clunk echoed from below as the carriage wheel hit a large stone. The whole carriage rattled violently and Rose cried out in surprise. She was thrown from her seat, tumbling forward with a startled whoa. Before she could even register what was happening, she landed with a soft F-wump, not on the hard floor but in someone's lap. Strong arms were instantly around her, steadying her. Her face was buried in his chest, and when she looked up, her breath caught. They were so close, so incredibly close. Her lips were mere inches from his, her heart exploded in her chest. Ba-dump, there's no way. Her mind screamed in a loop of disbelief and anticipation. He's going to kiss me? She squeezed her eyes shut, her hands clutching his shirt, bracing for the inevitable. As she held her breath, waiting, but the kiss never came. Instead, she felt a gentle pressure on her shoulders as he carefully pushed her back up into a sitting position. Her eyes fluttered open in confusion. He explained calmly that it was a bumpy road, and that it was dangerous for her to sit across from him while it was shaking. He suggested she just sit next to him instead. She stared at him, her mind still reeling. Did that just not happen? She managed to stammer out a thank you. Her face still flushed, he simply replied that there was no need. She snuck a glance at him from the corner of her eye. Was I the only one that felt hot? Prince Theo is so calm. He sat there staring out the window, his profile perfectly stoic and composed. He announced that they were almost at the palace, and just as he said it, the magnificent structure came into view, its towers reaching for the starry sky, glowing like something out of a fairy tale. Rose gasped, while servants lined the grand entrance hall, bowing as they passed. At the top of a sweeping staircase stood the king and queen of the realm, smiling down at them with warmth and affection. "Thank you for coming, Miss Rose." Rose and Theo bowed in unison, thanking their majesties for the invitation. The king chuckled, his eyes twinkling. He remarked that she was just a small girl the last time he saw her, and now she'd grown into a true lady. The queen beamed, taking Rose's hands in her own. "We simply can't wait for the day when you finally join our family," she gushed. Rose and Theo exchanged a panicked look over the queen's head. "This situation, there's no way we can tell them we want to split up." The queen, oblivious, asked what their plans were for the next day. Theo, ever the composed prince, answered smoothly. He said they were thinking of taking the horses for a long ride, adding that there were some things he wanted to show her. The next day, they trotted side by side through a lush, green landscape. The air was fresh and clean. Rose turned to him, curiosity in her voice. So what was it he wanted to show her? He explained that back at the palace, he didn't want his parents getting any funny ideas about their relationship. Out here, riding horses, they couldn't get too close. Oh, her heart fell just a little. He's right. We're trying to stay away from one another after all. She couldn't deny it, though. She had still gotten excited that he might show her something special. What is it? She wondered as he gestured ahead. And then she saw it, a breathtakingly beautiful creek, the water sparkling like diamonds in the sun. "Wow," she exclaimed, her disappointment forgotten. He smiled, a genuine, unguarded smile. He told her that when he was a kid, he used to catch fish here all the time. She was intrigued. "Really? With a fishing rod?" she asked. He let out a soft laugh. "No, with my hands." An adorable image of a tiny, determined Prince Theo holding up a fish popped into her mind. She giggled, teasing him that it was almost as if he were raised by wolves. A shadow passed over his features. He looked away, murmuring that being a prince was just a role, a position he held. Seeing his somber mood, she tried to lighten it, smiling warmly. She suggested that he take a day off from it. After all, she was the only one watching, right? He just scuffed his boot against the dirt. His expression unreadable. Being a true royal, he said quietly, meant things weren't that easy. And in that moment, she realized something. I never understood it in the game. That Prince Theo has a difficult life too. He turned back towards the horses, saying it was time to head back to the palace. As they rode, a thought took root in her mind. The role of being the woman who weds a prince who aids him with his endless worries. That wasn't a role for a villainess like Rose. That was a role for a proper heroine, like Iris. Just then, a single drop of rain landed on her cheek. Then another. Within moments, the sky opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. They found refuge in a small, abandoned cabin. Theo ran a hand through his damp hair, muttering that he couldn't believe they got caught in this rain. He suggested they just stay dry inside for a while. Without warning, a huge sneeze escaped her. Achoo! Mortified, she covered her mouth, her face flaming red as she tried to fix her disheveled hair. So embarrassing. A moment later, a warm weight settled over her shoulders. Theo had draped his own cloak over her, a small, kind smile on his face. He only had one blanket, he said, and she should use it. She immediately tried to push it back towards him. "No thanks, you use it, Prince. It's no good if you catch a cold." He gently resisted, his voice firm. "Ladies first." But she couldn't accept it. She argued that he was the first prince of the kingdom. He had to take care of his health. He paused, his gaze thoughtful as he looked at her. "And then I guess I have to do this." She stared at him, completely bewildered. "Do what?" The rain hammered against the roof. A steady, rhythmic drumming. Prince." He moved behind her, pulling the cloak around both of them, encasing them in a shared cocoon of warmth. Her back was pressed flush against his chest, and she could feel the heat radiating from him. "This is a little bit too close, don't you think?" she stammered, her heart doing a frantic tap dance. He explained that he had to, since she wouldn't change her mind. Besides, they were both taking the medicine, right? It should be fine. She supposed he was right. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a low murmur right beside her ear. "Miss Rose." His thumb gently brushed his own lower lip, a mesmerizing gesture. "What if I pursued your love right now, without being in heat?" His voice was a seductive whisper that sent shivers down her spine. "What would you do?" His finger came up, tracing the outline of her lips, his touch sending sparks through her entire body. "What?" she breathed, her mind short-circuiting. He leaned in, his eyes dark and intense, his lips just a breath away from hers. "What if I said I wanted to kiss your lips?" Badump, her heart felt like it was going to burst. "Prince Theo, is he really going to do this to me?" The world tilted on its axis. His lips so close, what did he just say? What if he wanted to kiss her lips? Her mind went completely blank. "Prince Theo, is he really going to do this to me?" Her heart thundered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of panic and something else. The air grew thick, electric. He leaned in closer, his thumb gently caressing her lip as her heart squeezed painfully in her chest. Then his voice, a low chuckle. "Just kidding." The words shattered the tension like glass. He pulled back, a smug little smirk playing on his lips as he draped a blanket around her shoulders. What? She could only stare dumbfounded as he looked at her with amusement. He told her she was easy to take for a ride, that he thought she was the kind of woman who would say no even when she clearly liked something. Her face flushed a deep crimson. She sputtered that she was just about to shove him away. She was only surprised because she thought the medicine had worn off, but her internal monologue was screaming a different story. But my heart was really pounding. Outside, the rain began to fall in sheets, a relentless drumming that echoed the frantic pounding in her chest. Theo gazed out at the downpour, noting that it didn't sound like it would end soon. He turned back to her, his expression serious now. They should rest, he said, to preserve their strength. Rest? How could she possibly rest? He was right there, his warmth seeping through the thin blanket they now shared. She could feel every breath he took, every subtle shift of his body, lying next to him. Her heart hammered away. Badump, there's no way I can sleep like this. She squeezed her eyes shut, covering her burning face with her hands, utterly mortified. The sound of light rain was the last thing she remembered before drifting off. When sunlight finally streamed into the small hut, Theo was the first to wake. He sat up slowly, his body stiff from the hard floor, and his gaze immediately fell upon the sleeping girl beside him, Miss Rose. She looked so peaceful, so unguarded in her sleep, her golden hair fanned out around her. She must have been very tired. A strange, unbidden tenderness bloomed in his chest as he watched her. He couldn't stop himself. He reached out, his fingers gently lifting a strand of her hair as soft as spun silk. He brought it to his lips, placing a soft, almost reverent kiss upon it. A sudden neigh from the horses outside jolted him from his reverie. Flustered, his eyes wide with a trace of panic, he quickly stood up. He mumbled that he should probably go see how the horses were doing, and quietly slipped out of the hut, but he wasn't quiet enough. As the door closed behind him, her eyes blinked open. A jolt went through her. She sat bolt upright, her heart racing. What was that? Why did he kiss my hair like that? The rhythmic trot of the horses did nothing to soothe her chaotic thoughts as they rode back into town. The carriage felt suffocatingly small. He sat across from her, apologizing for all the trouble he'd caused her, but his voice seemed miles away. Her mind was stuck on a loop, replaying that one intimate moment in the hut. He noticed her silence, asking gently if something was wrong, if she was in another world. She jumped, stammering that it was nothing. But inside, her thoughts were a whirlwind of screaming questions. What was that kiss all about? There's no way I can ask him. This is getting complicated. Even though they're cooperating, the prince isn't supposed to like Rose. She glanced at him, sitting there so calmly. Could this be a sign that this is becoming a love story? No, that couldn't possibly be true. Or maybe the effect of the heat suppressant is getting weaker. Her eyes widened in horror. If that's the case, then things are going to get bad. I'll die in a bad ending. Just as her panic reached its peak, a commotion outside drew their attention. The carriage stopped and Theo leaned forward, a strange look on his face. Oh, that's... His eyes widened in recognition. Miss Iris. And there she was, the story's true heroine, sitting on the cobblestones, her dress slightly torn, revealing a nasty scrape on her knee. They immediately rushed out of the carriage. Iris looked up, flustered, apologizing for bothering them. With tears in her eyes, she explained how a thief had stolen the apples she'd just bought and knocked her over in the process. Rose gasped, but Theo's eyes were fixed on her bleeding knee. He pointed out that she was injured. He offered to care for her in the carriage and asked if she could walk. Inside, Rose gently cleaned and bandaged Iris's wound with the first aid kit. Okay, you're all set, she announced with a smile. Iris looked up at her, her eyes shining with adoration. Thank you so much. I never thought I'd be bandaged by someone like you, Miss Rose. As Iris prepared to leave, thanking them again, Rose saw her chance. This was it, the perfect opportunity to push the main characters together. Why not take the prince's carriage? She suggested smoothly. I was just about to get out. Theo looked at her, confused, but she pressed on, insisting that the three of them could fit just fine. Then she waved a dismissive hand. Well, that carriage really does rattle around too much, she said with a bright, false smile. Walking home is better. She turned away, a bittersweet ache in her chest. This means that they'll have a chance to know each other better. Her hand tightened into a fist at her side. I'm not the one Prince Theo should marry after all. With a final, cheerful see you later, at the academy, she waved and walked away without a second glance. Miss Rose, Theo called out, his voice laced with shock and disbelief. He warned her it was dangerous to go alone. But she couldn't stop, she wouldn't look back. I'm sorry, Prince Theo, she whispered, her heart heavy. He stood frozen at the carriage door, Iris looking on with concern as Rose's figure grew smaller and smaller. He watched her go, a storm of confusion and something akin to hurt swirling in his eyes. Miss Rose, this was the correct choice, right? She tried to convince herself as her shoes clonked against the lonely cobblestones. Back in the carriage, Iris glanced nervously at the prince. Prince Theo, are you all right? He jolted as if waking from a dream and forced a smile. Sorry, it's nothing. Meanwhile, Rose found her path blocked in a dark alley. Two grimy men with leering smiles stepped in front of her. One of them eyed her expensive dress. Where are you off to, princess? He sneered while his friend cackled. Be a doll and pay off our tab. Her eyes narrowed with disdain. She told them to move, that she was in a hurry, and tried to step around them. But a filthy hand shot out and grabbed her arm, yanking her back. Hey, can't talk to the poor, huh? She cried out for him to stop, but he leaned in, his foul breath washing over her. Come to my bed and see how life in the slums works, baby. He squeezed her arm tighter and she cried out in pain and disgust. But just as his face got closer, a gloved hand shot out, clamping down on the thug's wrist with crushing force. A cold, terrifyingly calm voice cut through the air. What matter did you have with my lady Charlier? You can take it up with me, the butler of the house of Charlier. A dark, menacing aura surrounded him, making the air crackle with tension. It was Olivier. The thugs paled, clicking their tongues in annoyance. TCH, no fun, one grumbled as they quickly scrambled away. Olivier let out a sigh of relief, immediately turning his attention to Rose. His brow furrowed with concern as he asked if they hurt her. She mumbled that she was fine, but he wasn't satisfied. He had heard she got out of the prince's carriage. Why would she do such a thing? She was a lady of the house of Charlier. It was dangerous for her to be alone. He looked so disappointed that she could only apologize, her gaze fixed on the ground. She braced herself for a lecture, but to her surprise, he simply told her he'd carry her things and that they should go back to the mansion. Wha, you're not going to lecture me? She asked, surprised. He adjusted his glasses, a wry smile on his face. Oh, I'll have all the details about this later. Back in the safety of the mansion, she decided to come clean. To be honest, I plan to break off my engagement to Prince Theo. Olivier paused in pouring her tea, his expression unreadable. He set the cup down with a soft clink and asked her why she'd made that decision. How could she possibly tell him the real reason? That she was trying to avoid the bad ending, the death of both herself and the prince. She couldn't tell him about the one either, so she settled on a plausible lie. The engagement is to help the house of Charlier. It's just politics, right? She began, taking a sip of tea, and since Prince Theo seems more drawn to Iris than me, I decided to call the engagement off. Olivier listened silently, his eyes never leaving her face. He asked what the prince had said. She explained that they would break it off in a way that maintained both houses' reputations, that he was simply respecting her decision. He was silent for a long moment. I understand your feelings, miss. However, he stood, his voice firm. Well, as your butler, I will aid you as best I can. She looked up at him, surprised and grateful. Olivier. But what was he thinking? What was he planning? The next morning at the academy, Olivier helped her from the carriage. Thank you, she said, adjusting her bag. Just then, a familiar voice called out, well, I'm off. Olivier's head snapped up, his eyes widening slightly. It was Prince Theo, miss. Olivier began, turning to her. Olivier, what is it? Without another word, he slid his hand to her cheek, his thumb gently caressing her skin. His face was suddenly inches from hers. Your hair is a bit out of place, he whispered. Why, hey, Olivier, she hissed, her cheeks flaming. This was so unlike him. His gaze flickered past her toward the approaching prince. I wonder if Prince Theo really has taken to Iris over you, he murmured, his voice low and conspiratorial. And as the butler of the house of Charlier, I must get to the bottom of this. Theo was closer now, calling her name. Get to the bottom of, there's no need to do that, she sputtered, completely flustered. I don't mean anything bad by it, Olivier whispered urgently, his eyes locked on hers. Just play along. What? And then, before she could process his words, he leaned in and pressed a soft, deliberate kiss to her cheek. Time froze. From across the courtyard, Theo stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes, wide with disbelief, were locked on the scene. He saw it, he saw everything. Rose stood there completely stunned, her hand flying to her warm cheek. What in the world just happened? A sudden warmth bloomed on Rose's cheek. Her eyes flew open in shock. Olivier, he had just kissed her. Her heart gave a violent lurch. Hey, Olivier, what are you doing? She sputtered, her face instantly heating up. She scrambled back, her palm flying to her cheek, but he was still so close, his breath warm against her skin. He simply smiled, a low, mischievous chuckle rumbling in his chest as he murmured, I have strategies as well. Strategies? What on earth was he talking about? His smile was infuriatingly smug, and Rose's mind was a complete blank. What kind of strategy involved a surprise ambush kiss in the middle of the school courtyard? Her brain felt like it was short-circuiting when a sudden, chilling presence made her freeze. A gasp caught in her throat. Oh no, Prince Theo, he was standing right there watching them. Had he seen? Of course he'd seen. Her mind raced, desperately trying to conjure up an excuse. Prince Theo, she began, her voice a pathetic squeak, but the prince's face was an unreadable mask. His voice was smooth as silk, betraying nothing as he simply said, Good morning, Miss Rose. Was he not angry? Was he just going to pretend it didn't happen? A small, tight smile touched his lips as he added, Don't be late for class. And then, just like that, he turned and walked away. Rose stared after him, utterly baffled. That's it? She whispered to herself, no yelling, no accusations. A strange pang of disappointment hit her as a memory surfaced, unbidden. The feeling of his lips brushing against her hair during the riding trip, the way her heart had fluttered. What am I thinking? She thought, her cheeks burning. I know I shouldn't expect anything from him, but Later, during a break, the awkward tension seemed to have dissolved. As Olivier gracefully served tea to her and her friends, one of them leaned in, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Miss Rose, who is that fellow? Rose tried to sound casual, waving a dismissive hand. He's my butler, she elaborated, trying to downplay his handsome and charming presence. Just think of him as someone that cares for my things, and that's because he's much more capable, right? Internally, she was cringing. What a terrible lie. This man had followed her to school completely against her wishes. And that kiss this morning, what in the world had gotten into him? As if sensing her thoughts, Olivier turned to the group with a polite, charming smile. I'm sorry to be such a nuisance. He offered them all a cup of freshly steeped tea. Her friends practically melted on the spot. You're not a nuisance at all, they gushed. We love capable butlers like you. Across the way, the prince's friends couldn't help but notice the scene. So he's Miss Rose's butler? One commented, watching as all the girls flocked around Olivier like bees to honey. From a distance, Prince Theo's gaze was fixed on them. He watched as Olivier leaned in close to Rose, his hand gently guiding hers as he corrected the way she held her teacup. Miss, it's rude to hold your cup in both hands, he murmured. HMPH, I know that, she retorted, flustered by their proximity. The gossip started to fly. Those two are really close, huh? One of Theo's companions whispered, another added with a smirk, someone told me that they kissed earlier. The prince's expression remained stoic, but his violet eyes darkened ominously. Later in dance class, the instructor's praise rang through the hall. Excellent job, Miss Rose, your dancing is perfect. Rose lost herself in the music, the steps coming to her effortlessly. She loved to dance. But when the time came to find partners, a sudden awkward silence fell over the room. The other young men shuffled their feet, whispering nervously. Who would dare ask the fearsome Miss Rose to dance? What if you stepped on her foot? It could be a death sentence. Prince Theo stood against the wall, his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on her. Would he ask her? Would he break the spell of fear that surrounded her? Just as the silence became unbearable, a clear voice cut through the tension. Then Olivier stepped forward, a dashing smile on his face. If no one will dance with her, then I shall be brash enough to offer my hand. The instructor and the other girls gasped, their eyes wide with delight at the bold, romantic display. He took her hand and they moved across the floor as one, a perfect, harmonious pair. The other students watched, mesmerized. Wow, just as I thought, perfect harmony, they whispered. You can tell they've been together since they were kids. But a sudden chill ran down Rose's spine. Her eyes darted to the side of the room and she saw it. Prince Theo was staring daggers at them, his glare so intense it felt like it could burn a hole right through the floor. The long day was finally over. As Rose gathered her books, a voice stopped her in her tracks. Miss Rose, I have something to say to you. Could you spare a moment? It was Prince Theo. A knot of pure dread tightened in her stomach. She had a very, very bad feeling about this. He led her to an empty classroom, the air thick with an unspoken tension. So, what is it you want to say? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. The prince stood stiffly, his jaw clenched tight. He finally spoke, his voice low and strained. You're an intelligent woman. There's no way you're blind to what's going on, right? Her heart plummeted. You're talking about my butler, right? He let out a frustrated sound, raking a hand through his hair. It's true that I started talk about stopping the engagement, he conceded, but you are still engaged to me. His voice grew sharp, laced with an emotion she couldn't place. Our reputations suffer if any man is near you, even your butler. Rose flinched, whispering a small, I'm sorry. She tried to defend herself, her voice pleading, but my butler forced it on me. That was the wrong thing to say. Theo's control finally snapped. You're a lady of the house of Charlier, right? He roared, his voice echoing in the silent room. Are you saying you can't stop just one butler? His furious words struck her like a physical blow and she froze in stunned silence. The prince gasped, his anger instantly replaced by regret. He had gone too far. I apologize, he stammered, turning away from her. I've said too much. Rose stared at his back, her heart aching with confusion. What's wrong? She asked softly. This isn't like you. He looked back over his shoulder, his eyes filled with a deep, unsettling pain. Ba-dump, even though I want to keep my promise. I cannot forgive the king who trampled all over my mother's life. The promise felt like ash in her mouth now. Her mind flashed back, Olivier picking her up, coming onto school grounds, and then it hit her like a bolt of lightning. A sharp gasp escaped her lips. It wasn't just his presence. The thing that was bothering the prince so much was the kiss Olivier gave me this morning. Before she could even finish the thought, his hand shot out, his fingers wrapping tightly around her wrist. He pulled her, stumbling towards him, his eyes wide with a raw, desperate anguish she had never seen before. What are you thinking? He choked out, his voice cracking. His face was a portrait of torment. Am I the only one suffering here? Just as she was about to ask what he meant, a sharp knock echoed from the door, and it creaked open. Olivier stood in the doorway, his gaze sweeping over the scene, his face a mask of cool composure. What is this? He asked, his voice deceptively calm. I could hear your voices from outside. Rose panicked. Olivier? She squeaked, trying to pull her hand from the prince's unyielding grip. It's nothing to worry about, right, Prince? She asked desperately. But neither man moved. The air crackled with unspoken hostility as they locked eyes in a silent, furious standoff. Rose looked at the prince, her eyes pleading, but his grip on her wrist only tightened. Finally, something in Theo seemed to shatter. His shoulders slumped in defeat and his grip went slack. She looks like her, impossible is that? And turned his back on them. That's all I had to say, he mumbled before walking out of the room, leaving a heavy, shocked silence in his wake. Rose could only stare after him, her mind reeling. What was that? What was happening? Beside her, Olivier watched her, his expression unreadable. The next morning, the world felt off-kilter. Olivier reviewed her schedule, but his words were just a meaningless buzz in her ears. All she could see was the raw pain on Prince Theo's face, his desperate question echoing in her mind. Am I the only one suffering here? Miss, Olivier's voice broke through her reverie. Are you thinking about Theodore again? Rose jumped, startled. Ugh, how did he always know? She mumbled that the prince had been upset about them being too close. Olivier just smiled faintly. He's not just upset, you know, he's jealous. The word hung in the air between them, and it's just as I expected. There's no way he's fallen for Iris and not you. Master Theodore is yearning for you, miss. The idea was so preposterous, so utterly unbelievable that Rose burst out laughing. She cackled, covering her mouth. Yearning? No way, you're joking. It couldn't be true because Prince Theo is always so cool towards me. She trailed off, biting her lip. He's gentle sometimes as well, but that's just his duty as a prince. Her hands clenched into fists in her lap. She knew that, she had to remember that. You are a perfect and impeccable lady, Olivier said softly, his gaze sincere. Especially the way you've been recently, you have a new depth and gentleness to you. Rose flushed bright red. Wah, you're just trying to butter me up. He simply adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. It might be rude to mention, but there's no comparison between Iris and you. He stated the harsh reality of their world. First of all, Iris is common-born. If Theodore were to wed her, no one would be able to understand why. Rose's heart sank, he was right. In this world, Iris was the heroine, but she was also an outsider. Even in the game, their difference in status was the biggest obstacle to their love. But how did they overcome it? Her eyes widened. Ah, I remember. The event, the fight with the villainess to decide the prince's proper partner. A brilliant, perfect plan bloomed in her mind. That's it. I just need to cause the event and have Iris win. The next day, she watched as Iris greeted the prince with a cheerful smile. Theo's face softened as he turned to greet her back. Suddenly, Iris's foot caught on a loose stone. Whoa, she cried out, stumbling and sending her books flying. Like a hero in a storybook, Theo moved in a flash, catching her securely in his arms. You're quite careless, he murmured, a gentle tease in his voice. He helped her gather her things, his smile so warm it could melt glaciers, and the air around them practically shimmered with romance. Rose watched from a distance, her hands clasped to her chest. Theo really is so smart and cool, she sighed dreamily. Then she shook herself. Focus, Iris is the priority. Taking a deep breath, she plastered the most villainous expression she could manage onto her face and marched towards them. Iris, could I have a minute? Iris turned, her face a picture of innocence. Miss Rose, good morning. Rose pointed a dramatically trembling finger at her. I saw you do IT. I saw you leering at Prince Theo just now. Iris blinked, completely confused. What? I simply greeted him. That's not what I saw, Rose shrieked, leaning in close. Those eyes you had for him, you were about to jump on him. Iris stammered a denial, her cheeks pink with embarrassment. Asterisk, even her troubled face is so cute. Asterisk, Rose thought before forcing herself back into character. HMPH, that flustered look is all an act. Well then, time for battle, you and I. She drew herself up to her full height, making sure everyone could hear her grand declaration. Which one of us is better suited for the prince? With his marriage on the line, let's finish this in front of all the students. A murmur went through the gathering crowd. Iris looked like she was about to faint. Rose gave her a wicked glare, but inside her heart was singing. Asterisk, I'm sorry, Iris, but I'm going to let you win so I can win and stick you with the prince, asterisk. The air crackled with tension. Rose's voice rang out, sharp and unwavering, as she pointed a finger directly at a stunned Iris. Well then, it was time for a battle between you and I. Her words echoed through the courtyard, a challenge thrown down for all to hear. The stakes, everything. She declared it with a fire in her eyes, a challenge that went beyond simple rivalry. Let's find out which one of us is better suited for the prince. Her voice boomed, amplified by her own fierce conviction, lightning practically striking behind her. With his marriage on the line, she would settle this once and for all right here in front of every single student. A hush fell over the hallway as Rose approached the prince's study. Knock, knock. Her knuckles rapped against the heavy wood. Prince Theo. He stood by the window, his back to her, but turned as she entered. His voice was calm, almost too calm, as he asked what she wanted to say to him, but she knew he already knew. News traveled fast in this viper's nest of an academy. He confirmed her fears, his voice low and devoid of emotion. He'd heard she challenged Miss Iris to a battle. His arms were crossed over his chest, a defensive, imposing posture. And then came the question she dreaded, the one that made her blood run cold. And I heard the prize is engagement to me? His eyes, those piercing violet jewels, narrowed into a glare that could cut glass. Could you explain the reason for that? Her heart hammered against her ribs. He's already heard about it. What could she say? How could she possibly explain that this was all an elaborate scheme to push him and Iris together? She couldn't. It would sound insane. Taking a deep breath, she began her performance, her voice filled with a false apology. I'm sorry for making this move on my own, but it's all so we can dissolve this engagement. Theo's expression didn't change, but a flicker of confusion crossed his features. Wait, this battle between Miss Iris and you? He clarified, his voice laced with disbelief that even if she lost, it wouldn't automatically transfer the engagement to Iris. Rose nodded, expecting this. Yes, I don't actually expect this to reverse the agreement our families made. But why not think about it like this? She began to spin her tale, her voice gaining confidence. Iris is one of the rare common-born students here at the academy. Imagine it, what would happen if a girl like her defeated someone like me? A high-born daughter of a duke, the prince's own fiancée, the gears were turning in his head. His hand came up to his chin, stroking it thoughtfully. I see your point, his voice was a low murmur. You intend to intentionally lose to a commoner like her, which is like throwing away your reputation. He saw right through her, but he also saw the consequences. However, it's not just going to end at that loss, right? Your social position is going to get even worse. The whispers, the scorn, the humiliation from her peers, she knew it was all coming, but a defiant smirk played on her lips. Bring it on, she declared with a wink. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Remember what you said, Prince Theo. We're partners with the same goal in mind. He conceded with a sigh. Yeah, I said that. Then help me do this, she pleaded, her voice rising with desperate passion. I need your help so that Iris will win. He looked down at her, considering her frantic plea. I see, I don't think she can beat you in a normal fight. Then his eyes seemed to glow with a sudden decision. Then I'll be the one that judges the battle. What? Really? She stammered, completely taken aback. He was going to help her, he was really going to do it. You said you'd be my partner toward the same goal, right? A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. Then it's as you wish. Thank you, Prince Theo, her heart soared. Great, this will work with the prince helping me. She was so lost in her triumphant thoughts that she didn't notice the world tilting until it was too late. Slump. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over her and she stumbled, her body suddenly feeling heavy as lead. Miss Rose, are you okay? Her friends rushed to her side, their voices filled with concern as they steadied her. Why, yes, I'm fine, she mumbled, but it was a lie. A strange heat was spreading through her body, making her skin flush and her head swim. I feel so hot, what should I do? The battle's tomorrow, teetering on her feet, she pushed herself away from her friends. I'll go to the academy's infirmary for now. She stumbled into the clean, sterile room, hoping for answers. The doctor checked her over, his brow furrowed in concentration. Well, your pulse is stable. Rose felt a prickle of anxiety. The reason for my fever? The doctor sighed, scratching his head. I can't tell at the present. Can you guess of any reason yourself? For example, the effects of any medicine you're taking. Medicine? Oh, a jolt went through her. Could it be that heat-suppressing medicine? Was it causing this? The doctor pressed. Any ideas? No, nothing, she yelped a little too quickly. That medicine is a secret between the prince and I. If he runs more tests, he might find out about it. She had to get out of there. The fever's settled a bit, so I'll be on my way, she said, forcing a cheerful laugh. Thank you, doctor. Before he could protest, she bolted out the door, leaving him calling her name. Huff, huff, she had to find him. I have to talk to Prince Theo. Panting for breath, she burst out into the sunlit garden. Prince Theo, he turned, his expression immediately shifting to one of concern as he saw her flushed face and ragged breathing. Miss Rose, are you okay? I heard you went to the infirmary. Well, she started to say, but another wave of vertigo hit her, stronger this time. The world spun and her legs gave out. Miss Rose? His voice was sharp with alarm as she slumped forward, falling directly into his arms. I'm sore, she tried to apologize, but a strange feeling, an intense, overwhelming heat pulsed through her veins. Badump, what is this feeling? His eyes widened in shock as he held her close. You didn't. Her own mind reeled in horror as the realization dawned. Badump, even though I took the medicine, I'm still in heat. The affliction wasn't as strong as before, but it was undeniable. At least it doesn't seem to be a full-on heat, just a light affliction, he murmured, his voice tight with concern. For now, without another word, he scooped her up into his arms, carrying her back to the empty infirmary. When she blinked her eyes open, the familiar white ceiling of the infirmary greeted her. Where is this? The infirmary again. Theo was sitting in a chair beside her bed, a book in his lap. I was worried, so I had the nurse tell me about your condition, he explained. He told her the nurse had a meeting and had to leave. I see, she murmured, feeling guilty. Sorry for causing such problems. Her eyes drifted to the book in his hands. What are you reading? He held it up for her to see. I borrowed it from the palace with that heat medicine. It has a lot of previous cases of people being the one listed. After reading about previous cases that match your condition, it might be that these suppressants are causing this fever. The medicine is the cause, she breathed, horrified. He nodded grimly. This medicine can stop sexual desire that comes from heat, but the desire doesn't just disappear. Depending on the person, different conditions arise from it. Well, what should I? She trailed off as he closed the book with a soft clump. There's one way. His voice was low, serious. One way we can solve this. In one fluid motion, he tossed his red jacket aside and began unbuttoning his shirt, revealing the hard planes of his chest. You might not like it, just endure it for a while. Her cheeks flared scarlet. Prince Theo, what are you doing? He moved to the bed, his hands coming up to cup her face, his touch surprisingly gentle. Holding you, if we have body contact for just a while, it should reduce the fever. Huh, just body contact. Before she could process his words, there was a thud as he pushed her back against the mattress, his body covering hers. Oh, she gasped, her mind spinning. Prince Theo, I thought you didn't want to be with me, and you aren't in heat even so. He looked down at her, his violet eyes soft and sincere. I want to, he paused, then finished in a near whisper, want to help you? The air left her lungs. Oh, okay then, do as you wish. Her mind tried to rationalize it to calm her racing heart. I guess these are emergency measures. Nothing to do with love, but as his hand slipped beneath her shirt, his skin warm against hers, her logic shattered. A shudder racked her body, his lips brushed against her ear. His breath hot. Don't tense up like that, stop resisting so much. Oh, okay, he nipped at her earlobe, then kissed the sensitive skin of her neck. And she couldn't stop the tremors that followed. He pulled back slightly, his eyes searching hers. Are you hurt? No, you're gentle, she whispered, her voice trembling. A small pleased smile touched his lips. Good. He pressed against her again, the heat from his bare chest seeping into her, and she buried her face in his shoulder, overwhelmed. My hot skin, getting touched over and over, her heart throbbed with a feeling that was more than just the fever. As she squeezed her eyes shut, her hands clutching the sheets. It's okay, he took her hand, his fingers lacing with hers. Rose, he murmured, his voice thick with an emotion she couldn't name. They were tangled together, a mess of limbs and shared breaths, surrounded by the scent of roses. What should I do? A small voice screamed inside her head. Prince Theo, I guess I really am in love with him. Her hands of their own accord moved to his back, pulling him closer. When she woke, the first thing she noticed was the warm weight beside her. Theo was fast asleep. Maybe the side effects of the medicine put us to sleep, she thought drowsily, looking at his peaceful face. He took the medicine to keep me from getting hurt, right? A wave of affection washed over her. I'll always love that gentle, sincere part of him. And just as she was drifting back to sleep, a sharp knock-knock jolted her from her reverie. Miss Rose, the school doctor said that you fainted. It was her attendant. The curtain was pulled back with a soft F-wuff, and he peered inside. His eyes landed on the scene before him and widened in utter disbelief. There she was, her clothes in disarray, in bed with the shirtless crown prince. A strangled gasp escaped her lips. Oh no. He saw us together like this. A gasp tore from Rose's lips as her eyes fluttered open. The world swam back into focus, and with it, a horrifying reality. She wasn't alone. A bare, muscular back was turned to her, the sheets tangled around them both. Her heart hammered against her ribs. No, it couldn't be. But then the curtain was ripped aside with a sharp swish. Oh no. Standing there, silhouetted against the morning light, was Olivier, her butler, and his eyes. His eyes were fixed on the scene before him. He saw them. He saw her in bed with a half-naked Prince Theodora. He saw everything. Her mind screamed in pure, unadulterated panic. He saw us together like this. The air crackled with a terrifying silence as the heat of a new chapter began to rise. Olivier's voice was a shard of ice, cutting through the thick, mortified air. Miss Rose. He began, his gaze sharp and accusatory from behind his spectacles. His disappointment was a physical weight pressing down on her. What have you done? He asked, though it sounded more like a judgment. Scrambling, Rose frantically tried to pull the blanket over the now stirring prince, her face burning with a shame so intense it felt like a fever. It's not that, this is, she stammered, but the words died in her throat. The prince, however, was far less flustered. He sat up, his golden eyes narrowing at the intrusion as he snatched the robe from her hands to cover himself. He sneered at Olivier, his voice dripping with aristocratic disdain. You're one nosy butler, he drawled, but Olivier was unmoved. He adjusted a pristine white glove, his expression colder than a winter storm. Prince Theodora, he said, his tone dangerously level, please think of your own position. The sheer audacity, but Theo just scoffed, tossing Olivier's own coat back at him with a sharp flick of his wrist. Rose wanted the ground to swallow her whole. This is so awkward, she wailed internally, her cheeks so red she was sure they were steaming. The walk home was a blur of anxiety. Each step echoed the frantic beating of her heart. What should I do? What can I possibly do? Her mind conjured the worst possible future. Her father, Lord Charlier, smirking with satisfaction, her mother wringing her hands with feigned disgrace. If they think I've had relations with Prince Theo, they might force me to marry immediately. The thought was a cage closing around her. Honestly, all we did was sleep next to each other. We didn't do anything more than that. But who would believe her? No one. She had to get to Olivier. She had to stop him from saying anything. She hurried her steps, spotting him just ahead. Hey, Olivier, she called out, her voice tight with desperation, but his reply was a death knell. He turned slightly, his expression grim. The lord of the house is home, what? And as if summoned by her worst fears, the grand doors loomed open, and there he was. Lord Charlier, her father, A man whose presence was so overpowering it sucked the very air from the room. A memory from the game flashed in her mind. This was the man who used the original Rose as a pawn in a political marriage. Such a cruel father, swallowing hard, she forced a smile. Welcome home, father. His eyes, cold and calculating, landed on her, a glare that could freeze fire. His voice boomed, devoid of warmth. Rose, how are you and Prince Theodora getting along? The question was a trap, and the room suddenly felt tense, suffocating. His presence is overpowering. I really don't like him, she thought, her hands clammy. He continued his pronouncement, each word a stone solidifying her fate. With the noble house of Charlier married to the prince of the great kingdom of Siberian, we will preserve the peace of our family, unless you've caused a problem with that. Her breath hitched. There's no way I can tell him I've caused enough trouble to break off the engagement. Just as her world was about to shatter, Olivier stepped forward, his face a mask of polite servitude. Speaking of problems, he began, oh no, this is it, if he tells father about what he saw. I'll be forced to marry, but Olivier's next words were a complete shock. He smiled faintly, a picture of loyalty. It's a problem the dean of the academy compliments Miss Rose as he does. He says she's not only blessed academically, but in poetry and music as well. Rose stared, her mouth agape. He was covering for her. Her father grunted, a flicker of something that might have been pride in his eyes. I see, Rose, do your best to not bring shame to the house of Charlia. Yes, father, she whispered, her legs feeling like jelly. Later, under the soft glow of the setting sun, she found Olivier on the balcony. Olivier, thank you, she said, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. You were nice enough to avoid telling father about Prince Theo. She took a deep breath, needing to make one thing crystal clear. What you saw in the infirmary, could you not tell anyone? He turned to her, his expression unreadable. I understand, he said quietly. I understand that it was not your wish to be involved with him in that way. His eyes, however, held a strange, dark glint. And then the air shifted. A fiery anger ignited behind his glasses, his whole posture radiating fury. You said before that you wanted to break off the engagement, miss, he stated, his voice low and dangerous. That being said, his eyes narrowed into slits of righteous rage. It must be that man forced himself on you. He looked like he was about to hunt down the prince and tear him limb from limb. And no, that's not what happened at all, she cried, rushing to stop his terrible misunderstanding. What is incorrect about what I've said? He demanded. She wrung her hands. I really did want to break off the engagement, but I do respect him. He didn't do anything I didn't want. Olivier's face was grim. So you agreed to it? Of course I did. We didn't do anything shameful. Nothing, she insisted, her face flaming. Though you were in the same bed, he pressed. That's true, we were taking a nap. Oh, my excuses suck, she thought miserably. Who's going to believe that story? To her utter astonishment, Olivier let out a long sigh. Understood, I'll believe you. What? He gave her a small, gentle smile. You have a reason that you can't say. I'd like to dig deeper, but... He reached out, his gloved hand resting softly on her head in a gesture of pure comfort. I am your appointed butler. When my lady wants to tell me, I will be there to listen. A wave of relief so powerful it made her dizzy washed over her. Yes, Olivier, thank you, but his expression hardened once more. That said, you fainted twice today, he said, the sudden shift giving her a jolt. The glint was back in his eyes. You should rest until you recover. I will contact the academy about it. She understood immediately. Is this how he'll separate the prince and I? Several days later, Rose was growing restless. The battle between Iris and I has been put off, but it's coming, she mused, tapping her pen. I feel better and kind of want to return to school. Suddenly a knock and a maid burst in. Miss Rose, Prince Theodora is here, the prince. Her eyes widened in panic. Olivier is out shopping now. I'm coming right away. She hurried down the stairs and out into the garden. There he was, bathed in the soft sunlight, looking more handsome than he had any right to be. Miss Rose, he said, his voice gentle. Are you feeling better? She could feel a blush creeping up her neck. Why, yes, thank you. Why am I so self-conscious after that time with him? She wondered. He took a step closer. Miss Rose, you're blushing. Before she could react, he was right in front of her, his hand gently cupping her cheek, forcing her to meet his intense gaze. Her mind went blank. What? His thumb stroked her skin, sending shivers down her spine. You don't like it being touched by me? He murmured, his voice a low rumble. Well, she stammered, completely lost. His lips curved into a smirk. If you don't dislike it, he whispered, leaning even closer, then I want to touch you. Her brain short-circuited. But Prince Theo, we were planning on canceling our engagement. She squeaked. He didn't pull away. Are you misinterpreting what I'm saying? This was my idea to keep you from becoming weak like before, to prevent your desire from welling up due to the suppressants. He explained calmly, we should touch a little bit daily. Daily, touching, the realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. Oh, I got that all wrong. Her face exploded in a blush so deep it reached the tips of her ears. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. What's wrong? Even your ears have turned red. Have you gotten a fever again? And no, it's been a while since I've done anything, so I'm hot. She blurted out, turning away with a huff. He says that to me even though he knows the truth. He's a bit of a tease too, after they settled down for tea. He got serious, and now to the point. I came today to talk about the battle between you and Miss Iris. I'm sorry for pushing it back so long, she said, looking down at her cup. My butler was worried, so he didn't let me leave the mansion much. He nodded. I thought that was the issue, but I feel much better now. I'm going to the academy tomorrow, even if I have to sneak out, she declared with a newfound fire. Okay, he agreed. Don't push yourself too hard. I'll let Miss Iris know, and also, his gaze became curious. Do you have some way to help Miss Iris beat you? He was right. A woman of her beauty and intelligence isn't weak in subjects like dance or art. But Iris? Well, it's true that Iris's starting stats are a catastrophe. What could Iris possibly win at? How about cuteness? She suggested weakly. He raised an eyebrow. You're going to wager my engagement on that? Well, her nice personality or maybe bravery? He took a sip of his tea. Those are hard to grade. An idea as brilliant as it was insane sparked in her mind. What about this? If I'm about to win, make sure I get caught cheating and disqualified. Theodora's eyes darkened. However, your reputation will be. Well, that can be our last resort. I'll lose so no one will figure it out, you'll see, she insisted brightly. He looked at her, a strange expression on his face. That's not the problem. I mean, you really want her to win. I thought you hated her after all, but the reality is you really like her. She sputtered into her tea, flustered. What are you talking about? The next day at the academy, Rose watched Iris practice her waltz. Your balance is a little off, she called out. Try stretching your back out completely. Iris stopped, her face lighting up. Miss Rose, have you totally recovered? She rushed over, full of concern. And no need to force yourself. Rose's gaze fell to the bandages on Iris's arm, a stark reminder of their last encounter. A pang of guilt shot through her. You're the one that looks all beat up. But Iris just smiled sweetly. Oh, having someone like you battling me made me think that I had to work my hardest. Rose was stunned. I was worried about her. But Iris isn't as weak as her starting stats because she worked so hard to improve. A new respect bloomed in her chest. Iris looked at her confused. Miss Rose, it's nothing, Rose said, a fierce competitive grin spreading across her face. Promise to keep me on my toes, okay? Because I will work my hardest to crush you. Iris's eyes sparkled with determination. Okay, I'll do my best. This should go perfectly, right? Feeling confident, Rose walked down the sunlit hall, only to run straight into a solid chest. She looked up, it was Olivier. Miss, he said, his voice flat. She smiled brightly. Olivier, what is it? But her smile faltered when she saw his expression. His face? Is he angry? His eyes were cold, his jaw tight with fury. He leaned in, his voice a low, menacing whisper that sent a chill down her spine. I never thought you'd do such a thing, but this battle with Miss Iris, are you really trying to lose to her? Her blood ran cold, the world seemed to stop. How? How did he find out? Olivier's voice was a low murmur, laced with a confusion he couldn't hide. He looked at her, his sharp eyes searching hers for an answer. He never thought she would do something so foolish, so public, this battle with Miss Iris. It didn't make sense. His question hung heavy in the air, piercing the quiet of the room. Are you really trying to lose to her? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Before she could answer, he leaned in closer. Could I speak with you a moment? He requested, his tone leaving no room for refusal, inside the study. The tension was a thick, suffocating blanket. Olivier's gaze was relentless. You told me this earlier, he began, his voice steady but firm. He reminded her of her own words, the very reason she'd given him for her strange behavior. Prince Theodora was warming up to Miss Iris, and because of that she was backing off. Rose could only nod, her heart a leaden weight in her chest. Yes, she confirmed softly, Prince Theo and Iris should be the ones marrying. The words tasted like ash in her mouth. Suddenly, Olivier's hand clenched into a tight fist at his side, the knuckles turning white. If that's the case, he pressed, his voice sharp as broken glass, then why is this battle necessary? His eyes narrowed, the gears in his brilliant mind turning at an impossible speed. There's no reason for you to challenge Miss Iris. And then it clicked. A flash of understanding of dawning horror crossed his face. To defeat her, that isn't the true purpose, is it? It's to allow Miss Iris to win so she gets the credit, right? Rose's breath hitched. How could he see through her so easily? She stammered, a nervous blush creeping up her neck. Olivier is sharp as usual, she thought, trying to regain her composure. She forced a light, airy tone. What's wrong with that? I've taken a liking to Iris. But her flippant answer only made him angrier. His expression hardened, his voice dropping to an icy tone. You're a lady of the House of Charlier, he stated, each word a heavy stone. No matter what, it's unthinkable for you to lose in battle. His eyes held a deep, profound sadness. I know that because you endured countless bitter days to prepare for that reality, Miss Rose. The world around her seemed to fade, replaced by a storm of unwanted memories. A sharp, stinging pain on her knuckles. A tutor's shrill voice screaming, you played the same part wrong again. A younger version of herself, small and trembling at the grand piano, whispering, I'm sorry. The terror in her own young eyes as she clasped her hands together, praying for it to stop. Another woman's cold voice, perhaps her mother's, lecturing her in a stuffy parlor. A sigh filled with disappointment. You can't even get the beginning right. The shame that burned her cheeks red raw. You can't memorize even one book of poetry. The shouting, the pressure, the constant feeling of failure. Don't you know who I am? A little girl's desperate choked sobs. And the mantra beaten into her day after day. There's nothing that I, Lady Rose, can't do, but this wasn't her pain. This is just the flashback scenes in the game, she thought, a wave of melancholy washing over her. She looked down, her expression pained. Even so, remembering it makes my heart ache. Olivier adjusted his glasses, his disappointment palpable. A lady like you, dragging her name through the mud on a whim, even if it is for the sake of breaking an engagement, is that really acceptable to you? His words were a direct hit, but she met his gaze, her own eyes blazing with a newfound fire. Everything you've said is correct, Olivier. Her voice was quiet but unshakable. However, she stood tall, a queen in her own right. I've decided I must break this engagement with Prince Theo no matter what. The finality in her tone silenced him. He looked down, defeated. You've really made up your mind, he murmured. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. Then, there's nothing else I can say about it. A flicker of sadness crossed her face. But Olivier wasn't finished. In exchange, he said, his voice softening as he met her eyes again, I asked to be allowed to be present at the battle as well. A gentle, reassuring smile touched his lips. Lending a shoulder to cry on during times of difficulty is a butler's job, you see. Her heart swelled with warmth. Olivier, he was always there for her. He was her only true ally. For a moment, she let herself lean on him, finding comfort in his steadfast presence. A small smile played on her lips as she pulled back. Olivier, you're just overprotective. He simply nodded, his expression fond. Your class will begin soon, he reminded her gently. You're right, she agreed, turning to leave. See you later. As he watched her walk away, a proud, tender smile graced his features. My Lady Charlier is so very kind. A few days later, the academy grounds were buzzing with anticipation. Prince Theo is going to announce the details of the battle. A student exclaimed. The air was electric. It's finally happening. Whispers and bets flew through the crowd. Which one are you betting on? I'm cheering on Miss Iris, of course. But it's clear that Miss Rose will win. Rose heard them, her heart sinking just a little as she stood alone. A sudden hush fell over the courtyard as a firm footstep echoed on the stone. Prince Theodora had arrived. He stood before the gathered students, his expression unreadable, a scroll in his hand. The postponed battle between Miss Rose and Miss Iris will commence 3 days from now. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. He unrolled the scroll, his voice ringing out clear and strong. The categories are grammar, rhetoric, dialectics, music, arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy. In addition to these 7 basics, there will be battles in painting and cooking as well. Murmurs erupted. That covers almost everything. Then Miss Iris has a chance at winning now. The prince's gaze fell upon the 2 contestants. Miss Rose, Miss Iris, do either of you have any objections? In perfect unison, they replied no. But Rose wasn't finished. She stepped forward, her chin high, a smirk playing on her lips. You can challenge me in anything because I'll be sure to win. Her eyes, cold and sharp, flashed with arrogant confidence. Iris, ever the sweet heroine, extended her hand with a hopeful smile. I'll do my best, so let's shake on it. But with a sharp crack, Rose slapped her hand away. The sound echoed in the stunned silence. Don't try to be friendly with me, she sneered, her voice dripping with ice. She turned her head, her profile sharp and cruel against the light. I put this challenge together, she mumbled, just loud enough for those nearby to hear, just so I could crush you completely. The crowd recoiled, whispering amongst themselves. Whoa, how revolting. If Miss Rose says that and then loses, she'll lose face. It would be something to see that stuck-up woman destroyed completely. Olivier watched from a distance, his face a mask of stoicism. 3 days later, as the rose petals fell like crimson snow, Rose walked towards her destiny. Her face was a mask of cold determination. Our battle begins now. Silence fell over the grand library. The first test had begun. Rose and Iris sat at their desks, a single sheet of paper before them. They had 1 hour. Rose remained perfectly still, her expression unreadable, while Iris fidgeted, her supporters sending her silent encouragement. The proctor's voice boomed. Now begin. Rose picked up the paper, her mind racing. What should I do? I know Iris's knowledge parameters are higher by now, but they're probably still only half of the original Rose's, right? A dilemma tore through her. Should I get half the answers wrong? But then that would give it away that I'm not trying. The crowd began to mutter. Can you believe that Miss Rose looks stumped? Are the questions that hard? And in that moment, an idea sparked in her mind. That's it. Soon, the results were posted for all to see. A murmur went through the crowd as they read the scores. Rose, 420, Iris, 455. Rose let out a silent sigh of relief. This is going just as I planned, but the students were confused. What happened? Her humanities scores bad? Was she that bad at that subject? This was her chance. She had to sell the performance. A wicked smirk crossed her lips. I have to do something so they won't doubt me. She shot to her feet, pointing an accusing finger towards the prince. Prince Theo, she cried out, this is all wrong. I know my answers are correct. The room fell silent. Theo, ever the impartial judge, simply said, well, let's check. He picked up her paper, his eyes scanning the page. The essay question that was given was, what should be done about poor citizens that can't even eat bread? What was your answer to the question, Miss Iris? Iris, though nervous, explained her well-reasoned plan about teaching skills and fostering self-dependence. The students were impressed. Miss Iris is surprisingly mature. I had no idea the church was passing out food to the poor. Theo nodded, then turned his attention back to the paper in his hand. On the other hand, Miss Rose's answer was, he paused, his expression unreadable. If they can't eat bread, then let them eat macarons, right? The image of Rose, surrounded by pastel macarons and blooming roses, flashed in everyone's minds. The entire room was stunned into utter silence. Then came the whispers. What the hell? How out of touch? Theo cleared his throat, trying to maintain order. Cough points were deducted for Miss Rose's answer being so one-sided. Exactly as planned, Rose thought, barely containing her glee. Outwardly, she stomped her foot in a fit of pique. One-sided? What nonsense? She swept her gaze across the room, the picture of a spoiled noblewoman. Everyone should shut up and accept my answer. The room fell silent again. Olivier and Theo watching her performance. But Theo was not convinced. Her answer doesn't seem to be genuine, he thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Miss Rose I know has more knowledge and is more logical. Something wasn't right. The second battle was announced, cooking. Rose and Iris stood side by side in their aprons. Our score on the writing portion of the test is almost the same, Rose noted. It's your time, do your best, Iris. The challenge was simple, desserts for a tea party. The battle began. Rose turned to Iris with a saccharine smile. What are you making, Iris? Florentines, Iris replied brightly. Rose scoffed internally. A commoner's tea cakes aren't much, though. I'll make something way more disgusting than what she makes. But as Iris began to work, she struggled, her knife trembling as she tried to cut the hard almonds. Rose's eyes widened in alarm. She's going to cut her finger off, you fool. Forgetting her act for a moment, she rushed over. Take it like this, she instructed, her hands guiding Iris's. And if you heat them up a bit, they're easier to cut. Iris's face lit up with gratitude. Wow, thank you so much. The audience was bewildered. Why is Miss Rose helping her cook? Rose jolted, remembering her role. She shot them a glare. To show the difference between her skill and mine, got a problem with that? She huffed and turned away, leaving a baffled crowd behind her. Soon, Iris presented her finished dish. I'm done. The Florentines look perfect, golden and delicious. The crowd was already convinced. Whoa, they look great. Miss Iris is going to win this. I'm done as well, Rose announced calmly, setting down her own creation. Iris does pretty well when she has to, just like a proper heroine should, she thought with a smile. The judges stepped forward to taste Iris's dish. Rose took a bite herself. Her eyes shot open. Theo took a bite and his face contorted in disgust. It's super salty, he choked out. What? Rose spat out the offensive cookie as Iris stared in horror. Did you mix up the sugar and salt? Rose couldn't believe it. This was too perfect. Just like a proper bumbling heroine should be, she thought, amazed. But the judges were already tasting her dish, their faces lighting up. Miss Rose's is pretty good. It tastes way better after Miss Iris's dish, right? This was a disaster. Her plan was falling apart. Crap, I have to do something. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Ugh, she staggered, her vision blurring. I was distracted by this challenge, but now I feel. She swayed on her feet, tottering precariously. Before she could fall, strong arms wrapped around her. Miss Rose, it was Theo. Are you okay? He looked down at her, his brow furrowed with concern. I'm okay, she tried to say, but the world was spinning. It might be a reaction to the heat suppressant. Theo's eyes widened slightly. What's wrong? Did something happen? His gaze scanned her, then stopped on her hand. A strange look crossed his face. I was thinking there was something strange about you, and I realized you cut your finger with that knife. He gently took her hand in his touch sending a jolt through her. What are you talking about? Before she could process what was happening, he lifted her hand, bringing her injured finger towards his lips. Feed. Her mind went completely blank. Her face exploded in a blush as his lips touched her skin. Olivier and Iris could only stare, their jaws agape in shock. Theo's eyes met hers, a silent message passing between them. Her heart hammered against her ribs. He wants me to play along with him. She was trapped, her face burning, her mind screaming. Theo held her finger to his lips, his expression a mask of concern for the audience, but his eyes held a knowing glint just for her. But what should I do? His voice was a low murmur, cutting through the noise of the room, meant only for her. He knew he somehow knew. I was thinking there was something strange about you, he began, his gaze sharp, analytical, and I realized you cut your finger with that knife. Rose's heart leaped into her throat. How could he possibly have seen that? Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she stammered, her mind a frantic mess of denials. Wow, what are you talking about? But it was too late. Before she could pull away, his hand was on hers, his touch surprisingly gentle as he lifted her injured finger. And then he brought it to his lips, a soft, warm pressure against her skin that sent a jolt of electricity straight through her. A tiny, mortified squeak escaped her lips. Yep. Her eyes widened in shock, the blush on her face now a raging fire. Across the room, she could see Olivier and Iris, their jaws practically on the floor, their expressions a perfect mirror of her own disbelief. What was he doing? This was so public. With a look of stern concern, Theo's eyes met hers. Let's fix that up in the infirmary, he declared, his tone leaving no room for argument. Dazed, all she could do was nod dumbly. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, she managed to squeak out, and just like that he took control, his arm wrapped around her shoulders, pulling her protectively against his side as he addressed the stunned crowd. I'll accompany her there, he announced, his voice ringing with authority. Everyone else take a break. The sound of the door clacking shut behind them was drowned out by the confused murmurs of the other students. What was going on with those two? But Theo didn't lead her to the infirmary. Instead, he guided her into a silent, sun-drenched auditorium, a place of quiet and solitude. We should go where we can be alone, he said, his voice softer now. Let's take a break in the auditorium. She could only manage a small sure as he took her hand, his thumb stroking gently over her knuckles. The warmth of his skin was overwhelming. Then, with a sudden, fluid motion, he sat down on a pew and pulled her right onto his lap. A startled gasp escaped her. Prince Theo. He held her firmly, his gaze intense. We have to touch each other again, right? He reasoned, his voice a low rumble against her back. I realized that, but what? She was completely flustered, her mind blank. He was so close, too close. His scent, his warmth, the solid feel of his chest against her. It was all too much. Then settle down, he murmured, his breath ghosting over her ear, and allow it to happen for a bit, okay? It's not that I don't want to, she thought frantically, her heart hammering against her ribs, but he's just so close. His hand came up, his fingers gently cupping her cheek, forcing her to meet his gaze. His purple eyes were filled with an emotion she couldn't quite decipher. Miss Rose, he said, his voice laced with a strange sort of knowing sadness. You really are pushing yourself too hard. What did he mean? It's this challenge of yours. I can see you're overworking yourself, he continued, his thumb stroking her cheek. You're even putting on a performance to make yourself look bad. Her blood ran cold. He saw through it all. He saw through her villainous act. How is it that obvious that I'm just acting? He leaned in closer, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, remember what you said. The memory of her desperate plea echoed in her mind. You said you needed me, the prince, to cooperate with you. It was all too much, the plan, the pressure, his impossible perception. It all came crashing down. A choked sob escaped her lips as she buried her face in his chest, her hands clutching his shirt. I'm sorry, I. A gentle hand began to pat her head, a soothing, rhythmic motion that slowly calmed the storm inside her. You don't have to apologize, he said softly, his voice a comforting balm on her frayed nerves. You just need to understand that I'm here. She looked up at him, her eyes blurry with unshed tears. Prince Theo, he was really here for her. The space between them shimmered with unspoken feelings, a fragile, beautiful moment suspended in time. Knock, knock, the sound shattered the silence like a stone through glass. The door creaked open and Olivier stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable. Miss, so this is where you went. The spell was broken. Rose scrambled off Theo's lap, her face burning with embarrassment. Olivier, what is it? His gaze swept over the two of them, cool and assessing. Neither of you were at the infirmary. He stated simply, holding up a small, white roll of bandages. I won't inquire into what you were doing here, he said, his voice clipped and professional. However, if you don't return with a bandage on, it will look strange. He stepped forward and took her hand, his touch firm and practiced as he carefully wrapped her injured finger. She mumbled a quiet thank you, feeling utterly mortified. With the task complete, Olivier straightened up. Let's make our way back, we're keeping Iris waiting. He's such a lifesaver, she thought, her heart swelling with gratitude. But as they turned to leave, Theo's voice, now laced with an icy challenge, cut through the air. Did I imagine you saying you won't inquire? Theo's expression was a mask of cool indifference. I just brought her here as she looked ill. Olivier adjusted his glasses, his eyes glinting. Excuse my rudeness, but there's no need for concern, Prince. His voice dropped, taking on a fiercely protective tone. Miss Rose is a lady of the noble house of Charlier. Images flooded Olivier's mind. Rose, standing strong against every hardship, her spirit unyielding. No matter how harsh the circumstances, she's never given up. The lady doesn't need your worries, as she's not just some weakling. He gave a small, almost imperceptible smile, a clear message to the prince. I know her better than you do. Theo was momentarily stunned into silence, a flicker of surprise in his amethyst eyes. Well then, he finally conceded, his voice tight. Excuse me for what I said. Rose stood between them, the air thick with a tension she couldn't begin to understand. The final challenge was a sing-off. Iris went first, her voice simple but sweet, filling the grand hall with a heartwarming melody that charmed the entire audience. Rose watched from the side, a thoughtful expression on her face. A lot of things occurred, but the battles have been pretty evenly matched, and there's nothing wrong with Iris's singing either. The plan was still in motion. To secure Iris's victory, she had to lose. Just in case, I think it's best that I miss a note. Iris finished to a round of applause, her face glowing. Miss Rose, your turn is next. I've been waiting to hear you sing up close. Rose's heart ached. Iris was so pure, so kind. She gave her all up to this point in the end. I'd like to be able to live up to her expectations. But the role of the villainess was a lonely one. She plastered a smirk on her face. Hey, you've got some nerve to say that. You'll collapse after you hear how much better I am. From his seat, Theo watched her, his expression serious. Are you ready, Miss Rose? She took her place at the piano, her fingers hovering over the keys. Yes, anytime you're ready. And then the music began. But something was wrong. The moment her voice filled the air, the plan to miss a note, to sing poorly, it all vanished. The melody poured out of her, filled with all the longing, the frustration, and the secret budding emotions she'd kept locked away. It was powerful. It was raw, it was magnificent. Olivier watched, a proud smile gracing his lips. My lady, she's really singing from the bottom of her heart. When the final note faded, the hall was silent for a beat, and then erupted into a roar of thunderous applause. Rose stood breathless, her eyes immediately finding Theo. He was just watching her, his face a perfect blank. Olivier adjusted his glasses, a knowing look on his face. Well then, how will Prince Theodora decide this? The air was thick with anticipation. Rose and Iris stood side by side, their expressions a mixture of hope and anxiety. Theo rose from his seat, the results in his hand. The entire room held its breath. He cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the two contestants. The winner is Miss Iris. A wave of shock, then joy washed over Iris's face. Theo stepped forward, taking her hand with a charming smile. Prince Theo, you flattered me far too much, she stammered, blushing furiously. He chuckled, his eyes twinkling. Miss Iris, your creativity really shone during the art challenges, he said before adding with a playful smirk, those baked treats during the cooking battle may have been a bit too innovative, but the audience burst into laughter, remembering the disastrously salty sweet cookies. As Iris basked in her victory, promising to bake for everyone, Theo's smile faded. His gaze swept the room, searching to Miss Rose, but she was already gone. Her job was done, the heroine had won. It was time for the villainess to take her leave, and leaving quickly is the best way. She walked with her head held high, her expression unreadable, unaware of the pair of purple eyes watching her retreating figure. Miss, a familiar voice called out. It was Olivier. Are you headed back already? She nodded, not meeting his eyes. Yes, I'm tired after today. If so, then I have a carriage waiting, he offered. She finally looked at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and gave him a watery, grateful smile. Olivier, thank you. I knew that you understood why I was doing this. It helped me through it. He looked away, pushing his glasses up his nose to hide his own emotion. What are you saying? He mumbled, flustered. I'm the one who raised you, even so. His voice trailed off, his expression turning serious. It does seem that certain people are having an effect on you. Rose jolted. Does he mean the prince? Is it good to leave him like this? Olivier pressed gently. Lately, it seemed that the distance between you became smaller. She turned away, flustered and defensive. Geez, just bring the carriage here quickly, okay? As the carriage rumbled away, she stared out the window, lost in thought. It's true, Prince Theo, I was thinking that lately we've been good together. The memory of his gentle touch, his surprising closeness. It all came flooding back, but it didn't matter, but nothing I can do about it. This was the only way. If we get to the bad ending, our marriage will end in our deaths. Later that night, she sat at her desk, trying to write, but her mind was elsewhere. The image of Theo and Iris, smiling together, played over and over in her head. Even though this ended in the way I wanted, why is it that I'm feeling this way? A knock echoed on her door. Olivier, I told you I don't want any tea. It's me. Her eyes flew wide. That voice. The door clicked open. And there he was, Prince Theo, standing in her room. Sorry for the surprise, he said softly. Your butler let me in. He looked at her with an unnerving intensity. I wanted to talk to you tonight about what happened. The truth is, you're the true winner of the battle. That's how I felt, especially your singing. It was mesmerizing. His words stole the air from her lungs. He continued, his voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur. So, then would you listen to my request? I want to hear you sing again, here and now. His gaze was hypnotic. A singer like you doesn't need piano accompaniment after all. Your only audience now is me. Her heart was a frantic bird beating against her ribs. How could she refuse? Okay, she whispered, her voice trembling. I'll do it for you, my beloved. And so she sang, not as a villainess, not as part of a plan, but as herself. She poured every ounce of her unspoken feelings into the melody, hoping, praying he could understand. The song was a confession, a secret love letter sent without a name or address. As the last note faded, tears streamed down her cheeks. Strong arms wrapped around her from behind, pulling her into a warm, desperate embrace. He buried his face in her hair, his body trembling slightly. Prince Theo, he whispered against her ear, his voice thick with a pain that tore at her heart. I wish you weren't the one for me. What did that mean? Before she could ask, he pulled away, his expression strained. Sorry, seems that this suppressant doesn't work well anymore, he muttered, his jaw tight. I should excuse myself before anything happens between us. And with that, he was gone. He stood outside under the moonlight, his mind reeling. I wonder why I never noticed it before, what I feel about her. He was finally beginning to understand. And in her room, staring at the empty doorway, Rose clutched her chest, a single heartbreaking realization dawning on her. How I really feel about Prince Theo is, a week later the whispers had begun. Like poison ivy, they crept through the halls of the academy, wrapping their tendrils around Rose's name. In hushed corners and behind cupped hands, the students traded gossip. Did you hear? One would say, their eyes wide with feigned sympathy. They're saying Prince Theo and Miss Rose are going to break off their engagement. Another would gasp, leaning in closer. What? So that battle really did have an effect. The rumors swirled, each one more vicious than the last. They said the prince couldn't stand her selfishness any longer, that he was finally free of the villainess. Rose walked past them, her face a perfect mask of indifference, but her ears caught every single word. Oh, how quickly bad news travels, she thought, a bitter taste in her mouth. The students didn't even try to hide their glee. They were already speculating about Iris becoming the new consort, about how all the boys were rushing to butter her up now that she had the prince's favor. And what about Rose? Oh, they were sure of it. They giggled amongst themselves, imagining her locked away in her room, wallowing in sorrow and defeat. This feels so good, one of them chirped. A slow, cold smile spread across Rose's lips, a sight hidden from their prying eyes. Hee hee, keep on celebrating, she thought, her own heart singing a triumphant tune. Everything's going according to my plan. This was it. The moment she had been working towards since she remembered her past life. In the dating sim, Pry, the climax of the prince's story was the earnest battle with the villainess. That was the turning point, the one major hurdle she had to overcome. If I can just get past that, everything else should fall right into place. She recalled the game's progression perfectly. After defeating the villainess, the noble Rose, the sweet heroine Iris, and the prince would suddenly become inseparable. Their hands would find each other, their gazes would linger, and a whirlwind romance would begin. Everyone in the academy would fall in love with Iris's kind heart and deem her the only woman appropriate to be the prince's partner. Rose gnawed on her handkerchief, the memory almost painful in its clarity. Yes, it was frustrating to be cast aside, but that was the point. That was where the villainess steps out of the picture for good. A serene smile graced her lips as she imagined her future. If things continue like this, my engagement with Prince Theo will be broken off in no time. And then I'll finally be free. I'll be able to relax in the countryside somewhere, far away from all this drama and scheming. Lost in her blissful daydream, she didn't see the figures in front of her until it was too late. Wham! She stumbled back, a sharp jolt running through her. Huh? She gasped, looking up in confusion. A group of smirking young men stood before her. Oh, forgive me, the leader said, his voice dripping with mock politeness. If it isn't Miss Rose Charlie. Rose's eyes narrowed into a dangerous glare. She knew these types, vultures, circling what they thought was a fresh kill. What do you want with me? She asked, her voice cold as ice. The man leaned in, his smile turning into a cruel sneer. Just thinking, he mused, a spiderweb of malice seeming to form around them. If your ties to the royal family are broken, won't the entire Charlie family just collapse, you poor things? His friends snickered, and with a final laugh they turned to leave, the school bell signaling the end of the day. Rose let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Oh no, people are starting to leave. If I get surrounded by a bunch of guys in a place like this. Her relief was short-lived. The leader stopped and turned back, his eyes roaming over her with a disgusting glint. He moved close, his breath hot on her skin. Hey, want me to comfort you? He purred, you're beautiful when your mouth's shut. His gaze dropped lower, and it looks like you've got a nice body too. A tremor of fear and disgust shot through her. What? He grabbed her arm, his grip like iron. She struggled, her voice shaking with rage. You're atrocious, let me smack. She slapped his hand away, but he was faster, grabbing her wrist and yanking her back. Don't act all high and mighty, he snarled, his face inches from hers. You're not the prince's girl anymore. Her fingers clenched, the nails digging into her own palm. That hurts, she cried out as a sharp pain shot up her arm. He yanked her hard, pulling her off balance and against his chest. She gasped, her mind racing. Was this it? Was she completely helpless now? Suddenly a voice cut through the air, low and deadly. Don't touch my fiancé without permission. Time seemed to freeze. Rose looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. There, with one arm wrapped protectively around her waist, stood Prince Theo. His eyes were not the warm brown she knew, they were dark, stormy pools of fury. Prince Theo? She stammered, the harassers went pale, their smug expressions melting into pure terror. Prince Theodore, one of them squeaked. We were just messing around. Theo's glare was so intense it felt like a physical blow, the air crackled with his silent rage. Don't let it happen again, he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. He turned, pulling Rose with him. Let's go, Miss Rose. The men could only stare, utterly bewildered. Hey, what's going on? Was that stuff about their engagement being broken rubbish? One of them yelled after them, but the prince never looked back. Inside a quiet, sunlit room, the tension remained thick. Rose pulled away from him, her heart still hammering in her chest. I'm thankful for your help, she said, her voice strained. But pretty soon we're not going to be engaged anymore, so why? She looked up at him, her expression a mixture of confusion and frustration. This defeats the purpose of our battle. Theo simply stared back at her, his expression unreadable. We haven't actually broken off our engagement yet, he stated calmly, sinking into a plush chair. Well, that's true, but… Rose began, her mind scrambling. If things go the way the rumors say, everyone will just accept our decision to break off our engagement. This was the whole point. Miss Rose, he interrupted, his gaze steady. He patted the seat next to him. Come sit next to me. Hesitantly, she did as he asked. She sat down with a soft thud, keeping a careful distance. But then he reached for her, his hand closed over hers, his fingers warm and firm. Ba-dump. Her heart leaped into her throat. The only reason I agreed to breaking off our engagement, he began, his voice low, was because I didn't want to hurt you. Rose flushed, remembering their conversation. Why, yes, you mentioned that, she stammered, her gaze dropping to their joined hands. You said you didn't want to hurt me by being intimate without love. He sighed, his thumb tracing circles on the back of her hand. I know that we're touching each other to suppress our heat cycles, but… He looked away, his jaw tight. Even just doing this is extremely dangerous. What did he mean? His next words sent a shockwave through her. They're being suppressed by medicine, but I don't know when my feelings for you will lash out if he keeps touching me like this. Her cheeks burned. Feelings for me? She whispered, her voice barely audible. He glanced at her, a complicated emotion in his eyes. It would be more correct to say my lust for you as the one, he clarified, his honesty brutal. His grip on her hand tightened. Even just touching you makes my chest tighten, I thought. I had gotten a little used to it by now. Rose sat frozen, her own chest aching in response. It hurts, my chest hurts every time the prince touches me too, but I want him to keep touching me. How am I supposed to deal with feelings like this? He saw the turmoil on her face. Don't make that face, he said softly. I told you, didn't I? I agreed to break off this engagement in order to protect you. His eyes, a mesmerizing shade of violet, locked onto hers. If being apart from me is going to put you in any danger, then I don't want to be apart from you yet. We should wait for another opportunity to break off the engagement. Rose's breath hitched. Wait, but what if another opportunity never came? A horrifying image flashed through her mind, the bad ending from the game, his lifeless body, the splash of crimson. Can we escape from the bad ending, from our destined death? Rose, his voice was gentle but firm, pulling her from her dark thoughts. He cupped her chin, tilting her face up to his. Look at me, I want to protect you. His gaze was so intense, so sincere, it stole the air from her lungs. I need you to believe that. A whirlwind of emotions crashed over her. Hope, fear, confusion. That's not fair, she thought, her heart aching. What exactly am I to you, Prince Theo? Why would you be that serious about me? Her lips parted, the question hanging unspoken in the air between them. Bam! The door to the room was thrown open with a deafening crash, shattering the fragile moment. My ladies, a man stood silhouetted in the doorway. Oh, Olivia, Rose cried out, jumping to her feet. What are you doing here? This is so sudden. Her attendant rushed to her side, his face grim. He leaned in, his voice a frantic whisper in her ear. Your father is calling for you. He wants you to return to the mansion at once. At once? She repeated, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. Olivier nodded, glancing nervously at the prince. It appears he has heard about the battle between you and Miss Iris. Seo's brow furrowed. Miss Rose, what's going on? Rose's mind raced. If I tell him, he'll just worry. I shouldn't say anything. She forced a bright, reassuring smile on her face. My father's back from his expedition. I also have to return now. Theo studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. I see, then I shouldn't keep you. She bowed her head. Thank you, Prince Theo. The journey home was silent and heavy with unspoken fears. As she stepped into the grand foyer of her family's mansion, a voice like thunder roared her name. Rose. She flinched as if struck, her eyes shutting tight. Her father stood at the top of the stairs, his face purple with rage, his eyes bulging. Do you have any idea what you've done? He bellowed, storming down the steps. Not only did you challenge a commoner to a foolish battle, but on top of that you lost, and now I hear the prince is about to break off your engagement. Rose lowered her head, her blonde hair hiding her face. That's correct, she whispered, the words tasting like ash. Prince Theo and I do plan on breaking up. I can't lie about that. Smack! The sound cracked through the cavernous hall like a whip. Her head snapped to the side from the force of the blow, a stinging pain exploding on her cheek. Ah, she cried out, stumbling back. My lady, Olivier yelled, rushing forward to support her. He shielded her, glaring at her father. My lord, I understand the situation, but that was uncalled for. Silence, Olivier, her father roared, his eyes blazing with a terrifying light. He pointed a trembling finger at Rose. The fate of the family rests upon your shoulders, a child whose only value is to become a bride. How dare you? He lunged forward, grabbing her chin and forcing her to look at him, his lips twisted into a grotesque smirk. I guess I have no choice. Even if you have to seduce him, you will win the prince back. Rose's eyes widened in horror. Seduce him. His plan was sickeningly clear. We must invite the prince for dinner, tonight. He knelt down, his face a mask of cruel determination. You know what to do, right, Rose? Get him drunk and bring him to your bed, that's your job. No, she thought, her whole body trembling, no, I. Olivier was aghast. My lord, are you certain, your precious daughter? You must not disobey me. Her father shrieked, his voice echoing with finality. Prepare for tonight immediately. The dining room was opulent and suffocating. An elaborate feast was spread across the table, but the atmosphere was thick with tension. Come now, Rose, fill up the prince's glass with more wine. Her father boomed, his smile wide and false. Prince, eat as much as you please. Theo offered a polite smile, but his eyes were sharp and watchful. Yes, I will, thank you, he replied as Rose, now clad in a low-cut, revealing gown, refilled his glass with a trembling hand. By the way, Prince, her father began, leaning forward conspiratorially. About my daughter, some rumors have been going around recently. He gestured grandly at Rose. You can't possibly be thinking of throwing away your engagement to Rose. As you can see, I raised her to be beautiful and capable enough to be worthy of you, and we've already received permission from your father, the king. He sat back looking immensely pleased with himself. Theo took a slow sip of wine. Of course, I would also like to make Miss Rose my princess. Rose's heart stopped. A tidal wave of panic crashed over her. He can't. He consented to breaking off the engagements. What is he saying? Her father beamed, clapping his hands together. I knew you were young, but you're bright. Theo set his glass down, his smile never wavered. However, the room fell silent. Our marriage is ours first. He turned his gaze to Rose, his eyes softening. I would prefer to have a deep conversation about that with her. Her father's jaw dropped. What? Before the man could recover, Theo stood, his chair scraping against the floor. He extended a hand to Rose. Let's go, Rose. I'd like to talk to you. He led her away, his hand warm in hers. Prince, wait. Her father sputtered, scrambling to his feet. Clatter, you are the crown prince of the kingdom of Korat. Do you even understand how important this marriage is? You can't leave me out of that conversation. Theo paused at the door, his profile sharp and unforgiving. I understand that the future of the kingdom rests upon this marriage, he said, his voice dropping to a dangerously low temperature. Likewise, a marriage is also a very big part of both our lives. He turned his head just enough to pin her father with an icy glare. A father who uses his own daughter has no part in that. Out on the moonlit balcony, the cool air was a welcome relief. Prince Theo, Rose began, her voice small. I'm sorry, my father is overbearing. You stood up for me. It's not your fault, he said, turning to face her fully. His expression was serious. More importantly, tell me, what is the real reason I was invited here tonight? I wasn't just called here to be reminded about our marriage, was I? His gaze was piercing, and her carefully constructed composure began to crumble. Her eye twitched. Well, he took a step closer, his voice softening with concern. Please tell me, I can't stand to see you like this. His eyes drifted to her face, his brow furrowing. What happened to your cheek? His fingers gently came up to brush against the faint red mark. Oh, this is just… The dam broke, the truth spilled out of her in a torrent of shame and fear. My father ordered me to get you drunk and take you to my bed. His eyes widened in shock, tears welled in her eyes as she continued. I made him angry with my battle with Iris. He said if I lost to a commoner, the only thing I can do is take my clothes off. She couldn't finish, the words choking her. That's enough, you don't have to say any more. Theo's voice was thick with emotion as he suddenly pulled her into a fierce, protective embrace. He held her tightly against his chest, his hand cradling the back of her head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. He murmured into her hair, his body tense with a rage he was barely suppressing. I didn't think it would be that bad. He held her for a long moment before asking softly, does Lord Charlie not love his own daughter? Rose shook her head against his chest. He only thinks of me as a tool for his political endeavors, she confessed, the pain of a lifetime of neglect pouring out. Even as a child, he never expressed any affection for me. A memory surfaced, a little girl in a pink dress crying alone in a vast, empty landscape as her father's imposing figure walked away without a backward glance. Theo's arms tightened around her. I can't believe you were treated like that. And I never realized, he whispered, his voice filled with self-reproach. He pulled back, his hands on her shoulders, his eyes burning with a newfound resolve. Rose, prepare to leave immediately. She looked at him, bewildered. Elle leaves, but where will I go? He looked down at her, his expression more determined than she had ever seen it. I can't leave you in a house like this. His hands gently framed her face, his gaze unwavering. I'm bringing you back to my mansion tonight. The sun peeks over the grand mansion, casting a warm glow on the stone facade as birds begin to chirp their morning song. But inside, Rose is lost in a hazy dream, a heavy exhaustion pressing down on her. It's already morning, she murmurs, a hand flying to her forehead. But a voice, smooth and deep, cuts through the fog in her mind, a voice that is far, far too close. Good morning, Rose, it says softly, did you sleep well? Her eyes snap open. Prince Theo, he's right there, his arm gently cradling her head, his amethyst eyes gazing down at her with a gentle smile. A scream catches in her throat. Eek. She jolts upright, scrambling backwards and yanking the thick covers up to her chin, her heart hammering against her ribs. Prince Theo, why, what are you doing here? He just chuckles, his expression laced with amusement. What's wrong? Are you still half asleep? He asks, his voice impossibly calm. He reaches out, patting her head gently through the blanket as if she were a startled kitten. If you're tired, you should sleep some more. How did things get to be like this? Her mind reels, a chaotic storm of panic and confusion. This isn't right, this isn't how it's supposed to go. A chilling memory flashes through her mind, the cruel words of the novel echoing like a death sentence. I'm not the beloved heroine, I'm just the villainess who should be punished. It all started last night. The memory is sharp, painful. Theo's hands were on her shoulders, his gaze intense. I can't leave you in a house like this, he declared, his voice leaving no room for argument. I'm bringing you back to my mansion tonight. She had tried to protest, her voice a weak whisper as he led her towards a waiting carriage. Wait, Prince Theo, this is so sudden. Just then her father had come running out, his face a mask of feigned outrage. Prince, wait, he'd shouted, blocking their path. He'd puffed out his chest, demanding that if Theo was taking his daughter, he must take suitable responsibility. Theo's face had hardened, but his voice was steady, a solemn vow. Don't worry, he'd said, his eyes locking with her father's. I will protect Rose. Her father had then turned to her, a silent, powerful pressure emanating from him. And she knew what he was really saying, that unspoken command that screamed in her mind, do whatever you must to get the prince to take you in now. The pressure was suffocating. As the carriage rattled away from the home she'd known her whole life, a single, desperate thought consumed her. I never thought I'd end up leaving my house like this. And now here she is, waking up in the prince's mansion in his bed. He calmly orders a maid to bring them breakfast, and the reality of the situation crashes down on her all over again, being alone under the same roof with the prince. This is bad. This is definitely bad, isn't it? Her heart begins to race with a familiar terror. If love starts developing between them, she'll trigger the bad ending. Theo turns back to her, a soft smile on his face. By the way, Rose, he begins, do you think you can eat breakfast with me? She flinches, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. Oh, I don't have much of an appetite, she stammers, desperate for any excuse. His smile fades into a look of concern. You must be tired from yesterday, he says, his voice softening. Do you have a fever? He reaches a hand towards her forehead and pure panic seizes her. I'm fine, haha, she yelps, diving completely under the covers. No, we can't, no more development of love than this. Under the safety of the blanket, she clenches her fists, her face burning with a mixture of fear and embarrassment. She can hear him chuckle from outside her fabric fortress. He laughs softly. You're running away like a kitten. He leans closer, his voice a low murmur against the blanket. You don't seem like your usual self, but don't worry, this mansion is safe. A beat of silence, then his voice drops even lower, a teasing, dangerous whisper. Although, if you react so cutely, I might not be able to hold back and pounce on you. Her eyes go wide in the darkness of her hiding spot. Pounce? What is he talking about? He pulls back and she hears the creak of the bed as he stands. I'm just playing with you, don't worry, I said he could be suppressed, didn't I? He starts to walk away. Leaving her a blushing, quivering mess, she peeks out from the covers, her face flushed a deep crimson. I feel like he's been teasing me more recently. He pauses at the door. At any rate, you're rather childlike when you first wake up. She immediately ducks back under the covers, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Sorry for being such a child, she huffs, his voice is suddenly flustered. Sorry, I was trying to praise you. Her heart gives a stupid little thump. Praise her, she peeks out again and he looks genuinely concerned. Rose, did I offend you? Seeing him panic like that is oddly refreshing. A small smile plays on her lips as she teases back, hee. He leans in, his own smile returning. Rose, just as their eyes meet, a deafening crash shatters the moment. Wham, the door to the bedroom is thrown open with tremendous force, startling them both. Shouts echo from the hallway. Let me through, I can't, this room is, that voice. Her eyes widen in disbelief. The figure of a man bursts into the room, his chest heaving. My lady, are you in here? He cries out, Olivier. He spots her and a look of immense relief washes over his face. He rushes to her bedside, dropping to one knee in a perfect bow. Your personal butler has arrived. Theo stands there, arms crossed, his expression a mixture of shock and pure irritation. Butler, it's you again, he grits out. You know this is my mansion, right? He whirls on his trembling staff. Why did you let this man in? The maids and butler cower, stammering, please forgive us. We tried to stop him, but he broke through us. A flashback shows Olivier, a man on a mission, dashing past the frantic staff. Olivier ignores the prince completely, his focus entirely on Rose. My lady, I brought you a change of clothes. Theo steps in between them. What if it's a change of clothes? But Olivier is already moving, his voice smooth and efficient. I will serve you a warm breakfast and tea immediately. That's not necessary either, Theo snaps back. We've prepared breakfast too. Olivier glances at the breakfast tray the maid is holding with utter disdain. Every day Miss Rose has her morning tea at exactly 70 degrees. The eggs aren't done enough and the scones are overcooked. He pushes his glasses up his nose, his voice dripping with condescension. My lady won't be satisfied with something like this. Theo is speechless. Rose wants to sink through the floor. The selfish villainess that I tried so hard to portray. Is my butler now fueling the fire? The two men are now in a full-blown competition. Olivier presents a steaming cup of tea. Here, my lady, I poured you some hot tea. Not to be outdone, Theo holds out a glass of juice. Rose, fresh juice is better for you than tea. An electric current crackles in the air between them. Olivier glares. I know more about Miss Rose than anyone else. Theo's eyes narrow into icy slits. I'm her fiancé. Rose is trapped between them, her hands flying to her head in a panic. What's going to happen to me now? The tense atmosphere follows them all the way to the academy. As Rose steps out of the carriage, Olivier is right there, offering a hand. My lady, watch your step. But before she can take it, another hand grabs hers firmly. It's Theo, that's not necessary, I have her hand. Olivier adjusts his glasses, his tone sharp. If you're going to act as her escort, may I suggest stopping your carriage next to a staircase? Theo's voice is low and dangerous. Someone else's butler is lecturing me. The air crackles with purple lightning, a visual representation of their silent war. Rose is stuck in the middle, practically vibrating with stress. Please don't fight, she squeaks. These two, they've been acting like this since this morning. Even walking down the long academy hallway, the bickering doesn't stop. Olivier informs her that her piano tutor will be coming to the mansion. Theo immediately cuts him off. I don't plan on letting Rose go back to the Charlier house. You should call the piano tutor to my mansion. Do the same for any of her other tutors. Olivier stops, his voice firm. Prince Theodore, allow me to say one thing. He looks the prince dead in the eye, his words a direct challenge. You plan to break off your engagement to Miss Rose eventually. Do you not? Even then, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but I believe that holding on for so long is irresponsible. Theo's jaw tightens, a muscle twitching in his cheek. His voice is dangerously quiet. The subject of our marriage is between Rose and I. Olivier doesn't back down. I just can't stand the thought of my precious lady being treated so cruelly. You're a rather pushy butler, Theo sneers, pulling Rose flush against his side. Her breath hitches at the sudden contact. Let's go, Rose, we're going to be late for class, he says, his grip firm on her arm. But, Prince Theo, your arm. He leans down, a devilish smirk playing on his lips. You whined and begged me before, didn't you? Won't you carry me to the chapel? He mimics, perfectly recalling her desperate act. It's not a problem, right? We're engaged after all, right? Mortification floods her. I did say that, but it was just an act, but it's too late. With one smooth motion, he sweeps her up into his arms. Ah, she yelps, clinging to him instinctively. He looks down at her, his eyes glinting. You shouldn't be screaming like that anymore because we're engaged. As he carries her down the hall, Olivier follows, his voice a low growl. Prince Theodora, I won't forgive you if you drop my lady. Later, during a break, the bell chimes through the halls. Rose seizes the opportunity to sneak away from her two overbearing guardians. She lets out a heavy sigh, leaning against the wall. I can't relax at home or at the academy. I want to at least relax during breaks. But even here, there's no peace. She overhears two students talking nearby. Did you see the exchange between Prince Theo and Miss Rose this morning? I thought those two broke off their engagement. Her blood runs cold. There are already rumors about us. Their voices are laced with malice. I'm sure Miss Rose just seduced him. She snuck into his bedroom at night and stole him from Miss Iris. I wouldn't put it past that insolent girl. She's a member of the Charlier family after all. I'm sure she'd do anything for political power, and the prince is no good for being deceived by a girl like that. The words are like daggers piercing her heart. I am the villainess, so I can't do anything about people bad-mouthing me. Tears well up in her eyes, but I don't want Prince Theo to be misunderstood too. A hand gently cups her chin, turning her face. It's Theo. His expression is serious, his eyes searching hers. Rose, he says, his voice firm, look at me. He holds her gaze, his thumb stroking her cheek. I want to protect you. I need you to believe that. Her heart stutters. I'm supposed to be separating myself from Prince Theo, but no matter what I do, his face pops into my head when I'm having a hard time. A small, genuine smile touches her lips. I am really too selfish. Just as she's lost in the moment, two figures appear flanking her. Her heart jumps into her throat. Prince Theo, even Olivier. All you do is worry me, my lady, Olivier says with a sigh. Theo's gaze drifts past her, landing on the two students who were just gossiping. His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them. Still, they're being rather harsh. His voice drops to a low growl. I don't care what they say about me, but I can't stand hearing them say such awful things about Rose. To everyone's surprise, Olivier pushes his glasses up, a small, cold smile on his face. We agree for the first time. He cracks his knuckles. Theo's lips curl into a smirk. Shall we have a little talk with them? A dark, menacing aura explodes from both of them as they crack their knuckles in unison. As amicably as possible. Rose stares in horror. They're going to kill them? Why, hey, both of you, she cries, throwing herself between them and their targets. Please calm down. Later, in an empty room, she tries to explain. I don't think we need to correct their misunderstanding, she says, her voice heavy. I'm sorry, Prince Theo, but it's true that we plan to break off our engagement when the time is right. Theo's expression is unreadable, but he doesn't deny it. Olivier watches them both, his expression thoughtful. I understand basically what you two are thinking still. I can't see a reason why you two would break off your engagement. Theo's gaze softens as he looks at Rose. That's Rose's wish. I respect her wish. At the same time, I want to avoid anything that could harm her or her position. I would never do anything that would hurt her. Please believe that. Olivier takes a step forward, his voice grave. If I may speak honestly, just by breaking off your engagement, no matter how things unfold, Miss Rose's position will be in danger. With a sharp clank, he draws the blade from his sword cane. The polished steel gleaming in the light, the atmosphere freezes. In a flash, he points the tip of the blade directly at Prince Theo's throat. Rose gasps, her eyes wide with terror. Olivier, he ignores her, his cold, unwavering eyes locked on the prince. He issues a chilling challenge. Can you really fully protect her? The air crackled with tension so thick you could taste it. Olivier's voice was like ice, slicing through the silence as he leveled his sword at the prince. Can you really protect her? The question hung between them, a challenge and a threat. Rose's breath hitched in her throat. Olivier, what are you doing? Her loyal attendant didn't even glance at her. His eyes, cold and sharp behind his glasses, were fixed on Theo. Step back, my lady, he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. This is the one thing I won't yield. My lady's safety, it's my absolute priority. Theo remained unnervingly still, his gaze dropping to the razor-sharp tip of the sword aimed at his throat. The silence stretched, each second a lifetime, before he finally spoke. A single word, calm and resolute. Fine. His eyes met Olivier's, a silent promise passing between them. If I fail to protect Rose, you can cut me down. I'll accept my defeat and let you kill me. Rose's heart stopped. Wait, Prince Theo, but he wasn't listening. He turned his back on Olivier, a gesture of absolute trust or ultimate foolishness. As the crown prince of the kingdom of Koret, he declared, his voice ringing with the weight of his duty, if I can't protect you, I can't imagine that I could protect an entire kingdom. The words settled over the room, heavy and final. Olivier stared at the prince's back, his expression unreadable. Then with a sharp clank he lowered his sword. I see how serious you are, he conceded, his voice tight with reluctance. I will entrust my lady to you for the time being. Relief washed over Rose so powerfully her knees felt weak. Olivier, she breathed, a silent thank you to the man who would challenge a prince for her sake. Later, Rose found herself face to face with Iris. Oh, Iris, she looks so cute again today. The thought was instantaneous, a spark of genuine affection, but she quickly stamped it out. I'm sorry I can't be friendly with her, I'm the villainess. Iris, however, seemed to see right through her, a small smile playing on her lips. What? You appear to be in quite a good mood, she observed. Rose immediately bristled, forcing a scowl on her face. Don't be so conceited just from winning one battle, it was just a fluke. But Iris's smile only widened. Her eyes sparkling. Okay, she chirped happily. I'd love to have another battle. Rose's heart gave a painful throb. Owa, she's such a good girl. No, I can't think that. She had to clear the air. She took a deep breath. By the way, Iris, is something the matter? You may have heard a lot of things, but I don't want you to misunderstand. Because of various circumstances, I'm staying with the prince right now. And she made sure to look Iris directly in the eye. Although it's disappointing, I will still be breaking off the engagement as promised. I'm not cheating you and going back on my promise. Iris's expression was thoughtful, her finger tapping her chin. Oh, I see, she murmured, then her eyes sharpened. But are you sure you want to break off your engagement? You're so deeply in love with Prince Theo, Miss Rose. The world tilted on its axis. Asterisk bottom. Asterisk Rose's face erupted in flames. What are you talking about? She stumbled away, her mind reeling. How could she know? I didn't think Iris would see my true feelings. After all, Prince Theo was originally my favorite character. Did my feelings show through in my expressions? Her hand flew to her burning cheek, but that's not all it is anymore. After coming to this world and spending time with Prince Theo, he'd looked at her with such earnest eyes, promising to be her partner toward the same goal. They stood side by side, a united front, their marriage a means to an end. But somewhere along the way, the lines had blurred. He's so sincere, and I've become attracted to him as a man. He always thinks about me so seriously. The realization sent a fresh wave of heat through her, and that's even more reason to not want him to die in the bad ending. She couldn't let him meet that fate. She clenched her fist over her heart. I can't just let this go in a way that would be convenient for me. A gentle voice cut through her frantic thoughts. Rose, it's time to go home. Prince Theo stood before her, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder. Prince Theo, he leaned closer, his brow furrowed with concern. You seem to be rather absent-minded. Do you have another fever from the suppressants? Your face is red and your eyes are tearing up too. It's just, I was surprised about how close you are. She stammered, pushing lightly at his chest. He smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. Oh, does that mean you were admiring me? What? I was not. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of denial. Suddenly, he pulled her against him, his arms wrapping around her in a tight squeeze. The more you pull away, the more I want to chase you, he murmured, his breath warm against her ear. Her own breath caught in her throat. His voice dropped to a husky whisper, laced with a desperation that made her tremble. Even I have to hold these feelings in, but I feel like I would go crazy if I couldn't touch you. Let me do this for a little while, just to suppress my heat. Her mind went blank, every thought consumed by the feeling of his body against hers, the frantic pounding of her own heart. Asterisk Kerchak asterisk. The sound of a doorknob turning shattered the moment. A footstep echoed in the hallway. They both froze, eyes wide with alarm. Someone came into the classroom. Theo reacted instantly, grabbing her hand. This way, he pulled her down, hiding them just as two men entered the room. There doesn't seem to be anyone in here, one of them said. And the footsteps grew closer. Rose held her breath, her heart threatening to burst from her chest. Theo had an arm around her, his hand clamped firmly over her mouth to keep her from making a sound. Oh, that was close. The men began to talk, their voices echoing in the quiet room. By the way, about the rumor among the students, if Prince Theodora and his fiancée, Miss Rose. Rose's eyes widened in horror. They were talking about them. Really break up and one of them changes schools, we're going to have a big problem. Both of their families are big supporters. The donations to the academy will decrease. As they droned on, Rose became acutely aware of her position. Prince Theo is a little too close to me. His body was pressed against hers, his breath fanning across her cheek. And my favorite character's lips are so close. Her mind was a battlefield. I have to stop him, but this is so precious that I can't move. Just as she thought she might faint, his hand slammed over her mouth again, his eyes warning her to be silent. A moment later, the men left. He let out a slow breath, his whisper a ghost of a sound. I think they're gone. Oh, she scrambled up, her whole body trembling. Phew, I thought my heart was going to stop. He stood, dusting himself off as if nothing happened. Sorry, was it too cramped? Her face turned crimson. Huh, what? That wasn't a problem, her mind screamed. If he hadn't stopped me, I would have, and the prince is acting like it was nothing, how embarrassing. She watched him, her heart thumping a frantic rhythm, while he let out a quiet, shaky breath, betraying his own frayed nerves. Later that evening, back at the mansion, Rose sighed, flopping on her bed. I spent the entire day today with the prince. I really have to say no next time. Needing to clear her head, she made her way to the bath. And I think I'll go refresh myself. But as she peeked inside, she froze. Wait, what? Someone's in here. A voice smooth as silk called her name. Rose, it was Prince Theo, lounging in the steaming water, his sculpted chest glistening. Her brain short-circuited. Why are you here? She spun around, ready to bolt, but his voice stopped her. This is my private bath. The bath for guests is downstairs. I'm sorry, I'll go there right away, she squeaked, not daring to look back. But then he chuckled, a low, tempting sound. Since you're already here, want to take a bath together? Her face exploded with heat. Hooah, no way, I didn't think there was any fan service like this in the game. No, even if there was one, it would be in a scene with Iris, right? You can take a light joke like that, can't you? He teased, and she heard the splash of water as he stood. I was just getting out. He emerged from the bath, a towel slung low on his hips. Sorry that it has to be after me, but you should take a nice long bath. She couldn't help but peek. Eep, how frustrating. But what a nice body. She shook her head, trying to clear the image. I won't fall for his next jokes. Sinking into the warm, fragrant water, she let out a sigh. Prince Theo, are you still there? Did you stay with me today to protect me? From behind a screen, his voice drifted over. Yeah, because that battle has gotten the entire school riled up. I don't want anything else to happen to you. Her heart did a little flutter kick. I see the problem is the timing of breaking our engagement. From the way things looked, it won't be easy to please the Charlier family. He was right, her father would be furious. A soft smile touched Theo's lips. If you just fell in love with me, everything would work out peacefully. Huh, her mind went blank. Yeah, right, it's not that easy, he added quickly, but the seed was planted. Unable to sleep, Rose wandered the moonlit halls. She yawned, deciding it was time to go back to her room. As she passed a slightly ajar door, a soft pain sound made her pause. A voice, thick with sleep or something else entirely, called out her name. Rose, peeking inside, she gasped. Prince Theo was sprawled on the bed, his shirt unbuttoned, his face flushed with a deep heat. Prince Theo. Did I zone out and come into the wrong room? I'm sorry. She tried to back away, but a hand shot out, grabbing her wrist with surprising strength. Wait, he pulled her forward, his eyes hazy and intense. Both now and in the bath, are you doing this on purpose? Ordered by the Charlier family? No, she stammered, her heart pounding. Then this is your own intent? Before she could answer, he yanked her down onto the bed, his body radiating an incredible heat. If you do want to, I too, his words were a hot breath against her skin, and then his lips crashed down on hers. Her mind went white. The kiss was desperate, hungry, nothing like the gentle prince she knew. No, Prince Theo is acting differently than usual. He pulled back, panting, his eyes glazed over with a feverish desire. A horrifying realization dawned on her, sending a jolt of panic and electricity through her veins. Is he going into heat? Her world was a haze of crimson petals and burning skin. A soft creak of the bedsheets was the only sound besides their ragged breaths. No, Prince Theo, her voice was a desperate whisper lost in the overwhelming sensations. Wait, stop. Prince Theo's face, flushed with a desperate passion, swam before her eyes. This is too much, he's stimulating me way too much. His chest rose and fell in ragged gasps, his chiseled abs slick with a fine sheen of sweat. In a situation like this, how could he possibly hold back? His eyes, the color of stormy violets, burned with an untamed fire as he looked down at her. I can't hold back. His voice was a low growl vibrating through her entire body. If you're ready, he murmured, his breath hot against her ear, then I don't want to hold back anymore. He breathed her name like a prayer, Rose. A searing heat traced a path down her neck as his tongue flicked out to taste her skin. His words were a brand, searing themselves into her very soul. You're my fiancé, he declared, his voice thick with possessiveness. His hands slid down her body, claiming every curve. You're only mine. Her mind short-circuited. MM's not there. She pleaded, though her body betrayed her with a shiver of delight. What should I do? What can I do? His hand closed around her leg, a firm, possessive grip that sent jolts of electricity through her. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Ba-dump, these heat symptoms. They're stronger than usual. Is it possible? Are the suppressants not working anymore? Her hand trembled where it lay on the silken sheets. I should be refusing him. My mind, my logic, everything is screaming at me to push him away. But how could she? How could she resist when he looked at her with those passionate, pleading eyes? When he leaned in close, his voice a husky whisper that promised untold pleasures. Rose, I want all of you, right now. All her carefully constructed walls shattered into a million pieces. She met his gaze, her own eyes shimmering with unshed tears and undeniable desire. Prince Theo, I want you too, she confessed, her voice barely audible. I want to be joined with you right now. He dipped his head, their lips just a breath away from meeting in a cataclysmic kiss. But just as their lips were about to touch, a horrifying vision ripped through her mind. Blood, so much blood, splattering against the walls, staining the white rose petals a gruesome crimson. An image of them entwined in a final, bloody embrace, their bodies lifeless and cold. The truth slammed into her with the force of a physical blow. If we do that, we won't be able to escape our fated death. Her eyes flew open, wide with sheer terror. I absolutely don't want that. Theo pulled back, confusion clouding his handsome features as he called her name, Rose. His hand reached for her, a touch meant to be comforting, but to her, it felt like the hand of fate itself. No. A raw, guttural scream tore from her throat as she shoved him away with all her might. The sudden movement sent them both reeling. Theo stared at her, his eyes wide with shock and hurt, the passion from moments before extinguished and replaced with stunned silence. Rose scrambled back, clutching the sheets to her chest like a shield. A strangled gasp escaped her lips. I'm sorry, she whispered, shame and fear warring within her. What have I done? His face was a mask of regret as he slowly sat up, his back to her. What have I done? He echoed her thoughts, his voice hollow. He grabbed his shirt and without another word left the room. A thud echoed as the door closed, leaving her utterly alone. The next day at the academy felt like a waking nightmare. The professor's voice droned on about planets and suns, but the words were just meaningless noise. Rose couldn't tear her eyes away from the prince's back. He really didn't return until morning. A sharp pang of sorrow pierced her heart. It can't be helped, she told herself, this is probably for the best. But he won't even look at me. The memory of her violent rejection flashed in her mind. I know that's what caused it, I feel so sad, but it's best to let this fade on its own. Just as the bell rang, signaling the end of class, his voice cut through the silence. Miss Rose, she froze. He wanted to talk to her. He asked if she had a moment, his voice formal and distant. He wanted to speak with her before her butler arrived. Her heart hammered in her chest. Outside, in the cold light of day, the awkwardness was a chasm between them. He finally spoke, his gaze fixed on some point in the distance. About last night. His voice was heavy with remorse as he apologized. I really am sorry. I misread the situation and hurt you, even though I said I'd protect you. Rose rushed to defend him, to take the blame upon herself. It's all because I came back to the wrong room, plus that wasn't your intention. He cut her off, his voice flat. I know that it was because you were in heat. The words hung in the air, clinical and cold, stripping the passion from the night before and leaving only a biological imperative. Because I was in heat? Yes, the words stung more than she could have imagined. He turned away from her, his shoulders slumped. I noticed it too. The suppressants haven't been working well recently. Even if I take more of them, nothing changes. He then turned back to face her, a self-deprecating smile on his lips, but his eyes told a different story, a story of turmoil and longing. Actually, the more I try to suppress it, the more attracted I am to all of you. He quickly added, I'm sure all of this is because of the heat. Her breath hitched. Her face burned. When my favorite character looks at me like that. The words were on the tip of her tongue, a confession that could change everything. Prince Theo, stop it. His voice was sharp, cutting her off before she could lay her heart bare. He took a physical step back, the distance between them feeling like miles. I'm sorry, he said, his voice strained. I don't want to be a threat to you. His next words were the final nail in her heart's coffin. Let's stay away from each other, until I can find strong suppressants. She could only watch, speechless, as he walked away. In that moment, she finally understood. Right now, I'm the villainess. The one pushing him away, the one creating this tragedy. As her butler Oliver saw her off, she forced a smile, the picture of a calm, noble lady. But inside, her world was crumbling. So back at the academy, Rose was walking down the hall when a younger student, rushing and distracted, bumped right into her. The girl cried out. Rose caught her arm, a flash of annoyance on her face. Geez, she muttered. The girl's pencil case clattered to the floor. Rose sighed, adopting a haughty tone. Be more careful, it'd be a big deal if you hurt me. A smirk played on her lips as she thought, I have to start acting more like a villainess. The student began to stammer an apology, but suddenly a loud clang echoed through the hall. 3 towering knights in full armor materialized out of nowhere, surrounding the terrified girl. Miss Rose, are you all right? One of them boomed, interrogating the poor student. Rose was completely bewildered. Wait, she just bumped into me. But the knights were on a mission. Snapping to attention, they declared, as ordered by Prince Theodora, it is our duty to protect you, Miss Rose. We will make sure to look into this thoroughly. They began to drag the crying girl away as Rose shouted after them, No, really, she only bumped into me. It was then that she remembered his words. He had left her side, yes. But in his place, he had sent his personal guard. She was physically safe, surrounded by a fortress of steel at all times. But her heart had never felt more vulnerable. She couldn't get near him in the library, couldn't speak to him in the halls. All she could do was watch him from afar. A sad smile on her face, wondering desperately what he was truly feeling. After class one day, Oliver approached the prince. Prince Theodora, where is Lady Rose? Theo simply nodded towards the window. Rose was sitting on a bench outside with Iris. Oliver observed them for a moment before turning his sharp gaze back to the prince. Do you need something from me? Theo asked, his tone wary. Oliver didn't mince words. You previously said that you would protect Lady Rose. He began, his voice dangerously low, reminding Theo of his vow. But now, it seems you're putting distance between yourself and her. What exactly happened? Theo's expression shuddered. Nothing, he bit out. I'm just having other people protect her. There's no problem with that, is there? But Oliver started to protest, but Theo whirled on him, his composure finally cracking. If you don't like the way I'm protecting her, do it yourself. The challenge hung in the air, laced with a pain Theo couldn't hide, but Oliver wasn't finished. His final question was a dagger to the prince's heart. Are you sure you're okay with that? Theo froze, his back rigid. A telltale flush crept up his neck as his heart hammered in his chest. He had no answer. That night, a fever raged through Rose's body. She sighed, her hand sliding over her chest. Is it because I'm not touching the prince enough? The thought was a painful whisper in her mind. She decided to rest, to try and sleep it off. But just as she reached her door on the other side of it, Prince Theo was approaching. He stopped before her room, key in hand. He lifted it to the lock, then paused. What was he doing? He shouldn't be here. He closed his eyes, his face a mask of conflict. Suddenly, a loud clatter from within the room shattered the silence. His eyes snapped open wide with alarm. Rose, he cried, bursting through the door. He found her collapsed on the floor, her face flushed and her breathing shallow. He rushed to her side, his hand immediately going to her forehead. "You're burning up," he murmured, his voice thick with worry. This was beyond what the suppressants could handle. Helping her to the bed, he made a decision. "This is an emergency. Let's just touch each other a little bit." He began to unbutton his shirt as she weakly asked about his own symptoms. "They've calmed down for now," he reassured her. He leaned down, his lips brushing hers in a tender, chaste kiss. He pulled back, his voice a low whisper against her skin. "This is just to heal you. Try and put up with it for a little." A gasp escaped her lips. "Prince Theo is so close to me." His warmth seeped into her, chasing away the chills, his scent filling her senses. And yet he feels so far away. A single heartbreaking tear slid from the corner of her eye. "Even when we touch each other, I can't be honest about my feelings." The emotional chasm he'd created between them was too wide to cross. He must have felt her tremble because he asked softly, his voice full of concern. "Miss Rose, I'm sorry, is this painful?" "No," she whispered, "I'm fine," but her tears betrayed her. Her voice broke as she finally asked the question that haunted her every waking moment. "Why do you and I have to be the one?" His face contorted in agony, his own emotions warring just beneath the surface. "Miss Rose, he began, his voice cracking. Clang, the door was thrown open, revealing Oliver standing in the doorway. His eyes wide with shock as he took in the scene before him. His voice was dangerously quiet, laced with disbelief. "My lady, what did you just say?" The air crackled with tension. The secret was out. Oliver found out that Prince Theo and I are each other's the one. And in that moment, Rose knew nothing would ever be the same again. The sharp tap of Oliver's shoes on the floor was like a drumbeat of doom. His voice, calm and measured, cut through the tense silence. "What exactly is going on here?" he asked, his gaze piercing. "Will you two please tell me?" Rose's heart hammered against her ribs. What could she possibly say? How could she explain this scene? Theo, shirtless and tense beside her, his chiseled abs a testament to the passion that had just consumed them. "It's over," her mind screamed. "Oliver is going to find out our secret?" Theo tried to play it cool, his voice a low warning. "Don't pry into the situation." But Oliver's expression was a stone mask. "That's impossible," he stated flatly. "There's no way I can pretend I don't know anything now." He held up his hand, and between his fingers was a small glass bottle, a damning piece of evidence. "I found these on the floor in Lady Rose's room this morning." Theo's eyes widened in horror. "The heat suppressants?" Rose felt the blood drain from her face. Oliver's deduction was as sharp as a blade. "I was suspicious and looked into these. They're pills to suppress heat. That means Lady Rose has met the one." His eyes flickered between the two of them, the unspoken accusation hanging heavy in the air. "I assumed," he continued, his voice dangerously even, "that the reason she wanted to break off your engagement was because you're not the one. But after seeing you just now, I'm confident." He looked directly at the prince, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. "Lady Rose is the one, is you, isn't it, Prince Theodore?" Rose's mind went blank with panic. "How do we talk our way out of this one?" It was impossible. But Oliver's line of questioning took a strange turn. "If you're the one, why do you two need to break up? On the other hand, isn't this a good thing for the two of you?" Theo, seizing the opportunity to create a plausible story, sat on the edge of the bed where Rose was huddled under a blanket. "It's because we're each other's, the one, that we have to stay away from each other. We can't be overcome by lust and have unwanted sexual relations." The word unwanted struck Rose like a tiny, poison dart. A sudden chill washed over her. "So the prince really doesn't want to do that with me? Is this all just a painful duty to him?" Oliver considered this, his expression thoughtful. "But living separately from the one is not very realistic." He stroked his chin, offering a logical yet terrifying solution. "Even if just as a formality, don't you think you should get married?" "We absolutely can't get married." Theo's voice boomed through the room, raw with panic. Rose flinched. He was right, she knew why. The terrible bad ending from the game flashed before her eyes. Red roses, wilting and dying. "The reason the prince and I die in the bad ending is because we get married. A political faction that refuses to centralize power comes after us, and we both perish." But beyond the fear of death, another ache bloomed in her chest. A loveless, physical relationship is nothing but painful. She remembered the look on his face when their bodies were intertwined. That expression the prince made, it seemed like he wanted to look away from me. "I absolutely cannot let myself be happy that he touched me." The weight of it all was crushing her. She couldn't breathe. "Have you ever thought about it, Olivier?" The words came out as a choked whisper. She clutched her chest, her eyes pleading with him. "I'm sorry, I need to be alone." She turned and fled the room, leaving the two men behind in a heavy, suffocating silence. Olivier watched her go, his brow furrowed with concern before turning his gaze back to the prince. "A loveless relationship?" he asked quietly. "Is there really no love between you two?" Theo stood frozen, his head bowed, unable to answer. His silence was more damning than any words could be. The next day, the streets of the capital were alive with chatter and excitement. The annual swordsmanship competition was underway, but Rose felt none of the festive spirit. "It's just one day, I can skip school, right?" After what happened yesterday, she couldn't possibly get in the mood for a festival. She wandered aimlessly through the crowds, her thoughts drifting to the arena. I wonder if Prince Theo's competing right now. A pang of longing hit her, as he remembered her original, simple wish. I wanted to cheer him on as his fan. A bitter sigh escaped her lips. I wish this game didn't even have the one setting. A soft voice interrupted her brooding. Miss, you seem to be troubled. Rose looked up to see a woman in a deep purple veil, a shimmering crystal ball resting on the table before her. Would you like me to do a reading? A sudden, reckless impulse seized Rose. A reading, she scoffed. Fine, if you do, could you tell me how to end a relationship with the one? She slammed her hands down on the table, her voice ringing with desperation. I bet you can't. The fortune teller's lips curved into a mysterious smile. You want to end your relationship with the one? In that case, I'll send you to a very good apothecary. Rose's eyes widened. An apothecary? There's a potion that can end our relationship. Without another word, the veiled figure stood and gestured for her to follow. This way. Rose hesitated for a second, then scrambled to her feet. Wait. She followed the figure down a narrow, winding alley. I'm worried, but right now this is all I have. Suddenly, the figure stopped and turned, a low, sinister chuckle echoing off the stone walls. Before Rose could react, a heavy door slammed shut behind her, trapping her in the dimly lit room. Her heart leaped into her throat as several large figures emerged from the shadows. Oh, long time no see, miss. Her blood ran cold. It was them, the thugs from the slum. What's going on here? The fortune teller laughed, a harsh, mocking sound, and ripped off the veil, revealing a man's scarred, grinning face. A potion that can erase your relationship. He sneered. There's no way a potion like that exists. Wandering around in your uniform in the middle of the day, you were too easy to deceive. His men grabbed her arms, their grips like iron. Ah, she screamed. One of them pointed at her clothes. That uniform, it's from Chartres Academy, right? The leader's eyes gleamed with avarice. That's the school those noble people go to. We can get a nice ransom for her. The fortune teller is their boss. Rose's mind raced with terror. What am I going to do? Meanwhile, at the tournament, Prince Theodore stepped into the arena, the roar of the crowd a distant buzz. His mind was a storm of regret. I hurt Rose because I'm too weak. His eyes hardened with resolve. Even if just for this moment I have to concentrate. The match began. Clang. Whoosh. Thud. It was over in an instant. His opponent lay on the ground, disarmed. The crowd was stunned into silence. That was so fast that I couldn't even see it. Match after match, Theo moved like a whirlwind of destruction. His attacks brutal and efficient. The other students whispered in the stands, don't you think Prince Theo's a bit different today? Yeah, it's kind of like he's lusting for blood. Theo stood panting in the center of the arena, his chest heaving, his eyes wild. Isn't there anyone else who can fight? He roared. The remaining contestants trembled, shoving each other forward. You go first. No way, I'm scared. Then a calm voice cut through the fear. Allow me to fight you. Olivier strode into the arena, removing his coat and picking up a sword. Theo's eyes narrowed. He had wanted to see how strong the butler was. I'll accept. The blades met with a deafening clang. Theo unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, but Olivier deflected each one with infuriating ease. Your movements are too easy to read. It's just a reflex. He blocked that. Theo grit his teeth as Olivier's blade slid past his own, stopping just shy of his throat. This isn't you. Olivier's voice was cold. I can't believe you're the man who will become king. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Miss Rose's butler is pretty strong. With a sharp twist, Olivier disarmed the prince, sending his sword flying. Before, you said, if I can't protect a woman, I can't imagine that I could protect an entire kingdom. His sword point hovered over Theo's heart. Both you and your swordsmanship are more worthless than I expected. If you're just going to be a boring man who hides and runs from his true feelings, then I'll take Lady Rose for myself. The word struck Theo like a physical blow. His eyes widened, a new fire igniting in their depths. You're right, I may be worthless, but Miss Rose is the only thing I won't give up. With a roar, he exploded into motion, ducking under Olivier's guard and striking his wrist with his fist. Wham! The butler's sword clattered to the ground. In the next instant, Theo had his own sword pressed against Olivier's neck. The match was over. Theo stood over him, not with triumph, but with newfound clarity. Allow me to thank you. Thanks to you, I've found my resolve. His gaze was fierce and unwavering. The one in heat have nothing to do with it. I won't run from my feelings for Rose anymore. A slow smile spread across Olivier's face as he looked up at his prince. You finally told me how you really feel. Theodore's eyes were firm, his resolve forged in the fire of newfound clarity. This wasn't about some uncontrollable heat. This was about her asterisk. His voice was steady as he declared he wouldn't run from his feelings for Rose anymore. A slow smile spread across Olivier's face, a soft heh escaping his lips. He'd been waiting for this. He'd been waiting for the prince to finally admit it. At the same time, Olivier couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, tapping the prince on the shoulder as he mused how he wished Lady Rose could have seen Prince Theodore fight. Theodore's gaze turned somber, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He just knew she wouldn't want to see him right now, not after everything. He had assumed she was with Olivier, but his butler confirmed they parted ways at the academy gate that morning. A cold dread began to creep into Theodore's heart. That meant she only had her guards protecting her now. He hated this feeling, the worry that gnawed at him when he couldn't see her for himself. Suddenly, the double doors burst open. A royal guard scrambled into the room, his armor clanking with his panicked steps. His voice was a choked cry as he delivered the news that shattered their world. "Miss Rose is missing." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Theodore's purple eyes widened in disbelief, Olivier's own shock mirroring his master's. The guard stammered out the story, how Rose had said she was feeling unwell and was heading back to the mansion. But she never arrived. Theodore's voice was a low growl laced with fury. "You let her go back by herself?" He couldn't believe their incompetence. How could they have been so careless? Meanwhile, in a dark, grimy building far from the palace, the heavy sound of a lock turning echoed through a damp cellar. Rose stood frozen, her beautiful academy uniform a stark contrast to the filth surrounding her. A portly man swaggered into the room, a triumphant grin on his face as he announced his return to his master. He boasted about how soldiers were all over the streets searching for the noble daughter of the Charlier family. Rose's heart hammered against her ribs. Badump, badump, they knew who she was. The leader, a man with cold, calculating eyes, stroked his chin. Charlier family. The name rang a bell, of course, one of the leading noble families in the entire kingdom. A wicked, greedy smirk spread across his face like a spider sensing a fly caught in its web. They had stumbled upon a gold mine. If they sent proof, they could expect a very, very large ransom. Proof? Rose's blood ran cold. What did they mean by proof? One of the thugs shouted for her to take off her beautiful uniform and give it to them right now. Before she could even process the demand, a grimy hand reached for her. A scream tore from her throat as his fingers brushed against her jacket. Instinct took over. She recoiled, shouting for him to stay away from her. As he grabbed her arm, she twisted and bit down hard. The man howled in pain, recoiling as if struck by lightning. He was furious. "You're dead, you stupid girl," he snarled, grabbing her with both hands and yanking her forward. Another man scoffed from the side, mocking his comrade. How could he not even shut up one girl? The leader sighed, stepping forward. "I'll handle it," he said, his voice dangerously calm. The glint of steel caught the dim light as he drew a wicked-looking dagger. He pressed the cold, sharp tip against the delicate skin of her throat. Her breath hitched. She froze, every muscle in her body screaming. His voice was a low whisper, sending shivers of terror down her spine. "Take it off yourself." Her mind raced. What should she do? What could she do? Right now, all they wanted was her uniform. If she just did what they said, maybe they wouldn't hurt her further. With trembling fingers, she unbuttoned her jacket. The snap of the buttons echoed in the terrifying silence. One of the men let out a low whistle. "Oh, a strip show? I could get into this." The jacket fell from her shoulders, landing in a heap on the filthy floor. She stood there, exposed and vulnerable, her arms crossed over her chest. "Are you happy now?" she asked, her voice shaking but defiant. The leader just smirked, his eyes raking over her shamelessly. "Sure," he sneered. "I'm excited to see how much your father will pay." Back in the city, desperation was setting in. Theodore's face was pale, his breathing ragged as he searched street after empty street. He met up with Olivier, his voice cracking as he asked if he'd found anything. Olivier could only shake his head in despair. He'd looked everywhere he could think of, but she was gone. Theodore's own search had been fruitless. She hadn't returned to the mansion either. His heart felt like a lead weight in his chest. Where could she be? Just as hope began to fade, they saw Olivier's subordinate running towards them. Bent over and panting for breath, they had found something. At the gates of the Charlier residence, a small, neatly folded package lay on the cold stone. Olivier's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the fabric. That's her uniform. It was Rose's jacket and skirt, but they were horribly stained with dark crimson splatters. Blood, so much blood. Theodore's composure finally shattered, his eyes wide with a terror he had never known. Tucked inside was a letter. The words were chillingly simple. "We have your daughter. If you want her back, you'll have to pay for her." A guttural roar of pure rage ripped from Theodore's throat. His gloved hand clenched, crushing the ransom note into a wrinkled ball. "Rose," his voice was a strangled whisper, filled with anguish and a terrible, suffocating guilt. This happened under his watch. How could he have let this happen? Later, at the Charlier mansion, Lord Charlie had returned, his face a mask of stern authority. Olivier, his head bowed, reported the devastating news. "My lord, Lady Rose has been kidnapped." The words had barely left his mouth when a sharp, stinging impact sent him stumbling back. Smack! Lord Charlie's handprint bloomed red on Olivier's cheek. The maids gasped in shock. "You're her personal butler," the lord roared, his face purple with rage. "How did you let this happen?" Olivier took the blow, his expression grim as he straightened up. "My apologies, sir," he said, his voice steady despite the pain. "I will find Lady Rose no matter what." But her father just scoffed, his words dripping with a venom that was colder than any winter frost. "Find her? What value does that girl have, after being kidnapped and harmed?" Olivier's jaw dropped. Did her own father just say that? A voice cold and sharp as ice cut through the tense air. "I can't let that remark go." It was Prince Theodore. He had appeared as if from nowhere, his hand gripping Lord Charlie's arm in a vice. His eyes burned with a righteous fury. "Is my fiancée nothing more than a tool to you?" Lord Charlie sputtered, his arrogance vanishing in the face of the prince's wrath. "Prince Theodore, of course she's not a tool, she's my precious daughter," he stammered, trying to save face. He then had the audacity to ask if Theodore was going to break off the engagement. Theodore's gaze was unwavering. He coolly stated that was a decision for him and Miss Rose to make, and him alone. Humiliated, Lord Charlie redirected his anger, pointing a trembling finger at Olivier. How long are you going to stand around for, you useless butler? Get out of here, you're fired. A small, dangerous smile touched Theodore's lips. Then I will hire him. Olivier's eyes widened. Then Lord Charlie gasped, utterly bewildered. Theodore called Olivier's name and with a swift motion unhooked his own sword from his belt. Tossing it through the air, Olivier caught it instinctively. Here's your first task, Theodore said, his voice dangerously low. His eyes were fixed on the cowering lord. Punish the man who said disgraceful things about my fiancée. The command was clear, unthinkable. Olivier hesitated, his new master's sword feeling heavy in his hands. Theodore simply smiled, a silent promise in his gaze. What's wrong? I'm counting on you. That was all it took. A grim smile of understanding crossed Olivier's lips. Understood. Lord Charlie scrambled backwards, his face a mask of terror. What, you imbecile, I am your master? He shrieked, collapsing onto the floor. Olivier stood over him, the sword held high, his reflection gleaming in the polished steel. You are, he began, his voice ringing with a newfound freedom, no longer my master. With a cry that was both fury and release, he brought the blade down. Slash, the sword bit deep into Lord Charlie's shoulder, drawing a scream of agony. As the pathetic man panted on the floor, Olivier stood tall, his duty fulfilled. He gave a final, formal bow. I thank you sincerely for allowing me to serve you. Theodore turned away, his expression grim and focused. Let's go, Olivier, we can't be wasting time here. As Lord Charlie howled threats behind them, Theodore's mind was already on the next step. They would use the letter and the uniform to find her. They had to save Rose, and they had to do it now. Back in the darkness of the cellar, Rose peeked through the iron bars of her cell door, her mind racing. Isn't there any way I can escape? The men outside were laughing and drinking, their voices growing louder and sloppier. A sliver of hope ignited within her, if those men just get extremely drunk. But her hope was brutally extinguished. Creak. The door to her cell swung open. It was him, the portly, leering man from before. Oh, you look bored, miss, he slurred, grabbing the bars with a greasy hand. What was he doing here? He stumbled into her cell, a disgusting grin on his face. If you're bored, why don't you play with me? Rose scrambled back, her heart pounding with a new kind of terror. What, just go somewhere else if you want to play, she snapped, trying to sound brave. He just chuckled, his breath reeking of cheap wine. Don't play dumb with me, you know what I want, don't ya? Rose trembled, her eyes wide with fear and revulsion. Why would I do anything with you? She cried. Womb, he lunged, his weight crashing into her. His hand clamped over her mouth. Don't touch me, she tried to scream, the sound muffled, ah. Whack, she slapped him hard across the face, but it only made him angrier. Oh, that hurt, he grumbled before a sick smile returned to his lips. Gotcha. He pinned her to the floor, his heavy body trapping her completely. No, she cried as he grabbed her wrists, holding them above her head. He panted, his face hovering just inches from hers. Now you can't move. His other hand moved downwards, tugging at the lace of her underwear. He licked his lips, a grotesque, predatory sound. A single hot tear escaped her eye, tracing a path through the grime on her cheek. All hope was gone, trapped helpless. A silent scream echoed in the depths of her soul, a desperate prayer for a hero who felt a million miles away, Prince Theo. A rough hand clamped down on her wrists, pinning them above her head. A wave of pure, icy terror washed over her. No, not this, not again. A leering face hovered above her, a cruel smirk twisting his lips as he chuckled. Heh, now you can't move. He was pressing her down, his weight a crushing burden. His foul breath washed over her face as his other hand moved, tugging at the delicate lace of her lingerie. Hey, stop. Her voice was a pathetic whimper, lost in the suffocating darkness of the room. A single, desperate tear slid from the corner of her eye, tracing a path of cold despair down her temple. In the chaos of her mind, one name screamed out, a silent prayer to a faraway prince. Prince Theo, Suddenly, the weight was gone. The door creaked open, spilling light into the room. Another man stood there, his face a mask of cold fury. Hey, what are you doing? He barked. Before the brute could even react, the newcomer grabbed him by the collar, yanking him away from her with surprising strength. His voice was a low growl laced with venom as he snarled, don't put a scratch on the product. The brute just whined, telling his master not to be so strict, but he was shoved towards the door. The master's command was absolute. I said no if you're bored. Go keep watch outside. Rose clutched the thin fabric of her clothes, her body trembling as she looked up at her so-called savior. The door clicked shut, the sound of the lock echoing in the tense silence. Why did you help me? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. He stood over her, a looming shadow in the dim light. His expression was devoid of any warmth, any pity. I didn't really help you, he stated flatly. Like I just said, you're a product to be sold. A product? What did he mean by that? Her mind raced. Didn't you kidnap me to collect ransom? The man let out a short, humorless laugh. He told her that from what he's heard, her father, Lord Charlier, is a rather greedy man. It didn't seem like he was gathering any money, and he highly doubted he'd be willing to pay a ransom for her. The words hit her like a punch to the gut. It's true. Her own father, he would abandon her. He would absolutely abandon his daughter Rose. The kidnapper's voice was a death knell, confirming her worst fears. If he didn't get his ransom, he'd have no choice but to sell her as a slave. He hadn't saved her from his subordinate out of kindness. He was just protecting his investment. He didn't want her hurt because it would lower her price. Sell me as a slave. Her breath caught in her throat, but not from fear. A strange, wild thought sparked in the darkness of her despair. A chance, could this be her chance? A chance to finally separate herself from the prince and avoid the terrible, bad ending that haunted her every waking moment. Her voice was steadier now, laced with a strange new hope. Where do slaves go after they're sold? She asked, looking up at him. The man looked surprised by her sudden composure, remarking that she was more than he expected. Her mind was already spinning. If I go to a faraway country, she thought, I can get away from the one. I can finally be free. But the man's next words shattered her train of thought. He told her he had lied. The potion she was looking for, the one she so desperately needed, didn't exist. He'd said that just because he wanted to see her in despair. It was all a lie. Her world tilted on its axis. A lie, hope so new and fragile, crumbled into dust. But then, he held something up. A small glass vial filled with a shimmering pink liquid. It exists, he corrected himself. A potion to force the symptoms of the one to disappear, also known as the dissolution potion. He tossed it through the air and she caught it with fumbling hands. He told her to drink it if she wanted, but warned her that if he was truly her one, her value as a product would plummet. She sat there, the cool glass a heavy weight in her palm. If I drink this, I may be able to separate myself from Prince Theo for good. This was it, the escape she'd been dreaming of. Her hand trembled as she brought the vial to her lips. But she stopped, a memory vivid and warm flooded her senses. Prince Theo's voice, husky and filled with a desperate longing, whispered in her ear. Rose, I want all of you, right now. The memory of their kiss, of her own breathless reply, Prince Theo, I want you too, echoed in her heart. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Were the feelings I had for Prince Theo that time from my heart, or were they just because he's the one? The question was a torment. If I drink this potion and my feelings for Prince Theo disappear, then it was all a lie, everything was a lie, what would be left of her then? Suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Shouts echoed in the distance. Prince Theodora, notify the guard. At that very moment, miles away, Prince Theo's gloved hand slammed down on a map of the city. Olivier stood beside him, his expression grim. He reported that a number of kidnappings had occurred using the same trick. It was probably the same group of criminals. Theo's jaw was tight, his eyes dark with worry. This isn't going to be so straightforward. Olivier's next words made his blood run cold. There were instances where people weren't returned even after the ransom was paid. Theo's hand clenched into a fist, the map beneath it crumpling into a ruined mess. His knuckles were white, that was it. Patience was no longer an option. He stood, his chair scraping against the floor as he drew his sword. Its polished steel gleamed in the lamplight. Then there's only one way, he declared, his voice ringing with deadly resolve. He turned to his loyal aide. Will you join me? Olivier's answer was immediate, his loyalty unwavering as he squeezed Theo's shoulder. Yes, of course, I will. As the first rays of sunrise painted the sky, two of the kidnappers stood guard outside a dilapidated building. It's time, one of them yawned. The other grumbled that no one was here, complaining that the noble lady would be on the slave ship soon and he'd missed his chance with her. But then they saw them, two figures cloaked in darkness walking towards them with purpose. HM, that's. One of the kidnappers stepped forward, calling out to the mysterious figures. Are you from the Charlier family? Show us what's in the briefcase. The briefcase was opened and the sight of endless gleaming gold coins made their eyes bulge. WO, one gasped, all right, bring it in. But as they reached for the treasure, a cold voice stopped them. Wait, it was one of the cloaked men. He said they were trading that gold for Miss Rose. The other cloaked man added that he didn't remember hearing anything about that part of the deal. The kidnapper just smirked, a cruel, ugly expression. In a flash, the first cloaked figure threw back his hood. The cloak billowed around Prince Theo as he drew his sword, the sound of steel sliding from its sheath a deadly promise. His eyes, the color of violent amethysts, burned with a terrifying light. In that case, he said, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper, allow me to remind you. With force, the air crackled with tension. The kidnapper, shocked, pulled out a crude blade. Quit joking around, he snarled. What can kids like you do? A rustle of movement, a blur of motion, and Theo's eyes glowed with an otherworldly rage. Asterisk rose, I'm on my way, asterisk. The night erupted into the clash of steel. Theo's sword met his opponent's with a deafening clang. He pushed forward, his muscles straining, his voice a raw, desperate roar that tore from his throat. Where is Rose? The kidnapper just gritted his teeth, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Who knows, he taunted. With a powerful shove, Theo sent the man flying. You're mine. Olivier fought beside him, their movements a deadly dance. But he warned his prince not to get too heated. One of the thugs lay defeated, cursing them. Damn it, you guys are a pain. Inside, the sounds of battle reached them. What, there's a commotion outside? The kidnapper master rushed to the window, Rose right behind him. Her eyes widened, her heart leaping into her throat. That fighting styles, that determination. It couldn't be Prince Theo and Olivier. The master cursed under his breath. Damn it. He'd been told their strength was their only asset, but this was beyond anything he'd imagined. Rose grabbed his arm, her voice frantic. Why are they fighting? You want money, don't you? Make them stop. But he shoved her away, his face contorted with rage and panic. There's no way back after things got this complicated. Stay quiet. He couldn't let them get to him, not now. Rose's heart pounded with terror. No, if something happens to either of them. He grabbed the rope that bound her, yanking her towards a back exit. We're moving, I can't have them coming in here. Her feet stumbled as he dragged her along. Oh, don't pull me, she cried, but he just snarled at her to stop complaining and walk. I have to do something, she thought desperately. I have to stop the fighting. If I can just let them know that I'm safe. His hand suddenly clamped over her mouth, silencing her. He pressed the cold, flat blade of a knife against her throat. I won't let you scream, he hissed in her ear. If you want to live, calm down and come with me. Got it? He sighed, muttering to himself that he thought he'd gotten his hands on big money but got the short straw instead. He dragged her into a dark archway just as his last man fell, warning his master that they were no match for them. The master gritted his teeth, his face pale with fear. Theo stood over his fallen foe, his expression one of pure disdain. You're already done, this isn't even swordsmanship practice for me. And then he saw them, his eyes locked onto the man holding Rose hostage. With a flick of his wrist, his sword flew through the air, slicing the rope that bound her. Prince Theo, she gasped, stumbling forward. Theo's gaze shifted from Rose to the kidnapper and his eyes turned into chips of ice. A low, dangerous growl rumbled in his chest. Did you hurt Rose? He didn't wait for an answer. He lunged forward, a blur of purple and steel, his sword raised to strike. Eek, the kidnapper shrieked in terror, the sword came down in a deadly arc. Wait, Prince Theo, Rose screamed, throwing herself between them. I'm fine, please lower your sword. The sword stopped inches from her face. Theo's furious expression softened the instant he looked at her. The weapon clattered to the stone floor. He immediately swept his cloak around her shoulders, pulling her into the safety of his arms. She looked up at him, her eyes wide with relief and panic. I know he's a bad man, she began, her voice trembling, but he gave me a potion. Theo looked confused. A potion, seeing his chance, the kidnapper held up the pink vial. It's a special potion that dissolves your relationship with the one. It's called a dissolution potion. I'll give you that potion and the girl back. And with that, he bolted, disappearing into the shadows. Theo took the potion, his gaze unreadable. A dissolution potion? With this, the one will be no longer. He looked down at Rose, a deep sadness in his eyes. Her own eyes filled with tears as she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, but I couldn't drink it. If I drink it, I thought all of my memories with you would disappear too. Theo looked at the vial in his hand, his expression unreadable. Then with a soft pop, he uncorked it. Rose's eyes widened. Prince, Theo. Before she could say another word, he tilted his head back and drank the entire potion in one swift gulp. Her heart stopped, a gasp escaped her lips. Asterisk, he drank it. Asterisk, the world seemed to fall away beneath her feet. A cold, bitter realization washed over her. Asterisk, that's true. He did want to get away from me quickly. Asterisk, he lowered the empty vial and looked at her. His purple eyes seemed to glow, piercing right through her. Her heart gave a painful lurch. What? She stammered. A small, gentle smile touched his lips. Just as I thought, he said softly. He reached for her, his touch sending shivers down her spine. Even if you're not the one anymore, my feelings for you haven't changed. He pulled her into his arms, lifting her off her feet as if she weighed nothing at all. Rose, he whispered, his face buried in her hair. Listen to me. He held her tighter, a fortress against the world. Being the one didn't have anything to do with it. Her heart began to beat again, a frantic, hopeful rhythm against his chest. He pulled back just enough to look into her eyes, his own filled with a love so pure, so absolute, it stole her breath away. From the bottom of my heart, I love you. His arms wrapped around her, a circle of warmth and strength in a world that had suddenly gone cold. His voice was a low, urgent murmur against her hair. He told her to listen to him. His words a desperate plea. He insisted that being the one had absolutely nothing to do with this. Her heart gave a violent thump against her ribs. Ba-dump. What was he saying? He pulled back slightly, his crimson eyes locking onto hers, and in their depths she saw a universe of emotion she never thought possible. From the bottom of his heart, he confessed. He loved her. The world stopped, time itself seemed to hold its breath. Prince Theo loves me. Her mind reeled, struggling to catch up. It wasn't just attraction, it wasn't the curse of being the one. He really, truly loved her. Her hand, of its own accord, clutched at the fabric of his shirt. Her knuckles white, ba-dump, what should I do? A giddy, overwhelming joy bubbled up inside her. I'm so happy, but her body was reacting strangely, a confusing heat spreading through her veins. He noticed her silence, his brow furrowing with concern as he called her name. Hi, she stammered, feeling her own pulse thrumming in her ears. Ba-dump. Is this heat, but why now? We're not supposed to be each other's the one anymore. The heavy castle door suddenly groaned open with a loud kerchak, shattering the moment. Olivier burst in, his face a mask of urgency as he shouted for Prince Theodore. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a small vial through the air. The heat suppressant, he yelled, his voice echoing in the stone chamber. Theo caught it with practiced ease, his focus immediately shifting to her. He knelt before her, uncorking the vial and asking if she could take this. She was so weak, so overwhelmed, but she managed to reach for it. Swallowing the contents in one desperate gulp, the relief was almost instantaneous. She panted, the feverish heat receding as she leaned against him. "Thank you both," she murmured, feeling her strength return. "I'm okay now." Olivier let out a long, shaky breath, a pained expression on his face. He explained that it was because she couldn't take any suppressants while she was captured, but then his gaze fell on the empty vial in her hand. He mentioned the dissolution potion, remarking that he'd never heard of such a thing, and that it was probably just some kind of placebo. A placebo, the word echoed in her mind, so it really was a placebo? A hot blush crept up her cheeks as realization dawned. "That means you knew it was a placebo and still gave it to me?" She wanted to scream, utterly mortified. "I thought so hard about whether to take it or not." Her father, still tied up in the corner, just snorted, grumbling that he thought the idea of the one was just an urban legend. Olivier shot him a glare so sharp it could cut glass, his voice dropping to an icy whisper as he warned him to never tell anyone they were the one or he would kill him. The Duke scoffed, retorting that he wouldn't since he wouldn't get anything out of it anyway. But Rose's mind was elsewhere. If the dissolution potion was a placebo, then was the prince's confession just a side effect of him believing he was no longer the one? The clang of armor interrupted her spiraling thoughts as soldiers arrived. Theo stood, helping her to her feet, telling her they should go and leave the rest to the soldiers. A carriage was waiting on the road. She numbly agreed, but as he led her away, she caught sight of his hand. "Wait, Prince Theo, your hand." It was bleeding, a nasty scratch across his knuckles. "Oh, this is just a scratch," he said, trying to dismiss it, but her heart clenched with guilt. "No, it's bleeding, it's all my fault," she whispered, her eyes filling with tears. He just gave her a soft, reassuring smile. "Don't worry about it," he said gently, his eyes full of a warmth that made her ache. "Losing you hurts more." His gaze flickered over to Olivier, a silent understanding passing between them as he asked, "Right, Olivier?" Rose watched them, a strange feeling blooming in her chest. "Huh, they seem so friendly." Olivier just nodded, a small smile playing on his lips as he admitted he was surprised when Prince Theodore suggested storming the place themselves. Her hand tightened into a fist at her side. Both of them, for me, they had risked everything for her, but a seed of doubt remained. Prince Theo's actions, his confession, it might just be the effects of believing he's the one and he can't stop himself. And if we were to marry, what then? The thought plagued her long into the nights. Back in her room, the opulent bed felt cold and empty. "It's no use, I can't sleep." She slipped out of bed, her bare feet silent on the cool floor. The incident may have something to do with it, but I can't get the prince's words out of my head. She padded over to the balcony, the cool night air a balm on her feverish skin. And then she saw him, Prince Theo, she gasped. He was standing there in the garden, bathed in moonlight, his back to her. She must have made a sound because he turned at the crunch of gravel under her feet. He called her name, noting that she was still awake. She confessed she couldn't sleep, and he admitted the same, saying he had come out for some cool air after everything she'd been through. Standing there together in the quiet garden, she knew she had to ask. Prince Theo?" She began, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm very grateful that you saved me from my father and that you helped me, the one." His smile was gentle, but his eyes were searching. He asked if by any chance she had misinterpreted his feelings. Did she really think it was because she was the one that he picked up his sword and went to help her? Her breath hitched. "I knew it," she thought, her heart sinking. He admitted that he couldn't deny that possibility himself, but the feeling of not wanting to lose her, that was real. He closed the distance between them, his hands coming up to gently cup her face, forcing her to meet his gaze. His voice was thick with emotion as he declared that if it were for her, he'd throw away his own life. Her heart hammered against her ribs, bottom. He was so close, his eyes pleading with her. "Will you accept my feelings?" For a moment, she was lost in his gaze, her lips parting as if to say yes. She wanted to, oh, how she wanted to accept them. But she couldn't. Her hand came up to grip his shirt, her knuckles white. "I'm sorry." The words were a choked whisper. She took a step back, pulling away from his warmth. His face fell, a shadow of pain crossing his features. "Rose," he murmured, his voice laced with confusion and hurt. "What can I do to reach your heart?" Tears streamed down her face, hot and silent. "Prince Theo," she sobbed, her heart breaking with every word she had to say. "I really love you too." His eyes widened in surprise. "But I can't." She cried, the truth feeling like shards of glass in her throat. "Because I'm..." The world around them seemed to fracture, to break apart into a million glittering pieces. A person who came from another world. The confession hung in the air between them, heavy and unbelievable. He stared at her, his expression unreadable. "Rose," he began, his voice strained. "You're the daughter of Lord Charlier who grew up alongside me, aren't you?" A single tear traced a path down her cheek. Of course he wouldn't believe her. "I knew this kind of thing would happen." "I'm sorry," she whispered, turning away. "It seems I'm tired after all. I'm going back." But his hand shot out, grabbing her wrist. "Wait," he insisted, his grip firm but not painful. "Tell me what you have to say." His eyes were intense, demanding. "I want to know you." So, under the pale moonlight in the quiet garden gazebo, she told him everything. In my previous life, I lived in a different world, she began, but I knew about this world as a story within a game called Prince of Prince. He looked utterly baffled. A game, like chess. She shook her head trying to find the right words. More like a novel, like game, a love simulator. It's difficult to explain, but just think of me having read it in a book. He seemed to accept this for now, and she continued, her voice dropping. In the story I know, Rose is the villainess. Prince Theo and Iris are supposed to be the one and get married. His eyes widened in shock. Miss Iris and I, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to say the next part. This next part is important. If Prince Theo chooses the villainess Rose instead of Iris, forces that fear the centralization of power to assassinate both of us. The image from the game flashed in her mind, their bodies lifeless, surrounded by blood and falling petals. That's why I can't marry you, she finished, her voice thick with unshed tears. Because I know the tragic future that awaits us. She was sure he would think she was crazy, that he would dismiss her words. I'm sure you can't believe any of this. But he simply asked, how could I not believe you? Her eyes widened in surprise. He held up a single perfect rose, its petals the color of his eyes. I think that trusting is part of love, he said softly. It's not that you hate me, you're afraid of a tragic future. She looked away, unable to meet his gaze. That's right, just loving you won't do anything. But he wouldn't let her give up. Will it really not do anything? He pressed. What about a path that defies the storyline you know and allows us to live? He reached out, offering her the rose. If we search together, there might be a different future for us instead of being discouraged. Won't you search for a future together with me? For a moment, she was tempted. Yes, you're right, she whispered, but then the cold, hard reality crashed down on her again. But that future doesn't exist. A wave of despair washed over her. I checked every corner of the story in this world, so I know. I remember all the storylines of that game, the bad ending. I would never leave any path unexplored. He took a step closer, his voice firm. Even so, it's not a 0% chance, is it? We won't know unless we try. But she was frantic now, desperate to make him understand. No, you don't understand at all, Prince Theo. This isn't like a book or a game. If we die, we can't come back. The only way to save him was to push him away. You shouldn't take that risk. You should marry Iris instead. She's a wonderful girl. I'm sure you two will be happy together. His face contorted with anger and pain. You're the one who doesn't understand, he roared, grabbing her shoulders. What I want is a future with you. The one I love is you. He wanted a happy future with her. The thought was so beautiful, so tempting. He really desires that. But I can't allow you to die because of me. The rose fell from her hand, its petals scattering like shattered dreams. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. You still don't get it, he muttered. She turned away, tears blurring her vision. You don't get it either, Prince Theo. And with that, she fled, leaving him standing alone in the moonlit garden. Leaning against her balcony railing, Rose sighed. I had a big fight with the prince. I thought that he'd understand if I told him about the bad ending, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. Still, hearing him shout that what he wanted was a future with her, it made her happy, a warm glow spreading through her chest despite the pain. But I still can't jeopardize the life of my favorite character. What if she had been sold as a slave yesterday without knowing anything? Or rather, she thought, her gaze dropping to the cobblestones far below, what if I jumped from here and killed myself? She leaned over the railing, the wind whipping at her hair. But a jolt of pure terror shot through her. Whoa, this is so high, I can't, her heart hammered in her chest. This is definitely scary. Just then a familiar voice broke the silence. My lady. It was Olivier. What are you doing? He started to ask, but she whirled around, startled. Oh, Olivier, nothing. The sudden movement made her lose her balance. Her foot slipped, a scream tore from her throat as she tumbled over the railing. My lady, Olivier cried out in horror. Lunging forward, but he was too late. The world became a blur of motion and falling petals as she plummeted towards the ground. Oh no, I'm going to die, the cold night air whipped at her face, a cruel reminder of her terrifying descent. Her beautiful purple gown, a symbol of her status, now felt like a shroud dragging her down, down, down into the abyss. Red petals scattered around her like drops of blood against the dark canvas of the night, her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. Is this it? Is this how it ends for me? Am I really going to die? The thought screamed through her mind, a final, desperate plea against the inevitable. Oh, this couldn't be happening. Not now, not after everything. The ground rushed up to meet her. But just as oblivion seemed certain, a memory, or perhaps the moment itself, flashed before her eyes. The frantic cry of her name, a voice thick with desperation. My lady? Olivier. He was there, wasn't he? He was always there. Strong hands broke her fall, catching her, saving her from the cold, hard embrace of the stone below. He had saved her again, later in the warmth of her room. The chill of the near-death experience still clung to her skin. Olivier slid back the heavy velvet curtains, his face etched with a seriousness she had rarely seen. His voice was low, cutting through the quiet room as he asked if this accident had anything to do with Prince Theodora. Her breath hitched, she tried to deny it, shaking her head, but her eyes wouldn't meet his. He saw right through her. Of course he did. He continued, his gaze unwavering, saying he had heard them. He heard them fighting in the garden. A cold dread washed over her. Ugh, that means he saw through me. He knew she was lying. He pressed further, his question hanging in the air like a guillotine. What in the world were they talking about? She stayed silent. Her mind racing, how could she possibly explain my reincarnation, the autumn game, the terrible, bloody bad ending that awaits us, all the secrets between myself and Prince Theo? I feel so sorry for Olivier, but I can't tell him everything. She had to give him something, a piece of the truth that wouldn't shatter his reality. She took a breath, her voice barely a whisper as she explained that if she and the prince were to wed, a third party desperate to centralize power would come after their lives. That's what they were arguing about. Olivier listened, his expression unreadable as he placed a tea tray down with a soft clunk. So that was it? Was that the real reason they both wanted to break off the engagement? Rose nodded, admitting that was why she wanted to, but for the prince, it was different. She explained how the prince had discovered the plot, realized the danger was aimed at both of them, and had tried to push her away to put distance between them so that she wouldn't be hurt. Olivier's eyes softened with understanding. He summarized it perfectly, his voice gentle. In other words, he didn't want to hurt her by engaging in acts without love. And the reason that all changed was because he had truly fallen in love with her. A jolt went through her, a blush exploding across her cheeks. Love, she stammered, flustered, telling him not to say such embarrassing things, but Olivier just let out a soft chuckle, a warm and knowing sound. He believed Prince Theodora was very serious about her. Her hands clenched the fabric of her dress. But even then, what did it matter? If my being with him puts the prince's life in danger, then I can't. Olivier set the teapot down with a decisive clunk, his face grim. He understood. He laid out the harsh political truth for her. If the Siberian royal family and the powerful Charlier family were to join, the neighboring kingdoms would see it as a monumental threat. Then, there would be a high risk of assassination. Her blood ran cold, so, it is true, the bad ending wasn't just a possibility, it was a political certainty. Olivier's gaze was intense, searching her face. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that made her heart skip a beat. If she was scared, why not run away with him? The offer hung in the air, audacious and terrifying. If she was prepared to run, to throw away her family and her name, he would go anywhere with her. A gentle smile touched his lips as he painted a picture for her, a life of peace in the countryside, just the two of them. As a married couple, she stared at him, utterly speechless. Olivier, is he being serious? He reached out, his hand covering hers, a warm and steady pressure. Did she doubt his feelings? He lifted her hand to his lips, pressing a soft, reverent kiss to her knuckles. Bottom, her heart hammered against her ribs. His eyes held hers, burning with a devotion that stole her breath away. For her, he would throw everything away. He pulled her closer, his confession a breath against her ear. He had served her all this time for this very purpose. He gently took her chin in his hand, forcing her to look at him. What would she do? The choice, he said, was hers. She squeezed her eyes shut, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. Olivier, he understands me better than anyone else. He sees the real me, not the villainess. But her eyes fluttered open, glistening with unshed tears. I'm sorry. The words felt like shards of glass in her throat. I do love you, Olivier, she confessed, her voice trembling, but not like that. He simply let out a soft sigh, his expression unchanged. That was fine, he said. He gently patted her head, his touch so kind it almost broke her. The one in her heart is Prince Theodora, isn't it? He smiled, a sad, knowing smile. He knew her better than anyone else, he said. Perhaps she was the one who didn't know that. She stammered, flustered and unable to reply. He stood, his duty and devotion radiating from him like a warm light. He told her that no matter the obstacles, the most important thing is to be honest with her own heart, to spend her life with the one she truly loves. And he would serve her always. Tears welled in her eyes. Thank you, she whispered, overwhelmed by his loyalty, but he wasn't even a butler for the Charlier family anymore. He smiled warmly, explaining that what he felt was a kind of parental love. Her success and her happiness were his happiness. A blush crept up her neck. More than parental love, it was more like he was her #1 fan, cheering for his favorite character. He looked puzzled by the term, so she explained. It means you're really, truly cheering me on. His words echoed in her mind long after he left. Spend your life with the one you love, she sighed, gazing at her own troubled reflection in the window. I understand what Olivier was trying to say, but I'm not prepared for that. Just then, a movement outside caught her eye. Huh, Iris, what's she doing here? Her confusion turned to ice as she saw who was with her. Prince Theo. Her heart stopped, then plummeted into her stomach. She watched, frozen in place, as Iris stood before the prince, her heart on her sleeve. She heard Iris's voice, earnest and trembling with emotion. She knew they were not of the same status, but she was sure they could get through it together. Please. Her voice rose in a desperate plea that shattered the quiet garden. A plea that shattered Rose's world. So please, choose me. Rose couldn't breathe, couldn't move. She could only stare as the scene unfolded. As Iris poured out her soul to the man Rose loved, her mind reeled. Iris confessed her feelings to Prince Theo. A part of her had always thought they should be together, that it was the correct path from the game. But seeing it happen, watching it for real, a sharp, unexpected pain lanced through her heart. She stumbled backward, her heel scraping against the stone floor. The sound was deafening in the silence. Both Theo and Iris turned, their eyes finding her instantly. She was caught, a wave of mortification washed over her. I'm sorry, she stammered, rushing forward. I didn't plan on eavesdropping. She forced a bright, brittle smile. But I'm sure you two will be good for each other. I'm sorry for interrupting. I'll be leaving. She turned to flee, but Theo's voice cut through the air, sharp and urgent. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Iris nodded eagerly, her cheeks flushed. We were rehearsing our lines. She held up a script, the title Princess Magnolia emblazoned on the cover. She asked if Rose remembered being in the play. Remember, how could she forget? An image flashed in her mind. A memory so vivid it felt like yesterday, Prince Theo in his magnificent stage costume looking so impossibly beautiful it had made her heart ache. But wait, Rose's brow furrowed. I thought Iris was playing some supporting fairy role, not the main character. Theo explained, a hint of pride in his voice, that Iris had been chosen to play the main character this year. And he was her practice partner, the world tilted on its axis. Iris is the main character. This is different from the game. Iris's face was alight with excitement. She pleaded with Rose to watch her perform and give her some advice. Rose, still reeling, could only nod in agreement. As they walked together through the gardens, Iris couldn't stop talking about Rose's performance from the year before. It was so wonderful, so inspiring that Iris decided she wanted to perform just like her and tried out for the main role herself. Rose's mind was a mess of confusion. In the game, Iris never looked up to her like this. Did my being reincarnated into this world have an effect on Iris? Is it because my personality is so different than the original Rose in the game? Iris's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Trying to act normal, Rose complimented her, saying her performance was so good, she actually thought Iris was confessing her feelings for real. She thought Iris actually liked Prince Theo. Iris's denial was swift, but then she paused, a shy blush on her face. No, I do like him, badump. Rose's heart stopped. She actually does. But before Rose could process the shock, Iris turned to her, her eyes sparkling with pure adoration. But I like you the most. It's because you're stronger and kinder than everyone else. Rose stared, completely dumbfounded. What, is she opening up about her sexuality? But Iris continued, clarifying that Prince Theo seems to like Rose too, and since she loves them both, she wants to support them getting together. Later, by the fountain, Rose tried to explain. Prince Theo and I, we can't be together, it's our fate. Iris looked crestfallen, murmuring that they look so good together. Just then, a huge splash erupted from the fountain, drenching poor Iris from head to toe. But instead of crying, Iris laughed, her eyes shining. With a flick of her wrist, she made the water droplets dance in the air. You can change fates, she declared. She explained that even someone like her, who felt she had no worth, could get the main role if she just worked hard and believed. Her words struck Rose like a lightning bolt. Iris grabbed her hands, her gaze fiery and passionate. I'm sure it would be simple for you. If we search together, there might be a different future for us. Instead of being discouraged, won't you search for a future with me? Badump. Rose's heart hammered in her chest, moved by Iris's unwavering belief. Maybe she was right. Instead of giving up because it's fate, maybe I should keep working hard and believe in possibilities. A genuine smile spread across her face as she gently wiped Iris's wet cheek with her handkerchief. She teased Iris for being uncharacteristically audacious, but inside a new resolve was forming. I want to believe in Theo. There was just one problem. After their fight, things were still so awkward. How could she even approach him? A servant had told her he was here in the training hall, but now that she was here, she hesitated. Suddenly, she heard panting from around the corner, followed by her name, spoken in a voice that made her shiver. Rose. She turned the corner, and her entire brain short-circuited. There he was, Prince Theo, shirtless, glistening with sweat from his training, a sword held loosely in one hand. Every muscle was perfectly defined, a sculpture come to life. Badump, badump, badump. Heat flooded her face, and she slapped her hands over her eyes, letting out a little squeak. Ah. Theo just smirked, a low chuckle rumbling in his chest. He took a step closer, his voice laced with amusement as he asked why she was acting like this now. After all, she'd seen his body plenty of times, hadn't she? What? Stop, she squeaked, peeking through her fingers. Put some clothes on, I was surprised. Taking a deep, steadying breath, she lowered her hands, her resolve hardening. She met his gaze, her own eyes filled with a new determination. Prince, I need to talk to you. His voice was a low, serious rumble as he told her he needed to talk. Rose's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected him to approach her, not after everything. His bare chest gleamed in the moonlight, and he admitted he thought she was avoiding him. She stammered, confessing that she thought meeting alone would be a little awkward. His gaze was intense, his purple eyes seeming to pierce right through her. He wanted to know what had caused her change of heart. Lowering his head, he finally admitted his fault, apologizing for his earlier anger. Now that he had calmed down, he said he thought it would be best to face her. Rose felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yes, she would like that. But her eyes drifted to the sword in his hand, a question forming on her lips. More importantly, why was he practicing swordsmanship at this hour? The competition was already over. He stood there, the moonlight carving shadows across his toned physique, his expression deadly serious. It wasn't for a competition, he explained. He wanted to hone his skills in order to live together with her. For her, the words echoed in her mind as he took a step forward. He explained that after their talk, he couldn't stop thinking. If they were going to be assassinated for being together, then he just needed to become strong enough to take down anyone who came after them. With a fierce cry, he swung the heavy sword, a powerful whoosh slicing through the silent night. Rose's eyes widened, her heart hammering against her ribs. Asterisk bottom asterisk, the sheer intensity in his eyes, the raw determination. It was all for her. Her mind raced. True, if an assassin attacked, the prince could. Her imagination suddenly ran wild. A tiny chibai Theo bravely fought off a cloaked figure with a clang of swords. But wait, what if they came with a gun? Her tiny prince was no match for a bullet. No, it was worse. They could be poisoned. She pictured herself and Theo, wide-eyed in horror as a skull and crossbones appeared over their dinner. Her mind snapped back to reality, her head spinning. How was she supposed to look at this world anymore? Was this a dating sim, a battle sim, or a suspense thriller? She cried out his name, Prince Theo. He was the crown prince of Siberian. Even if he didn't pick up his sword, he had guards. But his voice was firm, cutting through her panic. That wasn't enough. He held the sword vertically before him, his reflection glinting on the polished steel. He wanted to protect her himself. A blush crept up her cheeks as she asked why he would go that far. He let out a soft, almost amused huff, running a hand through his damp hair. Was she really going to ask that? He took a single, deliberate step towards her. He had decided, he declared, his voice a low, possessive murmur to make her heart his. And he would do anything for that purpose. His eyes burned with a fire she had never seen before as he asked her, pleaded with her to believe in him and surrender herself to him. He knelt before her, taking her hand in his touch both strong and gentle. Prince Theo, did he really care about her that much? Her heart pounded in her chest, a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Could it be possible? Could the two of them really escape their fated death together? But even if they changed their fate, a new question bloomed in her mind. Were they the one for each other? Was it even possible for them to have a relationship that wasn't bound by this primal, fated desire? He whispered her name, Rose. And she flinched. Her fist clenched. The mood was shattered. Would he mind talking about something like that after a date? She snapped, or at the very least when he wasn't covered in sweat. The words stabbed into him like tiny daggers. He recoiled, stammering an apology as she squeezed her dress in frustration. Asterisk, I can't respond to him right now. Asterisk, she thought desperately. Asterisk, I need to be sure. Asterisk. But even so, she admitted quietly that she was glad he had said it. His eyes lit up with a spark of hope. So he just needed to take her on a date, right? He turned, a confident smile playing on his lips as he declared that was exactly what he wanted. Her heart fluttered again, asterisk, ba-dump, asterisk. This was it. This was the perfect opportunity for her to see if they could have a relationship like a normal man and woman. She spun around, a newfound resolve in her eyes. Yes, she would go on a date with him. But a smirk worthy of a true villainess spread across her face. She was Rose Charlie after all. He shouldn't think he could please her so easily. The prince's own smile widened, a challenging glint in his eyes. He wouldn't expect any less. Later in class, Rose overheard the other girls chattering about dates to Windmill Hill, and she found herself lost in thought. Where would Prince Theo take her? There weren't many date events for him in the original game. Most of his scenes were formal or involved studying. A grin spread across her face. This date? This could be the start of them changing their fate. She was filled with a sudden burst of optimism. She wanted to be happy and have fun. Meanwhile, the prince was seeking counsel. Olivier, he began, approaching his ever-loyal attendant, I'd like to borrow some of your wisdom. Olivier nearly jumped out of his skin. What happened? The prince looked utterly defeated, a gloomy aura surrounding him as he confessed he'd thought about his date with Rose all night but had come up with zero ideas. Olivier's expression shifted to one of smug confidence. Oh, Lady Rose could be quite difficult, he mused, but if it were him, he could easily think of a satisfying date. But he had nothing to teach the prince. Theo grumbled, wasn't Olivier his master? But Olivier simply stated his duty of confidentiality, adding that if the prince came up with a plan himself, he'd be able to show Rose what's good about him. Sincerity, he advised, was very important. A genuine warm smile spread across Theo's face. He understood. He would try again to bring out his own wisdom. And so the day finally arrived. The day of her date with Prince Theo. Rose looked absolutely stunning in a red and black dress, holding a parasol to shield her from the sun. Theo's breath caught in his throat as he saw her. He told her she looked very beautiful, his voice filled with sincere admiration. She tried to maintain her villainous facade, warning him that she wouldn't approve of them if he didn't show her a good time. He simply smiled, a soft, of course, escaping his lips. Her very first date with Prince Theo, what were they going to do? She asked him where he was taking her today, and he replied with a mysterious smile that she would have to wait and see. If he said it like that, she thought she'd get too excited. Their first stop was a grand, ornate building. This was the famous opera house. He led her inside, past the plush velvet ropes to their seats. But these weren't just any seats. They were the second-floor central box seats, the ones reserved for the royal family. The sheer royal vibes were overwhelming. Her heart pounded. This was completely different than a date with a normal guy from school. He leaned closer, his voice a pleasant murmur against the gentle hum of the crowd, telling her it was the best place to hear the singers' voices. The opera began and Rose was captivated. It was one of her favorites, the story of a human prince who abandons his status for a beautiful spirit. She was so happy, whispering to Theo how much she loved this story. He simply smiled, telling her it gets better from here. Suddenly, the lead tenor on stage began to sing, "Oh, Rose, you are more beautiful than anyone." Rose's eyes shot wide open. Did they just say Rose? And they were all pointing this way. She turned to Theo in a panic, who calmly explained that he had them change the song to praise her. She was mortified. This was so embarrassing, and she felt terrible for the rest of the audience. But Theo just chuckled, telling her it was okay. He had rented the entire place out just for them. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Rented it out, she shot up from her seat, her head whipping around. The other seats weren't empty. They were filled with people who worked at the opera, a private performance requested by the prince. She sank back into her seat, covering her face. She hadn't even had a date this uncomfortable before she was reincarnated. But still, a small part of her was touched. Prince Theo thought it was nice and did all of this for her. She had to pull herself together. As they walked out, she asked what they were going to do next. He told her he thought a normal horse-drawn carriage was dull. So he had imported an elephant from the south. An elephant? Had she ever ridden one before? He asked with a hopeful smile. She hadn't. Then this is perfect, he beamed. Soon, they were the center of attention, riding through the town on the back of an enormous elephant. Everyone was staring, pointing, and chattering. If this world had smartphones, she thought with a groan, they'd be all over social media. As she turned to Theo, her face flushed with embarrassment. Could he please let her down at the next corner? The prince's face fell, the sound of his heart cracking almost audible. He'd been planning on taking her to the harbor where he had a boat prepared. She quickly apologized, suggesting they save the boat for next time. They ended up on a quiet park bench as the sun began to set. Theo apologized, his voice heavy with disappointment. He just wanted her to enjoy herself. But Rose shook her head, a genuine smile on her face. That wasn't it at all. She could tell how hard he tried. It was a large-scale date, she said with a cheerful laugh. He looked down, embarrassed that she was now worried about his feelings. But Rose stood up, her voice ringing with sincerity. The fact that he spent so much time worrying about what to do for her was wonderful. Getting to take up so much time of the person she liked, that satisfied her plenty. His eyes widened, his heart thumping in his chest. As they stood by an ice cream cart, she asked if this was really enough. She held up a cone of strawberry ice cream, her face beaming. It's enough, yay. This felt like a real date. They had to keep this a secret from Olivier, she thought with a mischievous grin. Taking a bite, she urged the prince to try his. They sat on the bench, a comfortable silence settling between them. But as she looked up, she saw him staring at her intently. You can't just say nothing like that, she mumbled, a blush creeping up her cheeks. He told her she had ice cream on her face. Before she could react, he leaned in, his hand gently cupping her cheek. His lips brushed against her skin, right beside her mouth, sending a jolt through her entire body. Her mind went blank. Why was this a kiss? Her heart hammered against her ribs as she felt herself leaning back, completely flustered. Maybe the suppressant wore off. She panicked, telling him to quickly take the medicine, but he gently stopped her. Rose, that's not it, he whispered, his eyes filled with an emotion so deep it stole her breath away. I just love you so much I can't take it. His hand covered hers, his thumb stroking her skin. This wasn't because of heat, being the one had nothing to do with it. He leaned closer, his voice a raw, vulnerable confession. What I love is your heart. And then he closed the distance, his lips meeting hers in a kiss that was soft and sweet and filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated love. This time it wasn't fate, it was a choice. The world dissolved into a haze of pink petals and shimmering light. His lips were soft yet insistent, a gentle pressure that sent a jolt straight to her core. It was happening. It was really happening. He deepened the kiss, a soft sound escaping her lips. And then something impossibly warm and gentle traced the seam of her lips. Her eyes widened in shock. Was that Prince Theo's tongue? Her mind went completely blank. All she could feel was him, the heat, the overwhelming sensation that was turning her bones to jelly. He finally pulled away, his breath coming in soft pants, his eyes dark and intense. His voice was a low murmur, a challenge she couldn't possibly refuse as he asked if she was really going to turn him down. Her face felt like it was on fire. A squeak escaped her lips as she cried out that it wasn't fair. How could he be so bold? How could he do this to her heart? But even as she protested, a dizzying thought spun through her mind. I kissed him, I kissed the prince. A low chuckle rumbled in his chest, his eyes crinkling at the corners with amusement. He told her that her voice was shaking and that it was absolutely adorable. He squeezed her tighter, his embrace a warm, solid cage around her. Her gaze was trapped by his, those passionate, burning eyes that seemed to see right through her. I can't say no, not to him, not when he looks at me like that. A tiny, defeated sound escaped her throat. And just like that, his lips were on hers again. This time it was deeper, more confident. The inside of his mouth was so hot she felt like she was melting right there in his arms. The ice cream in her hand forgot and began to drip down the cone. The sound of footsteps nearby suddenly broke the spell. Theo pulled back, his eyes wide with realization as he looked around the public park. He stammered an apology, admitting he wasn't thinking about their location. He said they would have to stop for now. She could only manage a weak nod, pointing out that her ice cream was melting too. As they walked away, she licked at the sweet cream, but the flavor was lost on her. After having his tongue in my mouth, I don't even know what the ice cream tastes like anymore. The carriage ride back was a blur of rattling wheels and her own frantic thoughts. He said we'd stop for now, but does that mean we're going to continue that later? Her heart hammered against her ribs at the mere thought. His voice, soft and low, broke through her reverie as he simply said her name, Rose. Her head snapped up. He reached out, his fingers gently brushing a stray strand of hair from her face. Oh no, is he going to kiss me again, right here? She squeezed her eyes shut, a nervous giggle bubbling up as she pleaded for him to forgive her. A soft chuckle was his only reply. He seemed so amused by her panic. She dared to peek an eye open, asking if something was the matter. He just smiled. She stammered out a quick and nothing as the carriage continued its journey into the night. When they finally arrived, the mansion was a silent, looming silhouette against the starry sky. Theo helped her down, his hand warm in hers, apologizing for the many things that had happened that day. She waved it off, telling him he was too worried. Just then, a familiar voice called out a welcome home. It was Olivier, his kind face smiling at them from the doorway. He asked the prince how his outing was. Theo let out a heavy sigh, a weary look on his face. He confessed that his plan had failed horribly, but then his gaze fell on her and his expression softened. He added that she appeared to be satisfied. She gave a bright smile, confirming that it was fun. Olivier looked relieved, saying he was glad. But just as she was about to head inside, Theo's hand shot out, grabbing hers. He said her name again, his voice different this time. Her heart gave a violent lurch. Is he actually going to kiss me this time? But Olivier is right here. Instead of a kiss, he leaned in close, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered a promise that sent shivers down her spine. I'll come to your room tonight. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Her heart was going to explode. Ugh, he's so confusing. What does he want? He's coming to my room, but for what? At night. Her mind traitorously conjured an image of them tangled together, flushed and breathless. Wait, is that what he means? Olivier's voice cut through her haze, asking if something was wrong, my lady. She jumped, her face beat red, stammering out a nothing, before practically fleeing down the hall. In the privacy of her room, panic set in. She stood before her closet, her hands trembling as she rifled through nightgowns. What should I do? What should I wear? I've been in the same bed as Prince Theo before, but that was just because of the heat. This is different. This is real. Her mind flashed back to the kiss in the park, the heat, the passion. We even kissed like that today. It's only natural to continue from there, isn't it? But no, my heart's still not ready for this. A sharp knock on the door made her jump out of her skin. He's here. The door creaked open, revealing his silhouette. It was him. His voice was a low, velvet question that echoed in the silent room. Will you let me in? Her eyes drank him in. His shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, and his hair was a little wet. Did he just get out of the bath? A shiver ran through her. He looked dangerous, utterly irresistible. With a trembling hand, she opened the door wider, her voice barely a whisper as she told him to come in. The door clicked shut behind him, sealing them in together. I can't say no to Prince Theo. I'm sure will. The air crackled with unspoken tension. He led her to the edge of the bed, the mattress dipping under their combined weight. He whispered her name, his hand coming up to cup her chin, tilting her face towards his. The mood was so thick, so intoxicating. This is really happening. I want to touch him too. As she leaned in, her lips parted, he let out a soft chuckle. His finger came up to gently press against her lips, stopping her. His voice was a playful murmur as he said he wanted to continue this, but they should stop for now. Her mind screeched to a halt. He stopped me. Again, she shot up, her fists clenched as she demanded to know if he was playing with her. He just laughed, telling her she was adorable. Then his expression shifted, becoming serious. He revealed the real reason he was here. He wanted to have a strategy meeting about the assassination attempt. A strategy meeting? Her mind reeled from the whiplash. He unrolled a map, his finger tracing the borders of their kingdoms. He'd been investigating, trying to identify who could be the assassin. Her breath caught in her throat. He told her that he couldn't find any likely suspects within Siberian, but he was worried about the neighboring kingdom of Verno. The kingdom of Verno, that's next to my home kingdom, Corette. Her heart sank. He explained that the three kingdoms were at odds, and if they got married, Verno would feel threatened. And who was the crown prince of Verno? Prince Vincent. The name hit her like a ton of bricks. That's right, Prince Vin from the kingdom of Verno. In the game, he was just as popular as Prince Theo, but he was a narcissist, completely obsessed with himself. He reforms himself after meeting Iris, but he's not my type. She looked at Theo, her expression grim. She had to admit this sounded exactly like something Vincent would do. She'd met him once as a child, but didn't know him well. She asked Theo what he planned to do. He sighed, explaining they couldn't investigate without proof, so he had another idea. What do you think about joining him instead? Joining him? He clarified that he meant forming an alliance. Their kingdoms had been at war decades ago, and the tension still lingered. He believed it was time to let go of the past, to embrace peace. If their kingdoms were allies, there would be no reason for an assassination. It was a brilliant yet difficult plan. She asked if Prince Vin would agree to an alliance so easily. Theo admitted it wouldn't be straightforward, but it was worth a try. A spark of hope ignited in her chest. Of course, she was worried, but they had to try. She declared that they should go with that strategy, offering to help him. A genuine smile spread across Theo's face as he agreed that would be great. They sat together, planning their next steps. They needed to create an opportunity to build a relationship with Verno. Theo decided he would wait for the right moment to talk to Prince Vin and would send a messenger to the castle in the morning. As he spoke, a wave of emotion washed over her. She called his name softly. He turned to her, his expression questioning. She smiled, her heart full. She confessed that she had already given up on them. But she continued, her voice thick with gratitude. "I'm so glad that you took the time to think of a plan that would allow us to be together." His eyes widened, a flicker of raw emotion crossing his face. Without a word, he pulled her into a tight embrace, burying his face in her hair. She gasped his name, surprised by the suddenness of it all. His voice was a ragged whisper against her ear, full of a desperate longing that stole her breath away. "I want to touch you." And then his lips were on hers, a fierce, hungry kiss that left no room for thought. She gasped when he pulled away, her cheeks flushed, telling him his kisses were always so sudden. His eyes blazed into hers. "They're not sudden," he growled, his voice low and intense. "Do you have any idea how many times I wanted to hold you today?" Before she could answer, he pushed her back onto the bed, her blonde hair fanning out across the pillows as he fell over her. She let out a small cry of surprise. "I let my guard down because of the strategy meeting. This wasn't part of the plan." The kiss resumed, deeper and more demanding than before. His hand clenched in the fabric of her nightgown. Her mind was spinning. "Prince Theo, he really does want to take it to the next level." Her legs trembled beneath him. "Kissing the prince when we're not in heat? This feels so different, so much more real." He pulled back just enough to look at her, his chest rising and falling heavily. He asked her, his voice a raw whisper, if she really wanted this from the bottom of her heart. His eyes were dark with a desire that mirrored her own, and with every fiber of his being he confessed, "I want you." The world seemed to melt away, leaving only the sound of his voice, low and husky, echoing in the space between them. "I want you," he whispered, and the words wrapped around her heart, squeezing the air from her lungs. His eyes, a deep, swirling vortex of purple, were filled with a raw, undeniable hunger. Her own breath hitched, a blush creeping up her neck as her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of ba-dump, ba-dump. "Prince," she breathed out, her own voice barely a whisper. He was so close, his warmth seeping into her skin, his scent intoxicating. Her own desires, long suppressed, rose to the surface, a mirror to his own. "I also want to," she confessed, her mind hazy with emotion. "Is this really okay? Can I let myself have this?" Her fingers trembled as she reached for him, her touch featherlight against his skin as he leaned in. But just as their lips were about to meet, a chilling thought sliced through the haze like a shard of ice. A vision of a gleaming dagger flashed in her mind. If this strategy fails, a horrifying image of a shattered mirror of her own lifeless body reflected in the broken pieces consumed her. "I'll die." The thought was so cold, so absolute, it froze her from the inside out. "I love him so much I can't stand it, but what if that love leads to his death too?" A vision of Prince Theo, fallen and still, surrounded by shattered glass and blood-red roses, made her stomach clench. "If I accept you now, will it be my fault? Will I be the cause of your ruin?" The fear was a physical thing clawing at her throat. Her heart, which had been racing with passion moments before, now pounded with sheer terror. The dark curse that clung to her soul felt like a physical weight, a shadow spreading from her core. He must have felt it, the sudden rigidity in her body, the terror in her eyes. He pulled back, the heat between them vanishing as if it had never been. "Let's stop," he said, his voice gentle, betraying none of the frustration he must have felt. "If you're still worried, I don't want to force you." He leaned in, but instead of a passionate kiss, his lips brushed against her forehead, a touch so tender and understanding it brought tears to her eyes. He got up, leaving her on the bed, and her heart ached with a mixture of relief and regret. "I'm sorry," she whispered, clutching the fabric of her dress. "Thank you, this kindness, this patience." It was more than she deserved, it was everything she'd ever wanted. A new resolve hardened within her. "If we form an alliance with the Kingdom of Verno," she began, her voice gaining strength as she moved toward him, "then She wrapped her arms around his back, pressing her face into the warmth of his shirt, feeling the solid beat of his heart against her cheek. She squeezed him tightly, pouring all her feelings into the embrace. "Be with you, my love," she finished, the words muffled but clear. "These are my true feelings." Theo froze for a second, surprised by her sudden declaration, before his arms came around her, holding her close. He pulled back just enough to cup her face in his hands, his expression soft and unbearably fond. He leaned in close, his voice a low promise against her ear. "When we do, I won't go easy on you." Then his lips met hers in a soft, sealing kiss. "Good night, Rose," he murmured, a gentle smile playing on his lips before he turned and left. The door clicked shut with a soft thud, leaving Rose alone in the moonlit room. She touched her lips, her heart doing a wild flutter in her chest as she stared out the window, a genuine, hopeful smile gracing her features for the first time in what felt like an eternity. A few days later, they stood before the king and queen in a sun-drenched hall of the palace. "Theodora Rose, welcome." The king boomed, his smile wide and genuine with the beautiful queen at his side. Rose and Theo bowed in unison. Mother, father, the queen's eyes twinkled with delight. She explained that she'd heard they were coming and had called the best patissier in the kingdom. A magnificent strawberry pastry sat on the table, a testament to her thoughtfulness. She leaned in conspiratorially, adding that Theo had mentioned her recent fondness for them. You like strawberries, right, Rose? She asked, her voice as sweet as the treats before them. Rose's heart swelled. You remembered, she exclaimed. Genuinely touched. The queen is as lovely as always, she thought. Even in the game, she was always kind to the ill-natured Rose. Over tea, the king smiled fondly. It's been a while, I'm glad you two seem to be getting along well. Theo, however, cut straight to the point. More importantly, father, concerning what I wrote to you about. The king chuckled, setting his cup down with a soft clink. You said you wanted to form an alliance with Verno to search for peace. He began, his expression turning serious, his hands steepling before him. In order to create a friendly relationship, I was thinking about inviting them to dinner. Rose and Theo both stiffened at his words. By dinner? Theo clarified, his hand tightening slightly on his lap. You mean you plan to invite them to the palace? The king leaned back, a confident smile on his face. I can't imagine they would attack us immediately, he reasoned. And for the subject of the dinner, if we make it your engagement announcement party, we can kill two birds with one stone. The words dropped into the silence like a bomb, an engagement announcement party. Rose and Theo stared, utterly shocked. The queen chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, you haven't had one yet, it's perfect. The king continued, laying out his brilliant, terrifying plan. It was natural to invite the royal families of neighboring kingdoms to such an event, and they would have a hard time turning down the invitation. The queen giggled, adding that Rose was so adorable, of course they would come to see her. She was already lost in thought about dresses, chattering excitedly while the king tried to suggest their traditional garb. But the weight of the king's words settled heavily on Rose. Her expression fell. There's still no guarantee that we can avoid getting assassinated. Her heart began to pound a slow, heavy rhythm of dread. But if we have an engagement announcement party, breaking off our engagement will be hopeless. The escape route she had clung to was about to be sealed shut. Later that night, the palace was quiet as Rose stood on a balcony, the cool night air doing little to calm her racing thoughts. Rose, there you are, a familiar voice said from behind her. Prince Theo, she replied, turning to face him. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, looking out at the glittering lights of the town below. The lights from the town are beautiful, he commented. Yes, she agreed, it looks different than the area around the academy. She smiled softly. The kingdom of Siberian is a wonderful place, and the king and queen are so kind. Theo was quiet, his gaze fixed on her profile. You're worried, aren't you? Rose blinked, about breaking off our engagement becoming even more difficult. That's what you're worried about, isn't it? She flinched, he saw right through her. A wave of guilt washed over her. I'm sorry, I always think so negatively. Rose, he said softly, reaching for her and gently turning her to face him. Look at me. His eyes were serious, holding hers with an unwavering intensity under the starry sky. Do you still want to break off your engagement to me? The question hung in the air. Well, she stammered, unable to form a coherent answer. He gripped her hand, his touch firm and reassuring. Rose, no matter what happens, I don't plan on letting you go. His silhouette was stark against the glowing city as he spoke, his voice filled with a conviction that stole her breath. I can't imagine my future without you. His gaze was piercing, filled with a depth of emotion that made her tremble. Can't my words dissolve your fears? She was speechless, her heart aching with a feeling too powerful to name. He smiled faintly. Then let me say something a little more coercive. He tugged her forward, his arm wrapping around her waist, pulling her flesh against him. I won't let fate have its way, he declared, his voice a fierce promise. No matter what, I will make sure we get the future we desire together. His eyes burned with resolve. So Rose, give yourself to me. In that moment, watching his unwavering eyes, thinking of his noble ambitions, she knew. This was what had attracted her to him, a fire ignited in her soul. Don't underestimate me, she declared, her own eyes flashing with determination. I'm Rose, the daughter of the Charlie family. I'll entrust my life to you and I'll follow you to the end. A slow, appreciative smile spread across his face. Fired up, she balled her fists, a comical look of fury on her face. I'll beat down Prince Vincent. Theo blinked, startled by her sudden ferocity, and quickly tried to calm her down. The reason we're inviting him to dinner is to build a friendly relationship, he reminded her gently, patting her on the shoulder. Absolutely do not start a fight with him. I know that, she mumbled, her cheeks flushing. The next day, Rose found herself stewing over the arrogant and rowdy Prince Vin. I acted all strong, but he's definitely a strong opponent, she worried, biting her lip. The door creaked open. My ladies, Olivier said, entering with a tea tray. I heard you will be having an engagement announcement party. Congratula. He stopped, noticing her heavy sigh. What's the matter? When I think about Prince Vin, she started to say. Olivia raised an eyebrow. Prince Vin, he's the crown prince of Verno, correct? She quickly backtracked, not wanting to reveal the assassination plot. No, I just heard he was a difficult person, but Olivier had a different concern entirely. I was more worried about your etiquette at the party. Rose was floored. And my etiquette? That's right, he said, his expression deadly serious. I was so busy thinking about Prince Vin, but other powerful noble people will be attending as well. Olivier continued, your dances are perfect, but I'm concerned about the way you accept dances. He recalled her previous outburst. You will be dancing with visitors that day, won't you? That's easy, she said, but he leaned in close, his gaze sharp and critical. Let's rehearse, he declared bluntly. Rose, now properly motivated, changed into a stunning red dress. Okay, here I go, she said, determined. As the prince's fiancé, I have to make sure I don't embarrass anyone. Olivier nodded, pleased. You seem to be motivated enough. Let's begin. Please pretend I am one of the male guests. He bowed formally. My lady, may I have this dance? They began to waltz, their movements perfectly in sync. Your dance really is perfect, Olivier complimented her. It was wonderful. Rose beamed. That's because you taught me. At the party, you never know what kind of person will ask you for a dance, he said, stopping. Let's rehearse something different. He suddenly adopted a new persona, bowing timidly and speaking in a meek voice. Miss Rose, I would be incredibly honored if you would allow me to touch your hand. Rose stifled a giggle. I see. He's acting like a timid noble. Olivier's enjoying himself. She played along with a smirk. Okay, I'll dance with you, she said, slapping his offered hand with a bit too much force. Next, Olivier announced, his demeanor shifting again. He pushed up his glasses, his expression becoming haughty. So you're the prince's fiancé, let's see what you're made of. Rose's eyes lit up. Now he's an intimidating, arrogant noble. She clenched her fist, a grin spreading across her face. And I wonder what you're made of, she shot back. Show me. Unseen by either of them, Prince Theo stood in the doorway, watching the scene with an amused expression. After several more rounds, Olivier called for break, panting slightly. Your dance is impeccable, he admitted. However, you fail in etiquette. Huh? She cried, shocked. You can't say show me, he scolded. But it was like they were picking a fight with me. You said let's see what you're made of, Olivier. That doesn't mean you should play along, he retorted. A soft chuckle came from the doorway. Prince Theo, Rose gasped. He walked towards them, a wide, amused smile on his face. You may have failed with etiquette. But it's so like you, I like it. He reached out, taking her hand from a stunned Olivier. Prince Theodora, don't spoil the lady, Olivier sighed, but Theo just smiled, pulling Rose closer. I'm not trying to spoil her, I'm just weak to the one I love. Rose's face bloomed into a deep crimson. The one he loves? Olivier just shook his head. You two are hopeless. I'll leave the lady's partner up to you, dance the way you two like. With a final bow, he left them alone. Theo turned to Rose, his hand still holding hers. Then will you be my partner, Miss Rose? Her heart skipped a beat. Looking into his warm eyes, she smiled softly. With pleasure. As the music began anew, they moved across the floor, a perfect picture of grace. I've seen him in dance class before. She thought, her eyes fixed on him. But when he's my partner, his gaze, his touch, the way he led her, it was on another level entirely. Sigh, he really is a prince. So lost in his handsome face, her foot slipped. She gasped, stumbling backwards. Oh no, I was gazing at him too much. But before she could fall, a strong arm snaked around her waist. Theo caught her effortlessly, dipping her low in a dramatic pose. Her heart hammered in her chest as she stared up at him, their faces just inches apart. He let out a low chuckle, his breath warm against her cheek. I'm honored you surrendered yourself to me. A deep blush colored her cheeks. Thank you. As he held her there, suspended in time, a powerful realization washed over her. Yes, I really do. Love Prince Theo. The thought was so clear, so certain, it solidified her resolve. That's why. I can't let this fail. A determined glint entered her eyes as the image of the arrogant Prince Vin flashed in her mind. I have to make this plan work. Yes, I really do. A warmth bloomed in her chest, a feeling so potent it stole her breath. I love Prince Theo. The realization settled over her, not with a shock, but with a gentle, undeniable certainty. It was why she was here, why she was doing all of this. That's why I can't let this fail. Her eyes, once filled with doubt, now burned with a new fire. I have to make this plan work. Her mind flashed back to that moment, the air thick with unspoken words. He was so close, his dark eyes searching hers, his breath a warm whisper against her skin. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of ba dump, ba dump. Just looking into his eyes made her feel like she was drowning. Another ba dump echoed in the silent room. He had steadied her after she stumbled, his hands firm and warm on her waist. His voice was low, laced with concern as he asked if she was okay. But her mind wasn't on her footing, it was on his lips. Did I want him to kiss me? The thought sent a jolt through her, a blush creeping up her neck. Why yes, a small traitorous voice inside her screamed, in a place like this. What am I thinking? I'm so embarrassed, all he did was help me. He had called her name then, his voice soft and gentle. Rose, he was smiling, a genuine heart-stopping smile that made her forget how to breathe. Let's make peace at the party tomorrow, he'd suggested, and then? Then what? What was he going to say? He turned his head slightly, his profile sharp and handsome in the dim light. Her heart fluttered again, another bottom against her ribs. He. You're right, she'd giggled, feeling like a fool, a happy blushing fool, and then? The night of the engagement announcement party arrived. The grand castle glowed under the starry sky, its halls filled with the gentle chatter of the kingdom's elite. Rose stood by Prince Theo's side, a perfect picture of a happy couple. It's a pleasure to meet you, they said in unison, greeting the endless stream of guests. Your Highness. Thank you for inviting us, the nobles beamed, bowing low. Theo smiled warmly, even greeting his uncle with a familiar ease, glad to see he was doing well. The compliments flowed like wine. One lady fanned herself, cooing at Rose. I heard that on top of being beautiful, you also excel academically. Rose could only smile and say thank you, feeling Theo's reassuring presence beside her. But beneath the polished smiles, a cold knot of anxiety was tightening in her stomach. Theo leaned towards his butler, his voice low and urgent. Olivier, where are the guests from the Kingdom of Verno? Olivier's expression was grim. I've received word that the Minister of Foreign Affairs has arrived, but I have not received word about Prince Finn. The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. The clock was ticking. There's no time left before the end of the party. Rose's heart began to pound, a frantic rhythm of fear. If Prince Finn doesn't show up, the plan won't work. A group of lords laughed nearby, completely oblivious. There's no happier day than today. Now the engagement can continue without delay. Rose's gaze drifted to her father and her blood ran cold. Lord Charlier, you abandoned me when I was kidnapped, and look at you now. He was schmoozing, already talking business about the Iberio harbor near the kingdom's border. He was practically drooling at the thought of the profits he could make. Talking about business at a time like this? He really does only think about money. A voice cut through the air, sharp and familiar. That's just like him. The man pointed out that the harbor was near Verno and their interests might collide, becoming a trigger for conflict just as they were trying to get along. But her father just threw his head back and laughed, a horrible, grating sound. Stay out of this, he bellowed. Rose gasped, feeling a rough tug on her dress. Father. He was grabbing her, trying to use her as a prop in his disgusting games. Theo's face was a mask of cold fury. I'll go, Lord Charlier, he said, his voice dangerously calm as he stepped between them. He faced her father, his eyes like chips of ice. Iberio Harbor is a picturesque tourist attraction. We must carefully preserve the scenery. Her father's face twitched, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Prince Theo? Theo leaned in closer, a spiderweb of menace seeming to form behind him. You know that, don't you? Before Charlier could answer, Theo's hand shot out, grabbing the older man's face with bruising force. Oh, what's the matter? Your complexion doesn't look so good. I'll have my butler escort you to another room. A shadow fell over them as Olivier stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a terrifying whoom. Her father's eyes widened in sheer terror as he saw the bloodlust in the butler's gaze. Oh, Olivier? The butler's voice was devoid of emotion. You are not my master. Lord Charlier began to tremble, letting out a pathetic scream as Olivier's iron grip closed around him. Escort him away, Theo commanded. Yes, sir. Olivier replied, dragging the flailing lord down the long, empty hallway. Wait, let me go. His cries echoed and faded into nothingness. Rose looked at Theo, her heart full. Thank you. He turned to her, his expression softening. We don't have time to be dealing with him. I apologize for being so violent. Just then, a royal herald's voice boomed through the hall. The minister from the Kingdom of Verno has arrived. This was it. Theo and Rose exchanged a look, their eyes wide with anticipation. They saw him across the room, a portly man with a self-important air. So that's the minister, but neither the king nor Prince Vin seemed to be with him. Theo's jaw tightened. Let's speak with him first. They approached the minister, Theo's voice smooth and welcoming. Your Excellency, we were awaiting your arrival. They led him to a private chamber. Your Excellency, there is something we'd love to talk to you about. In the warmth of the firelit room, the minister listened to their proposal. I see. To think that you would wish to form an alliance with our kingdom. They sat across from him. Theo speaking with calm authority. Yes, I would like to combine our powers and work together to build peace in our region. We may have fought in the past, but I think it's time for us to walk together. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the doorway. I like that. Wham! The doors flew open with a deafening crack. A figure strode in, his presence so overwhelming it sucked the air from the room. That's a good idea. I'll accept that. Bam! He struck a pose, a whirlwind of charisma and danger. Your Highness, the minister stammered. Rose stared, her heart leaping into her throat. That's him. It was Prince Finn. His aura was suffocating, a palpable force that was so much more intimidating than it had been in the game. He surveyed the room, his gaze landing on Theo. An alliance between Verno and Siberian. I like it. That's wonderful. He took another step forward, his smile sharp as a razor's edge. But I won't do it for free. Halt! Before anyone could react, he was moving, a blur of motion. Rose's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, he was behind her, his arm snaking around her waist, pulling her flush against him. As my condition, give this girl to me. Theo's eyes flashed with crimson fury. What are you? Rose gasped, caught in the prince's unyielding grip. Theo's voice was a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of the room. Let her go immediately. He lunged forward, his face a mask of pure rage. Rose's mine. Prince Vin merely chuckled, a low, mocking sound. She's just your fiancée, isn't she? He tightened his grip, his fingers digging into her chin. She doesn't belong to anyone yet. He leaned in, his lips just inches from hers, a silent scream built in her throat. Theo's expression shattered, pure disbelief and rage warring on his face, his heart hammered in his chest. Just as Vin's lips were about to touch hers, a powerful hand yanked her back, swish. Theo pulled her behind him, shielding her with his body. He glared at Vin, his body coiled like a predator ready to strike. Vin laughed, utterly unfazed. Huh, what are you getting so heated about? Theo's voice was a low growl. What am I getting heated about? Vin's smile was a cruel slash across his face. Listen well, Prince of Siberian, if you want peace with the Kingdom of Verno. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Hand over the girl. Rose's mind reeled. Did he? Just kiss me. No, he almost did. The prince is not calm at all. If things continue like this, we'll fail. Vin's voice dripped with false sentiment. If we make peace for free, those who died in the war would cry in their graves. But if you can get peace just by handing over one girl, consider that cheap. You, Theo snarled, but Rose stepped forward, her mind racing. I have to get through this somehow. Her voice, surprisingly steady, cut through the tension. Is that not rude? She faced Prince Vin, her eyes flashing. Kissing someone before you establish a relationship with them. Vin looked momentarily taken aback. Oh, Rose pressed her advantage, wiping her lips with the back of her hand as if tainted. And your kiss was too rough. She then turned her gaze to Theo, her expression softening into one of adoration. Prince Theo's kiss would have been gentler and felt much better. Theo gasped, completely stunned by her audacious move. Vin let out a short laugh. You're as strong-willed as the rumors say. He grabbed her chin again, his grip tight. Do you think a measly noble girl like you can reject my demand? His eyes darkened. Good. I like you. I'm gonna force you to come back to Verno with me. But Rose didn't flinch. That won't be possible. Just as the standoff reached its peak, a new voice entered the fray. The price of an alliance is Rose. Her father, Lord Charlier, strode back into the room, clapping his hands together. Father? Rose whispered in horror. For the peace of both kingdoms, that's cheap, cheap. Please take my daughter. He beamed at Prince Vin. I never imagined a future king would take an interest in her. I've never heard such a wonderful proposal. Seo's eyes narrowed, a muscle twitching in his jaw. Lord Charlier? He got out of his separate room. Rose stared at her father, a wave of revulsion washing over her. Does he plan to use me as a tool and give me to Prince Vin? How despicable can this man be? Vin smirked at her father. Father, are you the rumored Lord Charlier? It looks like we understand each other. He squeezed Charlier's shoulder, making the man wince. Yes, a very deep understanding. Charlier then rounded on his own daughter. Hey, Rose, apologize for your rudeness at once. His voice was venomous. In the first place, you were reluctant to get engaged to Prince Theo, weren't you? Theo and Vin both looked at her, their expressions unreadable. That's, she stammered, cornered. No. Me trying to avoid getting engaged to Prince Theo is backfiring. Her father's words were like a slap in the face. You're useless. Bring him to your bed. What excuse do I make? Theo's voice, firm and resolute, cut through her panic. We talked about it together. Now, we have no intention of breaking off our engagement. His words sent a jolt through her, her heart thumping wildly. He continued, his gaze fixed on Vin. Additionally, this is an alliance negotiation between two kingdoms. I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask you to leave. Her father scoffed. If my daughter is a condition to the alliance, you can't say I'm not involved. He sneered at Theo. Shouldn't the person who will be responsible for the great kingdom of Siberian prioritize the kingdom's profits over personal matters? Theo's eyes were cold and dark. Prince Vin lounged on the sofa, thoroughly enjoying the show. Hurry up and decide. I have a short temper. He goaded Theo further. However, if you're more swayed by a woman than your kingdom's profits, you're nothing more than a wild animal who can't control his lust. Theo's voice was dangerously low. Someone as rude as you has no right to say that to me. Vin just laughed. You're a small-minded heir. The destruction of your great kingdom is imminent. Rose's world tilted. There's no way we can form an alliance like this. Should I choose to become Prince Vin's wife? No, I can't. I'm misplacing my priorities. A terrifying thought struck her. It's possible that Prince Vin didn't plan to form an alliance to begin with. Maybe he wanted to confront us, rile us up, and solidify his reason for killing us. The image of their happy future shattered like glass, changing our fate, might really be impossible after all. She clenched her fists, her knuckles white. What should I do? I don't know what the correct response is. Then Theo's promise echoed in her mind. I won't let fate have its way. No matter what, I will make sure we get the future we desire together. So Rose, give yourself to me, that's right. Prince Theo said that to me. A fierce resolve burned in her eyes. I decided to trust him. I'll put my life on the line and keep moving forward. She took a step, her voice ringing with newfound confidence. A king that doesn't know how to treat a woman can't create a great kingdom. She met Prince Vin's gaze without flinching. If you call yourself the heir, give me your love directly, or, if you don't accept this alliance, a sly, knowing smile played on her lips. You may never be able to get a woman at all. Theo watched her, a hint of a proud smile on his face, while Vin looked utterly stunned. Her father exploded with rage. Rose, you can't be so rude. You're the one offering an alliance. That's too much of an attitude. Theo's voice was cold steel. Just you wait, Lord Charlier. He turned to Prince Vin, standing shoulder to shoulder with Rose. There are benefits to be had by both kingdoms in forming this alliance. Making Rose a condition is too one-sided and forceful. He looked Vin directly in the eye, a king speaking to a king. Will you discuss with me on equal grounds? Lord Charlier sputtered with rage. Theo ignored him completely. He reached out, his hand gently cupping Rose's cheek. Then, in front of everyone, he leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. It was a kiss that sealed a promise, a declaration of ownership and devotion. He pulled back just enough to look at Prince Vin, his arm possessively around Rose's waist. His voice was an unbreakable vow. Letting go of Rose is something I wouldn't do even in death. For the first time, Prince Vin's smug expression faltered, his eye twitching in clear and utter frustration. His lips met hers in a flurry of pink and purple blossoms. A memory, a promise, a vow whispered in the deepest part of his soul. Asterisk letting go of Rose. Asterisk he thought, his entire being consumed by the feeling of her in his arms. Asterisk is something I wouldn't even do in death. Asterisk. A fierce possessiveness flickered in his eyes, a muscle in his jaw twitching with the sheer force of his conviction. This woman was his, and no one would take her from him. The air crackled with tension, thick and heavy enough to choke on. Prince Vin turned his back, a lazy smirk playing on his lips as he addressed Theo. "You sure bark a lot," he drawled, his voice dripping with condescension. The sharp creak of a chair being pushed back was the only sound for a moment. He took a slow, deliberate step away, Theo and Rose watching his every move. Vin's smirk widened into a predatory grin. He wondered aloud, his voice a low challenge, if Theo's bold words were true. "Let's find out." He purred, and in a flash of movement, he spun around. The sound of steel singing through the air echoed in the room as he unsheathed his sword, its tip aimed directly at Theo's heart. Here and now. Theo's eyes, once warm, turned to chips of ice as he stared down the length of the gleaming blade. His voice was dangerously calm, a stark contrast to the violence threatening to erupt. He commanded him to put his weapon down, reminding him that drawing a sword in a place like this would only bring shame to his kingdom. But Prince Vin only scoffed, his eyes glinting with a mad light. "Oh, really?" he sneered, a cruel twist to his lips. He mused that if he brought home the head of the Siberian prince, his people would rejoice. A jolt of pure terror shot through Rose. Memories of the game flooded her mind. Prince Vin, the blood-soaked battlefields, the ruthless way he dispatched his enemies without a shred of mercy. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear. Asterisk bottom asterisk, her breath hitched. No, this couldn't be happening. If this escalated, they were on a one-way track to the bad ending, the worst possible outcome. She had to do something, anything. An idea sparked in the chaos of her thoughts. An opening, Prince Vin's pride. He kept belittling Theo, calling him a small-minded heir, an animal who couldn't control his lust. His arrogance was his weakness. Her eyes hardened with resolve. Asterisk bottom asterisk, if his pride was that high, then she would shatter it. As Vin continued his venomous taunts, sneering about Theo's obsession with peace, Rose made her move. With a furious cry of "Stop this," she grabbed her wine glass and hurled its contents through the air. A splash of deep red liquid arced towards the two princes, a shocking interruption to their standoff. She stood there, arm outstretched, pointing an accusing finger at them both. The room fell silent. Both Theo and Vin stood frozen, stunned, as crimson wine dripped from their hair and faces. This whole ridiculous macho display, Rose thought, it was just too hard to watch. She let her voice ring out, filled with righteous fury. She spat that neither of them had asked for her permission, that Vin had forced a kiss on her in front of everyone. With a look of utter disgust, she held up her now empty glass and declared that she refused to deal with men like them. Her glare was sharp enough to cut glass. Vin's eye twitched, his arrogance momentarily shattered by her audacity. Just then the doors burst open with a loud chatter. "My lady!" Lord Charlier rushed in, his face a mask of horror. He'd been found. He saw the scene, the disheveled princes, the spilled wine, and his face went deathly pale with rage. "Rose, you..." he roared, grabbing her arm with bruising force. He hissed that she had been incredibly rude to the royal family, his hand raising high, ready to strike her down. Rose squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the sting of the slap. Asterisk, it's for my future, asterisk, she thought, steeling herself. Asterisk, for Theo's future. I can stand it, asterisk. But the impact never came. A strong hand shot out, grabbing her father's wrist in a grip of iron. It was Theo. He pulled her behind him, shielding her with his own body. Rose looked up, her hand flying to his arm as she saw the fury in his eyes. With a cold, clipped tone, he ordered his attendant Olivier to take Lord Charlier to another room. The old lord was dragged away, screaming insults, leaving a blessed silence in his wake. Rose turned to Theo, whispering a soft apology for the wine. He turned to her, and the anger in his eyes melted away, replaced by a gentle warmth. A tender smile graced his lips as he gently stroked her hair. He told her it was okay, that the cold wine had actually cooled his head. "Thank you," he murmured, her heart fluttered, asterisk bottom asterisk. A blush crept up her cheeks. But the moment was shattered by a sudden, manic burst of laughter. It was Vin. He was clutching his stomach, laughing as if he'd just witnessed the greatest show on earth. "What a pleasant sensation," he cackled, his eyes fixed on Rose with a burning, obsessive intensity. His gaze was terrifying, as if he was seeing her for the very first time. He stalked towards her, his smile wide and unsettling. He grabbed her hand, his touch sending a shiver down her spine. "You're really watching me," he whispered, a strange new light in his eyes. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a low murmur, calling her a good girl before abruptly announcing he would leave for the day. Her father cried out for him to wait, but Vin was already gone, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. The room felt strangely empty. Theo let out a breath, telling her they'd avoided the immediate trouble, all thanks to her quick thinking. He wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, admitting that building a friendly relationship with Vin was going to be anything but straightforward. Rose gently touched his face, her own apology tumbling out. She was sorry for ignoring his desires, for kissing him so suddenly. A faint blush dusted Theo's cheeks as he looked away, his voice barely a whisper as he confessed, "I was jealous." Rose's mind short-circuited. Asterisk jealous? Prince Theo was jealous? Oh, he's so adorable. Asterisk, she felt so giddy she could have run around in circles. Composing herself, she looked at him with a shy smile and suggested that next time, they should be alone. Theo's face lit up with a brilliant smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. He promised he would do anything for her, pulling her into a tight, desperate hug. He buried his face in her hair, his voice thick with emotion as he warned her that he would never forgive her if she betrayed him. The world outside the window seemed so peaceful. But inside Rose's heart, a storm was brewing. As she walked through the academy grounds, a heavy feeling settled in her chest. They were still so far away from avoiding the bad ending. The path ahead was treacherous and uncertain. They couldn't even think about a future, about marriage, not yet. They needed a new strategy, and they needed it now. Rose, a familiar voice called out, and she turned to see her friend Iris. Iris ran up to her, her eyes shining with excitement as she asked about the engagement party. Rose simply nodded, a small tight smile on her face. "I'm sure it was a wonderful party," Iris sighed dreamily. Rose's smile faltered. Asterisk, I can't tell her, asterisk, she thought, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Asterisk, I can't possibly tell her that I ruined everything by splashing wine all over two princes. Asterisk, that thought sparked another memory, a crucial piece of information from the game. She remembered a specific storyline, one that involved both Iris and Prince Vin. In the game, a wounded Prince Vin would meet Iris, and while she cared for his injuries, their hearts would align. A plan began to form in her mind. She turned to Iris, trying to sound casual as she asked if she knew Prince Vin from the Kingdom of Verno. Iris looked puzzled. She only knew his name, nothing more. They had no connection. Rose's heart sank a little. Of course, they wouldn't have met yet. In the game, their meeting was tied to his specific storyline. Suddenly, a loud clatter and rattle echoed from the academy gates. A carriage so flashy and ostentatious it hurt the eyes pulled to a stop. What in the world was that? The door swung open with a dramatic asterisk, bam asterisk, and a figure stepped out. Rose's eyes widened in disbelief. Prince Vin, here, this wasn't supposed to happen, this wasn't in the game. He strode towards them with an unnerving confidence, his gaze locked on her. What was Prince Vin doing at the academy? The next day, the classroom was buzzing with chatter, which fell silent as the teacher cleared his throat. He announced they had a new transfer student. And there he was, leaning against the doorway with a lazy smirk, Prince Vincent from the Kingdom of Verno. He stepped forward, his smile disarmingly charming as he introduced himself. "I'll be your classmate starting today," he said, his voice smooth as silk. "Nice to meet you." The girls in the class instantly erupted in excited squeals. "Not just Prince Theo, but Prince Vin is in our class too." They whispered amongst themselves. Rose could only stare in stunned silence. She had never, ever imagined that Prince Vin would transfer to Chartreux Academy. Across the room, Theo's eyes narrowed, his expression dark and stormy. What in the world did he come here for? The teacher directed Vin to an empty seat, but Vin had other plans. He walked straight to the desk next to Rose. "Hey," he said to the boy sitting there, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Give me that seat." He pointed a commanding finger, his expression cold and arrogant. The poor student looked utterly terrified. Rose jumped to her feet, about to protest. But Vin cut her off, his icy glare pinning the boy to his seat. "Move," he barked. The student flinched as if struck and scrambled out of the chair without another word. A tense silence fell over the classroom. Vin casually took the seat beside her. Leaning in close, a shiver ran down her spine. "This isn't just a coincidence, is it?" she thought frantically. "What are you planning?" He simply smirked, murmuring that it wasn't so strange for him to be at a school for the wealthy, but Rose knew better. There was more to this. However, he continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper as his hand shot out, grabbing her chin. "I did come after you." His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. "What would you do if I said that?" Before she could react, she was yanked back hard. Theo was there, his arm wrapped protectively around her shoulders, pulling her away from Vin's grasp. "Stop," he ordered, his voice low and threatening. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Vin's smirk only widened, a taunting glint in his eye. "Come on," he purred, "I just wanted to overwrite your lips with mine again." Theo's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. The insult was a direct challenge, a blatant mockery of their engagement. Vin pressed his advantage, his voice dripping with scorn. "Letting someone else steal the lips of your girl not once but twice? What a pathetic guy." Theo trembled with suppressed rage, and Rose's heart pounded in her chest. This was going to explode, asterisk slam, asterisk. Rose slammed both her hands down on the desk, the loud noise startling them both. "Class is starting," she announced, her voice firm and unwavering. She glared at them both, her patience completely gone. She told them they were being disgraceful and ordered them to take a seat. For a moment, the two princes just stared at her, stunned by her audacity. Then miraculously, they both sat down. Rose let out a silent sigh of relief. Asterisk, good, I managed to calm them down. For now, they are so explosive. Asterisk, she turned to the flustered teacher and politely asked if he would mind starting the class. The poor man could only stammer a yes. Later that day, Rose, Theo, and Olivier sat together, the atmosphere still tense. Olivier noted grimly that Prince Vincent had come to the academy, a swift and unexpected move. He knew Vin was a strong opponent, but he moved far too quickly. Theo stared into his teacup, a dark look on his face. He murmured that Vin must have really taken a liking to Rose, but Rose shook her head. She felt it was simpler than that he just wanted to provoke Theo. No, Olivier said, his expression serious. He explained that Vin was thinking much further ahead. He laid out the grim political reality. Siberian and Verno were bordering kingdoms, old enemies who had warred before. Though Siberian had won in their grandfather's time, Verno was no longer a small kingdom. It had grown, consuming other lands, its power now rivaling Siberian's. Olivier's voice was grave as he explained that Verno might be trying to take Siberian for themselves. To them, the war had never truly ended. And what was the key to conquering a great kingdom? Financial power. That's where Rose came in. Her family, the Charlier house, was obscenely wealthy from gold mining. If Vin could get her, he'd get the funds he needed to fuel his kingdom's ambitions. On the other hand, her marriage to Theo would strengthen Siberian, a blow to Verno's plans. The engagement, once a simple alliance, had become a critical point of conflict. Rose felt a chill run down her spine. This was so much bigger than she'd realized. None of this was in the game. Vin's story was supposed to take place on battlefields, not in a classroom. He was supposed to meet Iris in a forest near the border, not transferred to her academy, but the game's script was useless now. Rose, Theo said, his voice cutting through her thoughts. He looked at her, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. No matter what Prince Vin's aim is, I won't let him do what he wants. We should stay together as much as possible. Rose agreed, but a part of her knew it was better to avoid him completely. Be careful, Theo warned, his words hanging in the air. The next day, Rose found herself alone during lunch. Theo was in another classroom and she had a chance. Asterisk, I have to get to my next class without seeing Prince Vin. Asterisk, she thought, peeking cautiously around a corner. She took a deep breath and started to hurry down the empty hallway. Fancy seeing you here. That voice, her blood ran cold. Before she could even turn, a hand slammed against the wall beside her head, trapping her. It was Vin, a predatory smile on his face. Come with me, he commanded, his grip tightening on her arm. Rose's heart sank into her stomach. Asterisk, why did this have to happen right away? Asterisk, his voice, a low murmur right by her ear, sent a shiver down her spine. Come with me, he whispered, his arm wrapped possessively around her. Rose's eyes flew open, her mind reeling. What does he mean, come with him? His request was surprisingly mundane. He claimed the teacher had told him to observe the electives and demanded she show him where to go. Observing electives, Rose couldn't hide her surprise. The thought of this volatile prince actually intending to study was, well, it was almost comical. Her first instinct was to refuse. Why in the world would she help him? She didn't have time for this nonsense. But then a spark ignited in her mind. Wait, this could be it. This might be her chance to finally figure out the real reason he transferred to this academy. If she just made a run for it, he'd only follow her anyway. This way, she could keep the conversation to a minimum and maybe, just maybe, squeeze some information out of him. With a reluctant sigh, she turned, a fake smile plastered on her face. Fine, she guessed she didn't have a choice. She'd go with him just for a little bit. She began to list the options available, her voice clipped and professional. Swordsmanship, archery, language, and art. Out of all the choices, he had picked horseback riding. Rose found herself staring at the sprawling stables, another wave of surprise washing over her. That's a little surprising, too. He just gave off such a different vibe. He turned to her, a curious glint in his eyes as he asked what she meant by too. She touched her chin thoughtfully. He was the kind of person who would draw their sword at a party without a second thought. She was so sure he would pick a combat-oriented class like swordsmanship or archery. Honestly, he looked like he'd just skipped class altogether. A smirk played on his lips. He was good at swordsmanship and archery, he admitted, but he'd never once lost on horseback. His confidence was infuriating. Rose found herself puffing out her cheeks. As if, Prince Theo is way more amazing, of course, she thought with a little huff. He leaned in, his voice a low challenge. What was that face for? Did she not believe him? He would prove it. Follow me, he commanded, already striding forward before she could even protest. Suddenly, a chaotic sound shattered the calm of the stables. A magnificent black horse, eyes wild with fury, reared up on its hind legs with a deafening neigh. A stable hand clung desperately to the reins, grunting with effort as the horse thrashed wildly. Are you okay? Rose cried out, her own heart leaping into her throat. The stable hand, face pale and sweating, managed a weak yes, explaining that this horse was always like this. But the beast was far from calm. It reared again, its powerful hooves slicing through the air with a terrifying grunt. Watch out, someone screamed. In a blur of motion, Vin was there, stepping directly in front of her, shielding her with his own body as the horse's shadow fell over them. Rose's breath caught in her throat, her hands flying to her mouth in shock. But then the chaos simply stopped. The horse, which had been a whirlwind of fury just a moment ago, gently lowered its head. Its ear twitched, and it began to softly rub its muzzle against Vin's shoulder, letting out a soft, contented grunt. Rose and the stable hand could only stare, their mouths agape. How is this possible? The stable hand stammered that no one had ever been able to ride that horse before. Without a word, Vin swung himself onto the horse's back with an effortless grace. He looked down at her, a hand outstretched, his voice a magnetic invitation. Rose, join me. Her heart skipped a beat, me. Before she could answer, he leaned down, his fingers wrapping firmly around her arm, and pulled her up onto the horse behind him with a single, fluid motion. She landed against his back with a soft thump, her hands instinctively grabbing his waist for balance. And then there was calm. The horse stood perfectly still, its powerful muscles relaxed beneath them. Rose looked around, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of fear and wonder. How could she ride it, even though it was just thrashing around like that? It's so calm now. Vin's voice was low and steady beside her ear. He explained that the horse wasn't wild, just high-minded. Horses, he said, can read people's emotions. They choose riders based on whether they are worthy of their noble selves. Rose had heard that before, that smart horses could see through a rider's hesitation. But if that was true, then that means Vin was worthy. From the edge of the training grounds, resentful whispers began to bubble up. "Oh, that's Lady Rose, isn't it?" One student sneered to his friend, his lips curling in disdain. "She's already buttering up the transfer student." The other chuckled cruelly. Having two princes tied around her finger, what a scary girl. Rose's shoulders tensed. What was up with those guys? Vin, sensing her discomfort, spoke in a low voice. "Oh, this always happens, don't worry about it." But his eyes told a different story. They were narrowed, glinting with a dangerous light. He called out, his voice sharp and cold, "Hey, commoners." With a sharp tug on the reins, the world lurched. The horse spun around, its hooves kicking up dust. With a powerful surge, they were charging directly at the two gossiping students. "Eep!" They shrieked, stumbling backwards in terror. The horse came to a sudden dramatic halt just inches from them, throwing them off balance and onto the ground. Vin glared down at them, his expression utterly contemptuous. "If you've got something to say it to our faces," he snarled. "I'll listen." The two boys scrambled away, stammering apologies, their faces pale with fright. Rose turned to Vin, her voice a sharp reprimand. "I said don't worry about it, you went too far." But as they rode away in the warm afternoon light, a strange feeling bloomed in her chest. He had warned those students who were talking badly about me, a flicker of gentleness in this chaotic prince. His words echoed in her mind. Horses really read into people's emotions. She stole a glance at his profile, a small, involuntary giggle escaping her lips. "He's too forceful about it, though." "What?" he asked, catching her small smile. "Nothing," she said quickly, composing herself. "I can see how good you are at horseback riding." His eyes met hers in a brief, intense flash. "Yeah," he said, a smirk returning to his lips. "When I was young, I even beat Theodora. I don't think I'd lose in swordsmanship or archery now either." He went up against Prince Theo. A memory surfaced, unbidden. Theo, his expression serious, telling her that he had only been introduced to Prince Vin once as a kid, that he didn't know him very well. The two stories didn't line up. A cold knot of suspicion began to form in her stomach. Am I overlooking something important? What really happened between them? The scene around her seemed to melt away, replaced by the chilling image of the two princes, their faces a mask of hidden animosity. Vin's voice, now laced with a chilling ambition, echoed in her thoughts. "In any case, I'll never lose to Theodora." His eyes were ablaze with a frightening determination. "It's only a matter of time until Siberian surrenders to Verno." He turned to her, his smile sharp and predatory. "You're smart, so you understand. Staying with me is the best plan." Rose's blood ran cold. I don't really understand you." She dismounted, putting distance between them as she asked why he was so obsessed with competing against Siberian. She knew their kingdoms were once at war, but Verno was peaceful now. What more could a prince want? His answer was a single, haunting word. "Why? Because it's my destiny." Destiny, the word hung in the air like a curse. But that wasn't right. In the game, Prince Vin never even entered the academy. This path, this obsession, it was a deviation. The story was changing. She looked at him, her heart filled with a sudden, desperate hope. "I don't know your circumstances," she began, her voice earnest, "but even destiny can be changed if you're determined." Vin's expression darkened instantly. "As wonderful as that sounds," he said, his voice flat and cold, "I can't change my father." Her father, the king of Verno. He turned his back on her, declaring the conversation over. A terrible realization dawned on Rose. The game never explained his obsession with fighting. But could it be, were the king's orders behind all of his actions? "Hey," she called out, her voice trembling slightly. "Did you come to this academy on your father's orders?" If that was the case, then their positions were basically the same. Two puppets dancing on their father's strings. Are you really okay with that? The words were barely out of her mouth before he moved. He lunged, grabbing her arm and spinning her around, his body caging hers against the cold stone of the fountain. Water splashed around them as his face came dangerously close to hers, his eyes burning with a furious, untamed fire. "You're letting your guard down," he hissed, his voice a low growl. "Do you want me to shut your mouth so you don't say too much?" "This is bad," her mind screamed. "Did I say the wrong thing?" She had no idea that talking about his father would provoke such a violent reaction. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. "Don't forget, no matter what, I'm going to be defeating Theodora soon." His gaze held her captive. "Then I'm going to take you and destroy Siberian." Destroy? His fingers tightened on her chin, forcing her to look at him. A cruel smile twisted his lips. "If you don't like that, then how about becoming mine right now? Don't you think I'm better than a man with no future?" "Let me go," she gasped, shoving him away with all her might. She stumbled back, her heart hammering against her ribs. Prince Vin is really dangerous. His goal? It really is to destroy a great kingdom and monopolize financial power. He stepped towards her again. Also, Rose, you're misunderstanding. He reached out and casually snapped a twig from a nearby rose bush. His smile was chilling, utterly devoid of warmth. I came to this academy because I wanted to. Her eyes widened in confusion. He continued, his voice dripping with venomous intent. To get you, entrap Theodora, I'm not my father's puppet. His gaze was terrifying, filled with a bottomless hatred. I'm the one who wants to destroy Siberian no matter what. He turned and walked away, leaving her frozen in place, the broken twig falling to the ground between them. Thanks for today, she whispered to his retreating back, the words feeling hollow and meaningless. All she could do was watch him go, her mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. Later that night, she collapsed onto her bed with a heavy sigh. I'm so tired. She had completely underestimated the depth of his rivalry against Siberian. And his reason for coming here, to trap Theodora, that was a detail that was never, ever covered in the game. What could have possibly happened between them in the past? Suddenly her eyes shot open. A flash of memory, vivid and horrifying, seared itself into her brain. A dagger glinting in the dark. The bad ending, no, that's the same dagger I saw in the bad ending of Prince Theo's storyline. A cold, sickening dread washed over her. If that was the dagger, then the person who kills us is Prince Vin himself. Tears welled in her eyes as the final, horrifying piece of the puzzle clicked into place. Does that mean that Prince Vin is after our lives? The image of a cloaked figure, a cruel smile on his face, and a bloody dagger in his hand filled her vision, and she knew, with terrifying certainty, that her life in this world had just become infinitely more dangerous. Her memories were a splash of crimson against the dark. The scent of roses, thick and cloying, mixed with the metallic tang of blood. A question echoed in the terrifying silence of her mind, a whisper from a future she was desperate to avoid. Are we going to be killed by Prince Vin? The image of a hooded figure, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, a gleaming dagger in his hand was burned into her mind's eye. A pale, lifeless hand reached out from a pool of red, a silent plea lost in the carnage. Snapping back to the present, she found her voice, the words trembling as they left her lips. She looked at Prince Theo, his handsome face etched with concern, and confirmed his worst fears. The assassin from her vision, the man who would bring ruin, it was Prince Vin himself. Theo sat across from her, his posture tense. Yes, she told him Prince Vin had a dagger. It was the exact same one she saw in the horrifying bad ending of her storyline. She hadn't thought it would really be him. How could it be? The sound of the chair creaking under his weight broke the silence. Theo's eyes, a deep and worried violet, met hers. HM, he murmured, his mind racing. His voice was low, laced with a sudden, sharp fear as he leaned closer. If she saw his dagger, that could only mean one thing. You met with him? The question was a quiet accusation, a testament to his terror for her safety. She flinched, her body going rigid as he moved towards her. Why, yes, she stammered, her hands flying up defensively. But he didn't try anything. The relief that washed over him was palpable. He let out a soft breath and simply said, "That's good," before pulling her into a desperate, tight embrace. He squeezed her as if to reassure himself that she was real, that she was safe. His voice was a pained whisper against her hair. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you. Rose's heart ached for him, for the fear she had put him through. Prince, she began, but he cut her off, his grip tightening. He pulled back just enough to look into her eyes, his own filled with a fierce protectiveness. But you have to be a little more careful, he warned. If something happens to you. He couldn't even finish the thought. The very idea was too monstrous to contemplate. Suddenly, a cheerful voice sliced through the heavy atmosphere. Theo, a bright, almost manic smile flashed in the doorway. I'm here. That voice, Theo, and Rose froze in his arms, turning towards the sound. Rose's eyes widened in disbelief and dawning horror. It couldn't be Prince Vin. He stood in the grand hall, calling out again. Prince Vincent, please wait. What in the world was going on? How did he get here? Why was he here? A sly, knowing smile played on Prince Vin's lips. A stark contrast to the innocent butterflies that seemed to flutter around him. Olivier, ever the loyal aide, immediately stepped in front of Theo and Rose, a human shield against the intruder. But Theo placed a calming hand on his shoulder. Olivier, it's okay, he said, his voice steady despite the tension coiling in the air. What do you want? The unspoken question hung between the two princes. Vin's smirk widened, his eyes glinting with amusement. It seems I'm not welcome, he purred, a feathery lightness to his tone that was utterly unnerving, even though I came to talk about your offer. Theo and Olivier exchanged a wary glance. An offer, what? Vin continued, his voice dropping slightly, becoming more serious. We can't stay in this standstill forever, he said, his gaze fixed on Theo. You want peace, don't you? Peace? The word sent a jolt through Rose. Could it be possible? They moved to a sitting room, the air still thick with suspicion. Rose watched the two princes, her heart pounding a nervous rhythm. So what you want to talk about? Do you honestly want to make peace? Vin leaned back, a picture of casual confidence, and nodded. Yeah, then came the condition, the words dropping like stones into the silence. If you give me the girl. Rose and Theo stared at him, utterly stunned. Theo's shock quickly morphed into cold fury. I already told you, he bit out, his voice dangerously low. I don't plan on giving her to you. Vin just scoffed, a dismissive HMPH as he rose from his seat. But we're not reaching an agreement, so, he gestured to the chessboard sitting on the table between them. Let's decide with that chess. His eyes gleamed with a predatory light. If you win, I'll propose peace to the king. Theo's breath caught in his throat. Peace, was it truly on the table? But Vin wasn't finished. A wicked smile spread across his face. But if I win, he declared, his voice a silken threat, that girl is mine. There's no way I'd accept that bet. Theo exploded, his control finally snapping. She isn't a political tool. Rose looked at him, her heart swelling with gratitude. Prince Theo, but then her mind began to race. If Theo wins, we could be one step closer to peace, and I believe in Prince Theo. She squeezed her hand over her heart, her resolve hardening. She stepped forward, her voice clear and strong. It's fine with me. Theo whipped around to face her, his eyes wide with disbelief. But she met his gaze with a radiant, unwavering smile. You'll never lose a contest if I'm on the line, she said, her faith in him absolute. A single tear traced a path down Theo's cheek, moved by her trust. His voice was thick with emotion as he turned back to Vin. If you say that, I have no choice but to consent. A triumphant, almost feral grin lit up Vin's face. That's more like it. He reached out, his fingers closing around a black pawn, placing it on the board with a decisive clunk. The game had begun. Rose watched anxiously, trying to calm her racing heart. In the main game, Prince Theo was good at chess. He came in first in the kingdom-wide championship. He'll definitely be okay, but her confidence wavered as she watched Vin's aggressive playstyle. He was relentless. Prince Theo has to strengthen his defenses. The chessboard was a mirror of their world, a map of two kingdoms on the brink of war. Vin sneered from across the table. You can't win with just defense, he taunted, his eyes gleaming. If you just keep attacking, you'll eventually slip. With a sharp thunk, he captured another of Theo's pieces. Chemph, this is how I got my kingdom this far, he boasted. It's completely different than your weekend. Rose's anxiety grew. Prince Vin's attacks are too severe. It doesn't look like there's room for a counterattack. Vin leaned forward, his voice a low growl. Hey, I'm about to capture your queen, your strongest piece. The double meaning was unmistakable. He wasn't just talking about the game, he was talking about her asterisk. Theo's eyes widened. A flicker of panic crossing his face. Rose watched Vin, a cold realization dawning on her. He challenged him because he was confident. More than anything, I feel an intense persistence from him. Vin's smile was pure venom. You're in quite a predicament, Theodora, he cooed. Have you stopped trying because I've beaten you before? Before. The word triggered a memory in Theo, a flash of a much younger Vin standing over him, victorious. The forgotten humiliation hit him like a physical blow. Vin's composure shattered. He slammed his fist on the table, sending chess pieces flying with a crash. Don't tell me, you don't remember? He roared, his face contorted with rage. You're underestimating me, Rose flinched, Prince Vin's acting differently. But the outburst seemed to have the opposite effect on Theo. A calm resolve settled over him. With a steady hand, he moved his piece across the board. And now that's a check with my queen, he announced, his voice cool and clear. He met Vin's furious gaze, a confident smirk playing on his lips. What happened? Do you not want to capture my queen? Shut up, Vin screamed, kicking the leg of the table with a violent whack. The table wobbled precariously, and something metallic slipped from his belt, falling to the floor with a loud clang. Rose gasped, her blood ran cold. That dagger? It was the one from her nightmare. She lunged for it, desperate to confirm her fears. But as her fingers brushed against the cool metal, another hand covered hers. Vin's hand, a jolt like lightning, shot up her arm. Her breath hitched, her eyes widening in shock. A strange, searing sensation bloomed deep within her body. A burning, is this? Heat? But how? Even though I didn't touch the prince. She staggered back as if struck. Stumbling into the game table, it crashed to the floor, the chess pieces scattering like fallen soldiers. Rose, Theo cried, rushing to her side and catching her before she fell. What's wrong? Are you okay? She could only stammer, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I'm fine, but I'm sorry because of me, the boards. Her apology only seemed to enrage Vin further. He glared at her, his expression thunderous. Did I make him even madder? Vin turned on his heel. The heavens are on your side, he spat at Theo, but this won't happen again. With that, he was gone, the slam of the door echoing in the tense silence. Theo watched him go, letting out a weary sigh. That man's like a storm. He turned back to Rose, his brow furrowed with concern as he took in her feverish appearance. By the way, Rose, why's your face so red? She touched her burning cheek. For some reason it feels like I went through heat. Theo gently placed a hand on her forehead, his expression puzzled. But I don't feel anything. Rose stared at him bewildered. Then is this not heat? Later, her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. More importantly, Prince Vin's reaction. The memory of his face, twisted in rage, was jarring. You're underestimating me, he'd screamed. It looked like he really had some strong feelings about Prince Theo, and that dagger, the key to her vision, to also find the first step in changing our destiny. I need to get to know Prince Vin better. She knew it would mean going against Theo and Olivier, but she had to try. I want a chance to talk to Prince Vin for a little, as she walked through the halls. A faint sound drifted towards her. Is that the sound of a piano? It's pretty, but it sounds a little sad. Curiosity piqued, she followed the melancholy tune, the door to the music hall creaking open before her. I wonder who's playing. She peered inside and her breath caught in her throat. Sitting at the grand piano, his back to her, was a familiar figure. Isn't that Prince Vin? The notes flowed from his fingertips, filled with a sorrow she never would have associated with the aggressive prince. I didn't imagine he could perform with such a beautiful sound. She stood mesmerized, listening until the final note faded into silence. Without thinking, she began to clap. Vin startled, turning to see her standing in the doorway. That was a wonderful performance, she said with a genuine smile. Oh, it's you? He seemed surprised to see her. She couldn't resist a little teasing. You seem to be evenly matched with Prince Theo in the chess game earlier. Don't tell me you put in a lot of effort preparing for this. A muscle in his jaw twitched. HMPH, in order to beat Prince Theo, he began, then his voice trailed off. He let out a frustrated sigh, his fingers slipping on the keys. Even if I beat Theodora, he didn't finish, huh? He didn't respond to me provoking him. That's really unexpected. She continued, you're always so rowdy. I never imagined you to be the type to play piano by yourself like this. He shot up from the bench, looking flustered. No, don't misunderstand, he insisted. I heard there was supposed to be a student meetup here, so I came, but… He gestured vaguely at the empty room, clattering the piano lid shut. It looks like the meetup wasn't today. Looks like I came here for no reason. Rose raised an eyebrow. Are you interested in student meetups? That's exactly the reason I came to this academy, he said, a hint of his usual arrogance returning. I'm someone who's going to rule a kingdom in the future. There are a lot of nobles among the students. There are advantages to getting to know them, don't you think? He smirked. Don't tell me. You really thought I was just following you around. He huffed. Well, whatever, I've said too much. He turned to leave, his footsteps echoing in the hall. See ya. He's leaving. I can't let this pass me by. This was her chance. I wonder why, she mused aloud, her voice stopping him in his tracks. I think that now Prince Vin will speak a little more deeply with me. He paused at the door. Oh, you're already leaving? She asked sweetly, taking a seat at the piano. Listen to one song before you go. She smiled up at him. You're not too bad, but I'm pretty confident in my piano skills. Chess yesterday, piano today. Prince Vin really does have a lot of talents, but I'm sure that's not all. Her fingers danced across the keys, filling the room with a gentle melody. When she finished, Vin clapped slowly. HMPH, a good sound, he admitted, a faint smile on his lips. You're no match for me, though. True, she conceded softly, I might not be as good as you. Her expression grew distant, her gaze turning inward. When I was a child, my father forced me to learn all of the arts. A memory surfaced of herself, small and surrounded by instruments and books, the weight of expectation crushing her. He was going to raise my worth, to use me as a tool in a political marriage. Vin's smirk vanished, replaced by a thoughtful frown. I thought you were happy to marry Prince Theodora, he murmured. Now, yes, she replied, her voice barely a whisper. He looked at her, truly looked at her, and a flicker of empathy crossed his face. That must have been difficult, he said quietly. I knew it. A wave of understanding washed over her. He and Rose are in similar situations. I thought he was a belligerent person at first, but I'm sure that's because of his situation. To her surprise, he sat down on the bench beside her. Play along with me, he offered. Her eyes widened, then a brilliant smile lit up her face. Sure. They played together, a beautiful, improvised duet filling the empty hall. Their hands moved in sync, brushing against each other over the keys. As they played, Rose felt a connection forming between them. I can really tell when we play together like this. Prince Vin looks vulgar and pushy, but in reality, he was gentle with the animals he cared for. A soft giggle escaped her lips. I feel like I understand you a little more, she said, her voice warm. You're surprisingly sensitive and earnest. You're actually pretty kind, aren't you? Vin froze mid-note, his entire body going rigid. What? He choked out, his face flushing a brilliant shade of red. The wrong note sounded with a discordant plonk. He snatched his hand back. That's not. Rose just smiled, tapping a key lightly. Simple key change like that, I'm so glad you played along. But as her finger pressed the ivory, a strange, crackling purple energy erupted between them, making their hands tremble violently. What is this? Vin gasped, his body shaking, Rose's heart hammered against her ribs. Bottom, she panted, a wave of dizzying heat washing over her. Is this, really? No way, His heart was pounding just as hard, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. The realization hit them both at the same time, a horrifying, impossible truth. Went into heat, with Prince Vin? The memory of her own voice echoed in her mind, a sharp, taunting sound. If you're here to kill me, I accept the challenge. The doors slammed shut with a heavy thud, sealing her fate. Prince Vin just slumped against the window, a hand running through his hair in utter exhaustion. Oh, what had she just done? The next morning, Rose paced the sunlit hallway, her mind a whirlwind of regret. Why did I go into heat with Prince Vin yesterday? She agonized, her fingers twisting together. Prince Theo is supposed to be my one, and what in the world did I say that for? The memory of her own smug face flashed before her eyes, her challenge hanging in the air. Her eyes widened in horror. It's like I was spoiling the assassination story. What was I thinking? A gentle tap on her shoulder startled her from her spiraling thoughts. It was Theo, his dark eyes filled with concern as he asked what was wrong. She froze. Oh no, I probably shouldn't say anything. Not until I know exactly what's going on. Forcing a bright smile, she waved a dismissive hand, telling him it was nothing. But her heart gave a nervous little BA dump. As they walked away together, a figure emerged from the shadows behind them. It was Prince Vin. His eyes, cold and unreadable, were fixed on the two of them. Rose's heart exploded in her chest. Bah dump, what do I do? What if we go into heat again? If that happens, I just have to pretend I'm fine. Steeling herself, she turned, offering a polite greeting, asking how he was. The air grew thick with tension. Theo stood beside her, his presence a silent shield. Prince Vin's gaze was sharp, his voice flat as he replied that he was fine. Theo, ever perceptive, could feel the animosity radiating from him. His eyes narrowed, a question burning in them. Did something happen? Did he do something again? Rose quickly shook her head, insisting that nothing happened at all. Vin let out a quiet huff, turning his back on them. I can't put up with this anymore, he muttered, his voice low and strained before he walked away without another word. Rose and Theo watched him go, a strange mix of confusion and relief washing over them. Theo noted how strangely calm he was. Rose let out a shaky sigh. I'm glad we didn't go into heat. But with things like this, just seeing Prince Vin will be bad for my heart. I have to find out why we went into heat. And then a memory sparked in her mind, a scene from the game she had long forgotten. That reminds me. Her eyes shot open, that's right, the scene where Prince Vin goes into heat. It all came flooding back, the location, the border between Siberian and Verno. She was sure of it, that was where it happened. In the original game, this was a pivotal moment. The heroine Iris almost gets kidnapped by a group of hoodlums near the border. But just in the nick of time, Prince Vin, who just happened to be passing by, swoops in to save her. He gets slightly injured in the fight, and as Iris nurses him back to health, the two of them go into heat. Rose stood amidst the lush greenery of the borderlands, the very spot from the game. I was hoping to find a hint here, but there's only a bunch of nature. A thought occurred to her, heat is something that happens between two people, so maybe the place isn't that significant. Let's put everything in order. After going through heat, they go to Prince Vin's castle, and through Iris's nursing, they slowly get closer. But was there another catalyst? Her mind raced, sifting through the game's lore. The biggest difference from Prince Theo's storyline. In Prince Vin's storyline, there was a war between the two kingdoms. A war between Siberian and Verno. Things are a lot different now from the game, but the fact that Prince Vin is trying to start a war with Theo is the same. A chilling realization washed over her. Does that mean that the war happening will be the same as in Prince Vin's storyline? A gust of wind rustled the leaves around her, and she shook her head, steeling her resolve. What am I being so faint-hearted for? In order to get my happy future with Prince Theo, I'm going to fight this with all my might. A sudden twig snap broke the silence. Not many people come through here. Is someone there? She peered through the foliage, her blood running cold at the sight of several burly men walking along a bridge. A low, cruel chuckle echoed through the trees. Are they the hoodlums that tried to kidnap Iris in the game? This is such awful timing. I have to go home quietly before they notice me. She tried to back away slowly, carefully, but her heel caught on a loose rock. A sickening slip, a gasp of air, and then she was falling. Back at the mansion, Prince Vincent stood before Prince Theo, his expression unreadable. Theo's voice was sharp with suspicion, demanding to know why Vin had come to his mansion. Was he here to settle things from the other night? Vin's answer was a simple, cold no. He looked past Theo, his eyes scanning the area. Is that girl not with you? He asked, his voice devoid of emotion. Theo's heart skipped a beat. A sudden, terrible premonition gripped him. He turned, a frantic energy seizing him. Prince Vincent, do you? Before he could finish, a panicked servant came dashing towards them. Prince Theodora, do you know where Lady Rose is? I can't find her anywhere. Theo's face paled. What? A gardener peeked out from behind a bush, his voice trembling as he spoke to the princes. He explained that he was tending to the garden when he saw Miss Rose heading in the direction of the border. The border, both princes' eyes widened in shock. Why would she go somewhere so dangerous? Theo cried out in disbelief. Meanwhile, Rose landed hard at the bottom of a ravine with a pained groan. Ugh, my entire body hurts, but I don't think I'm seriously injured. She gritted her teeth, glaring at her footwear. I'm an idiot for coming here in heels. But the bigger problem loomed over her, literally. How do I get back up this cliff? A shadow fell over her, and a gruff voice called down from above. Hey, look where I found a nice sitting duck. A man landed in front of her with a whoosh, followed by his two cronies, their faces twisted into predatory grins. They were the hoodlums. The leader's eyes raked over her, a sickening smirk spreading across his face as he noticed her disheveled state. Oh, you're hurt, miss. He leaned in closer, his voice a low, suggestive drawl. Want me to take good care of you. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic BA dump of pure terror. She had walked right into the game's event, and this time there was no Prince Vin to save her. I messed up. I really messed up. A shadow fell over her, and a gruff voice called down from above. Hey, look where I found a nice sitting duck. A man landed in front of her with a whoosh, followed by his two cronies, their faces twisted into predatory grins. They were the hoodlums. The leader's eyes raked over her, a sickening smirk spreading across his face as he noticed her disheveled state. Oh, you're hurt, miss. He leaned in closer, his voice a low, suggestive drawl. Want me to take good care of you. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic BA dump of pure terror. She had walked right into the game's event, and this time there was no Prince Vin to save her. I messed up. I really messed up. The rustle of leaves was the only warning she got. Before the shadows detached themselves from the trees, a voice slick with malice slithered through the air. "Look where I found a nice sitting duck." Three men emerged, their faces twisted into predatory grins. One of them, the clear leader, smirked, his eyes raking over her form with a disgusting hunger. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that made her skin crawl as he noted that she looked hurt. He spread his arms wide, a grotesque invitation, and asked if she wanted him to take care of her. Her heart slammed against her ribs, ba-dump. A single panicked thought screamed through her mind. I messed up, this was bad, this was so bad. Meanwhile, back at the academy, worried voices filled the air. Theodore's aide was explaining that the forest at the border was a dangerous, uncontrolled area, a place where hoodlums and criminals gathered like flies. The aide adjusted his glasses, his face pale with concern, fretting that if his lady went somewhere like that, she would be in grave danger. The words hit Prince Vincent like a physical blow. A scowl twisted his handsome features as he muttered how troublesome she was, and then without another word he was gone, a blur of purple dashing away. Theodore's subordinate could only stare after him in shock. Wah, Prince Vincent? Vincent didn't hesitate. He vaulted onto a powerful black steed, the horse grunting under his sudden weight, and spurred it into a full gallop. Wait. Theodore called out, mounting his own horse to give chase, but Vincent was already pulling ahead, his voice ringing with a fierce determination as he declared that he was going to be the one to search for her. Theodore watched, stunned. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to steal the role of the hero? His eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't that the Academy's wildest, most untamable horse? And he was riding it with such ease. How could he possibly keep up with him, Prince Vincent? He was so talented. Rose's lungs burned as she ran, the sound of her own ragged breaths loud in her ears. She stumbled to a halt, leaning against a tree to catch her breath. Branches and thorns rustled around her, catching at her dress. This was a mistake. Why did she think this was a good idea? I shouldn't have come here alone, she thought, her heart thumping with a mix of exhaustion and fear. The only choice I have is to lose them. But as she pushed herself forward, a large figure blocked her path. It was too late. Miss, the portly man sneered, his mustache twitching. Her heart seized in her chest. Bottom, how did they get ahead of me? The leader appeared beside her, his voice oozing with false confidence. He told her this forest was like their backyard. Her eyes darted around. They were everywhere. This is bad. I'm surrounded. They closed in on her, their leering eyes making her feel like prey. One of them noted her expensive clothes, his tongue darting out to lick his lips as saliva dripped from his chin. But first he growled, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. They would taste that body of hers. A hand grabbed her shoulder, spinning her around. The sound of tearing fabric split the air, sharp and violent. He ripped the front of her dress, exposing the delicate lace of her undergarments. He sneered, his breath hot and foul against her skin, saying what nice underwear she had, how it turned him on. His filthy hand clamped down on her wrist, squeezing tight. He asked how they should touch her to make her scream. Hands were everywhere, pulling at her dress. She trembled, a strangled cry escaping her lips. This is disgusting. A silent scream for help echoed in her soul. I hate this. Prince Theo, whack, a sickening crunch. And the man holding her went limp. Rose staggered back as he collapsed, staring at the fallen thug in shock. And then she saw him. Prince Vincent stood there, his sword resting on his shoulder, his expression a mask of cold fury. His voice was laced with ice as he spoke, his words a strange mix of accusation and relief. He sneered, asking if she really thought messing around with men like this was a good idea, calling her a violent girl who always needed to be looked after. Her mind went blank. Prince Vin, his golden eyes, sharp and blazing with anger, met hers. His gaze flickered down to her torn dress, to her exposed skin. The air grew heavy, electric with his rage. You, he growled, his voice a low thunder, your clothes. In a flash he was moving, his sword a silver blur slicing through the air, a terrifying roar ripped from his throat. You're dead? But before the blade could find its mark, Rose launched herself at him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Don't, she cried, her voice trembling. Don't do any more. The remaining thugs didn't need to be told twice. They scrambled away, disappearing into the woods. Vincent watched them go, a frustrated TCH escaping his lips. The rage drained from his face, replaced by a flicker of concern. He turned to her, his voice softer now as he asked if she was hurt. She shook her head, trying to sound brave as she mumbled that they only ripped her clothes, that she was fine, his brow furrowed in anger. That's not fine. Suddenly, her eyes widened in terror. Behind you? One of the thugs had circled back, lunging from the shadows. There was the sharp sound of a blade slicing through flesh. Vincent spun, his own sword a blur of motion, protecting her. He struck back instantly, a clean, precise strike. That's payback for earlier, the thug gurgled, blood splattering as he fell. Rose stared in horror, her hands flying to her mouth. Prince Vin. Blood dripped from Vincent's arm, he'd been cut. NGH, he grunted, clutching the wound. He grit his teeth, glaring at the fallen man. You lowlife. Rose rushed to his side, her voice filled with panic. Did he cut you? He brushed off her concern, his voice tight. It's just a scratch, let's go. He grabbed her hand, pulling her along, but she couldn't stop worrying. We have to tend to your wound. They reached the edge of a steep cliff. Her mind raced. What should I do? This cliff would be difficult enough by myself, but with his wound. Her eyes scanned the dense forest, desperate for a solution, and then she saw it. Through a break in the trees, the roof of a small log cabin. Hope surged through her. The cabin was unoccupied, a small mercy in this terrible situation. Inside, sitting on a dusty table, was a first aid kit. She carefully helped Vincent sit, his shirt now open, revealing the gash on his side. He gritted his teeth as she cleaned the wound, muttering that this was probably a base for controlling the area. Don't say any more," she stammered, her hands trembling as she wrapped the bandage around his torso. "This is all because I came here so hastily." Guilt gnawed at her. "This is all my fault. I'm sorry." He just sat there, his expression stoic, his jaw tight. She thanked him for helping her, and he just grunted a gruff, "Don't worry about it." A small giggle escaped her. "He's not very open, is he?" She gently asked how he knew where she was. He told her he'd heard at Theodora's mansion that she was headed for the border, adding that Theodora should be catching up soon. At the mention of his name, her face lit up. "Oh, I see. Then if we wait here, Prince Theo will—" A sharp hiss of pain from Vincent cut her off. He winced, clutching his side. She rushed to him, her brow creased with worry. "Are you okay?" He tried to wave it off, insisting it just hurt a little, that it was nothing. But she could see the pain in his eyes. "What should I do? I can't take care of this wound myself." And then something clicked. Wait. Her heart gave a sudden hard thump. This scene, the wound, the cabin, his pained expression. I've seen this somewhere before, a flash of memory, vibrant and clear. A girl tending to a bandaged Prince Vincent. The memory sparked a chain reaction in her mind. Ba-dump, this is the scene I saw in the main game. In the game, Iris tended to Prince Vin's wound just like this. And they went into heat, the thugs, the chase, the injury, the cabin, it all lined up perfectly. Her blood ran cold. Be by any chance, am I in Prince Vin's storyline? Her mind reeled from the implications. But is suddenly entering a different storyline even possible? Vincent let out another soft groan. Pulling her from her thoughts, her heart ached with guilt. This is because of my selfish act. I didn't think something like this would happen. Suddenly, he grabbed his discarded cape and tossed it over her lap, his voice gruff. "Cover your underwear, you noisy girl." He looked away, a faint blush on his cheeks, but his next words were surprisingly gentle. "You're safe, that's what matters." Her heart fluttered. Ba-dump, Prince Vin was worried about me. He continued, a smirk playing on his lips. "Plus, it's not all bad things." She looked at him confused. "What do you mean?" He turned, his golden eyes gleaming with triumph. "I saved you before Theodora could." A slow, wicked grin spread across his face as he imagined his rival's reaction. "I can't wait to see his frustrated face." Rose blushed furiously. "That's what he meant?" "I almost misunderstood. Still, all he's thinking about is Prince Theo." "You're still so fixated on him," she sighed, standing up. "Well, even if I ask you why, you won't tell me. I'm going to change your bandage, so just stay still." As she worked, he began to speak, his voice quiet and distant. "Theodora has always been so perfect." She paused, listening. He let out a humorless laugh. "I always have been too, of course. But he was on another level." Memories flickered in his eyes. Contests, archery, swordsmanship. He was never any match for him. They played each other in chess once before, but it was a terrible, crushing outcome. "Oh," Rose murmured, now understanding. "That's why he said that? Don't tell me you don't remember." Vincent's gaze darkened. "My father was ashamed that I kept losing to the prince of another kingdom." He remembered the weight of his father's hand on his shoulder, the constant pressure. He continued to yell at me to be better than Theodora from morning until night. He remembered the endless training, his hands wrapped in bandages. Any complaints would not be tolerated. "But the reason I'm so obsessed with Theodora is not only because of my father." He recalled the whispers in the halls after another defeat. "Prince Theo really is excellent. He may be the prince of another kingdom, but he deserves respect." Everyone around me was like that. Even his own people looked at him with pity and at Theodora with admiration. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. Rose's heart went out to him. Prince Vin? Anyone would become like him after being brought up like that, so there were backstories like this that weren't written in the game. Vincent's voice grew stronger, filled with a new resolve. "But as a result, there is one thing I can do better than him. I won't stay behind him anymore." The memory of chasing after Theodora, always one step behind, flashed in his mind. He grit his teeth. "But I was that obsessed with him, and Theodora himself didn't even remember me at all." Rose stood in silence, watching him, her own eyes filled with unshed tears. "I always thought it was strange that he was so obsessed with Prince Theo, but, just like Rose, it had to do with the environment he was raised in." He let out a short, bitter laugh. "I'm such a clown. Funny, right?" "No, it's not," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. She grabbed the bandages, her movements suddenly fierce. "If you want to be better than him, then you should be better than him." He stared at her, taken aback by her sudden intensity. Her eyes were like fire. "If it's necessary to change your fate, to change the present, I can't and won't stop you." He was speechless. "What?" She turned, her expression softening slightly. "Your father's a coward. He put the rivalry of two kingdoms on the shoulders of kids. He hurt your pride." She saw the image of a young boy trapped and pressured, his pride wounded again and again. "But I know you're different than him." She smiled, a genuine, encouraging smile. "With all the strength and energy you've used to get here, you can take Prince Theo on directly." He looked up at her, his golden eyes wide with a feeling he couldn't name. "You have a lot of pride," he murmured, almost to himself. He sighed, shaking his head. "Why are you trying to help with things that don't matter?" She puffed out her cheeks, indignant. That's not what I'm doing." She huffed. "Prince Theo is strong, he won't lose." His gaze sharpened, a strange light entering his eyes. "You really believe in him?" He leaned towards her, closing the distance between them. What does he mean? She wondered, her heart beginning to race. He reached out a hand, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. The closer I get to you, the more jealous I get of him. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Jealousy makes men go crazy. Rose panicked, flustered. What are you talking about? Oh, that's right, your bandage, I have to change it. She scrambled to move, but her ankle twisted beneath her. Ah, she cried out, losing her balance. He lunged forward, catching her before she hit the floor. She landed against his bare chest, his arms wrapped securely around her. Their faces were inches apart, their breaths mingling in the small space. A jolt, hot and electric, shot through her. Bottom, heat again? Is this proof that I'm in Prince Vin's storyline? Vincent let out a pained gasp, his body tensing. Did his wounds start hurting because he saved me? The guilt was suffocating. Leaving someone who got hurt because of me isn't something I can do. But I have to hurry up and get away from him. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of panic and something else. Something terrifying. If things stay like this, Wheel. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat echoing the chaos in her mind. Vin's face, flushed with a desperate heat, filled her vision. Memories, sharp and dangerous, flooded back. Leaving him after he got hurt because of me, no. It isn't something I can do, but every instinct screamed at her to run, to get away from him before this fire consumed them both. His breath was hot against her skin, his eyes burning with a fever she knew all too well. If this continues, if we stay like this, we'll know. The thought shattered before it could fully form, she gasped. Her own reflection in his crimson eyes terrifying her. Wait, what am I even thinking? This is wrong, this is dangerous. With a sharp crack, she slapped her own cheeks, the sting a welcome distraction from the inferno raging inside her. I won't lose to this heat, I won't. Vin flinched back, his voice rough with confusion as he asked what she was doing. She spun away, her back rigid, her voice a defiant squeak. HMPH, this is nothing to me, I can control my own lust, thank you very much. She was trying so hard to sound strong, to believe her own words, but Vin's gaze was filled with a soul-deep doubt that mirrored her own fears. Her hands fumbled in her bag, searching, rummaging for her salvation. And then she found it. She whipped around, holding up a small bottle like a holy relic. Plus I have this, her voice rang with triumph as she shoved the bottle towards him. Take this right now. Vin's brow furrowed. What is that? He asked, his gaze fixed on the small vial. Suppressants, she declared. A special kind. The label showed the silhouette of a man and a woman, their hands entwined. If both of the ones take it, it can suppress the heat completely. He just stared, his expression unreadable. He finally spoke, his voice low. What are you doing with something like that? She waved a dismissive hand, her cheeks burning. Dee, don't worry about that, just take it. You're injured, you shouldn't be in this state, but just as she tried to open the bottle, his hand shot out, grabbing hers in a grip of steel. Her eyes flew wide with shock, his touch was electric, sending another jolt of heat through her veins. His voice was a low, dangerous growl. I don't need them. His eyes blazed with a terrifying resolve. I'm going to use this heat to steal you from Theodore. The words hung in the air, a declaration of war. Her heart stuttered. I can't falter now, she had to be strong. She lifted her chin, her voice trembling only slightly as she challenged him. Are you saying that as long as you get what you want, you don't care about the means? His gaze was intense. He compared her to the one person she despised most in the world. Well, you're just like the King of Verno, he murmured, his words a poisoned dart. The man who controlled your entire life for his own gain. A cold fury washed over her. She held the bottle out, her voice dripping with ice. Even if you beat Prince Theo like this, by force, by succumbing to this, is anything really going to change inside of you? He flinched. Gritting his teeth as her words hit their mark, she took a single, deliberate step forward. If you truly want to change your unfortunate life, she pressed, her eyes boring into his. Don't you think you need to change yourself first? He stared at her, a faint blush creeping up his neck. A ghost of a smirk played on his lips. If you say that with a bright red face, it's not very convincing, you cheeky girl. And with a sudden movement, he snatched the pills from her hand. Give me those, he tossed one back without hesitation, swallowing it dry. HMPH, you're good at making me do what you want, he grumbled. You're like a witch selling apples. A wave of relief washed over her so potent it almost made her knees buckle. A small, genuine smile touched her lips as she watched him. He never shows his true feelings, does he? The effect was almost immediate. Vin let out a soft gasp, his body shuddering as the heat began to recede. That's amazing, he breathed, looking down at his own hands as if they belonged to a stranger. I didn't think it'd go away so quickly, I don't feel anything. Then his eyes narrowed, suspicion creeping into his gaze. We only found out we were each other's one a few days ago, he said slowly. But you already have these suppressants, don't you know a little too much about heat? Rose froze, her mind racing. What do I say? How do I explain this? Before she could answer, the door to the cabin burst open with a deafening BAM. A figure stood silhouetted against the light, his chest heaving. Rose, Theodore's voice raw with panic, ripped through the silence. He looked frantic, his eyes wide with terror as they landed on her. He didn't even seem to register the half-dressed Vin on the bed. Prince Theo, a brilliant smile broke across her face. She took a step towards him, and in a heartbeat, he closed the distance, his arms wrapping around her in a crushing embrace. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? He asked, his voice muffled in her hair. She winced slightly. I only twisted my ankle a little. His panic intensified. Your ankle? That must hurt. We have to tend to it at once. She tried to calm him, pushing gently against his chest. I'm fine. More importantly, Prince Vin has a much larger injury. Theodore finally looked over her shoulder, his eyes landing on Vin for the first time. What? From the bed, Vin offered a weak, mocking smirk, panting for breath. You sure like to show off, he rasped. But the bravado was short-lived. His body swayed and he collapsed backward onto the mattress with a heavy thud, unconscious. Prince Vin, Rose cried out, her heart leaping into her throat. Theodore rushed to his side, checking his pulse. He's still breathing, he confirmed, a grim look on his face. Good, I'm sure he was at the limit of his physical strength. Rose grabbed Theodore's arm, her eyes pleading. You're going to save him, right? He got injured saving me, you have to. Theodore's gaze softened as he looked at her worried face. He placed a reassuring hand over hers. Yeah, he said, his voice firm with resolve. We'll save him no matter what. The military should catch up shortly. We'll have them rush him back. As they rode away on a single horse, the sun bleeding across the horizon. Theodore's voice was quiet. Why did you go somewhere so dangerous alone? Rose's mind scrambled for an excuse. I can't tell him the truth about the heat. I need a different reason. She wrung her hands. Oh, Iris told me there were flowers that only grew in this area. He was silent for a moment. I see. They rode on, the rhythm of the horse's gait a soothing presence. But anyway, next time, bring a guard with you, he said, his tone gentle but firm. His grip tightened around her waist. When I think about losing you, her breath caught. Prince Theo, I'm sorry. The weight of what could have happened settled on her shoulders. If Vin hadn't come, those men would have. A shiver ran down her spine. He agreed to take the suppressants, so the immediate danger is gone. But a new danger had emerged. The memory of their proximity, the searing heat, the almost kiss, it changed everything. I can't just dismiss this anymore. Might have entered his storyline. In the game, this is where it all began for Vin and Iris. They would be saved by soldiers, and through his recovery, they would realize they were the one. The heat would forge a bond between their minds and bodies, and they would live happily ever after. But I have two the ones at the same time. How is that even possible? She let out a long, weary sigh, leaning back against Theodore's solid chest. He felt her shift. What's the matter? He asked softly. She forced a smile, not turning to face him. Oh, I'm sorry, it's nothing. So much happened, I'm just tired. Silence stretched between them, then his voice, dangerously low, cut through the evening air. You're just tired, huh? A flash of memory, sharp as broken glass, pierced his mind. Rose, flustered and blushing, in a room with a half-naked Prince Vin. Crack, his gentle expression shattered, replaced by something cold and unsettling. A chilling smile touched his lips, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. If you say so, he murmured, his voice a silken threat, I'll take it that way. A few weeks passed. Life at the academy found a new, fragile normal. Since that day, Prince Vin has been taking the suppressants regularly. The volatile heat between them was banked, and he had stopped his relentless pursuit. Now the Chartreux Academy Cultural Festival was in full swing, a riot of color and sound. And Rose was in heaven, squeal, this is the best. She thought, clapping her hands together as she watched Theodore and Iris on stage. You two look so wonderful, it was pure eye candy, a scene straight out of the game she loved. I've never seen you smile like that before, a voice teased. Iris was blushing prettily. You praising me makes me blush, Miss Rose. Theodore chuckled, reminding them it was time for rehearsal. Rose beamed at them. I'm looking forward to the performance, Theodore paused, turning back to give her a devastatingly charming smile. Hess, I'll do my best for you, her heart gave a little flutter. She watched them go, a warm feeling spreading through her chest. With time to kill, she wandered through the festival stalls alone. It was a new feeling, being a normal student, enjoying the simple pleasures of a festival. She found herself at target practice booths, an archery bow in her hands. This is fun and all, she thought, loosing it. But it's a bit lonely without Prince Theo or Iris. She ended up back at the theater far too early, deciding to play one more round. Hiya, the arrow hit its mark with a satisfying thunk. Way to go, me, she cheered silently. Stepping back proudly, she bumped right into someone with a soft thud. Oh, sorry for bumping, she began, turning around. Her words died in her throat. Standing there looking infuriatingly handsome was Prince Vin. It's been a while, he said, his lips curling into a lazy smirk. Prince Vin, she gasped. An image of him bleeding and broken flashed through her mind. I'm sorry, is your injury still bothering you? He waved off her concern. Don't worry about it. It's healing up just fine. His gaze fell to the bow in her hands. Target practice, huh? A mischievous glint entered his eyes. He took the bow from her. Stay with me for a bit. What's gotten into you? She asked, confused. What's the problem? Let's have a contest. A fair one. He spun an arrow with practiced ease. He leaned in close, his voice a low murmur against her ear as he used the arrow to tilt her chin up. Don't complain to me if you regret this. Without even looking, he let the arrow fly. Smack, it struck a small teddy bear dead center. Playing around like this is too easy for me, he boasted with a smug grin. Rose rolled her eyes. I should have known. She took the bow back. I may not be able to beat him on a battlefield, but at a distance like this, even I can. Smack, her own arrow found its target, a tiny stuffed cat. Hee, she giggled, unable to hide her delight. They stood side by side, a competitive spark dancing between them. This is rather fun after all, he admitted, a genuine smile on his face. She glanced at him, her own lips curving upwards. Yeah, this is no more than killing time. The memories swirled around her, hazy and insistent. Prince Vin, his face etched with a strange, fervent determination, held out a small, ornate box. His voice was a low promise, a vow she didn't understand. I'll make sure you won't regret this, he'd said. But what did he mean? Her mind was a canvas of question marks, a fog of confusion. The chatter of the festival crowd pulled her back to the present. A man's voice boomed through the street, the play's about to start. A jolt of excitement, sharp and electric, shot through her. Oh, she gasped, her thoughts scattering. I'm sorry, I have to go. She turned on her heel, her red shoes clicking against the cobblestones, leaving him behind. Hey, his voice, softer now, reached out to her. She paused, glancing back over her shoulder as he stood there, still holding that mysterious box. He forced a polite, distant smile onto her lips. Fair and square is pretty nice, don't you think? She offered coolly. That was a fun way to kill time. His face fell, the light in his eyes dimming as if she'd snuffed it out herself. Her words were a dismissal, a final curtain on their little game. Badump, his heart gave a painful thud. She didn't wait for a reply, turning her back on him completely, her long blonde hair flowing behind her like a silken banner of farewell. The grand theater doors beckoned, a world of fantasy and drama awaiting her. The lights dimmed, the murmuring crowd hushed, and a wave of anticipation washed over the velvet seats. It's finally about to start. Rose sat forward, her own heart beginning to race, a frantic ba-dump against her ribs. A single brilliant spotlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the stage. And there he was, Prince Theo. He stood tall and proud, every inch the king he was portraying, his voice ringing with power and conviction. I shall not yield, he declared, as the king of this kingdom. Rose's breath caught in her throat, her heart hammered, ba-dump, a wild rhythm only for him. Oh my God, she thought, her cheeks flushing warm. He's even hotter when he's on stage. Just then, as if he could feel her gaze burning a hole through the crowd, he glanced in her direction. His eyes met hers, and for a split second he blinked. Her own eyes widened in shock. Did he just see me? Her mind exploded with giddy delight. Bottom, our eyes just met. It's like I'm at a pop star's concert. She clutched the little fan she'd made, a tiny heart with his name on it, squealing internally like the devoted fangirl she was. Then another figure stepped into the light, a woman in a sweeping red gown, her expression one of fierce resolve. It was Iris. I won't let them die, she vowed, her voice filled with emotion. And no matter what I must sacrifice. Rose stared, utterly transfixed, that expression, that look in her eyes. That's the same expression as Rose. Iris did say she looked up to Rose, but I didn't think she'd look so similar. She must have practiced so much, Rose thought, a swell of pride filling her chest. Iris was magnificent. The play reached its climax. Iris knelt before the king, her hand reaching for his, her voice pleading. I know we are not of the same status. Oh, this scene, Rose recognized it instantly. Oh, but I'm sure we can get through it together. So please choose me. Iris's eyes shone with unshed tears as she cried out the final, powerful line, a promise not just to the king but to herself. You can change your fate, the words echoed in the silent theater, piercing Rose's heart. You can break free of the fountain, Iris. Rose whispered her name, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Badump, her heart ached with a profound, bittersweet emotion. It's because of you, it's because of your courage that I was able to decide, that I would do my best to resist my fate. The heroine of the story had saved the villainess in more ways than one. The theater erupted into thunderous applause. Rose dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, a genuine smile on her face. That was a good performance. Even though I'm the villainess, the true heroine led me to a brighter future. I really am so glad I met you now. I should go see them. The crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, everyone eager to congratulate the stars. Rose found herself caught in the current, her eyes wide with surprise. Suddenly, a heavy shove sent her stumbling forward. Oh, she cried out as her balance gave way. Her handkerchief fluttered from her grasp, landing forgotten on the checkered floor. Ouch, she winced, bracing for a fall, but a strong hand suddenly grabbed her arm, pulling her back from the brink. She looked up into the warm, concerned eyes of Prince Theo. Are you okay? He asked, his voice a low murmur amidst the chaos. Prince Theo, thank you, she breathed, her heart skipping a beat. Miss Rose. Iris appeared at her other side, her face bright with excitement. They both took her hands, squeezing them tightly. That was such an amazing performance. Rose beamed at them, her happiness genuine and overwhelming. Iris, you were great, she exclaimed. Iris's face turned beet red, and with a happy cry of Miss Ruse, she threw her arms around her in a massive hug. Fans were beginning to gather around the prince and the new star actress. They have so many fans, I can't keep them to myself, Rose thought with a smile. Well, I'm going to go. She started to slip away, but Theo's voice stopped her. Rose, he leaned in, his breath warm against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Do you have time after this? After I change, I want to enjoy the cultural festival with you. His voice dropped to an intimate whisper. Our first date in a long time. Her heart did a little flip. A date, a real date. She beamed up at him, her eyes sparkling. Okay. In the background, Iris watched them with a knowing, happy little smile. I'll be waiting at the back exit, Theo promised, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Rose waited patiently outside, the evening air warm against her skin. It's a little hot out here. I'm sweating. She fanned her face with her hand, a slight flush on her cheeks. She reached into her pocket to find her handkerchief. She rummaged around, her brow furrowing in confusion. My handkerchiefs, wait, what, where did I put my? And then a bolt of pure ice-cold horror shot through her. The handkerchief, I kept the suppressants inside it so the glass wouldn't break. The memory of being shoved, of stumbling, of dropping something white on the floor flashed in her mind. Did I drop it then? Her heart began to pound, a frantic drum of panic. Bottom, what should I do if the effects of the suppressants wear off? Prince Theo should be here soon. I'll just have to talk to him and we'll look for it together. Rose, a voice cut through her spiraling thoughts. She turned, expecting Theo, but her heart sank. Prince Vin, she asked, her voice barely a whisper, what is he doing here? Before she could ask, he closed the distance between them, his hand shooting out to grab hers in a vice-like grip. Her eyes widened in shock as he gave a sharp yank, pulling her along with him. Huh, wait a second, he cried, stumbling to keep up as he dragged her away from the theater. Hey, she protested, but he didn't stop. Her feet scrambled against the cobblestones as he pulled her further into the shadows. What's going on? She demanded, her voice rising with panic and frustration. He didn't answer, simply pulling her through a heavy wooden door and into the solemn silence of an empty chapel. Prince Vin, this is so sudden, you didn't even tell me what you want, she exclaimed, trying to wrench her hand from his grasp. I'm sorry, but I have plans with Prince Theo after this. His grip tightened and his eyes, when he finally looked at her, were dark and unreadable. What plans? He asked, his voice dangerously low. That has nothing to do with you. Rose's temper flared. This is shortening the time for my date with Prince Theo. It has everything to do with me, he said, stepping closer. We're in that kind of relationship now, right? He reached for her again. I want to properly welcome you to Verno. Her mind went blank. Hi, go-tos, Vernos, why is he talking about this? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, she said, shaking her head in disbelief. And I'm pretty sure I turned you down before. It's not sudden, he insisted, his gaze intense, almost predatory. By all your actions so far, your words, and your honest will to deny your fate. I was captivated, Badump, her heart gave a nervous flutter at his strange confession. Prince Vin's eyes, they're so intense. Wait, no, what am I thinking? I still don't know what he's talking about, she said, holding her hands up defensively. Let's calm down a little bit. Why are you talking about bringing me to the kingdom of Verno? Hey, he said, his voice laced with a mocking disbelief. Did you lose your memory or something? He reached into his coat and pulled out the small box from earlier. You gave this to me so I… He let the sentence hang, a slow, unnerving smirk spreading across his face. Oh, don't tell me you're scared now, you're more delicate than I thought. He took another step, closing the space between them. But it's too late, I've already prepared myself. He lifted the box, pressing the cool surface against her chin, forcing her to look at him. To welcome you to Verno, that was it, she'd had enough. Wham, she slapped his hand away with all her might. Did you not hear me? I said I'm not going. The box flew from his hand, clattering onto the floor. I don't know what you're trying here, but I'll never go with you, she yelled, her voice shaking with rage. His expression hardened as he grabbed her wrist. It can't be, are you just trying to deceive me? She choked out. Suddenly, a wave of dizzying heat washed over her, starting from her toes and rushing to the tips of her ears. Badump, her heart hammered against her ribs, womb, her eyes flew open in sheer terror. Heat, at time like this. Erg, she groaned, staggering backward, a fire spreading through her veins. The effect of the suppressants has already worn off. I just took some. She fumbled frantically in her pockets, knowing they were empty. Damn it, I left them in my locker. Desperation clawed at her throat. She looked at Vin, her vision blurring. Hey, she pleaded, her voice raspy, give me some of your suppressants. He flinched, his own face pale and beaded with sweat. It's my suppressants that have worn off. I lost them, she confessed, her body trembling. What? He gasped. It's not my fault, she cried, stumbling again, the heat making her delirious. I was trying to look for them and then you forced me to come here with you. Guess I don't have a choice, he muttered, turning to leave. I'll go get mine. But as he took a step, a soft clatter echoed in the chapel. He whirled around to see Rose collapsed on the floor, her breathing ragged. He was at her side in an instant. Rose, the suppressants, she gasped, trying to push herself up. I have to go search for them. He gripped her shoulder, forcing her to stay put. You wait here, I'll go get them. He leaned down, his face inches from hers, his own scent thick in the air. And I don't want any other guy to see your face when you're in heat. Badump, his words, his proximity, the raw desire in his eyes, it was too much. No, don't get so close, she whispered, her defenses crumbling. Kerchak, the heavy chapel door swung open, flooding the alcove with light. A familiar voice called out, Rose, I was looking. Prince Theo stood in the doorway, his sentence dying on his lips as he took in the scene before him. His fiancée, flushed and panting on the floor, with his rival leaning over her protectively, their scents mingling in the air. Rose's blood ran cold. Prince Theo? Oh, this isn't what it looks like. But what else could it look like? It's a fact that Prince Vin and I are in heat together. Him seeing us is the worst thing that could have happened. Theo's mind reeled. What's going on here? Rose is in heat, but I'm not in heat. A cruel, triumphant smirk twisted Prince Vin's lips. HMPH, nice face, Theodore, he sneered, pulling Rose closer into his embrace. It looks like you know what's happening. He looked Theo dead in the eye, his voice dripping with poison as he delivered the final, devastating blow. That's right, Rose and I are fated to be together. Fated, the word was a key unlocking a Pandora's box of Theo's deepest insecurities. The world around him shattered into a million pieces, each shard reflecting a memory of his failure, of her distance, of his loneliness. The image of a wilting blue rose, a symbol of their broken promise, filled his mind. The warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by an arctic chill. His expression hardened into a mask of cold. Unforgiving fury, the sound of determined footsteps echoes on the polished floor. The doors burst open to a scene of chaos. Rose, dazed and flushed, is cradled against Prince Theo's chest, while Prince Vin stumbles back, his face a mask of disbelief. With a swift, possessive motion, Theo lifts her completely off the ground. Hey, hold on. Vin's voice is thick with desperation, his hand reaching out as if to pull them back from a precipice. Theo doesn't even turn his head fully, just a sidelong glance, an icy glare that could freeze hell over. A warning, a dismissal. Defeated, Vin sinks to his knees on the floor, the world seeming to shatter around him as Theo walks away without a second thought. He holds Rose tightly, his voice low and firm. Rose, let's go, he murmurs as black feathers like dark omens drift down around them. Vin can only slump forward, the sound of their departure echoing in the now empty room. Theo carries her away, a dark knight rescuing his princess from a tower she didn't even know she was trapped in. He strides towards the waiting carriage, his purpose clear. Inside, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Rose looks up at him, her cheeks still stained with a feverish blush, her eyes wide with confusion and worry. She whispers his name, a question hanging in the air, Prince Theo. He says nothing, simply producing a small white pill. A suppressant, his voice is soft, but it's a command. Open your mouth. Her lips part and he gently, so gently, places the pill on her tongue. The touch is fleeting, but it sends a jolt through her. She swallows, the sound loud in the tense silence. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. Your heat should settle soon, he says, his gaze distant. What a terrible time for a festival, he thinks bitterly. The carriage clatters forward, taking them away from the chaos. Rose's mind is spinning. Is he being nice, after everything that just happened? She watches him, her heart a mess of confusion. He isn't yelling, he isn't mad, is he? Just as the thought crosses her mind, the atmosphere in the carriage plummets, growing cold and heavy. His voice, when it comes, is sharp, cutting through her confusion like a shard of ice. You were just going into heat with Prince Vin, weren't you? Her heart stops, then hammers against her ribs. Badump. His words hit their mark and her eyes widen with guilt and shock. She can only stammer, clutching the collar of her uniform. You, the prince. How can she explain this? He continues, his tone clinical, detached. These suppressants, they don't mean anything unless both partners take one. His gaze is intense, pinning her in place. If one person doesn't take one, the other will be dragged back into heat. And then the final, devastating blow, his voice drops, laced with a pain he can't hide. Rose, I haven't taken one and I'm not in heat. The unspoken words hang between them, heavy and suffocating. The truth crashes down upon her. That means I'm no longer the one for Rose. The bond that tied them together, is it broken? Tears spring to her eyes. I didn't tell you, she confesses, her voice trembling. It just started happening all of a sudden. She tries desperately to make him understand. I was planning on telling you once I figured out the exact reason. Her hands clench in her lap, her knuckles white. I absolutely did not want to deceive you. She looks up at him, her face a portrait of sincere regret. I'm truly so sorry. He looks at her, his own eyes swimming with a complex storm of emotions. He sighs, a sound of deep resignation. It's fine, I get it. He reaches for her, pulling her into a gentle yet sorrowful embrace. He holds her close, his voice a low whisper against her hair. You didn't do anything wrong. But his mind is a battlefield. He tells himself it's okay, but his heart. His expression is pure agony as he strokes her hair. His heart won't be cured by logic alone. The image of a perfect black rose, beautiful and tragic, fills his mind. A love tainted by a fate he can't control. They arrive at a secluded mansion. He leads her to a heavy wooden door and pushes it open. Prince Theo, what's this room? She asks, bewildered. A guest room, he says simply, his voice devoid of emotion. There's furniture, so you should be able to relax. He gestures for her to enter, and she hesitantly steps across the threshold. The moment she's inside, the door slams shut with a deafening boom. Her eyes fly wide with shock. A heavy asterisk clunk asterisk echoes from the other side, the sound of a lock turning. Huh, Prince Theo? She cries out, spinning around. Why would he lock the door? His voice comes through the thick wood, low and chillingly calm. Stay in there for a while. His hand rests on the door, a barrier between them. Is he imprisoning her? No, his face is etched with pain. I just want to protect you. His fist clenches against the wood, the knuckles straining. A whispered, heartbroken apology escapes his lips. I'm sorry, Rose. He leans his head against the door, his eyes squeezed shut in torment. I'll end everything, he vows. Stay here until I do. With heavy steps, he turns and walks away, leaving her in the silent room. Rose stands there frozen, his words echoing in her ears. And everything, what does that mean? What is he going to do? Her mind spirals into a vortex of fear and confusion. In his own solitude, Theo's memories drift back. He remembers looking at a photograph of her. He'd whisper her name to himself like a prayer, Rose. Because you were there, I could endure it all. The photograph shows a younger Rose, bright and full of life, a stark contrast to the darkness that had consumed him. In the past, he was nothing more than a puppet in the gilded cage of a prince's body, bound by chains of expectation. He remembers standing before his father, who offered hollow praise. Oh, you got second place? What a wonderful achievement. The words were meant to sound kind, but they were laced with disappointment. As a boy, he didn't see it. He just smiled brightly, clutching his second-place medal, and thanked his father. But his father's smirk was cruel, a mask of false pride. However, the king had said, his voice turning sharp, coming in second place means the winning fighter is more amazing than you." The words struck him like a physical blow, shattering his childish pride. His small hands tightened on the metal. "I will win next time," he promised, his voice small but determined. "Do your best," his father replied, the words utterly meaningless. From that day on, he was haunted by his own reflection, driven by a desperate need to be worthy of the name Prince of Siberian. His parents watched him, their smiles vacant, as he slowly disappeared behind the facade of the perfect prince. His father's words became a curse, tying him down, choking him. The prince must always be an example to his people. The curse wrapped around him like thorns. Etiquette, a swordsmanship, archery, a strategy, a horseback riding. He had to be number one in everything. The days bled into one another, a relentless pursuit of perfection. He could barely remember the faces of those he defeated. It didn't matter who they were, all that mattered was the win. He clatters a chess piece, the sound of his frustration echoing in the silent room. Damn it. Across the board sat Vin, another rival to be crushed, another step on the path to being number one. For a prince, winning was just the natural course of events, an expectation, a duty. But it was empty, it wasn't fun, it didn't bring happiness, it was nothing at all. There's no time for doubt, no room for the unease clawing at the back of her mind. She forces it down, her resolve hardening like steel. Now, here I go. I have to get to Prince Theo. That's the only thought that matters. Slipping through the vibrant rose bushes, Rose feels a flicker of surprise. Maybe it's because she's behind the mansion. But the security is practically non-existent, it's almost too easy. She creeps along the side of the grand building, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs, then a rustle from the bushes ahead, her breath catches, a silhouette, a guard. No, if they find me now, they'll drag me back. Panic seizes her, she whirls around, eyes wide and searching. Where is there anywhere I can hide? The manicured path offers no cover, only exposure. Her eyes land on a side door. Her last hope. With a desperate prayer, she reaches for the handle. A soft asterisk, Kerchak asterisk, a quiet creak, and she slips inside the blessedly dark room. Her eyes adjust to the dim light filtering through tall windows, revealing towering shelves filled with books. Is this the library? Relief washes over her in a dizzying wave. The door was unlocked. I'm so glad, but as she closes the door with a soft thud, her movement dislodges a book from a nearby table. It falls to the floor with a sharp flap. Oh, is this a notebook? She crouches down to retrieve it, her fingers brushing against the worn leather cover. But the moment she touches it, a strange jolt, asterisk, twitch, asterisk, shoots through her. Her eyes widen. What? Her heart gives a violent lurch. Asterisk, bottom, asterisk. A sudden, inexplicable heat floods her entire body, making her skin flush and her breath hitch. Why do I suddenly feel so hot? Her hand flies to her chest, feeling the frantic rhythm beneath her palm. Asterisk, bottom, asterisk, this can't be happening. I took a suppressant. So why? Unseen by her across the very same room. Prince Theo sits quietly, his gaze fixed on the open pages of a notebook resting in his lap. His own notebook, his own memories. The entry is clear in his mind. The day I had tea with Lady Rose of the House Charlier. His violet eyes drift shut for a moment and the memory comes rushing back. Oh, that day. The day it was decided that Rose de Charlier and I would be engaged. It was a cold, calculated arrangement. The Charliers were a powerful noble family from another kingdom, their influence bolstered by a massive gold mine. It was very obviously a strategic marriage, a joining of powerful interests, nothing more, nothing less. And after we had met each other multiple times, we finally had the opportunity to have tea alone together. He remembers the sprawling garden gazebo. How small and nervous he felt. He had turned to his attendant who had bowed stiffly. The man's voice was formal as he advised, I know this is awfully forward of me, but if anything happens, please let me know. Theo had managed a small, grateful smile, thanking him before turning back to the girl across the table. The moment was shattered by a loud asterisk clunk asterisk. Rose slammed her teacup down, her face a mask of disgust. What a terrible flavor, she declared, her voice sharp. This tea isn't fit for consumption. Her red eyes flashed with indignation. The leaves are cheap and they were only steeped for some random amount of time. The person who made this has absolutely no taste. Theo could only stare, speechless at the lavish spread before them. She wasn't finished. She poked at a pastry with a fork, her lip curled in a sneer. HMPH. These sweets are all about appearance and have no depth to them. Did they not try as hard because we're children? She fumed. In the background, he could hear the maids whispering, their laughter like poison darts. There goes Lady Rose with her selfishness again. She complains no matter what you put in front of her. He remembered looking at her then, so full of fire and complaints, and a cold thought echoed in his mind. Does she not understand the gravity of our situation? I didn't think she would be this selfish. The memory of his father's cold smile flashed in his mind, his hands gripping Theo's shoulders. But even as the thought formed, another, more confusing feeling surfaced. A strange pang of jealousy. Rose suddenly turned her fiery gaze on him. Hey, don't you agree? He chose his words carefully. You certainly have a point, Lady Rose, he'd said, trying to be diplomatic. He'd been taught to resist her, to oppose her, but he couldn't bring himself to be cruel. He gave a small smile, lifting his own teacup. But I don't believe that they did such a terrible job. She just stared at him, her expression unreadable. The silence stretched and then her face crumpled into a pout. How boring, she sighed, her gaze sweeping over the pristine table setting. If you're bored, we could play a game or… Before he could finish, she cut him off, her voice sharp. Your facial expressions are just like a doll's. The words stung. He watched as she stood abruptly, her eyes cold and demanding, locking onto the servants cowering nearby. How long are you going to stand there and stare? She snapped. Bring us more tea and sweets, immediately. Servants scurried away. Why yes, my lady. She turned back to him, her expression dismissive. I'll pass on a game, but then just as he thought the awkward encounter was over, she did something completely unexpected. With a mischievous bawing in her step, she darted forward and grabbed his hand. Her eyes, suddenly alive with a wicked sparkle, met his. A genuine, electrifying smile spread across her face. If we go to that place I saw from my carriage, we might be able to have a little fun. And with a giggle, she let go and spun away. Try catching me, she taunted, her hand waving as she took off in a flash of red fabric. He was left standing there stunned, her touch still tingling on his skin. Lady Rose, he called out, but she was already gone. With a frustrated groan, he gave chase, running after the whirlwind of a girl who was his fiancée. She led him through the manicured gardens and into the wilder woods beyond, until they burst into a clearing. Before them was a breathtaking sight, a small waterfall cascading into a crystal-clear river. Rose stood at the water's edge, a triumphant smirk on her face. HMPH, this is a rather nice place, she declared, a little heart floating beside her cheek, but Theo's heart was hammering for a different reason. He clenched his fist, panic rising in his chest. We left the castle. What will my father think if he finds out? He tried to sound composed, princely. I'm glad you're satisfied, he said, forcing a smile. Now let's head back. But she wasn't listening. With a whoosh, she kicked off her shoes, and with a joyful splash, she leaped into the river. It's so cold, she squealed, her laughter echoing in the clearing. He could only watch in stunned silence. Just how free is this girl? She floated on her back, her blonde hair fanning out in the water like a halo. We came this far, we should enjoy the river, she announced, splashing her feet playfully. It's just cold enough to feel good, won't you join me? He swallowed hard, his sense of duty warring with the scene before him. I see, he said, his voice tight, but we should really be heading back. A long, dramatic sigh escaped her lips. She sat up, glaring at him. You're the one who invited me here. But your head's in the clouds. She pointed a finger right at him, her eyes narrowing. What exactly are you trying to do? Are you looking down on me because you're a prince? His own thoughts swirled, dark and heavy. As a prince, this kind of frivolous thing would never be forgiven. He felt trapped by his title, by his father's expectations, but Rose just looked at him, a strange expression on her face. What's that about, then, just for today? Her eyes lit up with a brilliant, rebellious idea. She lunged forward, grabbing the cravat at his throat. How about you stop being a prince? She pulled him closer, her face inches from his, her blonde hair brushing against his cheek. You and I are the only ones here right now, she whispered, her smile dazzling and dangerous. Our status doesn't matter. His world tilted on its axis, his heart hammered against his ribs. Stop being a prince? The concept was so foreign, so impossible, it left him breathless. But being a prince isn't something I can just stop, he managed to say. Rose threw her hands up with a theatrical sigh. You keep saying prince, she complained, jabbing a finger in his direction again. What do you, Theodora Van Hamel, want to do? The question struck him like lightning, not Prince Theodora, just Theodora. For the first time, someone was asking what he wanted. His gaze fell from her determined face to the sparkling water, and an answer bubbled up from a place he didn't know he had. I want. He began, then his eyes widened as he declared with newfound passion, I, Rose de Charlier, want to go fishing. She stared at him, bewildered. What are you going to do? He blushed, flustered by his mistake, but the desire was real. I want to try too, he insisted, clutching his chest. Rose's confusion melted into amusement. Try? Have you never gone fishing before? She asked, a giggle in her voice. He looked away, embarrassed. I never had the chance. Her whole demeanor changed. She puffed out her chest proudly. Then Lady Rose will teach you. First, you make a rod with a stick. But before she could finish her lesson, he had already waded into the river. Huh? She murmured, watching him. He plunged his hands into the cool water and in a flash of silver scales pulled out a wriggling fish. Rose's jaw dropped. W with your bare hands? She stammered, her shoulders shaking. She couldn't hold it in any longer. A loud, unrestrained ha 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 burst from her as she doubled over, clutching her stomach. Theo stood there, dripping wet and holding his prize, a proud grin on his face. I caught a fish. What is this? She gasped between laughs, wiping a tear from her eye. Turns out you're the uncivilized one. He just chuckled, a soft heh. And then, seeing her laugh so freely, so beautifully, he began to laugh too, a real, genuine laugh that echoed hers across the water. It was a perfect, sun-drenched memory. The memory faded, and Rose found herself back in the dim library, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her heart was still pounding, ba dump, asterisk. She let out a shaky sigh, pressing a hand to her still flushed chest. I think my heat has settled down. It only lasted for a second, but what was all about? She scanned the room again. I don't think Prince Vin is around. She bit her lip, her mind racing with confusion. I took the suppressant Prince Theo gave me, so why did I go into heat? Across the room, Theo gently closed his diary. Her voice from that day still echoed in his mind. Hearing Rose say stop being a prince, it really melted my heart, and it wasn't the last time he'd heard it. A more recent memory surfaced. Rose, older, more mature, but with that same fire in her eyes, her hand gently resting on his head. Then, just for today, how about you stop being a prince? I'm the only one who can see you right now. He smiled faintly. I didn't think I'd get to hear that twice. She's the audacious Rose, but in reality, she had a tough upbringing as well. He knew the truth behind her thorny exterior. He knew about Lord Charlier, her physically abusive, ruthless father. He'd seen the shadows in her past, the lonely little girl crying on the cold floor. Even then, she never closed off her heart. She let out her stress just like anyone else with a wild, beautiful freedom, and I thought, as she laughed by the river, a fish dangling from her makeshift line, I thought she was beautiful. After what happened at that river, I went back to the castle and was scolded by my father. He remembered standing before the king, small and trembling, but he did not torment me. He only bound me tighter with the words as a prince. After that day, everything changed. It was like I saw the world through rose-colored glasses. I saw her shine, winning a singing contest, her voice as bright as her spirit, and a fire was lit in me. If she's doing her best, I have to do my best too. I threw myself into my studies, my training, collecting trophies and accolades. The people noticed. Prince Theo is doing even better than before, they'd whisper. And he somehow seems much more lively. But then something shattered, the beautiful illusion cracked and broke. As she grew up, the light in her seemed to dim, replaced by a harsh glare. All of this is terrible, she would scream in the gardens. How dare you serve this? It tastes like muddy water. She became a tyrant to her maids, someone to be feared. If you can't, you're all fired, she would declare with an icy glare. As she grew up, she became more and more of a tyrant. And in the end, everyone started secretly calling her the villainess. I wanted to be her ally, to be the one who understood her, but just when I was starting to feel like she was too much for even me to handle. It happened, a single touch, and the world ignited. We both trembled, our eyes wide with shock and recognition. We found out that we were each other's the one. Because of that, our lives were now in danger, targeted by someone who fears the centralization of power that our union would bring. I hadn't even thought our lives would be in danger. But she had looked at me with that same defiant fire he'd always loved. I'll entrust my life to you, she had said. I was drawn to how she defied her fate, that day at the river and us fishing together. A sad, tender smile touched his lips. Even though you don't remember any of it, now more than ever, you have control of my heart and I won't let you go. That's why, his face hardened, the tenderness vanishing, replaced by cold fury. He slammed his fist onto his desk, papers scattering. I hate the idea of Rose and Prince Vin being the one. His eyes fell upon a document, the title stark against the page, The Origin of the One. A low growl rumbled in his chest. I'll definitely find a way to sever this tie between them. The air in the room is thick with obsession, with a darkness that clings to the very walls. Theodore stares down at the papers on his desk, but he doesn't see them. All he sees is her face. Next to asterisk his asterisk. No, it can't be. He slams his hand down, the sound echoing his shattered thoughts. That's why, he seethes, his voice a low growl. I hate the idea of Rose and Prince Vin being each other's the one. The words feel like poison on his tongue. This cursed prophecy, this origin of the one. It was a chain he had to break, a knot he had to unravel, a fire he had to extinguish. His knuckles are white, his jaw clenched so tight it aches. I'll definitely find a way, he vows to the empty room, his eyes burning with a chilling resolve to sever this tie between them. But just as the vow settles in the silence, a voice cuts through the gloom like a bolt of lightning, a voice he despises. Theodora. The sound is cheerful, almost mocking, and it comes from the grand staircase. There he is, Prince Vincent, standing in a cascade of golden light, looking for all the world like a hero from a storybook. He descends the stairs with an easy grace, his ornate vest and tailored trousers a stark contrast to Theodore's own dark attire. Every step is confident, deliberate, an invasion. What is *** doing here? Theodore's head snaps up, his mind reeling. How did he get in? Theodore's eyes, shadowed in weary moments before, now sharpen into daggers of pure disbelief and rage. Feathers, black and white, seem to fall between them, a silent omen of the clash to come. Vin pauses on a landing, looking down at him with a casual air. He calls out his name again, a lazy drawl in his voice. Prince Vin, it's been a while. Theodore looks up from the bottom of the stairs, a predator sizing up his rival. Vin just stands there, a picture of relaxed arrogance, as if he owns the very air in Theodore's mansion. The animosity between them is a living thing, crackling in the space separating them. Vin's golden eyes hold a glint of amusement, while Theodore's purple glare is filled with a cold, murderous intent. Theodore's mind races. Olivier, he told him specifically, his voice is a venomous whisper inside his own head directed at his butler. Olivier, I thought I told you not to let him anywhere near the mansion. He can't believe this betrayal. As he starts to walk down the final steps, Vin's taunting voice fills the hall. I haven't seen you lately, he says, a smirk playing on his lips. Seems like you've been busy keeping women hostage. The words are a deliberate stab and they find their mark. Vin shakes his head, a look of faux pity on his face. How pathetic. He leans against the banister, his smile widening into a triumphant grin. Even though she's the one for me. Theodore's control shatters. A fire ignites in his eyes, a raw, unfiltered fear. What's it to you? He spits back, his voice dangerously low. You're the one intruding now. He gestures sharply, dismissing Vin entirely. Besides, he declares, his voice ringing with possessiveness, Rose is my fiancée. He turns his back, his command sharp and absolute. Make him go home, right? But his order is cut short. I can't do that. The voice is calm, respectful, and utterly defiant. It's not Vin. Theodore freezes. He turns to see a pair of sensible shoes on the marble floor. A voice continues, belonging to someone he trusted implicitly. We're the ones who called Prince Vin here. The world seems to tilt on its axis. Standing there, his face a mask of polite regret, is Olivier, his most loyal butler, and next to him, Lady Iris. Betrayal is a cold, sharp blade twisting in his gut. He clenches his fist, his knuckles turning white. You too, Lady Iris? He asks, his voice trembling with a rage he can barely contain. What are you planning? He whirls on his butler, his eyes blazing. Olivier, you dare betray my orders. But Olivier doesn't flinch. He meets his master's gaze, his own expression unwavering. With all due respect, Prince Theodora, he begins, his voice steady despite the threat hanging in the air. You are not your normal self right now. He looks at the prince he has served for so long, his face etched with concern and sorrow. As your servant, I cannot ignore the fact that you are headed down the wrong paths. He bows his head slightly, his resolve absolute. I'm prepared, even if you have to cut me down as a traitor. Before Theodore can even process this mutiny, Iris steps forward, her hands clasped over her chest, her face pale but determined. What you're doing, Prince Theo, isn't something I can agree with either. She cries out, her voice echoing in the tense silence. Her usual gentle demeanor is gone, replaced by a fierce, protective glare. To think that you'd lock up Miss Rose like that, it's almost as if you're a villain from some fairy tale. A villain, the word hangs in the air, a damning accusation. Theodore turns his head away, his profile cast in shadow, refusing to let them see the flicker of pain in his eyes. He forces a cold, indifferent tone into his voice. I could care less what those two think, he says, taking a resolute step forward. But Vin has had enough. He steps directly into Theodore's path, his expression deadly serious. Just let Rose go right now. The two princes stand face to face, a breath apart, the world shrinking to the space between them. An unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Theodore's answer is a single, chilling word that drops like a stone into the silence. No. Vin's lips curl into a knowing, dangerous smile. He expected this. I figured you'd say that. A spark ignites in his golden eyes, the thrill of the chase. Then I challenge you to a contest, Theodora. He leans in, his handsome face alight with confidence and challenge. His next words sealing their fate, with Rose as the prize. He pulls back, his smirk unwavering, while Theodore can only glare, trapped by the audacity of the challenge. A sudden realization struck Theo like a bolt of lightning. His eyes, wide with dawning horror, fixed on something unseen. That's right, and that's right. If Rose was looking for him, if she had somehow gotten out, there's only one place she could have gone. A cold dread washed over him, his fist clenching at his side. His mind raced, picturing the one location she would seek him out. No, not there, anywhere but there. Time was running out. He had to get to her before she found them. He burst into a frantic dash, his heart hammering against his ribs. He thought of all the time that had passed since Rose got out. There's a good chance she's already headed to my room, and if she's in my room, that means, right? She might have found those documents. The thought was a shard of ice in his gut. He couldn't let her see those. He couldn't let her misunderstand. Rose, he screamed, his voice echoing down the long, empty corridor as he sprinted. The world blurring around him. He slammed the doors to his room open with a resounding crash, body lunging forward with desperate momentum, and there she was. Her golden hair cascaded down her back, her red dress a splash of crimson in the dimly lit room. She was holding a piece of paper, her expression unreadable. Rose, he gasped, his heart seizing in his chest, but just as his voice left his lips, another sound cut through the tension, the creak of second door swinging open. Vin too, Rose whispered, her eyes wide with shock. Theo crashed to his desperate lunge ending in a heap, just as Prince Vincent appeared in the other doorway, his own face etched with worry. Rose, you're okay, Vincent breathed, a wave of relief washing over him. Theo pushed himself up, his mind reeling as he took in the impossible scene. What is going on here? His voice was tight with suspicion as he addressed them both. Rose, Prince Vincent, don't tell me you both came here through the basement passage. He looked between the two of them standing in the center of his private room. This is my room, he stated, the words laced with an unspoken accusation. If you came here through the library, that means you would have had to break the lock. His eyes narrowed, pinning Rose with an intense gaze. How did you open the door? A sly, confident smirk played on Rose's lips, her heart thumping a triumphant rhythm against her ribs. How could she possibly explain this to him? Her mind flashed back to a forgotten memory from the game from Pry. There was a special, slightly scandalous event called Spy on Prince Theodora getting changed. The image of his sculpted torso flashed in her memory, so unbelievably sexy that she had replayed the scene over and over, and part of that event was breaking a notoriously difficult lock to get in. Since I'm such a pervert, she thought with a blush, I tried it so many times. I still remember exactly how to do it, but there's no way I could explain that to him, so with a confident flick of her hair and a triumphant HMPH, she declared, well, stuff like that is a piece of cake for me. I broke through it in a second. Theo simply stared at her for a moment, then let out a sigh. I see, he said, a hint of resignation in his voice. I shouldn't have expected any less from you. But before he could say more, Vincent cut in, his voice sharp and possessive. I don't care about the lock, he snapped, stepping forward. He tugged on Rose's arm, pulling her closer to him. I got here first, I win, right, Theodora? A fire ignited in Theo's eyes. What are you talking about? He growled, grabbing Rose's other arm. No matter how you look at it, I got here first. The two princes glared at each other over her head, their grips tightening. No, I was in the room first, Vincent insisted, yanking her towards him. The loser needs to give up on Rose. A furious spark ignited in Rose's eyes. Give up on her? A bet? The audacity. With a sharp smack, she slapped both of their hands away from her arms. What are you talking about? She demanded, her voice dangerously low. Did you two play a game and place a bet to find me without getting my permission? Shock registered on both their faces, their bravado crumbling in an instant. They began to stammer, talking over each other in a panic. No, that's not it, Rose. We were surprised by the dangerous situation. That's right, it's not like we were doing it for fun or anything. On the other hand, you worried me so much you should think about wham. A wave of pure fury erupted from her. I can't hear you if you talk over each other, she roared, her eyes blazing. Keep your mouths shut for now. She snapped her finger at Vincent, silencing him with a glare before turning her full, intimidating attention to Theo. You first, Prince Theo, explain yourself. Theo flinched, his composure gone. Oh, okay, he stammered. Well, but his explanation died in his throat as his gaze fell upon the papers clutched in her hand. His eye twitched. His voice dropped, suddenly laced with dread. So you really did see those documents? Rose's expression hardened. Yes, she confirmed, her voice cold. I did. She held up the paper, the damning words seeming to float in the air between them, words of punishment and misfortune for denying fate. In these documents, she began, her gaze unwavering, there was also information about how to sever ties between those deemed the one. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. A definite way wasn't listed, but it's obvious you were looking for a way to end the relationship. Her eyes swept around the room. At the piles of research, the vast amount of documents in the basement library were too much to have been gathered in a short amount of time. She took a step forward, her voice trembling slightly. You've been gathering these since before Prince Vin became the one, or even much, much further back than that? The question hung in the air, heavy and fragile. You've been looking for a way to end the relationship, haven't you? Theo just stood there, his face pale, unable to form a single word. The silence was her answer. Rose's heart hammered in her chest. A painful, frantic beat. The floor beneath her feet seemed to crack and splinter, just like the image of her and Theo she held so dear in her mind. Which means her hand clenched the paper in her fist. She had to ask, she had to hear him say it. Prince Theo, were you looking for a way to put an end to our bond? Her voice was barely a whisper, filled with a pain that threatened to shatter her. Did you actually want to end things with me? The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Theo's pained expression was the only answer she received. No, the word tore from his throat, raw and desperate. That's not it. His eyes pleaded with her, begging her to understand. He reached for her, his hands hovering in the air. But as a result, I ended up putting you in danger. I'm sorry. His gaze dropped to her disheveled state. Both you and your dress are battered up. Rose tried to wave it off, forcing a small, brittle smile. I only hurt myself a little climbing down from the window. This is because of the selfish actions I took. You don't have to worry about it. But Theo didn't seem to hear her. Vincent, watching from the side, murmured, How kind are you? Before stepping forward, in any case, I'll get some new clothes and tend to your wounds. Have a seat. As Rose hesitantly sat on the edge of a sofa, Theo suddenly moved. He knelt before her, his hands gently lifting the hem of her torn dress. Her heart stuttered, a blush creeping up her neck as she saw her reflection in a nearby mirror. About the documents, he began, his voice low as he carefully applied a bandage to her scraped knee. I don't want to end things with you. Rose's breath hitched. What? He looked up, his eyes burning with an intensity that stole her breath away. I wanted us to be together freely, connected through our hearts, not the bond of the one. The confession struck her like lightning, leaving both her and Vincent utterly speechless. Are we like this because we're at the mercy of fate, or because we actually love each other? He asked, his voice thick with emotion. I wanted to know for sure. He clenched his fist, a flicker of shame in his eyes. Of course, I did want to selfishly separate you and Prince Vin as well. Vincent stood in stunned silence. Rose's mind was reeling. Prince Theo didn't want to end things with me. He wanted to be with me for real. The memory of finding the documents flooded back, the shock, the cold dread. I thought you were doing what you could to rid yourself of me. I wanted to believe everything you told me, but I was worried and wanted to be sure. Theo's gaze never left hers, his expression raw and vulnerable. I would never leave you, he vowed, his voice shaking with the force of his feelings. I'm madly in love with you. He took her hand, his touch sending shivers up her spine, enough to forget myself and become the villain. His fingers intertwined with hers. You saved me when we first met, and since then I've become more and more enchanted by you. He smiled, a genuine, breathtaking smile that made her heart ache. Seeing you live and trying to defy your fate, you're more beautiful than the heroine in any masterpiece. You're everything to me. Tears pricked at Rose's eyes. She had no idea he cared about me this much. Theo's expression grew serious, his gaze searching hers. I wish you weren't the one. He pulled her into a gentle embrace, his voice a low murmur against her hair. Because even if we weren't, my feelings for you wouldn't change. What I want is a future with you. What I love is you. That's right, he's always been this way, she thought, her heart soaring. He's always been so direct and sincere. A happy smile bloomed on her face as she melted against him. I feel the same as you, Prince Theo. She opened her mouth to tell him, to confess everything. Prince Theo, a cold voice sliced through the warm moment. You look like you're so happy, Vincent sneered, his arms crossed as he leaned against the doorframe. Without me? The mood shattered instantly. He pushed himself off the wall, his expression unreadable. Let's talk about the competition. Rose blinked, confused. What, the competition? You mean the game where you search for me? The two princes exchanged a look. I'll explain that, a new voice announced. Olivia and Iris stood in the doorway. Iris rushed forward, relief on her face. Miss Rose, I'm glad you're okay. Olivier adjusted his glasses, his tone serious. Those two were fighting to see who could find you first, and they bet their future on it. Rose's blood ran cold. What? A future with me was the prize? A furious rage, hotter than any she'd felt before, surged through her. The two of you alone tried to decide my future without me? She seethed, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Do you not know that I'm a person who hates that kind of thing? I am the one who decides what happens to me. She whirled on Vincent, pointing an accusing finger at him. Prince Vin, I told you before I have no intention of going to your kingdom with you. Vincent's face twisted, his usual charming smile gone. You always say that, but, he snarled, his voice dripping with frustration. If you meant that, then why'd you give me this? He thrust a small, ornate object at her. Your words and your actions, they don't line up. Rose stared at it, utterly bewildered. That's the prize I gave you from the shooting game. What about it? Olivier stepped forward, his expression grave. My lady, you gave that to Prince Vin. Yes, Olivier's next words hit her like a physical blow. Even if it's just a picture in Verno, a Labrina giving a picture of herself to a man is the same as proposing to him. That's common sense. Wait, what? Rose's mind went completely blank. Something like that did happen in Prince Vin's storyline, but it was barely anything outside of the main plot. Her heart dropped into her stomach with a sickening thud. That means, without me even knowing it, I proposed to Prince Vin. The horror of it all crashed down on her. I'm so sorry, she wailed, bowing deeply in a frantic apology. I had no idea I was proposing. It was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. A misunderstanding? Vincent repeated, his voice dangerously soft. Rose couldn't look at him, her face burning with shame. I am really so sorry. Please forget about me. There's no way, Vincent roared, grabbing her arm and yanking her upright. No way I could ever forget about you. The prize clattered to the floor. He pulled her close, his face inches from hers, his eyes blazing with a desperate, possessive fire. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of panic. He squeezed her hand tightly, a dark look in his eyes as he glanced at a stunned Theo. We're the one, he whispered, his voice a low, seductive growl. There's no way I can leave you. A triumphant, almost cruel smile spread across his lips. It has nothing to do with our hearts or our wills, our bodies are too attracted to each other. His voice was a desperate whisper, wrapping around her like a cage. We're each other's the one. His eyes burned with a feverish intensity, a terrifying certainty that made her skin crawl. There's no way I can leave you, it has to be us. He leaned closer, a predatory smile stretching his lips, the scent of roses and obsession thick in the air. What does it matter what our hearts or our wills want? His hands found her possessive and firm, his touch sending a jolt through her that was equal parts fear and something else, something she refused to name. Our bodies, they're too attracted to each other. But just as his words coiled around her, a furious voice shattered the moment. Cut this out. It was Theo. He burst into the room like a storm, his eyes blazing with protective rage. Womb, the air cracked with the sound of sharp smack as Theo's hand slammed against Vincent's, knocking his grip away from her. Vincent flinched back, his face a mask of pure shock, but in that split second, Rose's mind was a whirlwind of defiance. This one, this destiny? What was it but a prison? Her heart screamed in silent rebellion. I don't care about the one. She stood her ground, a pillar of strength she didn't know she possessed. My will, my life, all of it is mine. A deep breath filled her lungs, steadying her trembling limbs. She clenched her fist, a silent vow sealing itself in her soul. I choose everything myself, and my choice? I'm in love with Prince Theo. The words were a shield and a sword. She stepped in front of Theo, placing a hand on his shoulder, a silent claim. Her eyes, hard as diamonds, locked with Vincent's. She let the words fall like stones between them. Even if we're not each other's one anymore. She moved behind Theo, her arms wrapping around his chest, a gesture of absolute possession. Her lips curled into a triumphant, cutting smirk. I still choose him. Staying, the single word was a dagger, twisting deep into Vincent's heart. The color drained from his face, his eyes widening with a pain so profound it was almost physical. How could this be, after everything he'd done, everything he felt? But Rose wasn't finished. She would burn every bridge to this false fate, even if a terrible future awaits me for defying it. A flash of a dark premonition of red jewels shattering like blood drops around them couldn't deter her. If I'm with Theo, nothing scares me. She held him tighter, her conviction a blazing fire. I'm pretty sure we can get through anything. No, I know we can get through it together. Theo looked down at her, his gaze softening, filled with a love so pure it melted her heart. He whispered her name, Rose. Fingers gently tilted her chin up, his touch a warm promise. I feel the same. A bitter, wounded sound escaped Vincent's lips. HMPH, you're all talk, he sneered, his voice dripping with venom and heartbreak. He watched them, a perfect united front against him. His next words were a curse, a bitter resignation. I don't care what ill befalls you. He turned his back, the line of his shoulders rigid with defeat. For a moment, Rose's defiance wavered, replaced by a flicker of pity. Vincent's jaw clenched, his profile etched with agony. He muttered almost to himself, I guess it doesn't matter to you whether I care or not. His foot took a single, heavy step, and then another. He was leaving, he was actually walking away. Rose watched his retreating back, a hollow ache in her chest as Theo's arms held her. Prince Vin, was that a tear she felt, or just the rain of a shattered destiny? Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the tension. Theo's sister, accompanied by his brother, stepped forward. She addressed Theo, her tone gentle but firm. Allow us to handle Prince Vincent. They stood as a united family. Her gaze then shifted to their other brother, her voice holding a sharp command. And you, please make sure you apologize to Rose. The brother looked down, shamefaced. Just then, a wave of dizziness washed over Rose. She staggered, her legs feeling like jelly. Theo caught her instantly, his voice laced with concern. Rose, are you okay? She leaned against him, panting, her skin flushed with a familiar heat. Yes, she managed to say, it's just a side effect of my heat. It should calm down soon. Theo's brother chose that moment to act, bowing deeply before her, his voice heavy with remorse. I'm sorry. His head remained lowered as he confessed. My selfishness got you hurt and worried you. He finally looked up, his eyes filled with a desperate sincerity. But, allow me to say this, I wanted to end everything. I wanted to separate you and Prince Vincent with my own hands. An image of a butterfly escaping a gilded cage flashed in his mind. I wanted to make you free. Rose listened, her expression unreadable. You say that? She turned slightly, a cold glint in her eyes. But the one who took away my freedom and put me through displeasure this time was you. The words hit him like a slap. He stared at her speechless. He hung his head, utterly defeated. There's nothing I can say to that, he whispered. I'll accept any punishment you think I deserve. A slow, dangerous smile spread across Rose's face. Any punishment? Her eyes glittered mischievously. In that case, she took a deliberate step toward Theo. Then, right in front of his stunned brother, she grabbed Theo's collar and pulled him down into a searing kiss. It was a kiss of defiance, of passion, a statement for all to see. She pulled back just enough to whisper against his lips, her voice a seductive purr. Why don't you give me the opposite of displeasure? Give me pleasure. Theo's eyes widened in shock, her name a breath on his lips. Rose. But she gave him no time to respond, capturing his mouth again in a kiss that stole the air from his lungs. But as they kissed, a strange sensation prickled through her. A tingle, a numbness. Her body twitched involuntarily. What is this, kissing him like this? It should feel good, wonderful even, but it feels like my body is rejecting this pleasure. Her heart hammered in her chest, a confused, frantic rhythm. I'm so happy to be kissing him, but what is this strange, cold feeling? Theo pulled away, a small, amused giggle escaping him as he looked at her flushed face. Are you all right? She snatched her hand back as if burned. I'm fine, she stammered, desperate to change the subject. More importantly, let me just tell you I wasn't seriously mad, she rushed to explain, not about being locked in my room. Or you searching for a way to erase the bond of the one. Her heart thumped, this time with sincerity. I know you did it all because you were thinking of me. She softened her tone, a gentle plea in her voice. But I'd appreciate it if you told me in advance next time. I don't like fighting with you. From inside the waiting carriage, Theo's voice was a soft caress. Rose. She walked towards him, a new resolve settling over her. Hey, Prince Theo, she began, a bold idea taking root. About the origin of the one, she stopped before him, her eyes shining with hope. Let's start over. With a brilliant, fearless smile, she reached out her hand to him. Theo's breath caught, his heart pounding in his chest as he gazed at the incredible woman before him. A slow smile spread across his face. Yeah, he said, his voice thick with emotion as his hand closed around hers. The carriage ride was quiet, a comfortable peace settling between them as the countryside rolled by. I should go with him, Rose decided. I need to see this through. But as they arrived, Theo turned to her. I'll be okay, you can stand guard here, he said, stepping out of the carriage. She looked out, confused. Why did you call me all the way out here? And then she saw him, standing alone in a sun-dappled clearing, looking like a tragic prince from a forgotten story. Prince Vin. Rose stepped out of the carriage, her traveling coat wrapped around her as she approached him. Why did you call me here? She asked again, her voice soft. They stood in a field of white lilies, their scent heavy in the air. Prince Vin. She couldn't help but remember the look on his face as he'd walked away from her and Theo. She'd heard the news, of course, that he dropped out of the academy, that their kingdoms had finally made peace, and that he had returned home. I regret not being able to talk to him at all. I'm glad he called me out here, but a cold knot of fear tightened in her stomach. We still haven't solved the mystery of the assassination attempt. Her eyes widened as Vincent reached inside his coat. He's pulling something out, it's a dagger, her heart leaped into her throat. Is this it? Is he going to kill us here, driven mad by love and rejection? He lifted the blade, its metal glinting in the sunlight, but his eyes held no malice, only a deep, profound sadness. Rose, he said, his voice quiet. He held the dagger out to her, hilt first. You can have this. Rose stared, utterly bewildered. I got this from my father, he explained, his gaze distant. From the king. Isn't it important to you? She asked, baffled. A shadow passed over his face. It used to be. He looked at the blade, lost in memory. I always thought that if I was worthy of this dagger, my father would finally recognize me. He sighed, a sound of weary acceptance. I know where I stand now, and if I'm only going to be tied down by that past. He looked at her, his eyes clear for the first time. I want to make more of an effort to live, to be free like you are. I realized that because of you. A small, genuine smile touched his lips. You removed my shackles, Rose, that's why I want you to have it. He pushed the dagger insistently towards her. so that I never go back to being the man I was. Rose was speechless, his words, his expression. They were nothing like the arrogant, possessive prince she knew. They were soft, vulnerable, like a feather floating on the wind. Did I change him? A strange thought surfaced. How ironic, it's almost as if I'm the heroine of this story. She knew what accepting this meant. If I take this dagger, I'm sure the threat of assassination will be over. A gentle smile graced her lips as she made her decision. Okay, she said softly. Her fingers closed around the ornate hilt. I'll accept your shackles. She gave him a final nod. Is that all? Goodbye then? But as she turned to leave, his voice stopped her. Wait. He reached down, his movements slow and deliberate, and plucked a perfect white lily from the field. Rose, he began, his voice trembling with the weight of his next words. He looked up, his heart naked in his eyes. I'm in love with you. The world seemed to stop. Rose froze, her eyes wide with shock. It has nothing to do with any proposal or fate, he rushed on, the words tumbling out of him in a torrent of emotion. He clutched the lily, his knuckles white. I myself want to make you my bride, so. The question hung in the air, fragile and beautiful. Will you marry me? Then Prince Vincent of Verno sank to one knee before her in the field of flowers. He held the lily out to her like a crown jewel. I want you to come back to Verno with me. Her mind reeled. Prince Vin. It's not like I wasn't attracted to him at all. I understood him. I understood his ambition, his loneliness, his feeling of weakness against a fate he couldn't control. And that's why I think he's so incredibly strong for doing this, for baring his soul to me. He held the flower, waiting, his hope a fragile flame in his eyes. But she took the lily from his hand, and then with cold, deliberate movements, she began to pluck the petals, letting them fall like snow. I am Rose, the villainess. Vincent's face fell, confusion and hurt warring in his eyes. Her voice was devoid of warmth. I was just playing with your feelings. She let the last of the petals drift from her fingers, scattering over his bowed head like ashes. I'm not kind like the heroine, she stated, her words like chips of ice. Sorry about that. She gave him a smile that didn't reach her eyes, a perfect, cruel villainess's smile. To be the villainess, I need to be hated, I won't choose you. Her voice was a final, brutal slash. Stay away from awful women like me. And with that, she turned her back on him and walked away through the sea of flowers. Go fall in love with someone else. Vincent remained kneeling, the ruined stem of the lily still in his hand, just playing with me. He looked up at the sky, a bitter laugh catching in his throat. What a liar. A wave of utter defeat washed over him. I ended up losing to Theodore again. A memory surfaced, sharp and clear. A horseback riding competition when they were children. He had won, crossing the finish line first. But as he looked back, he saw Theo wasn't even trying to catch up. He was rushing to Rose, who had stumbled and fallen. He'd reached the goal. But Theo had reached her first, his small hands already helping her up, his face etched with worry. Vincent watched them from his victory pedestal, a hollow feeling echoing in his young heart. I see now. He looked out at the empty field where Rose had stood. At that time, I'd already lost. A soft rustle in the grass made him turn. It was Theo's sister, looking flustered. I'm sorry, I saw everything. She stammered, her cheeks bright red. I didn't think you'd actually confess. Rose already has Prince Theo, you must have known what would happen. A flash of his old anger sparked. This has nothing to do with you, he snapped. But she didn't flinch. Instead, she smiled, a look of genuine admiration on her face. But your lack of fear of being hurt. I really respect that. Vincent stared at her, stunned into silence. Respect for him? A small, unfamiliar sound escaped him, a dry chuckle. Heh, he shook his head, a wry smile finally gracing his lips. How mean, he murmured, looking at the strange, forthright woman before him. You're a very strange woman. Back at the carriage, Theo waited patiently. He saw Rose approaching and held out a hand to help her up, his gaze knowing. A proposal, he stated, not as a question but as a fact. His eyes was serious, searching her for an answer she wasn't ready to give. He held the single, delicate petal between his fingers. A proposal whispered on the wind. Memories of a sun-drenched garden, of a promise made, scattered like cherry blossoms. Was this what happiness felt like? The morning sun streamed into the room, painting everything in gold. Rose blinked, her eyes open, a soft smile on her lips. A long, luxurious stretch, a satisfied yawn. She couldn't remember the last time she'd slept so late, so peacefully. A calm voice cut through the silence, making her jump. Oh, you're awake, good morning. Her eyes snapped open and her heart leaped into her throat. Prince Theo. He was sitting right there by her bed, a book resting in his lap. What was he doing in her room? He gave her a gentle smile, his voice soft as he explained he'd come to wake her for a morning walk. But then he saw her sleeping face, so adorable and peaceful, and he simply forgot to wake her up. Her cheeks flushed a brilliant red. Oh, he's so sweet. Even first thing in the morning, her heart went ba-dump against her ribs. He leaned in closer. His voice a low murmur. Rose, look at me. Before she could process it, his lips were on hers. A soft, tender morning kiss that sent a tingle straight to her toes. He pulled back, his own face flushed, breathing a little heavy. He ran a hand over his mouth, a flustered look in his beautiful eyes as he confessed that even though it was morning, he didn't think he'd be able to stop himself. Rose dove under the covers, her entire body on fire. Bottom, her heart was going to explode. This was too much. It still felt so unreal. She could never have imagined having a relationship like this with Prince Theo. It was never supposed to be this way. In the original story, Prince Theo was the fiancé chosen by their families, a political arrangement. But she was the villainess, the enemy. She was never meant to be with him. Their paths were supposed to be paved with conflict and betrayal. But then, that night happened. That uncontrollable, fated night, they went into heat and their worlds were turned upside down. They discovered they were each other's the one. A bond that should have been a blessing was a curse, because if they got married, they would be assassinated. A terrible, bloody, bad ending awaited them, for their own happiness, to avoid that gruesome fate. They talked it over, they made a pact, they would work together to break off their engagement. But fate, it seemed, had other plans, as they spent more time together strolling through sunlit gardens. His hand reaching for hers. A spark ignited, his fingers laced with hers. And she felt a joy so pure, so overwhelming, she thought she might burst. They fell for each other hard and fast, and together they decided to defy the story, to face their cursed fate head-on. Theo's voice brought her back to the present. He was talking about the kingdom of Verno, about how Prince Vincent has been working proactively, strengthening the alliance between their kingdoms. He mentioned how Vincent had been working vigorously since returning home, even gaining the approval of the public. Rose smiled softly. Prince Vin is really trying, she thought. She wouldn't have been able to imagine him like this before. In order to stand up against their fate, to fight the bad ending, it was Prince Theo who first suggested it. He proposed they become allies with Prince Vincent, the very man from the kingdom that wanted them assassinated. It sounded insane. Prince Vin was an unreasonable, difficult man. Forming an alliance with him wasn't going to be easy, but then she and Prince Vin had gone into heat together, a twist she never saw coming. She started to enter his storyline, helping him, understanding him. A small, fond smile touched her lips, their fond memories now. Theo's voice was quiet. You look happy, he observed. She blinked. Wait a second. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. She leaned closer, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she asked, Are you jealous, Prince Theo? His expression turned a little sour and he looked away, muttering that if he was, she was misguided. His hand reached out, gently touching a flower. His voice was low but firm as he declared, I only have eyes for you. He reminded her that she had very clearly turned down Prince Vin's proposal. He met her gaze, a faint smile on his lips as he admitted he was certainly a bit jealous, but he didn't doubt her feelings for a second. I think we already know how we feel about each other, he said, and her heart melted. It was true, they had been through so much. When he first learned that she and Prince Vin were each other's the one, his world had shattered. In his fear and desperation, he had locked her in her room. But they worked through it. He wanted them to be connected through their hearts, not just a fated bond. And because of their alliance, they were no longer in danger of being assassinated by Prince Vin. She had been surprised by his proposal, of course, but now with that threat gone, they had a new problem. This bond of the one, they had to start thinking about a way to erase it. Prince Theo had apparently been doing a lot of research on his own, and now she was going to help him. Filled with new resolve, she turned to him. Hey, Prince Theo. But as she took a step, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. Her body went limp. Slumping against him, What's wrong? He cried out, his arms wrapping around her to keep her from falling. Are you okay? Her heart was hammering against her ribs, a frantic, wild rhythm. She gasped for air, her body burning with a sudden, intense fever. Is this my heat? Rose, he shouted, lowering her gently to the ground. But this made no sense. How could she be in heat? Prince Vin isn't anywhere near me. And it doesn't look like Prince Theo is going into heat either. On top of that, a wave of sensation crashed over her, so powerful it stole her breath. This is so much stronger than my normal heat. My entire body is throbbing. What exactly is happening to my body? Her vision swam, the world turning into a blur of color and light. This overwhelming heat felt like it was going to melt her body from the inside out. And primal, undeniable urge surged through her, overriding all thought, all reason. I have to touch him right now. Her eyes, hazy with fever and desire, found his. Prince Theo, she gasped, her voice barely a whisper. Take me right now. With the last of her strength, she grabbed his collar and pulled, her body finally giving out as she slumped against him, unconscious. Rose, he cried, holding her tight. Her skin was scorching hot. He could feel her body still throbbing against his, even after she'd passed out. This was different. This was so much worse than before. His mind raced, panic setting in. I have to take measures quickly, he gritted out. He knew she took her suppressants and Prince Vin was in another country, so why did she suddenly go into heat? Then a horrifying realization struck him, cold and sharp as ice. Rose and Vin are each other's the one. He gasped, his eyes wide with terror. Don't tell me that because she and Prince Vincent are separated, she's being punished? The thought sent him flying into action. He raced to the library, books thudding onto the table as he searched frantically for answers. He pored over ancient texts, his fingers flying through the pages, and then he found it, a passage that made his blood run cold. When separated from one's the one for extended periods of time, they will suddenly go into heat, unable to suppress sexual urges, and can be compared to a succubus. A succubus? Rose? No, he flipped the page, desperate for a solution, a cure, anything, damn it. It doesn't say anything about how to deal with it. Is our only option to reunite her with Prince Vincent? No, never. He searched the entire royal library, then the mansion's basement, leaving no stone unturned. There wasn't a single thing written about how to deal with the situation. This isn't it either. He felt helpless. Meanwhile, Olivier and Lady Iris were searching the academy library for him as well. But he'd already read everything there pertaining to the wands. Just as despair began to set in, his friends burst in. Prince Theo, we found something. Hope surged through him. Olivier explained it was in the basement of the old school building, a section about how to deal with the situation. But his next words shattered Theo's hope into a million pieces. But it says, there is only one way to deal with sudden heat. The words on the page seemed to mock him. They must let out their heat through sexual release by the hands of the opposite gender. Sexual release, Olivier confirmed it, his face grim. I believe it's referring to a sexual climax. This is all we have to go on at present. Theo's hand clenched, crushing the book in his grip. His mind was a whirlwind of rage and desperation. This is the only way to save Rose. His gaze fell on a portrait of her, smiling and radiant. If that's the case, his eyes hardened, a fierce determination burning away all doubt. I'll do it. He didn't hesitate. He dashed down the long corridor, his footsteps echoing like a drumbeat of resolve. He stopped before her door, took a deep breath, and pushed it open with a soft click. She was a lump under the covers, completely still. He crept closer, his heart aching. Rose, he whispered into the quiet room. I found a way to make your heat go away. I'm going to try it now. He reached a hand towards her, thinking she was asleep. But in a flash, her hand shot out and grabbed his wrist, yanking him down onto the bed with shocking strength. Thud, her eyes were open, glazed with fever as she panted his name. Prince Theo, you're finally back. What? His eyes widened in shock. She's holding me down. Is she losing herself to her heat? She was on top of him now, her body pressing against his. I'm so hot, she whimpered. I can't hold back. Damn this is bad. He could feel his own control slipping as he was getting sucked in by her raw sensuality. Tears streamed down her face. I'm sorry, something's wrong with me. She tugged at his clothes, her voice breaking as she pleaded, I want you to touch me. Her hand brushed against his chest, sending a jolt through him. His heart hammered. I don't want to do something this dirty, but... Her eyes were filled with such desperate need. I just want you so badly. He could see the pain she was in, and his own sense of reason was about to crumble. No, he had to hold it together. Rose is sick right now, and I have to hold back my lust. We have to touch each other as little as possible, and still I have to give her a sexual release. His resolve hardened. I'll save you no matter what. He leaned in, his lips brushing against hers, but the moment they touched, she cried out. Oh. A sharp sting of pain. He pulled back instantly, his heart stopping. Rose, what's wrong? I don't know, she sobbed. It suddenly started hurting where you touched me. It hurts. No way, the horrifying truth crashed down on him. Will it not work unless her the one does it? Why does it have to be this like this? He clenched the bedsheets. His knuckles white, so this was the real punishment? If she's sexually touched by anyone other than the one? It hurts. He grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to look at him. Rose, listen carefully, he said, his voice shaking. That pain is my fault. He leaned in close, his lips brushing her ear, his words a desperate, broken whisper. I don't care if you hate me, I don't care if you resent me. He kissed her, pushing her down onto the bed. Even now, I want to save you. She shuddered beneath him, crying out as the stinging pain returned. What? It hurts. But beneath the pain, a strange tingle spread through her veins, a jolt of unexpected sensation. A mix of agony and something else, something forbidden. Theo gritted his teeth, his own heart breaking with every pained whimper she made. Even if this makes her hate me, if I can save the one I love, I have to do it. A jolt shot through her body, a strange and painful sting that made her cry out. What was this? What was happening? A shudder racked her frame as his touch sent a wave of tingling heat through her veins. It hurt, but underneath the pain, a strange twitch of pleasure pulsed deep within her. The place Prince Theo was touching, it was so hot, so tingly, she felt like she might just explode. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she lay among the scattered rose petals, her mind a whirlwind of sensation. Theo leaned over her, his own breathing unsteady, his eyes dark with worry. He asked her if she was okay, his voice a low, concerned rumble. She could only manage a weak, breathy yes. He pressed further, asking about her body, how she felt now. She swallowed, her cheeks burning as she admitted that the strange heat had calmed down a lot. Theo's expression tightened with guilt, his fist clenching at his side as if in self-reproach. He was so sorry, he murmured, thinking it must have hurt her terribly. He stood abruptly, the sound of the door latch clicking as he announced he would go get the bath ready. He told her to wait there for just a little bit, and then he was gone, the door thudding shut behind him, leaving her alone in the sudden silence. And in that silence, a single thought bloomed in her mind. That was amazing. Her hands flew to her flushed cheeks, her heart still hammering against her ribs. It did hurt, she admitted to herself, but at the end, it was like everything just got better. A blush crept up her neck as she touched her lips, the memory still electric on her skin. I guess she thought, her eyes widening in dawning realization, I climaxed. Her face was on fire. What did Prince Theo even do? And why did I go into heat so suddenly? It was like she wasn't even herself, a stranger in her own body, driven by an instinct she couldn't control. Later, in the warm, steaming water of the bath, she tried to process it all. Suddenly, a splash behind her made her jump. Theo was there, his expression unreadable as he began to wash her hair. What is going on? She panicked internally, her whole body tensed up. This is so awkward. But her mind raced, trying to find some logic, some comfort. Okay, if you're just washing my hair, you won't be touching my skin or my lips, right? But her heart was thumping a frantic rhythm against her chest, a wild drumbeat of confusion and embarrassment. He broke the silence, his voice soft. He apologized, saying he put her through pain earlier. She immediately shook her head, stammering that it wasn't his fault at all. In fact, she felt like she should be the one apologizing. She mumbled her own apology, surprising him. With her face burning, she confessed everything. That she was acting like a pervert, that she couldn't control herself and just attacked him. But Theo's voice was firm as he cut her off, insisting this wasn't something she should apologize for. He told her there was a reason she acted that way. Rose looked up confused, a reason. His gaze met hers, intense and serious. He reminded her that the one was Prince Vincent. Her heart gave a painful thump. He pulled out a framed picture of her and Vincent, a relic from another life. But he stated the obvious, painful truth: you're separated from him right now. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in before delivering the devastating blow. That sudden heat, he explained, his voice low and grave, was your punishment for being separated from Prince Vincent. The word echoed in her mind. Punishment. His explanation crashed over her like a tidal wave. If she was separated from the one for too long, she would suddenly go into heat, overcome with sexual urges comparable to succubus, and the only way to deal with it was to be touched by the opposite sex and to climax. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. It's true, my symptoms subsided after that, but her blood ran cold. Does this mean as long as I'm separated from Vincent, that could happen again? The images that flooded her mind weren't of Vincent. They were of Theo, his touch, his closeness, the way he had calmed the storm inside her. Her world tilted on its axis. Do I need Prince Theo to calm me down every time? But then she remembered the other sensation. The pain, she gasped, grabbing her chest. It suddenly started hurting where you touched me, she cried out. What was that pain I felt? Theo's back was to her, his shoulders tense. That, he said, his voice heavy, is another punishment. If you are touched by someone who is not the one, you will feel pain. The words were a death sentence. The truth settled in her heart, cold and sharp as glass. That means as long as I feel pain when he touches me, Prince Theo and I can't be together. In the end, all we can do, he turned to face her, his eyes filled with a grim determination as he poured water from a pitcher. Is search for a way to erase the relationship of the one? But a sliver of doubt remained. Does something like that even exist? She remembered hearing about a dissolution potion, but Theo quickly dismissed it. He'd learned it was nothing more than a placebo. But there is one thing, he said, his voice quiet but hopeful, that I want to try. The possibility of it working is low, though. He gently rinsed her hair, the warm water a stark contrast to the chill in her heart. He told her about a place he'd read about. A kingdom called Wastitas, surrounded by desert, unlike Siberian and Verno. The name sparked a faint memory. Wastitas, she mused, I think I heard the name in the dating sim, Pry, but I don't know anything about it. He looked at her then, a question in his eyes. Want to go check it out together? He was honest about the risks. It could very well be a waste of time, and he didn't think it would be a safe journey. But Rose's mind was already made up. She looked down, a fire of resolve igniting within her. Nothing would change if they just sat around. This was their only chance. That's all we have right now, she thought. We don't have time to waste. She reached out, her hand squeezing his arm with surprising strength. It doesn't matter if it's sand or mud, she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. If there's even a small chance, we have to try. Her fingers laced with his, a silent promise passing between them. I'm going to marry Prince Theo, and we're definitely going to be happy together. The desert kingdom Wastitas, it doesn't matter what ordeals await us there. And so their journey began, the crunch of a camel's feet on sand replacing the comfort of the palace. Soon the sprawling city rose from the dunes. So this is the desert kingdom of Wastitas, Rose thought, gazing in wonder. Dressed as commoners, they blended into the bustling streets. Even the buildings are different from the ones in Koret and Siberian, she exclaimed, spinning around to take it all in. Theo watched her, a faint smile gracing his lips. You seem to be doing a lot better, he thought, a wave of relief washing over him. He quickly reminded himself of their mission. We have to make sure we don't stand out. The king's harsh words echoed in his mind. He had allowed them to go, yes, but with a cruel twist. I won't let you bring any guards, he'd sneered. A king needs to be prepared to die. It was a test, a twisted game to prove his worth. Am I a good fit to be king? A good man for Rose? The doubts gnawed at him, but Rose's determined voice cut through the noise. If I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything. Back in the bustling market, Rose sighed. The only one who didn't want them to come was Olivier, though he was now busy collecting information on Prince Vincent for them. She couldn't help but smile at the memory of his protective fury. But I won't go down that easily, she thought, a mischievous glint in her eye. I have this with me now. She proudly brandished a small, ornate dagger. Theo's eyes widened. That's Prince Vin's dagger? She confirmed he'd given it to her the last time they saw each other. It's for self-protection, she declared, though she hoped she wouldn't have to use it. They began asking the locals about the legend of the one, but their questions were met with blank stares. No one had ever heard of it. As they walked, Rose couldn't help but sneak a glance at Theo. Her heart did a little flutter. Theo in commoner's clothes is like a super rare character in a game. He looks rougher than usual, I like it. Theo caught her staring and a small smile played on his lips. Even though you're dressed to blend in with commoners, you look very attractive as always. Rose's face erupted in a blush. He can be so naturally flirty, she squealed internally. He suggested they walk around for a change of pace, and her mind immediately jumped to one conclusion. Ooh, is this a date? Her eyes lit up as she spotted a food stall selling sizzling skewers of meat. Souvlaki, I saw these in a tourism magazine in the library. Without a moment's hesitation, she took a huge bite. Theo looked mildly horrified, but she just grinned. We're commoners, we don't need to eat fancy. A second later, her eyes widened in shock. It's spicy, my mouth's on fire. Theo burst out laughing. In that moment, surrounded by the sights and sounds of the market, she felt a profound sense of peace. I never thought, she mused, watching him laugh, we'd be able to completely forget about being a prince and a noble lady and go on a normal date like this. It was like a dream, wandering through shops filled with beautiful pottery, and beneath glowing lanterns that painted the evening sky. This is my first time here, but this kingdom is amazing. Maybe it's because we've been so busy lately, but this peacefulness is really nice. Hey, Pry, she began, forgetting herself. Theo quickly placed a finger on her lips, his expression serious but gentle. Rose, he murmured, don't call me that here. Oh, that's right, we're commoners. She felt a blush creep up her neck as she corrected herself, her voice barely a whisper. Theo. He asked if she was having fun and coughed to hide his own smile. Yeah, he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I could never get bored of watching you act so innocently. Before she could retort, wham, someone bumped into her from the side. A girl, Theo's arm shot out, steadying her in an instant. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the cloaked figure. Are you hurt? He asked Rose, his voice laced with concern. The hooded girl quickly murmured that she was fine. Good, Theo said curtly, turning his attention back to Rose, then take care. As they walked away, the mysterious girl watched their retreating figures. A man rushed to her side, addressing her as Lady Tania. She ignored his fussing and gave him an order, her voice sharp. Hey, look into that man for me. The attendant was confused. That man? Did something catch your eye? A slow, dangerous smile spread across Lady Tania's lips. I feel, she purred, her eyes glinting with a strange light, like I've seen him somewhere before. From the shadows, a woman's voice, soft and alluring, called out, hey. She lowered her veil slightly, her words a silken request as she asked if he could look into a certain man for her. Her attendant, bewildered, stammered, questioning if that man had somehow caught her eye. The woman's lips curved into a sly smile, a glint in her eyes. It wasn't just a fleeting interest, there was a flicker of recognition, a feeling that she'd seen him somewhere before. Her gaze was fixed, her expression a mix of curiosity and something more predatory. A wicked thought crossed her mind, a plan already beginning to form. Meanwhile, Rose and Theo found themselves in a basement performance, a hidden gem of the city's festival. Rose, her eyes wide with childlike wonder, couldn't believe it. Theo explained that it was a safe event run by the royal family. Since the royals from Siberian and Wastitas had never officially met, they were completely anonymous here. They could finally relax just for a little while. The air thrummed with energy, the boom of drums echoing through the crowded space. Rose gasped, taking in the vibrant scene. There were so many people, children and adults alike, dancing to the rhythm of instruments and songs she had never heard in her own kingdom. A young local girl, her face bright and friendly, noticed Rose's awe and asked if it was her first time here. Before Rose could even answer, the girl and her brother offered to show them around, their smiles wide and welcoming. Rose, charmed by their kindness, happily accepted. But as they followed their new guides, a sudden chill went down Theo's spine. His eyes narrowed, something was wrong. A group of people in dark, ominous black capes were closing in, their movements deliberate, creating a tight circle around them. They were surrounding Rose. A cold dread washed over Theo. Had he underestimated them? Did they already know who they were? Memories of past threats flashed through his mind, a kidnapper's sneering face, a ransom note demanding payment. No, it couldn't be. Were they trying to kidnap Rose right here in the middle of this crowd? His hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. He had to trust his gut, his training, his blade. But as the circle tightened, a wave of panic hit him. The space was too small, too dark, and filled with innocent children. He couldn't draw his sword here. He couldn't risk hurting anyone. Just then, the two children who had been guiding them moved with shocking speed. Grabbing his arms, a sickening realization dawned on him. They were all in on it. The children's innocent smiles twisted into something cold and calculated. A small object in their hands shattered, and a strange powder filled the air. A little girl looked up at Rose, her expression now mockingly sweet as she asked if Theo was her boyfriend. Rose, flustered and confused, stammered that she guessed so. The children exchanged a look. Really? They chirped in unison. You look so good together, what a shame. Rose's eyes widened in terror. A shame, what were they talking about? The crowd of cloaked figures pressed in, separating her from Theo. She saw him stumble, his eyes closing as he was grabbed by shadowy hands. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Something was wrong with Prince Theo. Did he faint? Out of the way, let me through, she screamed, pushing desperately against the unmoving bodies, but it was like trying to push through a stone wall. She saw him collapse, a dull thud echoing in the sudden silence. They were taking him. They were taking him away from her. Theo, she shrieked, her voice raw with terror. Darkness gave way to a blinding light. Feathers seemed to float in the air as Theo's eyes fluttered open. A heavy clanging sound filled his ears. What was this? He tried to move his hands, but they were bound by cold, heavy chains. He was shackled to a wall, a prisoner. The last thing he remembered was seeing a strange group of people in town, then the festival, the children, he gasped, his mind snapping back to the present with terrifying clarity. Where's Rose? A sultry voice cut through his panic. So you're awake. He looked up to see a woman lounging on a divan, a pipe held delicately in her fingers. She took a slow puff, her voice like honey as she asked him how he was feeling this morning. Her white hair cascaded over her shoulders, her clothes revealing far more than they concealed. Black feathers were scattered across her opulent robes, his eyes widened in recognition, his voice a low growl. You. It was the woman from the town. The one who had asked about him, a slow, wicked smile spread across her face. He, she giggled, you really helped me back there. She stood, her presence commanding the room, and introduced herself with a flourish. I'm Tania Mirawastidas, the princess of this kingdom. Princess Tania, Theo's mind reeled, he grit his teeth, the chains rattling as he pulled against them. He demanded to know why she had abducted him and locked him up. And where the girl who was with him was. Tania's expression turned sharp. Don't you think it's your fault for having so many holes in your defense? She snapped, and in a flash she was on him, pinning him to the ground with a loud wham, her hand wrapped around his throat, her grip surprisingly strong. But just as quickly her expression softened into a playful smile. Just kidding, I was only testing you, she purred. She explained that if he had swung his sword back in that crowded basement, he'd be facing a death sentence for hurting citizens of the kingdom. She praised his wise decision to protect the public, calling it wonderful, praising him while Rose was in danger because of her. The chains clanked as he clenched his fists in fury, then her next words sent a shockwave through him. So anyway, I like you, she declared, her smile widening into a grin. Marry me and become our king? His eyes widened in disbelief. This was insane. When he had researched Wastidas before this trip, there was no record of any Princess Tania. Was she even telling the truth? He decided to play along for now. He bowed his head, his voice steady as he told her that even if she was a princess, a lowly commoner like him was not suited for her, and she should please find someone else. Tania let out a delicate giggle. Commoner? She cooed, oh no, you're such a terrible liar. She leaned in close, her hot breath on his skin as she whispered his true identity, a secret that should have been impossible for her to know. Isn't that right, Prince Theodore of Siberian? His heart stopped. She knew, she figured out who he was in such a short amount of time. Was she after his position as prince? And more importantly, what did this mean for Rose? Was she safe? He knew he couldn't stay here any longer. He tried to reason with her, stating that a royal engagement isn't something that can be decided so easily, especially, he added pointedly, since he was already engaged. Tania tapped a finger to her chin thoughtfully. Oh, right, her name was Rose, correct? The casual way she spoke Rose's name sent a spike of fury through him. He yanked at his chains, demanding to be let go immediately. But Tania's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint appearing in their depths. But so what? She hissed, her voice dropping to a low, possessive growl. So what if he was a prince? Or if he had a fiancé? That didn't change the fact that she wanted him. She leaned in, her tongue darting out to lick his cheek, her voice a venomous whisper. Even if I have to kill that girl. Rose, that was it. Something inside Theo snapped. With a roar of pure rage, he surged forward, the chains straining against their bolts. He grabbed her, his grip like iron, his eyes blazing with a murderous light. What was wrong with this woman? He couldn't stop this anger. This primal need to protect Rose. He snarled that if she tried to put even one scratch on Rose, it would be the beginning of a war. His voice was a deadly promise as he vowed, I'll kill you. Tania stared at him, her bravado shattering, her face pale with shock. Suddenly, her eyes filled with tears and she let out a loud wail, crying about how he could act like that to a girl. She pulled out a small perfume bottle and sprayed it directly in his face. He recoiled, sputtering, as the fine mist settled on his skin. What was that? It smelled so sweet. A strange heat began to spread through his body, a fire igniting in his veins. Ba-dump. His heart began to pound erratically. His body felt suddenly so hot. And a familiar, dreaded sensation washed over him. He knew this feeling. His breath hitched, his body flushing as the heat intensified. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Tania watched him, a slow, ecstatic smile spreading across her face as she moaned in pleasure. Ah, this is the best feeling. He looked down at his own body, then at her, at the way she was also panting, her skin flushed. She's changed too. A horrifying thought slammed into him. Am I going into heat? With you? Tania giggled, her voice thick with desire as she stroked his cheek. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad you know about heat. He trembled under her touch, a groan escaping his lips. He shoved her away, demanding to know what that sweet-smelling stuff she sprayed on him was. She held up the intricate glass bottle, her eyes gleaming with triumph. This perfume is a wonderful drug, she explained. It strongly binds you and me together. Strongly binds them? What did that even mean? He gasped for air, his mind foggy. She sighed dramatically, feigning disappointment. Oh my, you get it and you still play dumb, she chided. She revealed the perfume's terrifying power. Whoever she sprayed it on immediately becomes her the one. He stared at her, horrified. He'd never heard of something like that existing. He rattled his chains, his mind racing. If a drug like this existed, one that could create a bond, was there also one that could dissolve it? Tania pouted, annoyed that he was already talking about breaking up when they had just become the one. She huffed, refusing to tell him. Damn it, that's an offensive way of speaking. He growled through clenched teeth, the drug making it hard to think straight. She leaned in, a sly smile on her lips. I'll give you a hint, though, she whispered, her fingers tracing his jawline. My kingdom's strength is research and drug manufacturing. His eyes widened. Was she saying this entire kingdom was producing this drug? No, that couldn't be right. It was inconsistent with what they'd seen. When they'd asked the citizens, none of them even knew the phrase, the one. Tanya's smile was knowing. It seems you really asked around, she mused. I wonder why that is. She tugged on a chain hanging from the ceiling. With a rattle and a clunk, a large bed descended from the shadows. Her proposition was sickeningly clear. She pressed her body against his, her voice a seductive promise. If he just agreed to be with her, she would tell him everything he wanted to know about the one and the secret of that perfume. His mind screamed no, this was ridiculous. His heart was rejecting her completely, but his body wanted her. The drug was working. They really had become each other's the one. His heart pounded in his ears. She promised him pleasure and information, killing two birds with one stone. She urged him not to hold back, to do what he wanted. Damn it, he wanted the information, but not like this. He collapsed onto the bed, his body burning, his mind a whirlwind of conflict. Tanya looked down at him, her eyes filled with a possessive glee. You're adorable. I knew leaving the castle and walking around town was going to be worth it, she purred. She had a feeling the moment she found him that they were going to have fun. She couldn't let this opportunity pass her by. She was definitely going to make him hers. She reached for him, her touch sending shivers of unwanted pleasure through his system. No, he had to resist. He clenched his fists, his mind desperately searching for an anchor. And then he saw her, Rose. Her smile, her laugh, the way she looked at him with such trust. The memory cut through the haze of the drug like a bolt of lightning. I can't accept your invitation, he bit out, his voice shaking with effort. He met Tanya's shocked gaze, his own filled with utter contempt. Sleeping with a camel would be 100 times better than sleeping with you. Her face flushed a deep crimson. A camel? She shrieked, utterly humiliated. Don't say things like that. In her rage and embarrassment, her robes slipped from her shoulders and she fell forward, landing right on top of him. She straddled him, her eyes blazing. Let's see how long you can resist. Meanwhile, Rose was frantically searching the city. Prince Theo, she called out, her voice getting lost in the noise of the festival. She ran, stumbling on the loose sand. Her heart pounding with a terrible fear. Ouch, no matter where she looked, she couldn't find him. She'd asked everyone she could, but no one had any information. What should she do? What if he was harmed? The dark thoughts crept in, memories of her cruel brother taunting her. Maybe they should have brought guards without the king knowing. She sank to her knees, despair washing over her. But then she stopped. Wait, why was she acting like she was giving up? A fire ignited in her eyes. I'm the villainous Rose. Rose wouldn't give up now. Just then a newsboy ran past, shouting at the top of his lungs. Extra, extra, he handed her a paper. It was sudden, but it was wonderful news, he said. She looked at the paper, confused. What? Her eyes scanned the text, her breath catching in her throat. Huh, what is this? The words swam before her eyes, each one a dagger to her heart. Princess Tanya is engaged to Prince Theodore of Siberian. The paper trembled in her hands, the elegant script blurring before her eyes. Huh, what was this? Her breath hitched, her heart beginning a frantic, wild drumbeat against her ribs. The words swam into focus, each one a dagger twisting in her gut. Princess Tanya is engaged to Prince Theodore of Siberian. No, it couldn't be, not Theo, not asterisk her asterisk Theo, her world tilted on its axis. The announcement was a cruel joke, a nightmare scrawled on parchment. Her gaze fell upon the portrait attached to the letter, a woman with flowing white hair and an arrogant smile. Prince Theo got engaged to the princess of this kingdom. The blood drained from her face. What in the world was going on here? A memory flashed behind her eyes, cold and sharp. Theo unconscious, his body limp as he was dragged away by a shadowy figure. Did she abduct him? Is that what this was? A forced engagement? The questions swirled, a chaotic storm in her mind. I don't know what's happening, she thought, her knuckles white as she gripped the letter, but for now, there was only one thing to do. She stormed out, her voice ringing through the dusty street as she grabbed the first person she saw. Hey, where is the castle? She demanded, her voice raw with desperation. Before her it rose like a fortress of impossible dreams, its towers piercing the sky in hues of pink and gold. This was the Westita's castle, a knot of worry tightened in her stomach. Theo was in there, she knew it, but getting to him, that was another story. She had to get through the guards first. Taking a deep breath, she squeezed her hands into fists, her resolve hardening like steel. It's all or nothing. A harsh voice shattered her thoughts. Hey, commoners aren't allowed past this point. A guard, tall and imposing, blocked her path with his staff. This was it, the first test. She lifted her chin, pulling a mask of nobility over her features. I am Princess Tanya's guest, she announced, her tone icy and imperious. Were you not informed? The guard scoffed, his eyes raking over her simple clothes with disdain. A commoner like you, a guest of the princess? Impossible, of course he wouldn't fall for such a simple bluff. He was a gate guard, not a fool. But she couldn't back down now. She had to push, she had to become the villainess she was always meant to be. I've overcome so much already, she thought, a fire igniting within her. If I fully embrace Rose, the villainess, there's nothing I can't do. She narrowed her eyes, her voice dripping with scorn. You lowly guard, what grounds do you have to doubt me? I came all this way because she promised to introduce me to her fiancé, Prince Theodora. She looked down her nose at him, letting the silence hang in the air. Just how rude can you be? She jabbed a finger towards him, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. The guard sputtered, caught off guard by her audacity. How could he possibly believe her without some proof? Rose's heart hammered. She had no proof. I don't have a choice anymore, she thought, bracing herself. I'm not confident, but I'll have to use my last resort. But before she could act, a clear voice called down from above. Go ahead, let her through. The guard immediately stepped aside. Rose looked up, her eyes widening in shock. There on a sun-drenched balcony stood the woman from the portrait, Princess Tania. She was smiling, a radiant, welcoming smile that sent a shiver down Rose's spine. The princess called her name, her voice like honeyed poison. Rose, it was her, Princess Tania, a character who never appeared in the game. How suspicious, Rose thought, a dozen red flags waving in her mind. But this was exactly what she wanted. She walked into the palace, her steps echoing in the grand hall. Tania led her to a room where a tea set was already waiting. She even made tea. She knew I was coming. Rose's eyes scanned the opulent room and then she froze. A sharp gasp escaped her lips. No way, is that? In the corner of the room, slumped against the wall, was Prince Theo. Heavy, dark chains bound his wrists, holding him captive. His feet were shackled, his head bowed in exhaustion. Prince Theo? His name was a strangled cry torn from her throat as she lunged forward. Clang, two guards instantly crossed their staffs, barring her path. Oh no, Tania rose gracefully, her smile never faltering as she declared coolly that she wouldn't let Rose near him. Rose's mind raced. I'll just take that staff, but suddenly a warm hand closed around her wrist. Tania's grip was surprisingly strong. The princess told her to calm down, promising to have the guards back away if she would just have a seat. Rose's gaze flickered to Theo, his weary eyes meeting hers for a brief, agonizing moment. Defeated for now, she nodded numbly. Okay. Tania hummed a cheerful tune as she sipped her tea, remarking how wonderful it smelled. She offered a cup to Rose, who flatly refused. Enough games, she sat, her posture rigid. I'm sure she already knows who I am, Rose thought, her mind sharp as glass. She underestimates me, I'll get right into it. She met the princess's gaze, her voice low and dangerous. I saw the paper that you and Prince Theo were engaged. What is the meaning of this? She leaned forward, the question hanging between them like a drawn blade. Are you trying to pick a fight? Without waiting for an answer, she played her own card. Her voice ringing with conviction. I'm his fiancée, Rose de Charlier. A soft clink echoed as Tania set her cup down. The princess smiled, a dreamy look in her eyes. I've taken a liking to him, she said simply, as if discussing the weather. Then her eyes hardened. Sorry, but would you mind backing off? The sheer nerve of it, Rose thought he was rather self-centered, asking her if she enjoyed stealing from others. Something was off, even her act at the gates. She's planning something. I'll agitate her and see what happens, Rose decided. And Theo, he was just sitting there, strangely passive. It's like she has him tied up for something specific. Tania just shrugged, claiming she didn't enjoy stealing, she just didn't care whether he was engaged or not. His prior commitments, she purred, had nothing to do with her feelings for him. But intention is important, don't you think? Without warning, she stabbed a fork into a delicate cake with a violent motion. I want you to be completely okay with this. Rose remained silent, her mind racing. There's a reason Prince Theo can't move. I have to figure out a way for us to get out of here. For now, I just need to buy some time. She forced a placating smile. If your feelings are real, I don't mind backing off. She tilted her head, feigning curiosity. What is it that you like about him, Princess Tania? The princess actually blushed, her heart fluttering audibly. Oh, you're making me blush. His looks are number one, of course. She then recalled a memory of him catching her when she fell. Rose's internal monologue was dripping with sarcasm. Oh, he saved my life so many times, I feel the same. Isn't there anything else? Tania faltered, searching for an answer. Well, her eye twitched in annoyance. Wait, it doesn't even matter why I like him. Rose couldn't help a small, mocking giggle. I could say 100 wonderful things about Prince Theo, she said sweetly, letting the implication hang in the air. Your feelings for him must be so weak. That did it. Something inside the princess snapped. Wham. Tania slammed her fists on the table, the force sending the entire tea set crashing to the floor. She's pissed, Rose thought, a small thrill of victory running through her even as tea splashed across her face. I guess she doesn't like being looked down on. Tea dripped from her chin. Okay, maybe I shouldn't agitate her anymore. She glanced at Theo, chained and helpless. If I go too far, she might kill us both. Theo's eyes met hers, his expression intense. Was he telling her to calm down? Then it hit her, that's right. Until death, that's all it is. This was a battle of wills and she would not lose. With a sudden movement, Rose grabbed the hot teapot. Splash, she flung the contents directly at the stunned princess. Won't give in that easily. As Tania sputtered, drenched in tea, Rose giggled. Oh my, Princess Tania, those beautiful tea leaves look good on you. The princess's face contorted with rage. What are you doing? With a primal scream, she grabbed a fork from the table and lunged, aiming to kill. The silver prongs flew through the air. Clang, Rose moved in a blur, blocking the attack with a flash of steel. The fork went flying, clattering uselessly to the ground. Tania stared in disbelief. Theo watched, his eyes wide. It's not like I came unprepared, Rose thought, a grim satisfaction settling over her. This is the self-defense I learned from Olivier. She held up the dagger she'd concealed in her robes. I may not be as skilled as Prince Theo, but with this, I should be able to cut a path for us to escape. Back in the present, Rose tucked her dagger away. That was just payback and self-defense, she said calmly, her eyes fixed on the seething princess. I'm not interested in hurting you. She gestured to the chairs. Have a seat, let's calm down and have a talk. Tania gritted her teeth, but surprisingly she sat. This is too easy, Rose thought. I don't think this is her true intention. I need to push her a little more. So, why do you have Prince Theo tied up like an animal? She asked, her voice laced with contempt. Don't you think it's incredibly rude to chain him up and call him yours? She stared pointedly at the prince, a silent accusation. If that's the case, you have no class, or is there another reason? Tania just giggled, a chilling, triumphant sound. His body already belongs to me, she sang, throwing her arms out wide. And his heart will soon be too, right? Rose's eye twitched. Why is she so confident? Don't tell me. Body, it almost sounds like she's talking about the one. Tania's eyes glittered. Oh my, you're so knowledgeable. Rose was speechless. The princess leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial whisper as a vision of her and Theo embracing filled the air. He agreed to become the one. The world shattered gladders. Prince Theo and Princess Tania became each other's the one. But the way she said it, agreed to, is it even possible? A man-made way to become someone's the one? Does it really exist? Then like lightning, the pieces clicked into place. I get it, Prince Theo. He got captured on purpose to get information. This whole thing was a ploy, but Tania was controlling the narrative. If that's what she's doing, then I'll have to take the lead and get the information myself. Rose slammed her hand on the table. I don't believe you, Tania just tittered, looking down on her. Oh my, your wisdom is so far behind. She leaned in, her face alight with victory. I got her, it's true, isn't it? She gloated. We're different than you, we can even control our fate because in Wastitas, our research on the one is really progressing. Rose stared at her. The princess's confidence was absolute. She wasn't lying in that case. We just need to investigate the research labs in this kingdom. Now that I know that, so we don't need to be here any longer. Her eyes darted to Theo. If I can just get those chains off. Tania laughed mockingly. Don't tell me you're thinking of cutting those chains with that tiny dagger. Don't waste your time. She explained that after he broke out once before, she'd replaced them with chains made from a rare metal called charlim. Rose's lips curved into a smirk. How unlucky for you, Princess Tania, she said, her voice smooth as silk. Don't you know about charlim's weakness? She picked up the teapot again. Charlim is known for its resistance to impact, but to liquids like tea. She tilted the pot, a stream of dark liquid pouring onto the chains. Sizzle. The metal dissolved instantly, hissing as it melted away. It's so weak it dissolves on contact. Tania's face was a mask of pure shock. What did you say? Clang, the broken chains fell to the floor. Theo was free. Rose looked down at the flabbergasted princess. You looked up our identities, but you missed this. You weren't very thorough, princess. She let the knowledge sink in. Charlim can only be mined from the Charlier's mine. It's easy to destroy. With my knowledge anyway. She dropped the pot with a final crashing sound. Prince Theo, can you stand? She asked, rushing to his side. Added, grabbing her hand. Yeah, together they fled the room. Behind them, Tania began to laugh, a low, dangerous sound that grew into a maniacal roar. She got me, that noble from that tiny kingdom. People like this really rile me up. Now I have to put my all into this. Out in the city, whispers followed them like shadows. Princess Tania's fiancé taken by another woman. Rose was now a wanted criminal. Theo's voice was filled with concern. Rose, do you have any burns or scratches? She shook her head, pulling him into an alleyway. No, the tea cooled off, so I'm fine. For now, I'm just a real criminal. She looked at him, her expression serious. More importantly, Theo, they're doing research on the one in this kingdom. He nodded, rubbing his wrists. I'm fine. What she used on me was a drug, like a perfume. His eyes were dark with purpose. If we can find out how it was made and what's in it, we might be able to create a drug that erases the bond of the one. But where was the lab? Theo sighed. I'm not positive, but when I was walking through town, he remembered seeing something odd. A building tucked away that didn't fit in with the rest of the town. He recalled the men coming out of it, their voices low as they spoke the princess's name. Rose's eyes lit up. That had to be it. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom of Verno, Prince Vin tossed and turned in his bed, slick with a feverish sweat. A worried maid hovered over him. Prince Vin, are you okay? Is this because you're separated from Rose? He waved her away, his voice strained. It's okay, leave me alone. I knew this would happen. She tried to offer him a pitcher of water. Crack, the glass suddenly shattered in her hands, water and shards exploding everywhere. Ah, she screamed in fright. Vin shot up in bed, his own pain forgotten. Are you okay? The broken pitcher lay on the floor, a testament to the strange power surging through him. He stared at the mess, his brow furrowed with worry, not for himself, but for the two people risking everything so far away. I hope Rose and Theodora are okay. A sudden sound of shattering glass rips through the quiet room. Prince Theodore whips around, his eyes wide with alarm, instantly focused on Rose. His voice is sharp with concern as he asks if she's all right. She shakes her head, her gaze fixed on the floor. She insists she's fine, but the water pitcher, it just suddenly broke. Shards of crystal glitter like fallen stars across the polished floor, a pool of water spreading out from the wreckage. Theodore's eyes soften with relief but remain heavy with a strange, unsettling premonition. It feels like a sign, a crack in the fragile piece they've found. A silent prayer hangs in the air, a desperate hope that Rose and Theodore will be okay. Under the cloak of darkness, they move like shadows through the foreign streets. Theodore, his face obscured by a deep hood, points towards a hulking structure in the distance. His voice is a low murmur telling Rose they've arrived. Her eyes, burning with fierce determination, narrow as she takes in the sight. That's it, Princess Tania's research laboratory. Theodore's voice is laced with doubt, unconvinced that this place holds the answers they seek, that it has anything to do with the medicine. But Rose is resolute. Even if the possibility is low, she insists they have to press on. They are wanted criminals now, fugitives in a hostile land. Her hand clenches as she vows to expose the dark mysteries of this country to make Princess Tania scream and cry for what she's done. A cold, vengeful snicker escapes Theodore's lips from beneath his hood. Oh yes, he would enjoy that very much. Now that their minds are made up, they just need to find a way inside. As they creep along the cobblestone streets, a rustle of fabric catches Rose's ear. She stops Theodore with a hand on his arm. Her voice a sharp whisper. Wait, hiding in the shadows, they overhear two guards complaining. The medicine production is a direct order from Princess Tania, and any mistakes will cost them their heads. As the guards shift nervously, Theodore's sharp eyes spot something. Behind them is that a back entrance. A flicker of hope ignites in the darkness. This is their chance. They move forward, swift and silent, but before the guards can even turn, Theodore is on them. A sickening whack echoes in the alley as his hand connects with the back of one man's neck. A heavy thud follows as the first guard collapses, and another thud as Theodore dispatches the second without a sound. Rose's eyes are wide with a mixture of shock and awe. Prince Theo, he's a bit rougher than usual. He glances back, his expression grim, assuring her they're just knocked out. They have to move. Rose can only guess at the rage and frustration pent up inside him from his capture, now finally unleashed. They slip inside the laboratory, only to be met with an eerie, unnerving silence. No one's here, it's too quiet, as they sneak through the deserted halls. Rose suddenly gasps, stumbling as a wave of dizziness washes over her. Theodore catches her instantly, his voice tight with worry as he asks if she's all right. But as she leans against him, a horrifying realization dawns on her. It's not his anger making him rough, it's the aftereffects of the forced heat. She looks up at him and sees the faint flush on his cheeks, the sheen of sweat on his brow. He tries to brush it off, claiming he's fine, but her own heart begins to pound in response. Badump, why is she feeling this way even when he's in trouble? Is it because this is the first time she's seen him in heat? Her mind betrays her as a single, traitorous thought flashes through her mind. He looks sexy. A deep blush floods her cheeks as she squeezes her eyes shut. This is so inappropriate, she has to stop thinking like that. Theodore forces a calm he doesn't feel, telling her he's settled down and they should keep moving. Rose mentally slaps herself, forcing her thoughts back to the mission. Pull yourself together, Rose, concentrate. But as they venture deeper, an unsettling feeling grows. Is it really this easy to just sneak in? The security is practically non-existent for a top-secret research lab. It feels eerie. While searching a shelf, her fingers brush against a small glass bottle. The label reads smoke, like some kind of smoke ball. Tucking it away, she turns to Theodore, her voice low. Doesn't this seem a little too easy? A little too good to be true? His eyes meet hers, dark with shared suspicion. Yeah, he had that feeling too. Just then, her gaze falls upon a desk. Prince Theodora, look, lying there is a single sheet of paper, a recipe, they found it. It's the formula for the medicine. With a drawing of a strange plant. Theodore examines it closely. There's no name, and the drawing is too simple to identify. There must be other documents somewhere. Is this what you're looking for? A voice purrs from the entrance. Black feathers drift down from the ceiling as they whip around in shock. There, leaning against the doorframe with a smug, knowing smile, is Princess Tania holding a stack of papers. Behind her, her personal guard stands ready. Her voice drips with condescending amusement. She knew they would come here. Rose's blood runs cold. Princess Tania, the princess, giggles, taunting them about their interest in her little medicine project. Rose's eyes widen in horror as it all clicks into place. So that's why security was so light. It was a trap. They were lured in here. Theodore immediately pulls Rose behind him, his body a shield. His voice is a low growl. He tells her he can handle the guards, she just needs to run. But Rose has another idea, a reckless, dangerous idea. The king's words echo in her mind. This is our chance to try our luck. With a surge of adrenaline, she pulls out the smoke bomb. Wham, she smashes the vial on the ground and thick, billowing smoke instantly fills the room. Tania shrieks in surprise. It worked. Rose grabs Theodore's hand, telling him now is their chance. That little bottle of smoke came in handy after all. Grab them. Tania screams through the haze, her voice filled with fury. But it's too late. They're already gone, sprinting down the corridor as fast as their legs can carry them. Theodore leads the way, dodging guards who scramble to seal the gates. They duck into a dark storeroom, their backs slamming against the door as they pant for breath. They were so close, but it was all a setup. They look at each other in the dim light, the adrenaline slowly fading, replaced by a tense silence. Then a sudden, powerful throb courses through Rose's body. Badum. Her heart hammers against her ribs. Oh no, this feeling, don't tell me. She looks at Theodore and sees the same agony reflected in his eyes as he grits his teeth, his body trembling. His voice is strained, filled with disbelief. No way, you two. The horrifying truth crashes down on them. In this tiny enclosed space, they're both going into heat, and outside, a guard's voice rings out clear as a bell. Alert, Prince Tania, the one is here. This can't be happening. Of all the times, of all the places. Theodore staggers, clutching his head as he calls out her name. Rose tries to stay strong, insisting she's just lightheaded, but the heat is getting stronger with every passing second. Her body feels like it's on fire. Her instincts scream for her fated partner, Prince Vin, but her heart, her treacherous heart, belongs to the man standing right in front of her. Footsteps pound outside the door. Have you found them? They both jolt, trapped. Theodore's face is a mask of grim resolve. He turns to her, his voice low and urgent. Rose, you might not like this, but this is an emergency. His eyes burn with intensity. We're going to have to climax. The words hang in the air, shocking and absolute. Rose stares at him for a heartbeat, then clenches her fist, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Okay, she whispers, her voice trembling. Let's get it over with. Their time is running out. They have to do this before Princess Tania finds them. He reaches for her, and the moment his skin touches hers, a jolt like lightning shoots through her. It's pain, just as she knew it would be, but underneath the pain is a faint, sweet numbness that makes her gasp. She bites her lip, trying to stifle the sound. No, I'm making too much noise. Outside, a guard pauses. HM, did you hear something? Panic seizes her. And if they keep this up, they'll be found for sure. In a swift movement, Theodore leans in, capturing her mouth with his, silencing her cry with a desperate kiss. Her heart hammers against his chest. The guards outside shrug and move on. Guess it was just my imagination. Let's search over there. As their footsteps fade, Theodore and Rose pull apart, panting for air. She can feel the tremors running through his body, the pain he's trying to hide. You're hurting too, aren't you? She whispers. He shakes his head, his gaze tender as he brushes a strand of hair from her face. He tells her it's not a big deal, that he's more worried about her than himself right now. His voice is thick with emotion. They both know this is wrong. They each have another one, a fated partner the world expects them to be with. A memory of them dancing together flashes in his mind, a perfect moment now shattered like broken glass. Even if the world doesn't give them its blessing, he whispers, his voice raw, he doesn't care. With her, he can continue to resist this unfortunate fate. His words pierce her heart. That's not fair. How can he say something so devoted, so beautiful at a time like this? He's right. When you're weak, you fall right into your partner's hands. And in that moment, weak and overwhelmed, Rose realizes what she truly wants. I want to be bound to Prince Theo. Her hand tightens on his cloak and she pulls him down to her, their lips meeting in a kiss that is no longer about silence, but about pure, unadulterated longing. A spark ignites between them, a mixture of agony and ecstasy. This pain we feel, she thinks, her mind hazy with desire, it will not tear us apart. We need to get used to this pain together. Theodore's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Rose, he breathes, it's that part of you that makes me long for you and find myself drowning in your love. He sees the strain on her face. He knows it's rough for her. He offers to take control to make it easier. He clasps her hand in his touch gentle. Rose, you don't have to, but she shakes her head, a new fire in her eyes. Her hand slides from his, her intentions clear. I want to, she says, her voice firm. I want this. Meanwhile, miles away, Princess Tania slams her foot against a door in a fit of rage. Damn it, damn it. She can faintly smell his scent, but her nose is useless after that prototype smoke bomb. Her guards report they've searched every floor and found nothing. She screams at them to forget it and get back to guarding the medicine. That's the only thing that matters now. As her guards patter away, the door to a nearby storeroom creaks softly. Inside, Rose and Theodore are wrapped in his cloak, the air thick with what has just passed between them. Are we safe? Rose whispers, her voice hoarse. For the moment, things seem to have calmed down, but Theodore is grim. All the exits have been sealed, and Princess Tania still has the research documents they need. To get them, they'll have to face her again. Suddenly, a scuffing sound comes from right outside their hiding spot. Have they been found? Theodore is on his feet in an instant, sword drawn. The door is thrown open, revealing a towering figure with dark skin and a formidable spear. Rose gasps in recognition. You were at the castle. It's one of Tania's personal guards. Theodore's eyes narrow. The man's piercing gaze and the unyielding strength visible even through his clothes tell him everything he needs to know. They're cornered. And this is something they can't get through with luck alone. A piercing gaze cuts through the shadows. Belonging to a man of imposing stature, his unyielding body visible even through the flowing white robes that conceal him. He stands like a silent guardian in the ancient ruins, an unknown variable in this deadly game. Rose and Theo stand together, their faces etched with worry and suspicion, their world tilting on its axis once more. Could this really be happening? Is this stranger the key to everything, or just another trap waiting to spring? This is something they can't get with anything but luck. The man takes a deliberate step forward. The sound of his shoes scuffing against the stone echoing in the tense silence. Rose flinches, her body reacting before her mind can catch up. He knows her name. He calls out to her, Theodore, Rose. His voice is calm, measured, as he assures them he does not wish them any harm. Who is he? How does he know them? Her mind races with 1,000 questions. He introduces himself, his voice a low rumble. My name is Bizzle, he says, his hand moving to his chest in a gesture of peace. Won't you allow me to assist you? A gentle scent wafts from him, but Rose and Theo are too stunned to notice. Assist them, Bizzle, the name means nothing. But the offer is everything, it's too suspicious. He's most likely one of Princess Tania's henchmen. What is he thinking? What is his angle? To prove his intentions, Bizzle raises his spear high into the air. With a sudden shocking movement, he brings it down against his knee, and with a deafening snap, the weapon breaks in two. His own spear. Rose's eyes widen in disbelief. As you can see, he declares, dropping the broken pieces. Then he does the unthinkable. He kneels, bowing his head before them in a display of utter submission. Theo watches him, his gaze sharp and calculating. Seems like there's a situation going on here, he thinks to himself. Bizzle lifts his head, his voice filled with a strange sincerity. Thank you for your forgiveness, he begins. He knows their mission. He knows they have shown interest in the drug that induces the one. He holds up a scroll detailing the very concoction they seek. I will show you where that drug is being stored, he offers. Rose and Theo exchange a sharp, disbelieving glance. The words hang in the air, a tempting poison. He reveals it's being stored in one of the rooms in the castle, but the castle is under constant surveillance, a fortress that normally wouldn't even allow outsiders to enter. He describes the daunting path ahead, guarded by crossed halberds and steeped in danger. But he continues, there's a weakness. A place where security is stretched thin for a certain amount of time. If they aim for that spot, there's a high possibility they can infiltrate. However, there's a catch. The lock to the room is an extreme contrivance, a puzzle of chains and secrets. To open it, they'll need 3 separate keys. If you are willing to take me up on this offer, he says, his voice a low promise, I will guide you as we search for the keys together. He extends a hand, an open invitation into the lion's den. Rose and Theo can only stare, stunned into silence. What is with this guy? Rose wonders, her mind reeling. There's something familiar about him. A strange sense of déjà vu washes over her as she studies him. As she realizes with a jolt, he gives off an aura much like someone she knows. A memory surfaces of a man with glasses and an unwavering sense of duty. Oh, Olivier, his loyalty is strong, but he admonishes his master. This Bizzle, he's the same. Steeling herself, Rose finds her voice. Hey, Bizzle, why are you telling us this? She demands. If they find out, you won't get off easy, you know? Bizzle's expression is grim, his gaze distant. About that, he says, his voice heavy with resolve. It's for Princess Tania's sake. For Tania, how could betraying her be asterisk for asterisk her? He explains, his words ringing with conviction. For Tania, who created a drug that dares to manipulate fate. For a princess so lost in her own desires. I cannot overlook that. His hand clenches into a tight fist at his side, a testament to his inner turmoil. I knew it, Rose thinks, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. I can feel his strong loyalty towards Princess Tania. To prove his word, he offers her something more. I didn't think you'd be convinced simply by this reason, so I will give you this. He reaches out, his palm open to reveal a stunning, ornate jewel. Theo's eyes widen. This is a tight. Rose looks closer, her heart skipping a beat. Theo explains he's seen one before long ago. They're rare jewels that only royalty or nobility can get their hands on. Bizzle confirms it. It was a jewel handed down to his family, trusted friends of the royal house, a gift from the royal family of Westitas. Will this be enough to gain your trust? He asks, his gaze unwavering. Tight, the name echoes in Rose's mind. I've seen this kind of jewel once in the game. The memories flood back, the accessory making competition for the queen. She used a charlam, but Iris used a tight. In the end, the queen chose the tiara Iris made. Tights are known as gems of good luck. This is it. This has to be it. A slow smile spreads across Rose's face as she takes a determined step forward. I think I can trust you now, she declares, her voice ringing with newfound confidence. Then her expression darkens, her smile turning sharp and dangerous. And I won't mind if this is a trap. She leans in close, her eyes glinting with a deadly light. 'Cause if it is, Bizzle, I'll cut your head clean off your body. Theo lets out a small huff of amusement. Understood, he says, his voice laced with admiration. I will serve you in that capacity. Bizzle visibly trembles under their combined intensity, but he holds his ground. I will listen to what you have to say. Rose grins, triumphant, gesturing for him to rise. I will bet on this chance of ours. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated room, Princess Tania is anything but triumphant. Hey, she screams at her guards, didn't you say before that you'd found them? Her guards grovel before her. Our apologies, your highness. It would appear that we were given false information. False information? Tania slams her fist on the table, startling her servants. Damn it, you're all useless. She seethes, her body trembling with rage. That man, she growls, gnashing her teeth. I'd rather be tied to a camel than the likes of you. He's supposed to be the one, so why hasn't he fallen head over heels for me? There's no way my research is wrong. Her fury turns on her trembling maids. You there? You followed the recipe to make the medicine, did you not? She shrieks. Yes, of course we did, your highness. They stammer, startled. She clutches her hair, her eyes wild with frustration. If you did, then why is this happening? Her scream echoes unanswered. Back in the safety of the hideout, Rose lets out a long sigh. That guy Bizzle, to think he'd prepared a safe house for us as well, she muses, relaxing into a plush chair. Theo agrees. Yeah, we have time before heading to the warehouse tonight. Rose smiles, twirling a lock of hair. Yeah, let's rest up until then. The door creaks shut, leaving them in comfortable silence. But Rose's mind is far from silent. A lot. Sure, it did happen to us today. Her head is all over the place. What is this? A memory of Tania's declaration flashes in her mind. Princess Tania is engaged to Theodore of Siberia. He's become the one. She remembers Tania's smiling face, surrounded by her retainers, her words echoing with a false sweetness. I wonder if the two of us will ever be happy. I'd love for the both of us to be happy. The memory makes her blood boil. Theo's voice cuts through her thoughts, soft and concerned. Rose. He reaches for her, pulling her into his arms. And her breath hitches in her throat. Give yourself to me, he murmurs, his voice a low vibration against her ear. His eyes are soft, filled with a gentle warmth. About the pain, didn't I tell you it would be fine as long as our skin doesn't touch? Her heart thumps wildly in her chest. Prince Theo is taking care of me. He's so kind. I knew that I loved him. But the curse hangs between them like a shroud. Pain. Like he said, we both feel pain through direct physical contact, but this pain will not tear us apart. I want to do my best to be bound to him, but if we can't find a way to dissolve this, and both continue to be someone else's, the one, I doubt I'll ever be able to bind myself to him. The thought is a shard of glass in her heart. Later, the clock ticks rhythmically on the wall, marking the slow passage of time. Rose fidgets on the bed, her cheeks flushed with a nervous heat. Prince Theo went out to scout a while ago. I hope everything is okay. The doors remain closed. I hope nothing's happened. He seemed like he was in a lot of pain yesterday. Of course, if our hearts are truly connected, I'm not complaining. She thinks, flopping onto a pillow, but I really want to bind myself to him physically. The Theo I love, no matter what I do, it'll burden him, that pain we feel. Suddenly an idea strikes her, so absurd, so scandalous, it makes her jolt upright. Like in fiction, I could make that pain feel like pleasure. She slaps her own cheeks, her face burning hot. All I have to do is become a masochist. Her imagination conjures an image of a cat girl with a whip, declaring, "You piece of trash." I don't know much about doing that, but they smack and whip people's butts at S&M clubs, don't they? They use handcuffs and gags. And drip candle wax, and they tie people up using rope. Lost in her wild fantasy, she grabs a purple ribbon and begins to tie her own wrists. Like this, she whispers, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I don't know what I'm doing. But Prince Theo is in pain, her heart pounds a frantic rhythm. What if Prince Theo is a masochist? An image of a chained and blindfolded Theo flashes through her mind, pheromones practically radiating off him. Her heart hammers against her ribs. What's wrong? A familiar voice asks. Rose freezes. Theo is standing right there, a gentle smile on his face. Sorry for being out so late. Prince Theo, when did you? She shrieks internally, her chibi head floating in a state of pure panic. I just got back now, he says calmly. Were you trying to do cat's cradle with that ribbon? She startles, her hands fumbling with the ribbon. In her panic, she blurts out the most mortifying thing possible. It's not like I was thinking of you being a masochist or anything. The ribbon snaps in her hands. What am I saying? I'm such an idiot. Theo just blinks, completely bewildered. Maso, what's that? His innocent confusion only makes it worse. Rose quickly tries to recover, adopting a serious expression. We feel pain when we touch each other, don't we? I was just thinking it would be good if there were some way we could dissolve that. They sit back down on the couch. I see, Theo says, his expression softening. His own thoughts drift to their cursed fate. It would be amazing if we could dissolve each of our the ones. He reaches out, his fingers gently touching hers. A spark, a familiar sting of pain, jolts through her, making her flinch. But he doesn't pull away again. He whispers, his voice low and intimate. Rose, if for some reason we can't make that a reality. He pulls her closer, his hands resting on her waist, his touch sending a fresh wave of painful sparks through her. We could slowly get used to the pain like this. She breathes out, her lips parting as he rubs her cheek with his thumb. The pain is still there, a constant current rushing through her every time he touches her, but if it's little by little. Do you feel okay? He asks, his voice a tender caress. She looks up at him, her eyes wide and luminous. Yes, she whispers, her voice trembling slightly. You can touch me more. He pulls her into a full embrace, their hands clasping together. If we do it like this, the two of us will surely. Theo's eyes are dark with an unreadable emotion. He leans in close, pulling her onto his lap, his hand moving down, and then a sharp smack echoes in the room. A jolt of pure shock shoots through her. Did he just smack my butt? Her mind explodes. Was it because I was talking about S&M? They stare at each other, both completely flustered. S&M, Theo mutters, a blush creeping up his neck. Well, I did think of it too. This kind of thing has to be done in order. Order? Rose squeaks, utterly bewildered. He holds up his hand sheepishly. You're right, I should have said something before I did that. All I did was try and remove a feather. He points to the couch where a single black feather now rests. That was rude, huh? Sorry, I will tell you the next time I do anything. Rose shoves him away, her face on fire. There's gonna be a next time. Rose, he begins, a look of confusion on his face. I think there's some sort of misunderstanding. Just then the sound of flapping wings draws their attention. A large hawk soars into view outside the window, a signal. Rose's eyes widen. Bizzles, that's the signal to infiltrate the castle, Theo finishes, his expression turning serious. So we just have to follow that thing. Let's hurry to the meeting point. Rose stands up, ready for action. Also, Theo adds, a mischievous glint in his eye. Rose pauses, confused. About what just happened? Let's talk about it in more detail later. Her heart goes ba dump. About the S&M? Does he have interest in IT too? Her mind descends into utter glorious chaos. Under the pale light of the moon, the hawk lands. Sorry to keep you waiting, Bizzle says as they approach, now clad in cloaks for their mission. The night sky is clear, the moon a sliver of hope. Rose looks toward the distant palace. Things went bad at the research facility, but I won't make the same mistake this time. Tania's face, smug and confident, flashes in her mind. I won't let you win this time for sure. I will find the clues we need to finally dissolve each of our the ones this time for sure. This time I will find the answers we so desperately need. With these clues, I will finally dissolve this cursed fate that binds us. I will shatter the chains of the ones. They step through the archway into the enemy's den, the air thick with incense and secrets. This is it, Rose thought, her heart a steady drum against her ribs. Getting inside was surprisingly easy, almost anticlimactic, really. She glanced at Theo, who wore a confident smirk, his eyes glinting in the torchlight. Bizzle's low voice broke the silence, his tone grave. He acknowledged that her guidance was spot on, but his words held a heavy weight. He thanked her, then added that their real job was only just beginning now. His words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the danger they were in. There are 3 rooms, he explained, and 3 keys. Each one a piece of the puzzle. The first key opens the door to where they are storing the drug, hidden within the servants' quarters. The second is in the hawk room, and the last key is in Princess Tania's room. Bizzle declared his intention to head to the servants' room, a place he knew well. Rose immediately volunteered to go to Tania's room, but Theo's head snapped towards her, his expression a mixture of surprise and alarm. Rose's cheeks flushed as she met his gaze, her own voice barely a whisper. But her mind raced with 1,000 terrifying possibilities. Being alone with that woman, what if he goes into heat? The question hung between them, unspoken yet deafening. Theo's features softened. He reached out, his hand gently taking hers, his touch a warm, steady anchor in the swirling chaos of her thoughts. He assured her that he'd been taking his suppressants, that he would be fine. He lifted her hand to his lips, pressing a soft, reverent kiss to her knuckles. Trust me, his eyes pleaded. He promised to trust her in return. His voice a low murmur filled with a promise that made her heart skip a beat. Let's make it back in one piece. A blush crept up her neck, that's right. She couldn't afford to be scared, not now, not in a place like this. A small smile touched Theo's lips as he heard her silent resolve. He quipped that that was his line. With a final, determined look, they split up, plunging into the shadows of the palace. The heavy wooden door creaked open as Theo slipped inside. He froze. This wasn't an empty room. Lavish silks and plush cushions adorned a massive bed, and lying in the center of it was Princess Tania. What is this? How could they be so careless as to allow the prince of another kingdom to simply walk into their princess's bedchamber? His eyes narrowed. This had to be a trap, but it didn't matter. He would do whatever it takes. Right now, there was only one thing he had to do, and then he saw it. There, resting on a jewelry box beside her pillow, gleaming in the dim light, was the key. She was fast asleep, her silver hair fanned out around her. Damn it. To get it, he'd have to climb onto the bed, every muscle in his body tensed. The slightest creak of the mattress could wake her. He moved with painstaking slowness, holding his breath, his hand reaching for the prize. Please, he begged silently, his eyes fixed on her sleeping face. I'm begging you, please don't wake up. He was so close. His own heart was pounding so loudly he was sure she could hear it. Ba dump, suddenly she stirred. Oh no, his blood ran cold. She's waking up. Tania's lips parted and she began to murmur in her sleep. I want to marry him, but I can't. Theo froze, his hand hovering in the air. She was just sleep-talking. Relief washed over him, so potent it left him weak. But her next words sent a chill down his spine. Not yet, there's still research I have to do. Research? What on earth was she talking about? Before he could process it, her eyes snapped open. They weren't hazy with sleep, they were sharp, focused, and fixed directly on him. With impossible speed, she shot up and grabbed his cloak, yanking him down onto the bed with surprising strength. His face was inches from hers, his heart hammering against his ribs. A slow, predatory smile spread across her lips. My fated one, she whispered, her voice husky and triumphant, the world tilted on its axis. Hey, was all he could manage. Ba dump, her arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer still. How about we kiss to seal our pledge? If things continue like this. Meanwhile, Rose and Bizzle reached a fork in the corridor. This is the hawk room, Bizzle stated, gesturing to a large, foreboding door. The servants' room is that way. This is where we part ways. Rose nodded, offering him a grateful smile. Thank you for guiding me here, she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. He simply told her to be careful too. With a final glance, she pushed the door open. This is the room where they raise hawks, she thought. Compared to dealing with people, this should be easy. But as the door swung inward, her confidence shattered. Huh? A blur of feathers and talons exploded from the darkness. Giant hawks, untethered and wild, filled the air with furious screeches. Eek, they let them fly freely in the room. Panic seized her. Hey, she stammered, throwing her arms up to shield her face as the birds swooped and dived around her. Get out of my way. This was no time to be searching for key. One of the birds broke from the flock, its sharp beak aimed right for her. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impact, but it never came. A figure moved like lightning, a staff whipping through the air to intercept it. Rose opened her eyes, gasping. It was Bizzle. He stood before her like a guardian, his expression grim as he asked, Rose, are you all right? Tears welled in her eyes, a mixture of fear and overwhelming relief. You came back for me. He turned to her, his gaze softening as he gently reached out and plucked a stray feather from her hair. My apologies, he murmured. I was worried, so I was watching you. The simple, honest words struck a chord deep inside her. For a fleeting moment, she saw not Bizzle but Olivier, his kind smile and gentle touch a comforting memory. A blush warmed her cheeks. Thank you, she stammered. But she couldn't let this happen. She couldn't keep relying on them. Her resolve hardened. She looked at him, a hint of accusation in her eyes. If you knew they were flying wild in here, you should have said something. She took a determined step back, pulling her hood tighter around her face. I'm fine now, I'll be okay on my own, she declared, her voice stronger now. You should head to the servants' rooms. Bizzle studied her for a moment, then gave a slight nod. I understand, try not to provoke the hawks by being too loud. As he disappeared back into the corridor, Rose took a deep breath. Okay, there's no time. So I'll get the key all on my own. I need to do something. Her eyes darted around the rooms, landing on a tall bureau against the far wall. If I could just get to that bureau, but as she took a step, a shadow passed over her, splat. Something wet and disgusting landed on her hood. She looked up in horror. No, are they really pooping on me? Are you serious? Her shriek of disgust only agitated the birds further. They flapped and squawked, their cries echoing through the chamber. Wait, hold on, were they intimidated by my first scream? All this noise, the other servants are going to realize I'm in here. Her world felt like it was crumbling. At the same time, in Tanya's bedchamber, a different kind of nightmare was unfolding. Tanya's eyes, now a startling shade of green, stared into Theo's. I thought I was dreaming, she breathed, but it's real. Oh no, a wave of dread washed over both Theo and Rose in their separate predicaments. I need to hurry up and get that key. A hazy memory or perhaps a premonition flooded Theo's mind. Tanya was on top of him, her body radiating a dangerous heat. A secret night rendezvous, she purred. I just knew you'd come after all. You are my soulmate, Prince Theo. He was pinned, his strength completely gone. You've got the wrong idea, I was just… But his words died in his throat. Her heart was pounding against his, a frantic, possessive rhythm. Oh my, seems like we're going into heat, she whispered, her tongue darting out to lick her lips. His mind reeled. Did she not take any suppressants? Was she waiting here for me? This is perfect, she thought, her hand reaching for him. The night is young, how about we take our time and enjoy ourselves? Arg. He gritted his teeth, a tremor running through him. I feel my reasoning just melting away if things continue like this. She leaned closer, her breath hot against his ear. Are you dissatisfied with my choosing a fate? She murmured, her voice a silken trap. Let's just relax and feel good. You need to forget about that woman. That woman, his eyes snapped open, wide with shock. Rose. The image of her gentle smile, the memory of her warmth. It was like a bucket of icy water. With a roar of defiance, he shoved Tanya off him. It is you that I'd prefer erasing from my memory, he snarled, Tanya's face contorted with rage. Why are you so stubborn? She shrieked. I don't care what you want, so shut your mouth and accept me. She lunged for a heavy three-pronged candelabra by the bed, her eyes burning with a terrifying light. Why? Clank, she swung the makeshift weapon, but he was faster. He caught her wrist, the candelabra clattering to the floor as he pushed her back onto the bed, pinning her beneath him. His face was inches from hers, his chest heaving. Are you hurt? He asked, his voice rough but laced with concern. Her eyes, wide and luminous, stared up at him in stunned silence. What? A deep, menacing voice echoed from the shadows. My daughter? A man emerged, his smile cruel. Tanya gasped, her expression unreadable. She looked at Theo, a strange question in her eyes. For you, wouldn't you prefer if I were? Theo looked away, his jaw tight. I'm sorry, but I'm not that inhumane, he said, his voice low. He looked back at her, his gaze intense. More importantly, you seem to think that you need to force someone to be your one in order to connect physically, but connecting through your heart feels 1,000 times better. His own heart ached as he spoke, his voice softening with emotion. Even if it meant giving up my life, I would never choose this fate. He thought of Rose, his one true connection. A fate where I couldn't love Rose, my heart would simply die. His words struck Tanya like a physical blow, her world shattered into a million pieces. A memory long buried clawed its way to the surface. A little girl crying, clinging to her father's leg. Father, no, don't leave the palace, don't leave me here. But his face was filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, Tanya, I cannot disobey the queen's orders. Surely this is my fate. He knelt down, tears streaming down his own face as he smiled sadly at her. But you, no matter how far away I am, I want you to love somebody with all your heart. The memory faded, leaving a hollow ache. Father, I wonder if I'll be able to. A bitter jealousy twisted inside her. I'm jealous, being loved by Prince Theo like she is. I want to be loved by him as well. Theo watched the storm of emotions cross her face, his own expression unreadable. Finally, Tanya let out a long, defeated sigh. I guess I have no choice. She reached beside her and picked up the key, holding it out to him. It's not like we have a bond. You came here for the key, did you not? I'll give it to you. Her voice was quiet, resigned. I was just trying to be upfront with you. He took the key from her outstretched hand. Back in the hawk room, a triumphant cry echoed off the walls. Ho ho ho, yes, yes. Rose stood amidst a flock of now docile hawks, her ruined cloak lying on the floor. I saw this on TV before I was reincarnated. In order to calm down excited hawks, you need to blind them. She'd thrown her cloak over them like a net, and it worked. My clothes are ruined, she thought, looking down at the bird droppings, but they calmed down for me. Now what to wear? She rummaged through a nearby wardrobe. Ah, good, some women's clothing, her eyes lit up. But her relief quickly turned to horror. I wonder if they're Tanya's. Everything in here is slutty. Lingerie? See through. She squeezed her eyes shut, her face burning. But right now, they're better than clothes covered in poop. Outside, Bizzle called her name, his voice filled with concern. Rose, I'm glad that you are safe. He rounded the corner and stopped dead, his eyes widening as he took in her new outfit. That clothing, Rose's entire face went crimson. Just don't talk about them. She squeaked, trying to cover herself with a flimsy piece of silk. Bizzle quickly averted his eyes. More importantly, were you able to get the key? She nodded. Yes, and not only me. A second set of footsteps approached. I too was able to get mine. It was Theo. He emerged from the shadows, looking weary but resolute, and holding his arm was Princess Tania. Rose's jaw dropped. Huh, what is Princess Tania doing here? Tania shot her a cool, dismissive glance. Do you have a problem with me helping you? She asked, her tone icy. And those clothes don't suit you. Rose sputtered, speechless with indignation. Theo leaned in close, whispering in her ear. Well, I don't know what's gotten into Tania, but for now we should take what we can get. He paused, a playful smirk touching his lips as he added, You're really attractive now too. His serious expression returned in an instant. All right then, the 3 keys glinted in the torchlight. We've got all the keys, let's head inside. They stood before the final door, the air crackling with anticipation. I wonder if we'll be able to find what we're looking for inside. With a shared, determined glance, they decided to press forward. This was it, the final door. What secrets lay behind it? Theo's mind raced. Could this be the place? Will we finally find the answers we've been searching for? Rose's heart echoed his hope, a silent prayer that their journey through this treacherous land wasn't for naught. With a heavy clank, the ancient mechanism gave way, and the heavy stone door swung inward, revealing a room that took their breath away. Rows upon rows of shelves stretched into the gloom, groaning under the weight of countless scrolls and leather-bound books. Rose's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, she whispered, the sound swallowed by the sheer vastness of the archive. I can't believe these are all documents. But as they stepped inside, a cold voice cut through the air from behind them. Bizzle, you? Princess Tania's voice was deceptively sweet, but her eyes held a chilling promise of retribution. She leaned in, her smile a predatory slash of red lipstick. Afterwards, she purred, I think I'll have you explain to me the meaning of all this. Bizzle didn't dare meet her gaze, his head bowed in silent acceptance of his fate. He had made his choice. Suddenly, Theo's sharp intake of breath shattered the tension. His eyes were locked onto a piece of aged parchment, his knuckles white as he held it. Rose, this is… Rose rushed to his side, her gaze falling upon the elegant script and the detailed drawing of a flower. There was no mistaking it, it was the formula. The poison that bound him and Tania together, the very recipe for the drug. A smug scoff echoed from the doorway. Oh, you can tell. Tania sauntered in, looking down her nose at them with utter contempt. HMPH, with a mind like yours, I didn't think you'd be able to. The insult was a sharp jab, a stab meant to wound. But Rose simply met her gaze, a small uneasy smile playing on her lips, her eyes glinting with defiance. Sorry I didn't live up to your expectations, she replied, her voice dripping with sarcasm. The air crackled with unspoken animosity. But they had what they came for. They'd achieved their objective. As Theo scanned the document again, Rose's finger traced the drawing of the main ingredient. A sudden realization dawned on her, chilling her to the bone. Prince Theo, she gasped, her voice barely a whisper. This flower mentioned here, isn't it Labrina? Theo's expression darkened, his jaw tightening. Labrina, the flower used during courtship in Verno. A flower that only grew in one specific place on the border between Siberia and Verno. The image of Prince Vin holding that very flower flashed through his mind. Bizzle remained silent, his face a mask of stone. Tania let out a sigh as if bored by the whole affair. I should tell you, she said, her voice flat, I've never heard anything about an antidote. Her words were meant to crush their spirits, but Theo refused to yield. His eyes burned with a renewed fire. Just knowing what the drugs made of his progress, he declared, his voice ringing with conviction. It might be a hint to discovering the antidote. Rose felt a surge of warmth spread through her chest, chasing away the cold dread. He was right. I didn't think we'd find this truth by coming to Wastitas, her voice trembled with emotion. This has definitely given us hope. Theo's lips curved into a determined smile. So if we go back to the border, we might be able to find something else. He reached for her hand, his fingers lacing through hers, a silent promise passing between them. Yes. Let's make haste. But as they turned to leave, a sharp voice cried out, Hold on a second. The click of heels on stone echoed ominously. Before Theo could react, Tania had seized his arm, her grip like iron, her eyes blazed with a desperate possessive fire. Have you forgotten? She shrieked. Prince Theo and I are each other's the one. The threat was clear, hanging heavy in the air. You know what would happen if we separated, don't you? A thorny vine seemed to materialize between them, a symbol of their cursed, unbreakable bond. Rose watched, her heart sinking. She won't give him up. Theo's face was grim, his eyes closed for a brief moment as if steeling himself. With a quiet strength, he gently pried her fingers from his arm. His voice was low, heavy with a pain she couldn't possibly understand. The pain felt when being separated from your one, accepting it is easier than death. He knew that agony all too well. He pulled Rose close, his arm a protective shield around her, a silent declaration of where his heart truly lay. He looked directly at Tania, his gaze unwavering. Tania, it's a risk you're gonna have to take as well, he said, his voice firm. Think of it as your punishment for trying to toy with fate. A brilliant light seemed to emanate from him, a promise forged in the fires of his love for Rose. But if we're able to find an antidote, I promise to give it to you as well. The offer was an act of grace she didn't deserve. Until that day comes, he continued, his eyes softening slightly. I wish you all the best in finding someone you can love with all your heart. And with that, they turned their backs on her, walking out of the darkness and into the light, leaving her alone in the dusty archive. The heavy door shut with a resounding thud. Tania stood frozen, his last words echoing in the sudden silence. Someone I can love, she whispered to herself, her voice hollow. With all my heart. Bizzle watched her, his expression unreadable. He stepped forward, his shoulders squared, ready to face his judgment. Princess Tania. He bowed his head low. I was the one who led them here, he confessed, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. Even if that means death, I am ready to accept my punishment. He closed his eyes, bracing for the end. But the killing blow never came. Instead, he heard a soft giggle. Tee-hee. He looked up, bewildered. Tania was remembering all the times she'd schemed and plotted, surrounded by admirers, all to connect with the man of her dreams. And through it all, Bizzle had watched her, his face etched with a quiet sadness. He didn't want this for her. He didn't want her to do any more than that. A slow, genuine smile spread across her face, a smile Bizzle had never seen before. I won't be sending you to your death, she said, her voice light and clear. Bizzle stared, utterly dumbfounded. Huh? She waved a dismissive hand. Rather, it was because of this betrayal of yours that I was able to learn a lot. Her eyes sparkled with a newfound clarity. I feel refreshed and cleared of doubt. Her heart suddenly pounded in her chest, a frantic, joyful rhythm. Now I feel like I can find true love. The realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. She couldn't just sit here. I must pursue the one I love. With a newfound purpose, she spun on her heel and dashed out of the room, leaving a stunned Bizzle in her wake. Princess Tania, he murmured as the door slammed shut behind her. The silence of the archive returned, but this time it felt different. It felt like a beginning. Far away in a lavishly decorated room, Prince Vin tossed and turned in his sleep, his body slick with sweat. He was burning up, lost in the throes of his heat. A memory surfaced from the depths of his mind, a young girl with kind eyes reaching for his injured hand. He could almost hear her soft voice asking if he would mind if she held his hand, promising to use a handkerchief so it wouldn't hurt. He had called her a curious girl, his voice rough with pain before succumbing to sleep. Even then, she had stayed, gently holding his hand in hers. Her touch a small comfort in the darkness. He drifted in that hazy memory, the feeling of her small hands wrapped around his. A sad, gentle smile on her face as she watched over him. Back in the sun-drenched streets of Westitas, Theo and Rose, now cloaked and hooded, moved swiftly through an alleyway. This way, Theo urged, his voice low. He explained that he'd had Bizzle prepare transportation for them in case of an emergency. Just ahead, 2 camels knelt patiently in the dust. Rose's eyes widened. Camels, we're going to escape on those. We should move now while people are scarce, Theo said, already striding forward. Rose nodded, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. Okay. But as she took a step, a shadow fell over them. A smooth, familiar voice stopped them in their tracks. Oh, I've been looking everywhere for you too. They froze, turning slowly to face the unexpected figure, their escape suddenly in jeopardy. At that very moment, hundreds of leagues away, Prince Vin's eyes snapped open. A pained gasp escaped his lips, his heart thundering in his chest. He squeezed the pillow, his knuckles white, a single name tearing from his throat in a desperate whisper. I want Rose. The door creaked open and his attendant, Saria, the very girl from his memories, rushed in. Prince Vin, are you okay? She asked, her voice filled with concern. He sat up, clutching his throbbing head, his vision swimming. Do I look okay to you? He snarled, the pain making him lash out. Saria flushed, her eyes darting away. I guess not. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. I'll heal in time, so leave me be. But she stood firm, her fists clenched at her sides. But isn't your heat getting worse? He lunged, grabbing the collar of her dress, his face inches from hers. Don't worry about that, he growled, but his strength was failing him. The door clicked shut. She moved closer, her expression unreadable, and his breath hitched in his throat. Her next words were quiet, but they hit him like a physical blow. Your condition would get better if you climaxed, wouldn't it? His eyes widened in disbelief. What was she saying? Her gaze was unwavering as she made her offer. Please allow me to help you. For a moment, he was too stunned to speak, then fury erupted. What are you saying? He roared, turning away from her in disgust. You've got to be kidding me. Her hand reached for his cheek, a gentle, insistent touch. He slapped it away with a sharp crack that echoed in the silent room. Stop it. He was panting, his body trembling with a mixture of fever and rage. I have no intention of touching anyone I haven't formally deemed worthy. His mind flashed back to that day after he'd confessed to Rose and been rejected. Sari had found him, her expression full of sympathy. They had talked and a strange friendship had formed between them. But since she learned of his heat, she had been persistent. He stared at her now, his resolve hardening like steel. No, he couldn't involve her in this mess any more than he already had. If you understand that, he said, his voice cold, hurry up and leave. A slow, knowing snicker was her only reply. She leaned in, her breath warm against his skin. "You're unexpectedly pure, huh?" she murmured, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Even though you seem to move from one girl to the next." His patience snapped. "Why you? I've got patience left in me yet." He tried to shove her away, but she was surprisingly strong. With a sudden movement, she pushed him back onto the bed, her body pinning him down. "But isn't this the only way?" she cried, her face inches from his, her eyes wide and pleading. He struggled against her, the sheets tangling around them. "Hey, knock it off." A lamp on the nightstand clattered to the floor. "Just lie still," she commanded, her voice strained. He gritted his teeth, pushing against her with all his might. "Damn it, you're even more stubborn than Rose is." Her expression softened, a flicker of pain in her eyes. "I can't just leave you in pain like this," she whispered. "Is it really so bad of me to want to help you?" Her fingers grazed his neck and a violent shiver racked his body. Why is she going this far? The fever, it was getting worse. He couldn't move, he couldn't push her away. His pride screamed at him not to let her do this, not to let her have her way with him. But as her hand slid under the sheets, a wave of heat washed over him and his strength gave out. He grabbed her wrist, his last act of defiance. She simply clasped his hand, bringing it to her lips, her eyes closing as if in prayer. "What?" he gasped. She looked at him, her gaze serene. "I promise I will make you feel a whole lot better." His eyes widened in horror. "Why you? She isn't even my one." A strange, sweet scent wafted from her, clouding his senses. A groan escaped his lips as his body betrayed him, arching against her. His mind screamed in protest, but his resistance was crumbling into dust. Why can't I resist her? A memory, hazy and intoxicating, wrapped around him like a silken shroud. He was in bed, but not alone. Her scent, the warmth of her body pressed against his, it was all too much. A groan escaped his lips as he tried to push her away. But his body wouldn't obey. His own hands betrayed him, gripping her tighter, pulling her closer even as his mind screamed in protest. Who was this woman, this irresistible force? A desperate thought clawed at him, so why can't I resist her? The memory faded, leaving behind a chilling question. Meanwhile, across the land, another drama was unfolding. Olivier stood before Rose and Theo, a crisp parchment held tightly in his hand. His voice was low, laced with a disappointment that cut deeper than any blade. He had come to this kingdom, he explained, following a lead on the one. But what he found instead was this betrayal. His gaze hardened. He turned his head, his profile sharp against the desert sun as he looked at Rose and Theo, cloaked and ready to flee. He knew she already had a man she loved. He knew Theo was that man, so why? Why had he gone ahead and gotten engaged to the princess of another kingdom? The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. Olivier's expression was a mixture of confusion and hurt. "Olivier?" Rose gasped, her cover blown, they were caught. Olivier's voice was cool, devoid of warmth. "It's been a while, my lady." He held up the article, the words a testament to Theo's betrayal. Did she really think he'd have a warm welcome for them? Not after seeing this. His eyes, sharp and accusing behind his spectacles, stared them down, the air crackled with tension. Ignoring the elephant in the room, he gestured towards the bustling city square where locals chattered around magnificent camels. His voice dripped with sarcasm as he asked if they were planning on escaping on those beasts. With this many people around, it would be impossible. He sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. There was no time to argue. He ordered them to come with him. With a decisive step, he led the way. The clatter of a carriage pulling up nearby signaling a new plan. Inside, the mood was thick with unspoken words. Theo, a smug smile playing on his lips, told Olivier he'd found them a way out of the city. Of course he did, but Olivier couldn't shake the unease coiling in his gut. He had been so worried, and now he was leaving everything to him to this man who had so easily promised himself to another. Theo simply glanced at him, dismissing his concern with a casual "never mind." They had managed to escape Wastitas. Their next destination, he announced, was Verno, just as the others had mentioned. As the carriage wheels clattered against the road, Rose gazed out the window. So much had happened in just a few days. She watched the beautiful, exotic kingdom fade into the distance, a place of turmoil and unexpected turns. It was over, they were done with that kingdom. Far away in another palace, a gentle voice broke the silence. A maid carrying a tray of tea softly asked Prince Vin if he'd like to take a break. He closed the heavy book with a soft thud, agreeing. As she set the tea down, she smiled, noting that his condition seemed to have improved. He mumbled a simple "yeah," but she wasn't finished. A playful snicker escaped her as she brought a finger to her lips. The way he had resisted her, she confessed, was actually kind of cute. The prince nearly choked on his tea, sputtering in disbelief. Was she making fun of him? Her response was a simple, cheerful yup, accompanied by. For a moment he was silent, the teacup clinking against the saucer. The maid's smile faltered. "Did I perhaps anger you?" she asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "I'm sorry," but he shook his head. "No," he said, his voice suddenly serious. He looked at her, his golden eyes filled with a sincere gratitude that made her breath catch. He told her that she had saved him the other day. He reached across the table, his hands gently covering hers. Thank you," he murmured. The moment was tender, fragile, a silent understanding passing between them, but just as quickly as it began, it was shattered by a sharp knock at the door. "Prince Vincent, you have visitors." Before he could even question it, the door was thrown open with a loud wham. And there they were, Rose, beaming, flanked by a smirking Theo and a stoic Olivier. "Long time no see, Prince Vin," she chirped. Vin and the maid could only stare, their jaws agape. What? He stammered, utterly bewildered. Rose, oblivious to the interrupted moment, rushed forward to embrace the maid. What are you doing here? She cried happily. Vin's eyes narrowed, a low growl rumbling in his chest as he watched them. Possessiveness, sharp and unexpected, coiled within him. What was this feeling? Theo simply stood with his arms crossed, a question in his eyes. Vin let out a long, weary sigh. Once they were all seated, Rose began to explain everything that had happened in Westitas. Vin listened, his expression unreadable, his mind a whirlwind of conflict. Rose's eyes pleaded with him, asking if he knew something about the Labrana effect. He did, but telling them, what would that mean? A memory of agony flashed through his mind, clutching his sheets, his body on fire, a prisoner to this forced connection. If he told them the truth, the link between him and Rose might cease to be. A part of him, a dark, selfish part, wanted that freedom. This bond was already a hindrance on both their lives. But then he closed his eyes, another thought pushing its way through the pain. If he hid the truth now, he didn't think he'd be able to face either of them ever again. He couldn't live with that lie. Taking a deep, steadying inhale, he made his decision. He began to speak, his voice calm despite the storm inside him. He told them of a Labrana garden near the border, a special area where the state had no jurisdiction. The caretaker there, the guardian of the Labrana, might know something. Rose and Theo leaned in, hope shining in their eyes. This could be it, a new clue. But Vin held up a hand, his expression grim. There was one concern. The guardian is quite eccentric. Rose looked confused. Vin explained that because of their personality, it wouldn't be easy to make them talk. We see a lone figure with flowing pink hair standing in a field with a shovel. However, he continued, if they did manage to get them to talk, it might just be the key to finding a way to dissolve the one. And so they arrived. We're here, Vin announced, his voice echoing in the clear air. Before them lay a breathtaking sight. The Garden of Labrana, a sea of vibrant, otherworldly flowers stretching as far as the eye could see. Vin closed his eyes for a moment, overwhelmed. This was such a large group. Olivier, ever the night, adjusted his glasses, stating his responsibility to protect Rose and Prince Theodore. The maid, however, looked at Vin with wide, worried eyes. She was worried about all of them, but especially him. He simply waved her off, telling her she was quite the caring one, and urged them forward. As they walked deeper into the garden, the maid's spirits lifted. So beautiful, she exclaimed, clapping her hands together, no matter where you look. You can see Labranas in full bloom. But Rose's gaze was fixed on the flowers with an odd sense of familiarity. I've seen these before, she murmured. A memory surfaced, a portrait of Prince Vin holding one of the delicate blossoms. They truly were beautiful and delicate flowers. She noticed a large sunroom in the distance, wondering if more were being grown inside. One thing was certain, she thought, they were all grown with such care. Olivier touched a petal gently, agreeing. The guardian here must adore Labranas quite a lot. Rose recalled Vin's words. They said she was an eccentric and difficult woman, she mused, picturing the pink-haired figure in the field. Suddenly, a clear voice cut through the air. It's rare to have such a large group of guests. They all turned, there she was. Emerging from the flowers, a woman with flowing peach-colored hair and eyes the color of the sky, holding a single Labrana flower. Rose's breath hitched. She's incredibly beautiful. The woman's gaze swept over them, sharp and assessing. She noted the Prince of Siberia and his fiancée and her own prince as well. What an impressive lineup. It's not often she welcomes guests such as these. Vin stepped forward, his expression serious. This is Karen, he announced, the guardian of this garden. He began to explain that he had brought guests with business, but Karen paused him, her finger tapping her chin thoughtfully. Business? Rose, flustered by the woman's beauty and intensity, tried to offer a greeting, her heart thumping in her chest. And nice to meet you, she stammered, but her mind went blank. Monsieur, mademoiselle, what do I call this person? Karen's eyes narrowed. Were you just thinking of something rude? She snapped. Rose yelped, insisting she wasn't. Karen just huffed, turning her back on them. She had no obligation to listen to their business, she declared. She was far too busy looking after her lovely flowers. With a flick of her wrist, she shooed them away. Get out, but Rose wouldn't give up. Wait, she cried, rushing forward. They came all this way, they couldn't just go home with nothing. As Karen turned, Rose's eyes landed on the book tucked under her arm. What's that book? She asked. Karen's entire demeanor changed. Her eyes lit up and she hugged the book to her chest. It was her go-to pleasure when taking a break, she gushed, the hottest romance novel in town right now. It gets her all warm and fuzzy inside. Romance novel? A spark ignited in Rose's eyes. This woman must like love stories. This is my chance. Leaning in conspiratorially, Rose lowered her voice. Then, I wonder if you'd like something like this, she whispered. A dramatic love story between a real prince and the daughter of a prestigious family. Karen froze, her cheeks flushed a deep, adorable red. What? That's so touching? She squealed, her hands clasped under her chin. Rose pressed her advantage, a mischievous glint in her eye. She spun a tale of the girl and the Prince of Siberia embarking on an adventure to overcome the lure of the one. Karen's eyes turned into hearts. I just love that kind of dramatic story, she shrieked. The maid giggled, teasing that Karen was very maidenly, wasn't she? Karen preened, declaring that there is no maiden as pure as she. Rose let out a silent sigh of relief. She was different than I imagined. But I'm glad she took the bait. Karen, completely won over, smiled brightly. She had been planning on turning them away because of the hassle. But for such a lovely and interesting story, she would tell them a little of what they wanted to know. Her lab was filled with colorful potions and strange equipment. She confirmed their suspicions. There was indeed a connection between the Labranas and the One. But to be more precise, she leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. The One is determined by the amount of Labrana pollen that enters your body. Rose and Theo stared, stunned into silence. Pollen. Karen explained that Labrana pollen has a low probability of controlling the human body. Eventually, a man and a woman who ingest the same amount of pollen will become each other's the One. Theo's mind reeled, so the One doesn't come from will or desire, but from the amount of pollen one ingests. Karen glanced at them knowingly. That must be why their respective ones had changed. It was one of two things, either a change in the amount of pollen they each inhaled, or they found a partner with a more proximate pollen level. Rose was aghast. They never thought the One could be triggered by inhaling. This was completely new information. But an exact amount of pollen, how can you judge something like that? Karen reached into a pouch at her side. This is a secret passed down among the Guardians, she said, and it's because of this asterisk that they proved the theory. She revealed a beautiful pyramid-shaped crystal that glowed from within, a measuring instrument called the memoris. This thing, she explained, will give a visual indication of the amount of pollen you have in your body. Theo's eyes widened in realization. In other words, using that to control the pollen inside your body. You could actually change who you're the One is. Hope, bright and overwhelming, surged through him. He looked at Rose, a dizzying possibility rattling between them. Rose's hands clenched at her sides. That means I could dissolve Prince Vin as the One, and Prince Theo can dissolve Princess Tania as his, and he and I can finally return to our own relationship. Theo grabbed her, his face alight with the same joyous hope. Rose, with this we could? Yes. She breathed, her world suddenly filled with color and light, but a sharp voice cut through their celebration. Hold it right there. Karen's tone was ice, her smile was gone, replaced by a cold fury. Who said I would let you use the memoris? Her eyes, once sparkling with delight, were now narrowed slits of contempt. The effects of the pollen aren't artificial, she hissed. It is something we receive naturally. No one could be so fated and precious as the ones who are united by the pollen of the Labrana. Her arms crossed over her chest, a bastion of defiance. I am the guardian of the Labrana. Even if I were to protect those that have their own the One, I would never do anything to twist fate. Her voice rose to a shout echoing through the garden. Now leave. Rose and Theo stared, their hopes shattering like glass around them. No way. After everything, it was all for nothing. Just then the creak of carriage wheels sounded in the distance. A woman's voice, sweet and melodic, called out, "Finally, we're here." A stunning princess with flowing white hair and sun-kissed skin stepped down from the carriage. Her eyes searching. "Prince Theo," she called, a brilliant smile on her face. "Wait for me." With a delicate step, a woman in a flowing magenta gown finally arrives, a soft smile on her lips as she whispers, "Finally, we're here." But her quiet arrival is immediately shattered by a boisterous voice that cuts through the serene air. A woman with shimmering white hair and a dazzling, revealing outfit bursts onto the scene, striking a pose with a wide, confident grin. "Prince Theo, Tada," she announces, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Behind her, her loyal attendant Bizzle watches with a look of utter exasperation as she calls out, "Wait for me." Back with our heroes, a heavy silence hangs in the failed attempt to reason with Karen weighs on them all. Rose can still feel the sting of Karen's dismissal, like a splash of cold water to the face. She lets out a weary sigh, her shoulders slumping in defeat. "We have nowhere to turn," she murmurs, the hope draining from her voice. But Theo's eyes are sharp, his jaw set with determination. He wouldn't give up, not now, not ever. "Either way," he says, his voice a low growl, "we have to get our hands on that device." Olivier chimes in, a thoughtful look on his face, suggesting they could use Karen's fondness for love stories against her, but Theo shakes his head firmly. No, that path was closed. They couldn't keep using that against her. A quiet tension settles over the group again. Lily glances over at Prince Vin, her heart aching at the troubled look on his face. She approaches him cautiously, her voice barely a whisper as she asks if he's still thinking about, well, everything. He just hums in response, lost in his own world. But their quiet moment is ripped apart by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Prince Theo," a voice cries out, and before anyone can react, a figure pounces onto Theo's back. "So this is where you've been?" Theo gasps, his eyes wide with shock as he's thrown off balance. His attacker is none other than Princess Tania, clinging to him like a vine. Her servant Bizzle rushes forward, his face a mask of polite panic as he begs his princess to please calm herself. Olivier, ever the protector, grabs Tania's arm, his eyes narrowing in surprise as he recognizes both the princess and her attendant. The rest of the group can only stare, dumbfounded, as Tania stands there surrounded by her entourage. How did she find them? Theo's mind reels. Did they follow us all the way here? Lily's jaw drops. Is that the Princess of Westitas? Tania, completely oblivious to the chaos she's caused, simply beams at Theo. Her voice sweet as honey as she asks how he's been. Olivier immediately steps between them, positioning himself in front of Bizzle like a shield. Rose quickly intervenes, her hands up placatingly. "Olivier, wait," she calls out. "She's not a bad guy." Olivier pauses, letting out an annoyed sigh and adjusting his glasses with a sharp flick of his wrist. He looks Bizzle up and down, his voice dripping with condescension as he remarks that it seems his lack of friendliness hasn't changed one bit. Bizzle's expression remains as stoic as ever, his gaze like ice as he coolly addresses Olivier by his full name, retorting that at least he isn't as iron-masked as him. Rose blinks, utterly confused. How do you two know each other? Olivier pushes his glasses up his nose, a faint smirk playing on his lips. I guess you could say that, he admits, dropping a bombshell. Bizzle is my cousin. The revelation hits Rose and Theo like a physical blow. Cousin, Theo sputters, he's a relative of yours. Bizzle scoffs, explaining that comparing him to the main branch of the family would be discourteous. His family, he clarifies, is famous for producing butlers. An electric tension sparks between the two cousins. Just because they share the same blood, Bizzle states coldly, doesn't mean they're close. Olivier snorts in agreement. Oh, you say such hurtful things, though I totally agree. Rose watches the frosty exchange, a small smile touching her lips. How strange. They act like they despise each other, but they're so ridiculously similar. Shaking her head, she remembers her purpose. She steps forward, her gaze fixed on Bizzle. From her pocket, she pulls out a stunning, luminescent jewel. His eyes widen in shock. It's the one he left with her. The one he used to save her back in Westitas. She holds it out to him, her expression soft and her voice filled with genuine warmth as she says, thank you. For a fleeting moment, the ice around Bizzle's heart seems to melt. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips as he murmurs how kind she is. But the moment is shattered by Tania, who crosses her arms with a pout. I don't like all this sneaky stuff, she complains, threatening to fire him on the spot. Bizzle immediately snaps back to attention, bowing his head in apology. Tania waves a dismissive hand. Whatever, I'm not interested, she says, her eyes glinting with a mischievous light, because, more importantly than that, her gaze lands on Theo and she pounces again, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Prince Theo, I missed you so much, Rose's temper flares. Hey, Tania, she shouts, her voice sharp as a whip. Theo struggles in Tania's grasp, his face flushed with annoyance. Release me, he demands, telling her to never do that again. But Tania only squeezes tighter, her cheeks dusted with a deep blush. But we're the one for each other, she coos. Bound by true love, it's only natural to touch, isn't it? Rose grits her teeth, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. The audacity, she's all over him. A furious heat rises in her chest and she marches forward, her eyes blazing. The only one who's allowed to hang on Prince Theo like that is his fiancé, me. Theo looks startled, but Tania just stares back, stunned into silence. Rose gets right in her face, her voice low and dangerous. I'm his the one, so I am way above you. Sparks practically fly between the two women as Theo finds himself caught in the middle. He sighs, exhausted. While he appreciated Rose coming to his rescue, this was getting ridiculous. Watching the drama unfold, Vin and Lily exchange a look. Lily asks if he knows the princess, and Vin admits with a grimace that they had a relationship when they were kids. Lily just stares, but Vin quickly changes the subject, reminding everyone of their real mission. Karen, Rose gasps, the fight draining out of her as reality crashes back in. That's right, I don't have time for this. We have to find a strategy to get to her, she exclaims. Tania overhears, a smug look on her face. Oh, you met the Guardian? She says dismissively. That person will never be of any use to us. Theo is stunned. You've met Karen before? Is that how your research went so well? Tania shrugs, admitting Karen didn't tell her much, just something about a child born of two the ones. Rose's eyes widen. A child of two the ones? What could that possibly mean? An idea sparks, and she turns to Tania, demanding to know how the drug she used in Westitas actually works. Tania casually produces a small, ornate bottle. She explains it was just a liquid made from labyrinth pollen designed to equalize their levels. Honestly, she giggles, half of it was just dumb luck. Dumb luck, Rose can hardly believe it. Luck isn't a strategy. They needed something concrete, something certain. They needed the memoris. As the word hangs in the air, Tania leans in close, her voice a seductive whisper. HMPH, you want a substitute for that, do you? A chill runs down Rose's spine. Tania's smile turns sharp, predatory. What you're looking for is something that can dissolve the bond of the one, isn't it? Theo's expression darkens. In other words, he says, something that will get in my way. Tania lets out a wicked giggle. If that's the case, she purrs, her eyes glinting with malice, then I'm going to have to destroy it. Rose freezes, her heart plummeting into her stomach. Oh no, what have I done? I've gone and dug my own grave. Vin can't believe his ears. Are you serious? He shouts. Tania's smile is wide and triumphant. Of course I am. With a dramatic flourish, she turns to her attendant. Let's go, Bizzle, she commands, marching off with purpose. Rose scrambles after her, her voice filled with panic. Hey, wait. Meanwhile, Karen is tending to her garden when a commotion disturbs the peace. What in the world is all this noise? She wonders aloud. Suddenly, she's surrounded. Tania stands before her, flanked by armed guards. Long time no see, Karen, Tania sneers. Now give me that memoris. Her troops rush forward, blades drawn, ready to attack, but Karen doesn't even flinch. Not a chance, she says, her voice dangerously calm. She looks down at the pouting princess with utter disdain, chiding her for her oppressive attitude and warning her that she'll never find a good husband if she keeps it up. Tanya's face contorts with rage. What? She screeches, you're as cheeky as ever. Fine, if Karen wouldn't cooperate, Tanya would take the memoirist by force, ordering her elite troops to attack. A soldier lunges, aiming a spear at Karen's back. Watch out, Rose screams. But in a flash of movement, Bizzle is there, his hand clamping around the spear shaft. With a powerful twist, he disarms the soldier and sends him flying. Karen merely raises an eyebrow. Oh my. She cracks her knuckles, a bored expression on her face. You're lighter than dandelion petals, she scoffs. Did you really think you could challenge me? Did you think all I do is tend to flowers? Tanya's jaw drops. No way. Rose and Theo watch in stunned silence. Karen is that strong? Vin quickly explains that the guardians of the Labyrinth have been masters of martial arts for generations. In this entire kingdom, he says, no one can compare to her. Tanya, seeing her troops failing, orders Bizzle to step in. He draws a massive sword, its polished steel gleaming in the light. Karen seems almost amused. My, that's quite a big sword you have there, she comments. Bizzle nods curtly, honored by the compliment. Karen, in turn, reaches for her own weapon, a small, simple gardening trowel. With a smirk, she declares, it's enough. The clang of steel against steel rings out as the tiny trowel effortlessly parries the massive sword. Bizzle's eyes widen in disbelief. The two are locked in a deadly dance, a whirlwind of motion. Olivier watches, impressed despite himself, admitting that Bizzle is one of the most gifted fighters in his family. But Theo's face is grim. However, he says gravely, he's battling the wrong opponent. With a speed that defies logic, Karen dodges a powerful swing, ducks under Bizzle's guard, and spins behind him, the handle of her trowel pressed firmly against his neck. He's defeated in an instant. Tanya clenches her fists, her knuckles white. This is ridiculous, she couldn't let Bizzle get hurt. Retreat, she yells, and Bizzle immediately disengages. Tanya glares at Karen, a bitter realization dawning on her. The Guardian was far stronger than she'd ever imagined, but a slow, wicked smile spreads across her face. If Karen was this powerful, then there was no way Theo and his little friends would ever be able to steal the memoirs either. She didn't even have to lift a finger. As Tanya and her forces withdraw, Theo and Rose are left reeling. They were facing an opponent far stronger than they could have imagined. Brute force was never an option, but now even persuasion seemed impossible. Rose feels a wave of despair, but she shoves it down. There's no time for weakness. She takes a deep breath and steps forward. Wait, Karen, she calls out. She approaches the Guardian, holding out a clean handkerchief. Your wrist, it's injured, please use this. Karen eyes her suspiciously, a smirk playing on her lips. What's this? Are you trying to gain my favor? She asks, though she takes the cloth. Rose looks her dead in the eye, her voice ringing with unshakable resolve. I am Lady Rose of the House of Charlier. I am known for my stubbornness. I won't give up even if you refuse me 1,000 times. For a moment, Karen's harsh expression softens, but she shakes her head. I'm sorry, she says, her voice firm, but what I have to tell you is as precious to me as the Labyrinth are to you. Rose bows deeply, her heart pounding. Please, just hear me out. Karen lets out a small, amused giggle. You have the face of a villainess, but the manners of a heroine. You're an interesting girl, she concedes. Fine. In exchange for your kindness, I will listen. As the sun begins to set, Rose pours her heart out. Speaking of a love that transcends fate and destiny. A love built on shared moments and overcoming obstacles together. That is the life I want to live with Prince Theo, she declares, her voice thick with emotion. And to do that, I need the memoirs, so please. But Karen is unmoved. She twirls her trowel, her expression bored. Is that it, a sob story? She says, her voice dripping with scorn. Words are cheap. She lifts the trowel, touching the cool metal to Rose's chin. You must not think so highly of me if you thought that would be enough. Before Karen can say another word, Theo is there, grabbing her arm and pulling her away from Rose. You're too close, he snarls, yanking Rose safely behind him. Karen pulls her hand back with a smirk. Either way, she states, her voice turning to ice, I will never change my mind. It is my duty to protect the ones, a thought engraved upon my very soul, no one can overturn it. She turns her back on them, walking away without a second glance. That's as far as your kindness will get you, she calls over her shoulder. Now go home. Defeated, the group stands under the darkening sky. It was no use, they would have to find another way, but as Rose's mind races, she remembers something Tanya said. A child, born of two the ones. What did that mean? Could it be a clue about Karen's past? Olivier muses that finding out about the Guardian's parents might be their only lead. Just then, a sly smile spreads across Prince Vin's face. I may have an idea, he says, his eyes glinting. It's something I once heard from a previous king of Verno. A flicker of understanding ignited in Theo's eyes, his voice cutting through the tense silence of the forest. I may have an idea. He turned to the others, a hint of a forgotten memory on his lips. It's something I once heard from a previous king of Verno. Vin, the silver-haired prince, picked up the thread of the story, his voice taking on a distant fairy tale quality. Long ago, he began, a man and a woman of noble birth living near the kingdom of Verno, once had a special child named after a flower. Rose's heart skipped a beat. A child named after a flower? Could it be? Was that child Karen? Her mind raced with the possibility if that's true, then the history of Verno's kings might hold the key to finding Karen's parents, but Vin's next words shattered her nascent hope. Unfortunately, he has passed away. A wave of disappointment washed over them. So close, they were so close to an answer. Was this another dead end? However, Vin continued, a sliver of hope returning to his voice. Besides him, there's another who might have the information we need. A portrait of a stern, elderly woman flashed in their minds, a new beacon in the darkness. Without another word, they made their way back to the palace in the kingdom of Verno. As the heavy door creaked open, a small, hunched figure appeared. Huh? An old woman mumbled, squinting through her spectacles. Her eyes widened as they fell upon Prince Vin, and a shocked cry escaped her lips. Your Majesty, but her tone wasn't one of reverence, it was one of pure, unadulterated outrage. Snarl, she practically growled, jabbing a finger at him. That's such a flashy and flirtatious outfit. A king should dress with more dignity. Rose and Theo exchanged a baffled look. King? Did this maid just refer to Prince Vin as the king? Was she mistaken? Vin, however, seemed used to this. He tried to wave her off, a weary sigh escaping him. We can deal with my appearance later on. Right now there's something I need to ask you. But the old woman was a force of nature. Procrastination is a bad habit, she shrieked, scowling with the fury of 1,000 grandmothers. If you notice something wrong, you should fix it immediately. The only person who will regret doing something so lax is yourself. She grabbed him by the collar, shaking him furiously. I got it, so just calm down for a second, Vin pleaded, recoiling from her iron grip. Rose stared, dumbfounded. She'd never seen Prince Vin like this. So utterly powerless. Vin managed to explain, been serving at the castle ever since my grandfather was alive and well. Her name is Stella, an exceptional maid trusted by my predecessors. He shot a nervous glance at the still fuming woman. Since she's old, her dementia will make it hard to get her to listen to us, but Rose thought, her expression softening, so that's why he was recoiling. As Stella continued her tirade, Rose noticed something on her own dress, a single delicate petal. Oh, she began, reaching out to the old maid. This is, Stella murmured, her angry expression melting away as she took the small offering. Rose said softly, a labyrinth petal, the wind must have blown it on me. Stella's entire demeanor shifted, the fury vanished, replaced by a gentle, nostalgic smile. Oh my, she cooed, her eyes crinkling at the corners. I see labyrinths are as beautiful as always. Suddenly, the fierce, scolding woman was gone, replaced by a serene grandmother. She straightened up and gave a perfect bow. Prince Vin, you and your guests, I'm sorry that you came all the way here. Rose could only blink in confusion. Did she just suddenly become calm? Vin leaned in, whispering, she's not stable because of her age, I guess, but seeing the labyrinth makes her think of something. An idea sparked in Rose's mind. She held out the petal again. Stella, do you like this flower? Yes, of course, Stella replied, her eyes twinkling with memory. A long time ago, there was a man and a woman who had a deep connection to these flowers. There it is, Rose thought, her heart pounding with excitement. That's what we want to know about. The group leaned in, hanging on her every word. Stella smiled sweetly, her hands clasped before her. And so, what were we talking about? The air deflated, everyone stared in shock as Stella looked at them with a completely blank expression. Rose screamed internally, her head drooping in defeat. This is gonna be tough to ask her. Taking a deep breath, Rose tried again, her voice gentle. We were talking about the man and woman who had a deep connection to the labyrinth. Stella's face lit up. That's right. She began the story again. They were nobles from different small countries that existed near our kingdom of Verno. They were both wed to be different people. It was a forbidden love, a story whispered on the winds. I'm not sure the reason, but they met in a meadow near the border and became each other's the one. They were drawn to each other as if by fate, an invisible string pulling their souls together. They broke it off with their respective fiancés, and because of that were driven out of their homes. But they lived happily together, even in a small hut. Stella's smile grew warmer. Eventually to them was born. Her eyes drifted past them, landing once more on Vin's outfit, her face contorted. Oh my, your majesty, have you still not changed your clothes? The cycle began anew, Stella growling and shaking a terrified Vin. Rose's soul practically left her body. She switched to an absent-minded state at such a critical moment. I really wish Prince Vin would change his clothes. Stella. Rose cried out, trying to cut through the chaos. I think Prince Vin's clothes look quite nice on him, but more importantly, who was the child born to that couple you were talking about? But Stella just crossed her arms, sniffing indignantly. I have never spoken of such things, but you did, Theo thought, his own patience wearing thin. There's gotta be a way to get her back on track. His eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for another trigger, and then he saw it. A framed painting of a single labyrinth flower hanging on the wall. Stella, look, a labyrinth, he said, quickly taking it down and showing it to her. The effect was immediate. Oh my, well now, she murmured, her face softening into that familiar gentle smile. I see labyrinths are as beautiful as always. Rose stared, what she just said, no way, are we listening to the exact same story again? A wave of pity washed over her, not only with dementia, but losing your memory must be tough. But we're about to get some new information, we have to keep trying, and this time the story continued past the interruption. Eventually to them was born a child by the name of Karen. Theo's eyes widened, so it was true, I knew this was all about Karen's parents. Stella's voice was a soft whisper now, filled with bittersweet memories. Karen, do you like the flowers? You always get excited when we come to the border. She spoke of their joy, how they seem to enjoy the fruits of their love immensely. Even Karen had her cute days. But then Stella's expression darkened. However, their time of happiness did not last long. Huh, Rose whispered, a chill running down her spine. After Karen was born, her parents gradually weakened. They eventually lost their sight and even the ability to stand on their own. We're so sorry, Karen. Please forgive us for leaving you here. The words were a ghostly echo of a final, heartbreaking apology. And when Karen was 3, her parents finally passed away. Badump, Rose and Theo's hearts clenched in unison. The tragedy of it was suffocating. I'm guessing her parents weren't always that frail and weak, were they? Theo asked, his voice heavy. No, Stella confirmed. After that, what happened to Karen? Another asked. Stella looked at them, her gaze clear for a moment. I took her in and raised her. You did? Rose exclaimed. The previous king who took custody of her asked me to, she explained. Karen's parents were united through eloping. There was no one else to take her in. Vin looked stunned. I didn't even know that part. She then went out on her own, Stella continued, and began work as the guardian of the Labrana garden, not far from where her parents met, almost as if something guided her there. Theo nodded slowly. The pieces were falling into place. I understand Karen's life up to now, but there's still something puzzling. Rose voiced the question burning in all their minds. Why did Karen's parents become weak and die? It couldn't be a coincidence. It felt too deliberate, too cruel. It's as if after giving birth to Karen, they no longer had a reason to live. A companion added, his words hanging in the air. A violent shudder racked Rose's body. A terrifying thought began to form. Is there some will at work here? Perhaps. There is an entity that benefited from Karen's birth. The words echoed in her mind. No one could be so fated and precious as the ones who are united by the pollen of the Labrana. Karen's proud declaration, I am the guardian of the Labrana. No ways that identity is. Could it be the entity that benefited from Karen's birth? That fated union of the ones. Was it all for the sake of creating a guardian? A cold, horrifying realization washed over Rose. The thing that benefits from Karen being born, Stella said, her voice dropping to a near whisper, that would be the Labrana themselves. The one is a system for creating a guardian of these Labrana. The active union of the ones is known as Miria, so when the guardian is born, the two who bore them as if they had served their purpose pass away. The world tilted on its axis. Rose's eyes widened in sheer horror. No way. That seems a bit hard to believe, but Theo murmured, though his face was pale. Then again, that would make sense if that were the case. Vin's voice was strained. If the system for producing guardians is heat, then climaxing, Theo's breath hitched in a sharp gasp, would be the system for not letting other offspring come about. Rose clutched her chest, a wave of nausea rolling over her. A shudder shook her from head to toe, so if Prince Theo and I had joined in union back when we were each other's the one, then the image of a blood-soaked dagger and their intertwined bodies flashed before her eyes. They would have died, just like Karen's parents. It's often said that Labrana are the flowers of binding, Theo said, his voice grim. It's a plant with a terrifying survival instinct. To think that the ones will eventually pass away due to the Miria. He turned to Stella. Do you think Karen knows this? Stella simply nodded. Yes, she knows. Karen knows about the tragedy that follows Miria. Rose's mind was reeling. That measuring tool she has, the memoris. Had we could manipulate who our the one is. She said something about making a man and woman who don't know each other into they're the ones. A gasp escaped her lips. If one can apply the memoris and Miria, they could do something terrible. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions, but I wonder if Karen is afraid that the one will be used by those who are evil as a tool for murder. Given the risk, her stubbornness suddenly made perfect, heartbreaking sense. I am under no obligation to listen. That would explain her overly stubborn response that time. She wasn't being difficult, she was being protective. It's true that Karen thinks the existence of the one is something precious. The scholar adjusted his glasses. In any case, the clues could be there. The information we've obtained will be the break we need to persuade her. Theo turned to Rose, his eyes filled with a new resolve. I'll let you do the talking this time. Let's go, Rose. He took her hand, his grip firm and reassuring. A strange calm settled over Rose. Knowing this story, I do not fear death. If I could just show her that I have the resolution to overcome it, she may perhaps. She turned back to Stella, squeezing her hands gently. Thank you for sharing this story with us. You've been a great help. Stella beamed. Oh my, thank you, my dear. I'm just happy little old me was able to be of assistance. As they turned to leave, the door shutting behind them, Stella stood alone in the quiet room. I feel like there was something important I forgot to mention. She thought, a faint frown on her face. No, I guess it's just my imagination. I guess I'll have myself some tea. Outside, the gravity of their discovery settled upon them. If your speculation is true, I'm afraid I'm obliged to agree with Karen, the scholar said grimly. Yes, that's why. You'll be needing more than just words in order to convince her. Prince Vin's expression was hard as stone. Rose's gaze was fixed on the path ahead, her mind racing. I wonder if we could get our hands on some proof. Karen's dismissive words echoed in her memory. You can say anything, it's just words. We can't just tell her. Prince Theo and I will have to show her that we're committed in a way that only we can. A gasp escaped her lips as a radical, terrifying idea took root. If that's the case, she stopped, turning to face Theo. Rose, he asked, concern in his eyes. Prince Theo, I'm sorry. Before he could react, she clasped his hand in both of hers, her grip desperate and tight. A sharp sting of pain shot through them both, a jolt of agonizing energy. Arg, Theo grunted, his eyes wide with shock. What's with you all of a sudden? Rose met his gaze, her own eyes burning with an almost feverish intensity. I think this pain is the answer. Her voice was low but steady, filled with a terrifying resolve. If the two of us, who both have different the ones, were to go all the way to unite ourselves, we might just be able to show Karen that we're serious. Theo's breath caught in his throat. The others stared, utterly speechless. Rose, do you know what you're saying? Theo asked, his voice strained. The pain involved in touching each other more than we are now would be 10 times as intense. His own words, his own promise to save her, haunted the space between them. Owa, the memory of the pain was still fresh. Am I correct in assuming you're suggesting we do this knowing what it will do to us? A faint blush colored her cheeks, but her jaw was set. She clenched her fist. I refuse to accept a fate in which I cannot join in union with you. Being away from you would bring me even more pain. Her voice rose, filled with a desperate, passionate conviction. Plus, what I'm afraid of more than this pain, more than anything, is giving up on a future with him. She looked him dead in the eye, a seductive, challenging smile playing on her lips. It's a good thing, isn't it? If you truly love me, then you will lay with me. Bottom, his heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic rhythm of shock and awe and overwhelming love. Her words, her fire, her absolute refusal to surrender. It stole the very breath from his lungs, and in that moment there was only one possible answer. He sank to one knee before her, taking her hand and pressing his lips to her knuckles with the reverence of a knight swearing fealty to his queen. His voice was thick with emotion, a vow whispered amidst a garden of roses. As you wish, my dear. Her voice, a silken trap, echoed in the cathedral of his mind, surrounded by roses and shattered glass. It's a good thing, isn't it? She purred, her crimson eyes glinting with a dangerous promise. If you truly love me. Her elegant hand gestured, a queen demanding fealty. Then you will lay with me. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat of devotion. Bottom, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson, his golden eyes wide with shock and something more, something akin to worship. And in that moment, all his pride, all his princely dignity melted away. He knelt before her, pressing his lips to the back of her hand in utter submission. His voice was a reverent whisper, thick with emotion. As you wish, my dear. And with that promise, they walked away from the world, their steps echoing with purpose. But their departure did not go unnoticed. Karen watched them go, her mind reeling in pure, unadulterated shock. What is he doing? Her thoughts were a chaotic storm. Theodora is going to make love to Rose just to show his resolve to me? The absurdity of it all crashed down on her, a tidal wave of disbelief and fury. What the heck are you talking about? She shrieked, her voice cracking with desperation. No, I can't let this happen, as if I could ever let that happen. In a flash, she lunged forward, her hand clamping down on Rose's wrist like a vice. She grabbed her, pulling her back from the brink of a decision Karen couldn't comprehend. But Rose didn't even flinch. She simply turned, her gaze steady, her voice calm and filled with a chilling certainty. If this is the only way, she said, her eyes meeting Karen's, then we have no right to say anything. Karen's grip faltered. Rose, Prince Vin stepped forward, his own face a mask of confusion and hurt. He pleaded with her, his voice tight. Is he really the one you want? A slow, deliberate smile spread across Rose's lips. A smile that held all the confidence of a queen who knew she held all the cards. Prince Vin, she began, her tone dripping with a condescending pity. You still don't get it, do you? She turned back to Theo, melting into his embrace, her head resting against his chest as she looked back at them victorious. As long as I find myself surrounded by Prince Theo's love, I can get myself through anything. Her voice rang with absolute power. A declaration of war against fate itself, even if God himself got in the way. A dark, intricate spiderweb seemed to materialize behind her, a symbol of her cunning and control. Her eyes flashed, burning like embers. I'd find a way to turn the tables on him. Theo's arm tightened around her, his voice a low rumble of agreement. She's right. He pulled her sleeve, a possessive, loving gesture. He looked directly at Karen and Vin, his expression a mixture of defiance and pride. Look on and envy us. They stood together, a perfect, unbreakable unit, bathed in the light of their shared resolve. The sight was a dagger to Karen's heart, her face crumpled in anguish. Watching the two people she cared for walk toward a fate she couldn't stop, Theo took Rose's hand, their fingers intertwining. Let's go, Rose. She looked up at him, her heart in her eyes. Sure, Prince Theo. The heavy doors of the church closed behind them, shutting out the rest of the world. Prince Vin had provided them a room, a lavish suite fit for a king and his queen. Red velvet curtains, a sprawling bed, and bouquets of flowers everywhere. But the luxury did nothing to calm the wild beating of Rose's heart. Bottom, what should I do? Her cheeks burned, a furious blush spreading across her face as she clasped her hands to them. After all that bravado, after that big speech, I'm still so nervous. And then she felt his gaze on her. Theo was staring, his eyes dark and intense, filled with a fire that seemed to scorch her very soul. His hand reached for her, his fingers gently brushing against her skin. She flinched, a gasp escaping her lips. His voice was a husky whisper, her name a prayer on his lips. Rose. He looked down at her, his own eyes clouded with a profound, beautiful sadness. The pain we're going to feel during our union today, it will be a pain we've never experienced before. The world seemed to fade, the grand chandelier above them blurring into a halo of light and blood-red premonition. But, he continued, pulling her closer, their bodies pressed together in the dim light. If I could die united with you in both body and mind, I would welcome it. His words were so heavy, so final, she felt a tremor run through his hand as it cupped her face. He's trembling, her heart ached for him, he was scared too, I have to put him at ease. With a soft touch, she took his trembling hand in hers. What are you saying? She murmured gently, a tender smile gracing her lips. It's not like that, we're not doing this so that we can die. Her eyes shone with conviction, a sea of flowers blooming around them in her mind's eye. We've chosen this so that you and I can live. His breath hitched, a single word escaped him, full of relief and love. Yeah. His heart pounded in his chest, you're right. In one swift movement, he grabbed her hand, pulling her into a desperate, passionate kiss. A brilliant spark of light erupted between their lips, a jolt of pure energy. He cried out, a sharp intake of breath. Oh, it hurts, he gasped, but his resolve was ironclad. But I can take this much. He stumbled back, pulling her with him as they fell onto the soft mattress. His hands were immediately at her back, finding the zipper of her dress. The sound cut through the silence, a promise of what was to come. She flinched as his lips found the sensitive skin of her shoulder, a hot, wet touch that sent a shiver down her spine. He licked the spot and she shuddered, a moan escaping her lips. What is this feeling? Her mind was a whirlwind of sensation. I can feel the pain and the heat of Prince Theo's body at the same time. It feels so good. So good, I feel like I'm gonna melt. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic rhythm against his chest. Badump, my heart is about to boil over and explode. They kissed again, deeply, losing themselves in the moment. We've experienced heat and touched each other like this a number of times before, she thought, her body arching into his. Lying beneath him, surrounded by a sea of roses, she looked up into his eyes. But I never imagined I could join myself to him in this way. This isn't an act of unhappiness. She realized as he kissed a path down her neck. Rather, isn't it a blessing? His hand found hers, their fingers sliding together, intertwining in a perfect fit. His breath was hot against her ear, his heart pounding in time with hers. You and I have touched each other like this before, he whispered, his voice thick with desire. But today won't be gentle. Her breath hitched, a blush spreading across her cheeks as her eyes widened. He pulled the sheets over them, creating their own private world. I will take everything from you. He pulled his shirt away, revealing the hard planes of his chest, a perfect sculpture of a man, and in her heart, she screamed back, take it all from me, take everything, because he's my favorite character, because he's a prince. Both reason and position complicate things, but I don't need any of that right now. Their clothes were discarded, forgotten on the floor. His fingers, deep inside me, her mind went blank, Badump, hey, you've touched me enough. She gasped, her body arching in pleasure, his heat. So don't tease me like that. His fingers curled, rubbing against her, and she felt herself being assaulted with pure pleasure. His voice was a desperate plea against her lips. Rose, I want to be inside you, but strangely enough it feels good and makes me want more and more, she thought, her own voice a breathless whisper. Okay, Theo, his hand guided hers, come to me, and then he was inside her. A sharp spark of pain and pleasure shot through her and she cried out, her head thrown back. Ah, it's so big. He buried his face in her hair, his own voice breaking with emotion. Rose, I love you. Tears streamed down her face, tears of pain and ecstasy. I love you too. The bed creaked as they moved together, a frantic, beautiful dance of two souls becoming one. Her hands squeezed his, their fingers locked together as the world outside shattered. This pain, I can withstand it, she thought, a silent scream of defiance. It's a shame you're not able to tear us apart. Flower of Union's Labrana, a single ethereal lily bloomed in the blinding light, a symbol of their victory. The new day dawned, birds chirping outside the window. They lay tangled in the sheets, the room filled with the sweet scent of flowers and their love. Theo held her close, kissing her forehead as she slept. I feel like I'm dreaming. Rose thought, her eyes fluttering open, but this isn't a dream at all. Memories of the night before flooded her mind. Last night, Prince Theo was so passionate. He wanted me hard and satisfied me so much. She felt a gentle shift and glanced up. His eyes were open, watching her. He ran a hand through his messy hair, his voice still rough with sleep. Morning, how are you feeling? She felt a blush creep up her neck as he pulled her closer, her bare skin against his muscular chest. Wah, she pushed against the sheets, trying to sit up. It's totally fine, but a sharp spark of pain shot through her lower body and she winced. He was instantly concerned, sitting up beside her. Are you okay? She gave him a weak, reassuring smile. Yeah, I'm still just a little bit in pain, but I feel much better. I got through it out of sheer willpower, she thought, but uniting with Prince Theo wasn't easy. There was a lot of pain to overcome, but more than that, it felt good to become one with him. She looked at him, her heart overflowing. Right now, she said, gently poking his nose, I'm so filled with happiness, I feel like I could die. His eyes softened, a deep, loving gaze that made her heart melt. I feel the same way, Rose, he whispered, his touch gentle as he pulled her into a warm embrace. I prefer a blessed life over a deadly fate. We chose to unite to be alive. He smiled, a genuine, happy smile. Your words yesterday made me truly happy. Rose felt her cheeks heat up. But as she was about to speak, a memory flashed in her mind. A dark, twisted vision of her own demise. At the same time, Theo suddenly flinched, his expression twisting in pain. Rose, what are you talking about? He mumbled, confused. She looked at him, startled. I remember that you. Suddenly, he clutched his head, a sharp throb of pain lancing through his skull. The world around him seemed to distort and fade. Prince Theo, are you all right? She asked, her voice laced with worry. He forced a smile, though his hand was still pressed to his temple. Why, yeah, what was that just now? It looked like his memory became fuzzy. His thoughts were a frantic scramble. Ah, this is such a blessed morning. There's no way I can make her worry. He brushed it off. Sorry, I must have just imagined that. He changed the subject. His voice brighter. More importantly, let's go see Karen when you feel better. Rose's eyes lit up. That's right, we have to move Karen's heart with the truth that we united. But Karen was less than thrilled to see them approaching through her garden. I'm tired of seeing you too, she said flatly, not even turning around. So you came back having learned nothing? Just give it up already. Rose stepped forward, her expression earnest. We're sorry to keep bothering you, but I don't care to know your situation. Karen snapped, finally turning to face them, her eyes flashing with irritation. Didn't I tell you I was busy taking care of the flowers? Rose took a deep breath. It's about your parents and about how the one works. Karen froze, Rose pressed on, her voice soft but firm. We heard all about it from your foster parent, Stella. Images flooded Karen's mind, her parents walking through a field of flowers, their love story ending in tragedy after she was born. The reason why you won't give us the memoirs, Rose said, her gaze piercing, is because you're scared that we'll use it with evil intent. You're trying to artificially avoid bringing about a tragic fate, right? Karen's jaw tightened, her teeth gritting. She turned away, unable to meet their eyes. Hypothetically, if that were true, what then would you say? Rose's eyes burned with a fierce light. What you're thinking is right, but that doesn't make what we're thinking wrong. Her voice rose, filled with a passion that could move mountains. If tragedy is to befall me, then I wish to decide who it is with. I want to dissolve any relationship I have with unwanted partners. She stepped forward, placing a hand on Theo's chest. That's why we've come here to prove to you our resolve. Last night, we united our bodies and overcame the pain that came with it. Karen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? She shook her head, her voice sharp with skepticism. But the two of you both have other the ones, do you not? If so, then what you say is impossible. To think you'd unite with anyone other than you're the one, the pain of rejection should have been enough to kill the both of you. Her voice rose to a shout, her disbelief turning to anger. You can say anything if it's just words, but I don't believe a word of it. You must show me proof. Rose panicked internally, her confident facade crumbling. She's right, I was so busy thinking about uniting that I didn't think of that. But is there even a way for us to prove it? Will we have to actually show her what we did? Theo stepped forward, his expression grave. There's certainly no way that we can prove it, but what Rose said is true. There's a love between us that allowed us to get through the sharp pain that ran through us. He looked at Karen, his gaze unwavering. We are no longer afraid of anything. We made a promise to each other, Rose and I, last night. As the words left his lips, the searing pain shot through his head again, more intense this time. He gasped, his vision blurring. Last night? Last night? Arg, he collapsed to his knees, his body trembling. Prince Theo, Rose cried, rushing to his side. He clutched his head, groaning. I'm sorry. My head suddenly started hurting. He looked up, his eyes filled with a terrifying confusion. It's been like this all morning, so strange. As soon as I try to remember what Rose and I talked about, Karen watched him, her expression shifting from disbelief to dawning. I see now, she whispered, her voice barely audible. A fractured mirror appeared in her mind's eye, reflecting a fading image. Some of your memories of her have disappeared, haven't they? The mirror shattered into a million pieces. We call that the lost. Her gaze was grim, her voice heavy with the weight of her knowledge. It's an after effect. It comes from uniting with someone other than you're the one. Splatters of blood seem to stain the broken glass. If you continue to climax with someone other than you're the one, sooner or later, all your memories of them will be lost. Rose and Theo stared at her, their faces paling in shock. Karen continued, her words like droplets of poison. It's normally supposed to be lost slowly over time, but since you two went all the way, the lost is accelerating. The full weight of her words crashed down on Rose. My memories of Prince Theo will disappear. No, not my memories. His memories of me, he will forget me. The thought was a physical blow, knocking the air from her lungs. That's terrible. Karen let out a long, slow sigh, her shoulders slumping. That reaction of yours, girl, makes it seem like you were telling the truth. A small, weary smile touched her lips as she picked up her watering can. I understand. I have no other choice but to believe you. Her acceptance was a small victory, but it was overshadowed by a terrifying new reality, a price far steeper than they had ever imagined. A dark crack spiders through her memory. Karen lets out a long, deliberate sigh, her lips pursed as she watches them. The girl's reaction, the raw, desperate panic in her eyes, it was too real to be a lie. A field of vibrant flowers flashes through her mind, a symbol of hope and belief. She finally understands. Her voice is calm, resolute, as she declares that she has no other choice but to believe them. The decision is made. Now she looks at them, her gaze piercing, and asks the question that hangs heavy in the air. Now that they know the truth, what do they wish to do? Do they want to go back to being each other's the one? Or do they wish to dissolve the bond altogether? Both Rose and Theo flinched, their eyes wide with shock. The question is a simple one, but the answer? The answer is everything. Rose's mind drifts to a cold, sterile church, to the image of a coffin, a final resting place. Until this moment, until knowing the ultimate fate of the one, she had held a secret hope. A tiny, foolish wish that she and Prince Theo could somehow find their way back to that fated connection. But now, her eyes narrow with a fire born of pain and resolve. That hope is ash, her voice doesn't waver as she speaks the words that will change her destiny forever. I want to dissolve it altogether. Karen turns away, a knowing look on her face. If that's the case, then they won't be needing the memoirist. There is another way in order to dissolve the one. She opens an ancient leather-bound book. Its pages filled with forgotten lore. They're going to need a black labrana. What? Theo and Rose exchange a look of utter confusion. A black labrana, something like that exists? Karen explains, her voice low and serious. It is a mutated species, a flower of impossible rarity. One that temporarily extinguishes the potent effects of the labrana pollen. It is a precious, almost mythical flower that only blooms once every 100 years. Every 100 years? Rose's face drains of color, her hands clenching at her sides. No way, that means they might not even be able to get one. Is this a dead end? Was their hope just a cruel joke? Karen snaps the book shut with a decisive thud. A sly, confident smile plays on her lips as she winks. However, fate may be at work here. Perhaps the two of them have incredible luck. She leans in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. As it just so happens, the season is upon them. The black labrana will bloom next spring. Next spring, the words are a symphony to Rose's ears. A wave of pure, unadulterated joy washes over her, so powerful it makes her dizzy. That means we're... Theo finishes her thought, his voice thick with emotion as he pulls her into a fierce, triumphant hug. Yeah. They cling to each other, a silent promise passing between them. A future is possible. Watching them from a distance, Karen's stern expression softens. They look so relieved, so happy. Theo and Rose turn to her, their faces glowing with gratitude. They thank her, promising they are in her debt and will be back in the spring. But Karen's smile vanishes as quickly as it appeared. A breeze wafts through her pink hair as she lifts her chin, her eyes turning sharp as steel. She admits they managed to break her this time. But from here on out, she will continue to live her life for herself first and for the labrana and the one second. She takes a step forward. Her presence suddenly intimidating. She delivers a chilling ultimatum. The next time she sees even the slightest bit of cowardice in their faces, she won't be handing over the black labrana. Rose's own resolve hardens, her red eyes meeting Karen's without fear. Okay, she says, her voice steady. We would expect nothing less. She takes a breath, humbling herself, but she adds, Karen is right. The labrana and the one are very important to her, and for that reason, she is sorry for her past actions, for the selfish request she made. A sudden gasp cuts through the air. Rose's blood runs cold. A memory, sharp and cruel, flashes before her eyes. Her own voice, dripping with venom, telling Prince Vin she was only playing with his heart. The sound of footsteps on gravel makes her turn. And there he is, Prince Vin, and he's not alone. His voice cuts through her, accusing. He remembers that time she ripped a petal from a labrana right when he proposed to her. Rose stares in horror. Prince Vin? And everyone else? Iris and Olivier stand with him, looking sheepish. They confess they were worried, so they stayed close by to listen. But their confession is drowned out by a low, menacing growl. Hold it right there. Karen's face is a mask of pure fury, her eyes wide with disbelief, her teeth gnashing together. Her voice is a terrifying whisper. You ripped a petal off a labrana? Rose panics, her mind going blank with fear. She stammers out an apology, bowing her head in shame. I am terribly sorry. But Karen is beyond hearing apologies. Her voice booms across the garden, filled with righteous fury. I'll never forgive you for that, you fool. Her punishment is swift and brutal. She shoves watering cans and tools into their hands, her face menacing as she sentences them all to weeding the entire garden. Even Prince Vin, his face a mixture of shock and indignation, is forced to his knees, pulling at stubborn roots. Why does **** have to do it too? Later, as the sun begins to set, Rose and Theo stand together, exhausted and dirt-stained. Prince Theo, she begins softly. He gazes off into the distance, a thoughtful, worried expression on his face. He knows they've decided to dissolve the bond, but a new fear has taken root. If they use the black labrana and inhale its pollen, what happens then? They might just give rise to other the ones, matching pollen levels with someone else entirely. Rose looks up at him, her own heart sinking. Is there any way to protect us from inhaling the pollen? Is there a way to break this curse for good? Theo pulls her close, his arms a safe harbor. He assures her that they'll be able to find a way, he's sure of it. Rose melts into his embrace, her cheek against his chest. What a coincidence, she murmurs. She was thinking the same thing. This isn't just for them anymore. This is for their future, and for the happiness of all the ones out there, back at the academy. A fragile sense of normalcy returns. Rose sits in class, stifling a yawn. A small smile on her face. Things are finally back to the way they were. She can spend time with Prince Theo at school again just for a little while. He sits beside her, a book in his lap, a warm laugh escaping him as she teases him. It's perfect. It's peaceful, too peaceful. The classroom door slams open with a loud kerchak. A figure bursts in, radiating an impossible amount of energy. Prince Theo, a familiar voice cries out, I've missed you. Before anyone can react, Princess Tania has launched herself at Theo, tackling him in a hug. A jolt runs through Rose, déjà vu. She leaps to her feet, her chair clattering against the floor. Princess Tania, what are you doing here? Tania just winks, utterly unbothered by the commotion. Can't you tell from the clothes I'm wearing? She preens, looking smug. I'm now your homeroom teacher. What? Rose and Theo stare, completely dumbfounded. But the shocks aren't over. Another voice, smooth and amused, drifts in from the doorway. I'd say long time no see, but that's not really true, is it? Karen leans against the doorframe, looking far too pleased with herself. Karen, Rose shrieks. Karen gives a little wave. I've become the gardener here temporarily. She lets out a little tee-hee, adding that the Labrana garden isn't very demanding this time of year. Rose and Theo can only stare, their minds reeling. Their jaws are on the floor. Why is this happening? Later, Rose stares out a window, watching the empty school grounds. I can't believe those two are here. A sense of dread coils in her stomach. I feel like things are gonna get hairy from here on out. She thinks back on everything they've already endured at the academy. It's been so much, too much. Suddenly her vision fractures. The image in her mind shatters like glass. Huh, what was that? She shakes her head, trying to focus on the memories of her and Theo at the academy. But the images keep breaking apart, dissolving into nothing. The next day, they find Karen in the garden, happily tending to the flowers. She looks up, a cheerful smile on her face, asking if they needed something. Theo and Rose stand before her, their expressions grim. We want you to tell us more about the lost, Theo says, his voice low. We need to know how to stop it from happening. Rose touches her forehead, a wave of dizziness washing over her. It feels like they're losing more of their memories than she thought, and she's getting scared. Karen stands, dusting the dirt from her gloves. She tells them combating it is simple, they just need to avoid going into heat, and in order to do that, they'll need to take suppressants and be with their respective the ones. Rose's heart sinks. Prince Vin quit the academy. He's spending his time in Verno with Iris as he should be, and Tanya is here. But as Theo points out, it's highly unlikely she'll agree to take the suppressants. Karen seems completely unconcerned. In fact, she's beaming, her hands clasped together in excitement. She confesses that after seeing the love they share, she just had to observe how other lovers live their lives with her very own eyes. And what better place for that than an academy? Rose and Theo just stare, dumbfounded. I see, Rose thinks to herself, backing away slowly. She's more interested in love stories than tending to the Labrana this time of year. Unbelievable. Fine. She clenches her fists with determination. All right, it's time to convince Princess Tanya to help us. Rose finds the classroom in a state of chaos. Tanya is surrounded by a flock of blushing, adoring male students, all vying for her attention. Miss Tanya, please teach me this. She leans over one boy, her smile sultry, purring that she can take care of all of them individually. Rose's eye twitches. What is going on here? She finally snaps. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You're supposed to be a teacher, aren't you? Tanya just stretches languidly, not a care in the world. What do you mean I'm just being myself? Rose glares at her. What is the real reason you came here? Tanya sighs dramatically and waves the boys away, promising to answer all their questions later once they are alone. Tanya leans against a desk. Isn't it obvious why I'm here? She looks Rose dead in the eye, a challenging smirk on her face. I'm here to make Prince Theo fall in love with me. Rose crosses her arms, her voice dangerously low. That's my fiancé you're talking about. You really don't know when to give up, do you? Tanya's smirk widens. Girls who give up so easily never truly find happiness. She steps forward, her fingers gently touching Rose's chin. Rose flinches back, her mind screaming, this hussy. No, I didn't come here to argue. She shoves Tanya's hand away and holds out a small bottle of pills. Fine, whatever, anyway, I'd like for you to take these. Tanya eyes the bottle. Those are heat suppressants, aren't they? Rose presses on, explaining that it wouldn't be good for her to suddenly go into heat at an academy, that it would take a toll on her body. So, please, she begs, squeezing the bottle tightly. She doesn't really think she'll be convinced with such a pretense, but to her utter shock, Tanya simply says, fine. Rose stares. Wait, what? Before she can process it, Tanya plucks a pill from the bottle and tosses it into her mouth. She winks, a surprisingly shrewd look in her eyes. This is what he wants, isn't it? It's about receiving real love. A strange thought crosses Rose's mind. She's changed quite a lot since the first time I met her. A reluctant thanks escapes her lips. Tanya beams, clasping her hands together. No need for your thanks. You can celebrate when Prince Theo and I tie the knot. Rose's jaw drops and she points an accusing finger. What? Why in the world would you two get married? I take back what I said. She hasn't changed a bit. Later, Rose recounts the bizarre encounter to Theo. He listens patiently, a small smile on his face. He remarks that worrying about suppressants here at the academy, it's kind of nostalgic, don't you think? He lets out a soft laugh. Yeah, it's nostalgic. The word gets caught in Rose's throat. Her vision suddenly fractures, the world around her dissolving into digital noise. A wave of vertigo hits her and her body goes limp. She collapses forward, falling straight into Theo's arms. He catches her, his eyes wide with panic. Rose, are you losing memories again? He cries out, clutching his own head as a sharp pain lances through his skull. He gasps, his body trembling. They stare at each other, a shared terror in their eyes as the world around them shatters into puzzle pieces. Are we both losing our memories again? I'm scared. I'm losing every memory I've ever had with him. The thought is a cold knife in her heart. Seo's expression is a mixture of agony and fierce determination. This loss of memory, he says, his voice trembling but firm, is like a different form of death. His hand comes up, his fingers gently threading through her hair. But Rose, I won't let you lose anymore. He pulls her chin up, forcing her to look at him. His eyes burn with an intensity that steals her breath away. We just need to avoid direct contact with each other and replace the memories we've lost with brand new ones. Her heart hammers against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear and hope. Okay, she whispers, her voice barely audible. We can't give in to the lost. As Theo speaks of not wanting her to leave his side, a new voice cuts in, calm and familiar. There'll be no need for that. They both turn, startled. Standing there as if summoned by their despair is Prince Vin. The gentle breeze of the academy gardens carried the scent of blooming flowers, but Rose's attention was fixed on the two figures approaching them. One was her dear friend Iris, a warm smile gracing her lips. The other was Prince Vin. His silver hair seemed to catch the light, but his eyes held a familiar weariness. A gasp escaped the lips of a nearby student. Prince Vin, what was he doing back here? Iris practically skipped the last few feet, her hands finding Rose's. It's been a while, you two, she chirped, her voice a melody of happiness. Rose squeezed her friend's hands, a genuine smile spreading across her face. Iris, I thought you were in Verno on break from school, she began, confused. Prince Vin, standing slightly behind Iris, ran a hand through his hair, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. He mumbled that they had both decided to come back. Iris leaned in closer to Rose, her voice dropping to conspiratorial whisper as she added that he insisted they did. There's still something to be gained here, she explained, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Then she leaned in even closer, her lips brushing Rose's ear. The whisper was barely audible, a secret just for her. Although there's also concern about his body. Prince Vin came back because he was worried about you. Oh, she confessed. From a few feet away, Vin's sharp voice cut through the air, laced with annoyance. Hey, I hope you're not saying anything strange over there. He called out, his eyes narrowed. Iris just giggled, a playful tee-hee, maybe I am, escaping her lips. Rose turned to the brooding prince, her heart softening. Thank you, Prince Vin, she said, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. He just let out a curt HMPH, turning his head away, but she could see the tips of his ears were red. Life at the academy was finally returning to normal. There were still things to worry about, of course, but for now there was a fragile peace. Asterisk, I should get used to the routine as soon as possible, asterisk, Rose thought, walking through the hallowed halls. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft asterisk cat-chunk asterisk sound from her locker. She paused, her hand hovering over the metal door. Inside, nestled amongst her books, was a single crisp white envelope, a letter. Her fingers trembled slightly as she picked it up. It was plain, with no name or return address. A jolt went through her. Could this be? Her mind raced, cheeks flushing a bright crimson. Could this possibly be a love letter? The thought was absurd, utterly ridiculous. Asterisk, I can't believe the notorious Lady Rose would have fans. Asterisk, she thought, her mind flashing to Theo's possessive gaze. And whoever sent this, they were so brave, sending it even knowing she was engaged to Prince Theo. A voice suddenly chirped from behind her shoulder, making her jump. Is that a love letter? Iris peeked over, her eyes wide with excitement. Rose's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. She whirled around, clutching the letter to her chest as if it were a scandalous secret. Iris's eyes were sparkling. I knew it. I see that people find you attractive, huh? She squealed. Oh, Iris, Rose mumbled, her face burning, but it was too late. Another voice joined the fray, booming with dramatic flair. The sweet and sour romance of students, isn't that wonderful? Karen appeared as if from nowhere, striking a pose with a heart in her eyes. Rose flinched. Karen, you too? Her friends were practically vibrating with excitement. Iris clasped her hands together, her face a picture of pure delight. I can't believe they would send you a love letter knowing you were engaged. This must be true love, right? Karen nodded vigorously. Wow. I'm thrilled he'd be so courageous. Rose let out a long, suffering sigh, pressing the cool paper of the envelope to her hot cheek. Asterisk, think of it as someone else's problem. Asterisk, she scolded herself. I don't know for sure that it's a love letter yet, she tried to reason, her voice barely a whisper. I need to read what it says. With her two friends practically breathing down her neck, peeking over her shoulders with wide, expectant eyes, Rose carefully broke the seal and unfolded the letter. The handwriting was elegant, the words simple but heartfelt. Taking up a pen so that I can share my feelings with you, it began. Niceties aside, I know I'm not the right man for you, but I wanted to tell you how I feel. I love you. Rose's breath hitched. It really was a love letter. Alas, I hope that you may find happiness in the future to come. A small, sad smile touched her lips. My answer will be obvious, of course, she thought, folding the letter back up. But I should still reply. It's the proper thing to do. Iris peered at the envelope in Rose's hand. But there's no name on it. Rose froze. She was right. How could she reply if she didn't know who sent it? What should I do? She murmured. Karen threw her hands up in the air, her face a mask of pure tragedy. Arg, is this where the love story ends? She wailed. Unseen by the girls, two figures watched from the end of the hall. Theo's eyes were like smoldering coals, his fists clenched at his sides. I don't want her to go to him, he growled, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. There was a good chance the honest and sincere Rose would meet with him and respond. The thought was infuriating. Who in the world is he beside him? Vin's expression was just as dark. She was able to push aside my feelings for her so easily. And now this? What a reckless man, his eyes narrowed. A glint of something cold and sharp within them. Maybe I should kill him. Back in the hallway, Iris took a deep breath, her eyes suddenly shining with determination. Rose, you should find the brave man who wrote this letter and reply to him directly, she declared. Rose looked at the letter, then at her friend's earnest face. Yes, that would be the decent thing to do, she agreed, nodding slowly. The two princes at the end of the hall flinched as if struck. This was actually happening. She was going to meet him. But then Karen, who had been scrutinizing the letter, let out a sharp HM. She leaned in, her finger tracing the air above the page. Look, if you read the beginning letters of every sentence. Rose and Iris leaned in closer. Beginning letters, Rose murmured, her eyes scanning the text again. T-N-A-T-A. Her blood ran cold. The letter spelled out a name she knew all too well. Tania. Rose's eyes flew wide with shock and horror. Does that mean this letter was written as a prank by Princess Tania? Tania. Karen's shriek echoed through the now empty classroom. They found the princess sitting calmly at her desk, a book in her hands. She looked up, utterly unfazed. A love letter? I don't know anything about that, she said, her voice smooth as silk. Rose was momentarily stunned into silence. Karen, however, was a pink-haired storm of fury. You lying vixen, it says Tania right here. She screeched, shoving the letter towards Tania's face. Tania didn't even flinch, simply raising an eyebrow. Yelling will only make you age faster, she commented coolly. Isn't that just a coincidence? I wouldn't leave a clue like that behind. Rose placed a calming hand on Karen's arm. She's right. I let Karen's influence get the better of me. You're right, our apologies, Rose said with a gracious smile. Watching from the doorway, Theo let out a silent sigh of relief. I would have been okay had the letter come from Tania, but his relief was short-lived. Tania suddenly leaned forward, her sharp eyes examining the letter in Rose's hand. Oh, this distinctive handwriting, isn't it Amer's from the class next door? Rose blinked. Amer, I've never heard of him, but let's head next door, she declared, her determination renewed. About that boy? Tania began, a thoughtful look on her face. He's the sickly type, so he's in the infirmary, so Amer's behind these doors. Rose found herself standing before the infirmary door. Taking a deep breath, she pushed it open with a soft creak. Inside, a boy with gentle brown hair and wide, startled eyes looked up from his book. Rose stepped inside cautiously. Are you Amer? She asked softly. The boy nodded, looking flustered. Why, yes, but are you, Lady Rose? He stammered. So he's the one who sent me this letter. It must have taken a lot of courage for him to do so, Rose thought, her heart softening with pity, but she had to be honest. From the crack in the door, 4 pairs of eyes watched intently. Rose cleared her throat, holding the letter. I read the letter you sent me. I'm very flattered. She began, her posture respectful. But my heart belongs to somebody else. I'm afraid I cannot reciprocate your feelings. She finished with a deep, apologetic bow. I'm so sorry. In the hallway, Theo whispered Rose's name, a small, satisfied smile playing on his lips. Vin watched, a complicated expression on his face. That was nicer than when she rejected me, he muttered bitterly. Inside the infirmary, Amer stared at Rose, his face a mask of utter confusion. I'm sorry, but what are you talking about? He asked, blinking his wide, innocent eyes. Rose straightened up, just as confused. I'm talking about this letter, she exclaimed, holding it up for him to see. It was in my locker. Amer's face exploded in a furious blush. What are you doing with that? He shrieked, his voice cracking. That was supposed to be put in Iris's locker. Rose froze. Iris's? A loud crash echoed as the door flew open and her friends and the princes tumbled into the room. Amer didn't even seem to notice. He scrambled to his feet, pushing past a stunned Rose and rushing towards a wide-eyed Iris. Iris, you've got it all wrong. It appears that things got confused. He stammered, his face bright red as he pumped his fists in the air. But it's not Rose, but you that I love. A beat of stunned silence filled the room. Then Iris, with a serene and gentle smile on her face, spoke. I'm sorry, but I'll have to turn you down. The rejection was so swift, so clean, it left everyone speechless. Poor Amer looked like he'd been struck by lightning, collapsing to his knees in shock. I was dumped after only a second, he whimpered. Karen leaned over to a smiling Iris. You sure are upfront and clear about things. Iris just beamed. You can't reciprocate feelings you don't have, right? Although I'm flattered. Watching them, a small, amused smile touched Vin's lips. Then he gasped. A strange, powerful feeling washed over him. He clutched his hand to his mouth, his eyes wide. Why did I feel a sense of relief just now? Time passed, and before Rose knew it, the season for the Academy's sports festival had arrived. In the world of Prince of Prince, sports festivals existed, strangely enough. It was all fine and dandy, but even though it was supposed to be a world of fantasy, there were bull toss games and tug-of-war, and the main event was an obstacle course. I'm sure it's an event that's been shoehorned in as one of the creators' hobbies. Rose chuckled to herself, but thanks to that. Rose, let's do our best today, Theo called out, a brilliant smile on his face. He and Vin were dressed in outfits that looked like they were straight out of ancient Rome. Theo admitted he wasn't used to the clothes, but they were rather nice. Rose's heart did a little flutter. These clothes, I've loved them ever since I played the game before I was reincarnated. Thank you to the creator. Her gaze drifted to the girls' outfits. Why do the girls have to be in skimpy gym shorts? It's a strange view of this world, isn't it? Iris looked adorable, if a little embarrassed. I feel a little embarrassed wearing these, she mumbled, blushing. But they look so good on someone with such a nice body like you, Rose. She gushed, her eyes sparkling. Rose's sweat dropped. Thanks. From the steps above, Theo's gaze lingered on Rose. She does look good, he thought, his eyes tracing her form. Everywhere I look, I'm in trouble. His heart began to pound, his mind filling with images that made his cheeks burn. Slap, he smacked himself hard across the face, startling Rose. What's the matter? She cried out. Theo shook his head, his face still red. Nothing. There was a mosquito on my face, he lied, trying to calm his racing heart. Asterisk, I almost went into a different kind of heat just then. Asterisk, Iris glanced over at Vin, noting his quiet intensity. He's a hard man to read sometimes. However, Vin's gaze wasn't on Rose. It drifted over to Iris. She's no Rose, but not bad. A faint blush crept up his neck, and he quickly turned away, clearing his throat. Just then, Karen bounced over, showing off her own outfit. So this is where you've been. Take a look at these beautiful muscular legs, she declared proudly. Rose deadpanned. She looks good, so why does it feel so awkward? Theo, however, seemed to find the distraction helpful. Thanks to you, I seem to have calmed down. He gave Karen a grateful pat on the shoulder. Hey, that doesn't really seem like a compliment, Karen protested. Right, Rose, you're on Team Black, let's give it our all. Iris cheered, grabbing Rose's hand. We won't let up on Team White. The festival began with a bang. Rose and Iris were a formidable team in the ball toss, sinking basket after basket with fierce determination. From the sidelines, Vin called out encouragement. Good pace, you ignoramuses, he shouted, a smirk on his face. Yes, Prince Vin, they called back. Meanwhile, Tanya, dressed as a cheerleader, was enthusiastically rooting for Theo. Prince Theo, you're the strongest, she squealed. The two teams were neck and neck. We're doing great, huh? We're tied for points, Rose said breathlessly, chugging from a water bottle. Next was the tug of war. Karen faced off against Olivier, a smug grin on her face. You're good for a backup. Your name's Olivier, isn't it? I wonder who's better, you or Bizzle, she taunted. Olivier's face darkened. Oh, it's disturbing to be compared to him, he grumbled, digging his heels in. The crowd roared as the two teams pulled with all their might. Eventually, it was time for the final, most anticipated event. Rose, the obstacle course is about to start, Iris called out. Rose's eyes lit up. That's right, the ones who will be competing are… The crowd went wild as the two competitors stepped onto the field. Prince Theo and Prince Vin. Vin stared at Theo, his golden eyes burning with intensity. Theodora, I'm glad the day has come where we face off against each other, he said, his voice low and serious. Rose watched from the sidelines, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over her. It seems like only yesterday that we wagered our futures with Rose over a game of chess. Theo met Vin's gaze. A long time ago, it's possible you may have forgotten. My apologies for that time, he said, his expression unreadable. However, one way or another, I will win. A slow, dangerous smile spread across Vin's face as he brushed his silver hair back. It's convenient that you're forgetting the past, because even in this competition, I'm not the same man I used to be. Rose watched them, her heart in her throat. Good luck, Prince Theo. Suddenly, Theo's head snapped up, his eyes finding hers in the crowd. Rose, he called out, his voice ringing with conviction. He placed a hand over his heart, his gaze unwavering and full of promise. I will, without fail, present you with a victory. Rose's heart exploded in her chest. Badump, he's so cool. It's way better to see him in real life than just the game. Prince Theo is the best. She began cheering wildly, all semblance of noble lady composure gone. Of course you will. Failure here means failure as my fiancé. Theo's lips curved into a confident smirk as he turned back to the starting line. He and Vin crouched down, muscles coiled and ready. On your mark, get set. Their eyes met one last time, sparks flying between them. Bang, the starting pistol fired and they exploded off the line. The air crackles with anticipation. Muscles tense, coiled like springs, ready to explode. Prince Theo and Prince Vin are crouched low, their gazes locked on the path ahead, but their minds are on each other. A spark of rivalry flashes between them, a silent war declared before the first step is even taken. Then the sound that shatters the silence. Bang. The race has begun. The crowd roars to life. From the stands, Lydia shakes her pom-poms with wild abandon, her voice a cheerful shriek as she calls out good luck to Prince Theo. They're off, a blur of motion as they surge forward. First up is the balance beam, a narrow, treacherous path. The footing is terrible, designed to slow down even the most agile competitor. It should take them some time to cross, but how? They're not walking, they're not even jogging, they're asterisk sprinting asterisk. Their feet barely seem to touch the wood, a blur of motion as they fly across the beams. The crowd is stunned into silence. How can they run with such vigor? There's no way the others can keep up. As they race neck and neck, Vin leans in close, his voice a low murmur just for Theo's ears. He tells him there's something he should say, that he hasn't given up on Rose. His words are a poisoned dart. At the end of the day, he sneers. Theo is nothing more than engaged to be married. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a threat and a promise. Theo's violet eyes narrow with fury. Next up after the balance beams is the candy-eating competition. A huge trough of white flour sits before them, hiding sweet, heart-shaped treasures within. The crowd murmurs with excitement. Surely a prince with so much pride wouldn't dare put his face in the flour, right? But while others might hesitate, Theodora doesn't even blink. He plunges his face into the powder without a second thought, determined. I will win here, he thinks, a fierce resolve burning in his chest. I will win and prove my own feelings. Theo pulls his head back, flour dusting his hair and face, a triumphant smirk on his lips. No way, Vin thinks, his eyes wide with shock. Theo already has a heart-shaped candy clenched between his teeth, his voice a muffled taunt as he says, You're too slow, Theodora. The announcer screams that Prince Vin is now in the lead. Vin is momentarily stunned, but the shock quickly gives way to his own burning determination. Watching from the stands, one of the noble ladies comments on how surprisingly hard Prince Vin tries for someone who looks so delicate. He too dives headfirst into the flower, a cloud of white powder exploding around him. He emerges, a candy in his mouth, his gaze locked on the finish line. Rose watches, her heart pounding. She sees the grit in his eyes, the clench of his jaw. This isn't the arrogant, greedy prince she once knew. This is a man who wants her, a man whose feelings are like a raging fire. As they continue, she sees Vin starting to pull away. Ever since they exchanged words on the balance beam, Prince Theo has been acting strangely. What did they talk about? She wonders, a knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach. The next obstacle is the net escape. Theo struggles, his muscles straining against the thick ropes. I can't give up now, he thinks, his jaw tight. Rose and I have walked through a more difficult path than passing a simple net. But as he pushes forward, he pauses, A sharp tug and the sound of tearing fabric. The net is caught on his clothing. A large portion of his shirt rips away, exposing his toned, muscular back to the entire stadium. Rose's face explodes in a blush, her eyes turning into dizzying spirals. That part of Prince Theo's body that only she has seen is now exposed to everyone. Her mind flashes back to the sight of his abs, glistening and perfect. It's divine. Wait, what am I thinking about? She screeches internally, shaking her head furiously. Her friend notices her betrayed face and asks if she's all right. But before she can answer, Lydia creeps up behind her, a sly grin on her face. Are you perhaps remembering something indecent? She teases, causing Rose to flail and deny it with all her might. Suddenly, a shout from the crowd pulls them back to the race. They're both out of the net and running. From here on out, there are no more obstacles. It's a pure sprint to the finish line. Prince Theo, Rose whispers, her hands clasped together. Vin is just ahead, his mind a storm of painful memories. My feelings were once pushed aside by Rose, he thinks, images flashing through his mind of her and Theo together. They united in body and overcame the pain, but still, the smoldering in my heart will not go away. That's how serious I was in love. That's why I'm betting on this being my last chance. The finish line is just ahead. It looks like Prince Vin is going to win. Rose watches, her heart sinking. It's all over, isn't it? No matter how fast Prince Theo runs. No, a fire ignites in her eyes. There's one thing I can do. She takes a deep breath, cupping her hands around her mouth. Theodora, she screams, her voice echoing across the entire arena. Theo's head snaps up, his eyes wide with surprise. Her voice cuts through the roar of the crowd, a beacon just for him. You promised me a victory, didn't you? Anything short of that will mean the guillotine. His breath hitches. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. Rose, if it were by your hand, I would welcome death, he thinks. But more importantly, right now, I want to respond to that lovely selfishness of yours. A new fire surges through him, fueled by her words. Rose, I want us to go from just being engaged to becoming a real couple and starting a family. I won't lose. If it's my feelings for Rose, then it's for no one else in this world. He pumps his arms, his legs churning, eating up the distance between him and Vin. They are neck and neck, a blur of motion as they approach the red ribbon. Their feet cross the line in what seems like the exact same moment. Guel, the crowd explodes into a deafening roar. The stadium holds its breath. The tension is unbearable. And the winner is Prince Theo. Theo throws his arm up in victory, a triumphant grin on his face as pink petals rain down around him. In the background, Vin stands alone, the cheers fading into a dull hum. Why, he wonders, his body heavy with defeat. I hesitated for just a moment right before the finish line. He catches his breath, sweat dripping from his chin. Who did she actually root for? What's gotten into me? Before Theo can even catch his breath, Rose is there, a playful smirk on her face. Congratulations, she says, her eyes twinkling. You avoided the guillotine, here you are. She offers him a towel and his heart swells. It's all thanks to you, he replies, his voice soft. I can overcome anything as long as she's by my side. This victory belongs to you. He gazes at her, his love so palpable it feels like a physical thing. I am no longer satisfied with just being engaged. I want to propose to this precious girl. A few days later, Theo has gathered his most trusted confidants and Lydia. Thank you for gathering on such short notice, he says, his expression serious. There's something I'd like to ask all of you. He steeples his fingers, his gaze intense. What would be your ideal way of being proposed to? The room is stunned into silence, but only for a moment. Have you finally decided to propose to me? Lydia shrieks, pouncing towards him. No, he snaps, slicing a hand through the air. Sit down, I've decided to propose to Rose. Lydia freezes, then slumps back into her seat, absolutely pissed, while the others congratulate him. Why in the world would I help you with that? She fumes. But her pout quickly melts into a dreamy swoon as she imagines mountains of gold. It's been my dream. Having you court me with both your love and your treasures, which is why I won't tell you. Her friend with pink hair just sighs. The ideal proposal for me, she says thoughtfully, would be the guy getting down on one knee in a labrana garden and offering me a labrana. The other girl chimes in. Speaking of Prince Vin, there was a spot in Verno with a beautiful night view. How about doing it there? Theo considers it. A nightscape would be nice, but doing it in Verno. His butler adjusts his glasses. If it were me, I would collect information on how she would like to be proposed to and then ask a specialist to. Theo cuts him off, a warm smile on his face. Thanks everyone. I'll take that all into consideration at this rate. I'll mess it up like I did on our date. Process of elimination, that's a good idea. Theo realizes a spark in his eye. His gaze falls on his rival. If that's the case, he begins turning to Vin. My ideal proposal? Just who do you think you're asking? Vin explodes, slamming his hands on the piano keys, but Theo is relentless. If I avoid any idea that you come up with, I should be able to come up with something that's more me. Vin grits his teeth, his face a mask of fury. Your insolence knows no bounds, he seethes. He sighs, running a hand through his hair. Well, I did lose during the sports festival, so here is my soliloquy. His fingers begin to dance across the keys, a soft melody filling the room. I guess, if it were me, I would do it in the middle of a restaurant and get the people to dance for us. Seo grimaces. I don't think she'd like it if other people were involved. Since you two defied fate to be together, something more difficult would be good too. Vin continues, his ideas getting more and more elaborate. Or planting a rare 4-leaf clover in a field filled with 3-leaf clovers. He's all over the place, Theo thinks. Or I'd build the city's biggest castle all in one night and present it to her saying this castle is for you. That's a bit heavy and puts a burden on our architects. Vin finally stands up, his performance over. Well, whatever you go with, it should be something special to the both of you, he says, turning to leave. Think hard and come up with an idea, though I'm praying you mess it up. As Vin walks away, his final words echo in Theo's mind. Something special to the both of us. That night, Rose finds herself standing outside Theo's chambers. What is it? She asks, confused. Why did you suddenly ask me to your room to talk? It's after midnight, he just smiles. There's something I'd like to show you, come inside. The door creaks open. Rose steps inside and her breath catches in her throat. What is this? The room has been transformed. It's a cathedral of flowers, roses of every color and variety climbing the walls, their scent intoxicating. It's so beautiful. They're roses from all over the world, he says softly, his eyes never leaving hers. Also theirs, her heart begins to thump wildly. Prince Theo, you and I are engaged, he begins, his voice low and serious. So this may be something after the fact. But he gently reaches out, his fingers brushing against a delicate lace veil. He lifts it, letting it float down to rest upon her golden hair. Rose de Charlier, my love, I don't want anyone else to take you away from me. He gently takes a lock of her hair, his touch sending shivers down her spine. I want there to be a bond between us. I, Theodore Van Hamel, promise to love you and only you until my dying day. He slowly kneels before her, opening a small velvet box. Please marry me. Inside the box rests a stunning ring, shimmering with a light of its own. Rose's mind reels. I've seen this still shot over and over, the ring passed down through the Siberian royal family. What should I do? I can't form any words. Her heart hammers against her ribs. I need to reciprocate his feelings, that's it. I'll kiss the ring, just like in the happy ending stills. But as she leans in, Theo speaks, his voice thick with emotion. Kissing the ring is a traditional Siberian wedding ritual, just as I expected, you know everything. A shadow crosses Rose's face and a sly, confident smile blooms on her lips. She is no longer the flustered girl but the magnificent villainess. Of course I do, it's me, she says, her voice a seductive purr. But kissing the ring alone isn't enough. She looks down at him, her power absolute in this moment. If you truly wish to have me, get down on one knee. He does so without hesitation, his eyes filled with adoration. Doing that, you will have made me your wife, she declares, her voice ringing with finality. You won't regret it. A memory, vivid and drenched in the scent of roses, bloomed in her mind. A grand hall, glittering with sunlight filtering through high arches. He was on the floor before her, looking up with eyes full of devotion. Her voice, a silken whisper from behind a delicate veil, had laid out the terms. If you truly wish to have me, get down on one knee. The sound of his knee hitting the checkered floor echoed in the vast space. Doing that, you will have made me your wife. A promise sealed not with a ring, but with an act of utter surrender, and his voice, thick with emotion, swore an oath. You won't regret it. But the memory shattered like glass, replaced by the cool, sterile light of the present. Where am I? Her eyes fluttered open to the sight of brilliant blue light pouring through a massive stained glass window. Is this a church? A quiet click echoed as her feet touched the cold floor. She was standing before an ornate, gilded mirror, but the reflection staring back was a stranger's. This isn't Rose. Her heart began to hammer against her ribs. Long brown hair, wide, innocent eyes, a face that was not hers. I'm Iris, she whispered, her voice trembling. The world tilted on its axis. A vision, violent and unwanted, crashed into her consciousness. It was another wedding in this very church. A man, his face achingly familiar, lifted a bride's veil. Prince Theo, but the woman beneath the veil, her mind screamed in silent protest. That's not me, who is she? He leaned in, his lips about to touch hers, and a desperate cry ripped from her soul. No, that isn't me, realize it, Prince Theo, but he couldn't hear her. The beautiful scene warped into a nightmare. A flash of silver, the sickening sound of a blade tearing through fabric and flesh. Blood erupted like a grotesque fountain of crimson flowers, spattering the bride's white dress. A dagger, stained and wicked, clattered to the floor, its purpose fulfilled. Rose shot up in bed, a strangled gasp tearing from her throat. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs, that dreams again. She clutched her chest, the phantom pain of the vision still echoing within her. It felt so real, so terrifyingly vivid. She'd been having it so much lately, that church, that stained glass window. Have I seen that scene somewhere before? No, that's not possible. She shook her head, trying to banish the horrifying images. Ah, I overslept. I need to get to school. She scrambled out of bed, the urgency of the morning a welcome distraction from the darkness clinging to the edges of her mind. The academy was a picture of pristine elegance, a world away from her bloody nightmares. In a sunlit lounge, Prince Theo sipped his tea, his voice calm and steady. He told their friends he'd received a letter from his father about the wedding date. It was almost time. Iris, seated nearby, clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with pure delight. I'm so happy, I can't wait for it, she chirped. Across from them, Prince Vin's expression was a thundercloud of irritation. Rose watched him, a small, triumphant smile playing on her lips. Finally, she thought, a wave of relief washing over her. I don't have to worry about the assassination ending from Prince Vin anymore. I'm finally marrying Prince Theo. But even as joy bloomed in her chest, the thorny memory of her dream pricked at her. That blood-soaked dagger. A little thrill of fear ran down her spine. No, I can't be thinking about that, she forced the image away. I once heard back in my world that bad dreams are omens of good things to come. Suddenly, a cheerful voice cut through her thoughts. Speaking of weddings, you'll need a wedding dress, Jane beamed at her. Rose, I see you in an elegant and beautiful silhouette, she declared. Rose imagined it, a simple, graceful gown of white. But Tania scoffed from her seat, her expression dramatic. That's too plain. If she's going to wear a dress, it should be flashy and make her stand out. She gestured wildly, painting a picture of a magnificent, vibrant gown dripping with jewels and flowers. Theo chuckled softly, a fond smile on his face. I took this opportunity to get my parents to show me a picture of them on their wedding day, he said, producing a framed photograph. In the picture, his mother wore an elaborately decorated gown, a traditional formal dress of the Siberian royal family, while his father stood proudly beside her. As Rose looked at the image, Iris flinched beside her. It was barely perceptible, a flicker of movement, but Rose saw it. Prince Theo's mother is so beautiful, Iris said, her voice a little too bright. I'm sure it looked wonderful on her. Rose frowned. What was that awkward moment just then? Trying to clear the strange tension, Rose turned to Iris with a curious smile. Speaking of which, what's your mother like, Iris? She confessed, I didn't have that info in the game, so I'm curious. A shadow passed over Iris's face for a brief second before she composed herself. She was sickly, but gentle and lovely. Rose's eyes widened slightly. Oh, yeah, her mind raced. That's odd. I think Rose's mother was set up in the same way. Before she could dwell on it, Iris quickly changed the subject, her smile returning. More importantly, have you tried these macarons? You gotta try one. She offered the tray around, her earlier melancholy vanishing as if it had never been. But Prince Vin's patience had worn thin. He glared at Iris, his voice sharp. You're getting yourself too excited over this wedding. Quiet down a bit, would you? He slammed a book shut with a sharp crack. Iris, taking a bite of a macaron, wasn't intimidated. You're just in a bad mood because Rose is getting married, she shot back. It's not cool to take it out on other people. Vin's face flushed with color. Wah, he sputtered, utterly flabbergasted. You're getting more lippy by the day, you cheeky girl. Iris just rolled her eyes. It's because you're being childish. Pull yourself together. Theo watched them, amused. Those two have become really chummy recently, he murmured. Just then, the door creaked open with a sharp sound, and Karen burst in, her pink hair flying. Sorry I'm late, she chirped, pressing her hands together apologetically. Karen, we've been waiting. She held up a book, her eyes shining with excitement. I was reading a romance novel that had something called The King's Game in it, and I just couldn't put it down. Love that began with an unopposable decree. So precious. How about we play it while enjoying our tea party? Rose froze. The King's Game is that game in this world too. Theo looked utterly bewildered, but Tania and Vin's eyes lit up with competitive fire. Do you think you can win against a brilliant princess like me? Tania declared. Rose sighed internally. It's not that kind of game. It's a game we can all enjoy together, right? She said, trying to keep the peace. Karen winked. Then it's settled. I've already prepared the lottery sticks. Who will be king? She explained the rules with glee, showing them illustrated examples of commands, drawing on each other's faces. Feeding each other macarons, and even arm wrestling. Iris snatched a stick, her eyes gleaming. Okay, I'm king next, she announced with a mischievous grin. Okay then, I want whoever's number one to feed a macaron to number two with their mouth. A collective gasp went through the room. The air crackled with anticipation. Rose glanced down at the stick in her hand, her heart skipping a beat. I've got number one. All eyes turned to her, then Theo's calm voice cut through the silence. I've got number two. Rose's head snapped up to look at him. He met her gaze, and a slow, beautiful smile spread across his face. I see, he said softly, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I'm glad it's you. Badump, her heart hammered in her chest, a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Is Prince Theo feeling healed from finding peace after so long? His smile is so precious. He gestured to the seat beside him. Let's be careful not to let our skin touch, face this way. Rose's mind went blank as she moved, her body on autopilot. Oh, okay, amen. He placed a pink macaron between his lips, his gaze locked on hers. They were so close, so close, her breath hitched. We've done a lot more than kiss before, so why am I feeling so nervous? But I have to do this as Rose. Her heart pounded, a frantic ba-dump against her ribs. She took a deep, steadying breath, closed her eyes, and leaned in. The world seemed to float away as their lips drew nearer, the scent of sugar and his own unique fragrance filling her senses. Her lips brushed against the delicate cookie and for a split second against his. She pulled back the macaron now in her mouth. Theo's eyes were wide, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. Rose chewed quickly, trying to appear nonchalant. Easy peasy, she mumbled, though her face was burning. Karen clapped her hands. I knew it. You two are perfectly in sync, but it doesn't mean anything if you don't get nervous. No fun at all. Rose's heart was still pounding furiously in her chest. Let's go again, Karen cheered. We got through it in one piece. Rose thought, letting out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. As the game continued, Rose glanced over at Iris, who was laughing, and a strange thing happened. For a fleeting second, Iris's face seemed to flicker, to change. The brown hair became blonde, the soft features sharpened into her original face. Rose's eyes widened in shock. Iris? No, that was Rose. She blinked and the vision was gone. Iris was just Iris again, smiling happily. Rose? Iris asked, noticing her stare. Rose shook her head quickly, forcing a smile. Oh, nothing, never mind. But her mind was reeling. Maybe it's because of that dream. But for a second, Iris looked like Rose. That was weird. Was it just my imagination? A single black rosebud seemed to bloom in the darkness of her mind. The strange feeling lingered. Maybe it's because of that dream. But for a second, Iris looked like Rose. That was weird. Was it just my imagination? The image of the black rosebud haunted her. The next day, Karen sighed contentedly in the school's garden. I've finished tending to all the flowers, she announced to herself, wiping a gloved hand across her brow. She gazed lovingly at a special potted plant, its single bud a deep velvety black. This one too, it should bloom in a couple of days. Her work done, she turned towards an old shed. Okay then, now for the school. It's the turn of the season, messy. It's about time for me to do something about this room. The door creaked open to reveal a disaster zone. I wonder if they forgot to lock the doors after a typhoon, she muttered aghast. And they told me they had a gardener's room here. But the previous gardener's personal belongings are everywhere. It's covered in dust and stinks. I'll have to get the students to help me clean it out. A big cleaning? Rose asked as the group gathered outside the shed. Karen nodded, her hands pressed together in a plea. Yup, it would be hard for me to do it on my own, so please help me. Rose smiled warmly. You were a clean freak, and you did so much for us. Of course we'll help. Theo agreed. I don't mind either. Iris bounced on her heels, excited. I've been itching to put my skills to use. But Prince Vin crossed his arms with a hug. I refuse. This type of work is below me. He turned away with a sniff. Karen's eyes narrowed playfully. Oh, are you sure you can say such things? She purred, leaning in close. Maybe I should tell Iris about what you did during the King's game? She whispered something in his ear. Vin's face exploded in a crimson blush. You were a bit jealous, Karen teased, referencing a moment Rose hadn't seen. You idiot, I wasn't jealous, he shrieked, his composure shattered. I'll get it all done in a jiffy. He then dashed away towards the shed, a blur of embarrassed energy. Rose watched him go, amazed. I guess Karen knows Prince Vin's weak spot. The cleaning began in a flurry of activity. Brooms swished, dust motes danced in the sunbeams, and the sounds of scrubbing filled the air. In the chaos, Iris stumbled with a bucket, sending a tidal wave of water splashing all over very grumpy Prince Vin. Meanwhile, Rose and Theo worked on opposite sides of a large window pane. It looks much better than before, Rose said, polishing the glass. Like this, I think we'll finish up sooner than expected. Theo carried a heavy crate past, pausing to smile at her through the window. Yay, a quiet moment passed between them. Lately, Rose began, her voice soft. We've been able to make a lot of new memories. Theo's gaze softened. Yeah, he agreed. Rose sighed, a happy, wistful sound. It's sad not being able to be touched, but there have been many times of happiness as well, and because we've been losing parts of our memory due to the lost, right now every little thing is precious to us, but it's not enough. She met his eyes through the glass, a determined glint in hers. I'm very greedy, you know this. A slow, charming smile spread across his lips. I think that greed has found its way to me as well recently, he confessed. They leaned forward simultaneously, their hands pressing against the cool glass, their lips meeting in a tender kiss through the transparent barrier. Unseen by them, two shadowy figures watched from the corner of the window. It was Iris and Karen, peeking from behind a doorframe. They sure are bold, Karen whispered, her own heart thumping. Kissing through the glass like that is so romantic, they're in their own world. Iris watched them, a complex mix of emotions swirling in her eyes before her gaze drifted over to where Vin was working alone. A pang of something sharp and unfamiliar shot through her chest. I'm jealous of Rose, she realized with a start. Later in class, Tania looked over Rose's assignment. Isn't it a bit late? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Sorry, we got caught up with cleaning. Rose explained. Tania nodded. Cleaning? I guess you made it just in time, though. You've done your class assignments, haven't you? Rose handed her the papers proudly. Of course, here it is, plant genetics. Tania flipped through the pages, her expression impressed. It's written pretty well for a student. She paused, a smirk playing on her lips. Maybe it's in your genes, your father. He was quite brilliant too, wasn't he? The air instantly grew cold. Rose's smile vanished, replaced by a stony glare. This has nothing to do with my father, she said, her voice dripping with ice. It's the product of my own hard work. I hate the fact that the same blood flows through both our veins. Don't group us together. Tania looked taken aback. So you hate your father, huh? It's the exact opposite of me. A sad, nostalgic look entered her eyes as she remembered her own father, his kind, smiling face framed by white hair. Regarding my father and I, he was a crybaby but brilliant and kind. I loved him. Her voice grew softer, but he died a long time ago. The memory of an empty, candlelit hole flickered in her mind. Rose was stunned into silence. I see. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. Tania just giggled, waving a dismissive hand. It's fine, I'm the one who brought it up, maybe. I just wanted you to know. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. My mother hated me because I was like my father. She loved my sister, the second princess, so much that she hid the fact that I was a princess from other nations. Even though there were a lot of our citizens who knew who I was, the only one who really loved me from the bottom of his heart was my father. An image of her as a small child, sitting on her father's lap as he read to her, flashed in her mind. Unlike you, I cherish the fact that my father and I shared the same blood. Bizzle's the only one who knows that. Rose listened, her heart aching for her friend. So Tania suffered because of her parents too, she thought. Even though we're complete opposites, we're alike in some sense. Tania then looked at her curiously. What was your mother like, Rose? She asked, her tone gentle. I'm sure she was just as beautiful as you are, Rose blinked. The question caught her completely off guard now that I think of it. I've never really thought about Rose's mother before. The game settings were sparse. It said she was born in Korat and looked a lot like Rose. She gave birth to Rose at the Siberian Palace and died soon afterwards in one of the guest rooms. But as she thought about it, a faint, warm feeling spread through her chest. In this body, in this mind, I have a faint memory of her, a faceless woman with long blonde hair, a gentle smile, though I can't remember her clearly. I get filled with love just by thinking about her. A genuine, soft smile touched Rose's lips. Yes, she finally answered. I bet she was lovely. Tania smiled back, a true warm smile. Tee-hee, I think you and I might become better friends than we are now. She placed a hand over Rose's on the desk, a silent promise of solidarity. Oh, that's right, Rose. Her eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. I want to take this chance. She leaned in close, her voice a playful whisper. To give you a suggestion. A warm hand gently touched Rose's cheek, and Tania's voice was a conspiratorial whisper. I want to take this chance. She purred, her eyes glinting with something more than friendship. To give you a suggestion. A wicked little smile played on her lips as she winked, her suggestion hanging in the air like a sweet, poisonous perfume. How about giving a present to your love, Prince Theo? Rose's eyes widened, her mind stuttering. A present? What was Tania playing at? The surprise was plain on her face. Tania let out a little laugh, her confidence blooming like a thorny rose. This wasn't a friendly suggestion. Oh no, this was a challenge. She declared that she was going to give him a present as well, her voice dripping with smug certainty, her true goal, to see which present he liked better. A cute little chibi version of Rose and Tania appeared, offering gifts to an indifferent Theo, but in Tania's mind, the outcome was already decided. Of course he's going to pick mine, she thought, a triumphant little heart floating beside her words. Rose's pleasant expression shattered, a crackle of indignation sparked in her ruby eyes. Her plan, so that's what this was all about, with a defiant HMPH. She turned her back on Tania, her blonde hair whipping through the— I refuse, she declared, leaving a stunned Tania in her wake who could only stammer, I couldn't get her. But as Rose walked away, a different thought took root in her mind. A present, it actually would be a good idea. A perfect way to say thank you for everything he'd done. A resolve settled in her heart, firm and clear, it's decided. In the cozy sitting room, the gentle clink of a needle was the only sound. Iris, ever the patient teacher, smiled warmly at Rose's handiwork. That's just like you, Rose, she praised. You're such a fast learner. Rose's fingers moved deftly, pulling the purple thread through the fabric. A small smile touched her lips as she replied that it was only because Iris was such a good teacher. Iris giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. He's going to be thrilled to get this embroidered handkerchief, she teased. From her armchair, Tania watched them, looking utterly bored. It would have been more fun if we had competed with our gifts, she grumbled. Rose's eyes flickered towards her rival, a clever idea sparking. A playful smirk crossed her face. Operation Casual Rivalry was a go. Why don't you get something for someone you owe to, Tania? She suggested sweetly. Tania blinked, completely thrown. Someone I owe? Her mind went blank for a second, and then an image surfaced. Bizzle, the man who had been by her side for years, through thick and thin. No matter what I do, he's the only one who's been by my side. The realization hit her with unexpected force. It's because of him that I've made it this far. She began to sway slightly in her chair, lost in this newfound appreciation. Iris noticed the change immediately, her head tilting. Tania, she's swaying, she whispered before asking the question that hung in the air. Don't you think that maybe you have feelings for him? Tania froze mid-sway. The question ricocheted through her mind and a deep blush exploded across her face. What? Her body went rigid with denial. Wow, no way, Rose murmured, watching the chaos unfold with a satisfied smirk. Tania shot up, flustered and sputtering, insisting that their social standing was as clear as day. There was no way she could have feelings for him. Trying to regain control, she pointed a shaky finger at the embroidery, her voice a little too loud. Hey, you two have stopped working on that thing? The room erupted in laughter. With a final few stitches, the handkerchief was complete. A beautiful spray of purple roses bloomed on the white linen. Rose carefully folded it and placed it inside a delicate pink box. Her heart fluttered with a mix of hope and anxiety. I hope he'll like it. Clutching the gift, she made her way through the sun-drenched holes. Then she saw him through the glass panes of a door. There he was, but something was wrong. Her heart lurched in her chest. Huh, he's in the infirmary. She pushed the door open, her voice tight with worry. Prince Theo, are you all right? He was sitting on the edge of the bed, his hand pressed to his forehead, looking utterly exhausted. He glanced up, his eyes weary. Oh, it's you, Rose. He tried to wave off her concern, his voice raspy. Don't worry about me, I've just been so busy lately that I haven't been sleeping a lot. But Rose could see the truth. The color was completely drained from his face. This wouldn't do, not at all. In a flash of decisiveness, she surged forward and pushed him firmly back onto the bed with a soft flomp. Lie down, I'll take care of you. Theo's eyes widened in surprise. Rose, but she was adamant, planting her hands on her hips. It's fine, the sick should obey their caregivers. A faint, tired smile touched his lips. He relaxed into the pillows, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Okay, time passed in quiet comfort. Rose sat by his bed reading a book as he slept, the afternoon sun warming the room. When he finally stirred, he sighed contentedly. Better now that I've rested a bit. Rose smiled, relieved. I'm glad, I'll go get you some water. As she stood, a small pink box tumbled from her lap, landing on the bedside table with a soft flap. Rose, Theo's voice was quiet, you dropped something. A furious blush crept up Rose's neck. Oh, this is. She snatched the box up, clutching it to her chest as if it were a secret she couldn't bear to reveal. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Could she do this? Yes, she had to. Taking a deep, shaky breath, she turned back to him. Her hands trembling slightly as she held out the gift. It's actually, for you. Theo looked at her, then at the box, his expression one of pure surprise. For me? He took it carefully, his fingers brushing hers, with a soft rustle of paper and the whisper of a ribbon being untied. He opened it. Inside lay the handkerchief, the purple roses vibrant against the white cloth. Rose's voice was barely a whisper. I wanted to thank you. I embroidered purple roses, which I thought you'd like. She looked up at him, her eyes wide and vulnerable. Do you like it? His breath caught in his throat. Bottom, his heart hammered against his ribs. It wasn't just a handkerchief. It was her feelings, her care, her time, all stitched into the fabric. Memories flooded his mind, their first meeting, their struggles, the quiet moments, her smile. Rose, he breathed, his voice thick with an emotion so powerful it stole his words. Your love seems to flow through me. All the moments they had shared, the trials they had overcome, washed over him in a powerful wave. Thank you, Rose, he said, his voice cracking. I shall treasure it, and to Rose's utter shock, tears welled in his eyes. He brought the handkerchief to his face, his shoulders shaking slightly. Along with my thoughts of you. Rose stared, her own eyes widening in disbelief. Prince Theo, I can't believe it made you this happy. The sight of his tears, so raw and genuine, broke something open inside her. A sob escaped her lips and then another. Suddenly she was bawling, tears streaming down her face. Theo's head snapped up in alarm. Rose, are you all right? He was in a full-blown panic, but she couldn't stop. The floodgates had opened. I can't stop crying. My memories disappearing to the lost, starting to see that nightmare. Maybe I've become unstable without even knowing it. I'm sorry, she hiccuped, trying to wipe the tears away. There's been so much going on lately. This isn't like me at all, is it? Crying like this. Before she could say another word, Theo gently pulled her into his arms, resting her head against his chest. Like you, he murmured into her hair. I want to see your every face, even the unadorned ones. He tilted her chin up, his gaze incredibly tender. Rose, I love your feelings. He leaned in, his lips gently brushing against her tear-stained cheek. In your tears, you're everything. A soft warmth spread through her chest, chasing away the shadows. I love everything about you too, she whispered back. Suddenly, a faint clatter from the doorway made them both jump. Rose's heart went ba-dump. Peeking through the crack in the door were two very familiar faces. Miss Karen, please don't, Iris hissed, trying to pull her back. Inside the room, oblivious to their audience, Theo held Rose close, his expression soft and content. Rose leaned against him, a genuine happy smile finally gracing her lips. As they sat there in comfortable silence, her gaze drifted towards the large window. And then she saw it, a reflection in the glass. But it wasn't her, it was a woman with long, flowing blonde hair and an expression of profound sadness, a ghost from a forgotten past. A jolt went through her. Theo felt her tense up. Rose, he asked, his voice laced with concern. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the chilling image. It's nothing, for just a second, I looked like somebody else. But the feeling wouldn't leave her, a cold dread crept into her heart. Was that my mother? What is this terrible uneasiness in my chest? The image of the sad woman in the window haunted her. A phantom of a life she couldn't remember. In the quiet of her chambers, Queen Maria sat reading, the candlelight flickering across the pages of a heavy, leather-bound book. Her finger traced a chilling passage. The only way to dissolve a union with the one you do not desire is to kill them. A shadow fell over her. Hello, a smooth, masculine voice purred from directly behind her. She jumped, the book nearly slipping from her grasp. King Jute smiled, a predator's grin that didn't reach his eyes. It looks like you were really concentrating on that book, huh? His hand rested on her shoulder, a possessive weight. His gaze was distant, lost in memory. The one, he mused, we used to have people like that, didn't we? A flicker of something fear, resignation crossed the queen's face. Yes, she agreed softly. The king's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint within them. He leaned in, his arms wrapping around her in a suffocating embrace. I love you, Maria, he whispered, his words a silken chain. You've behaved well not to leave the castle, as promised. She was trapped, a beautiful rose wilting in a gilded cage. She forced a smile, her voice a hollow echo. I love you too, King Jute. The grand dining hall was filled with an air of celebration. The king beamed at the young couple. So the time has finally come for you two to get married. The queen smiled beside him, a perfect picture of maternal joy. We're so happy for you, Rose glowed, her hand resting on her chest. Prince Theo is a wonderful man, I'm happy as well. Theo leaned closer, his voice a low whisper meant only for her. I figured you'd be nervous about this, but you're doing such a good job. Rose kept her elegant smile perfectly in place, thinking to herself, if something like this could rattle my cage, then I wouldn't be fit to be your wife, would I? Internally, however, she was screaming. Oh God, I would have taken stomach medicine if I had known. The lavish meal continued. A blur of clinking silver and polite conversation. Rose felt Theo's warm gaze on her, and she couldn't help the blush that crept up her cheeks. After the dinner concluded, as they were all preparing to leave the drawing room, the queen's gentle voice stopped her. Rose, could I have a word with you before you head to your room? Rose paused, a little surprised, but nodded politely. Sure, of course. Seated on a plush sofa, the queen giggled softly. You did well to hide how nervous you were. You can fool the king and the prince, but not me. Ugh, she's sharp, Rose thought. The queen's expression softened into one of genuine warmth. You're going to become part of the family soon, so please feel free to speak your mind. She reached out, her cool fingers gently touching Rose's hand. The queen, Rose's mind raced. This was it. This was her chance. She remembered the strange after effects of the loss, the gaps in her memory. Maybe I should refrain from asking about that. But she couldn't let this opportunity pass her by. She had to know, steeling her nerves, she began. About the wedding, Prince Theo and I won't be able to kiss to seal our vow. The queen's smile faltered. Why not? It can't be because you two aren't in love, can it? No, that's not it. Rose insisted, her hand clenching in her lap. But the truth is, he and I both have different the ones in our lives. The queen's eyes widened, a flicker of sheer shock, or was it horror? Flashing across her face, Rose rushed to explain. However, that issue is almost taken care of, but there's a chance that we could lose our memories if we touch each other. That's why. Suddenly, the sound of porcelain clattering echoed as the queen shot to her feet. She grabbed Rose by the shoulders, her grip surprisingly strong, her face pale with terror. Rose, her voice was a frantic, desperate whisper. You must never mention this to the king. Rose stared, utterly bewildered. The queen's eyes were wild, her composure shattered. Promise me you can just fake the kiss? Rose stammered, completely lost. A sharp knock echoed through the room. A servant's voice called out, Your Majesty, the king calls for you. The queen took a deep, shuddering breath, releasing Rose. Yes, I'll be right there. She turned back to Rose, her eyes boring into her with a terrifying intensity. Remember our promise? And with that, she swept out of the room, the door shutting behind her with a soft click. Rose was left alone in the sudden silence, her heart pounding. What was that all about? Later that night, Rose entered Theo's chambers. I can't believe you came here to give me a massage, he said, a teasing lilt in his voice. She smiled, pulling on a pair of silk gloves. You've been so busy preparing for the wedding lately. Let me do my part for once in a while. But her true motive was different. I just might be able to find out why his mother reacted the way she did. Since I can't touch you, I'll be wearing gloves, she explained, her hands glowing with magic. But they're high-quality silk, so they should feel great. As she began to work on his tired muscles, he let out a contented sigh. Yes, thank you, that's good. This was her chance. Prince Theo, it's about your mother, under the vast starry sky. She recounted the strange conversation, but when you told her we couldn't kiss at the wedding. She started acting strangely. Yes, would you happen to know why? Theo considered it for a moment. No, maybe she was just shocked, because you mentioned having another the one. Rose paused her massage. Maybe, he's right. Am I overthinking things? As she pondered, her gloved hand accidentally brushed against the bare skin of his lower back. He flinched at the contact. Rose, but she was lost in thought, her hand sliding slightly as she spoke her mind. But there was something unusual in the queen's eyes. It was almost like she was afraid of the king himself. A violent shiver racked Theo's body. In one fluid motion, he twisted around, pulling her down onto the bed and pinning her beneath him. Eek, she yelped in surprise. He loomed over her, his eyes dark and intense, his voice a low growl. Were you trying to entice me with your touch? Any more of that and you're gonna be in trouble. Rose's face turned beet red. Did I do something risque without even realizing it? But then his intense expression softened into a gentle smile. But thanks to you, I feel a lot better. He sat up, pulling her with him. Let's sleep well tonight. He gently slipped the glove from her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers. Lying beside him, surrounded by the scent of roses, Rose felt a profound sense of happiness. I'm so happy when I'm with you, Prince Theo. But as she gazed out the window at the moonlit castle, the queen's terrified face flashed in her mind. I can't seem to shake this uneasy feeling. I wonder if our wedding will go off without a hitch. The warm light of the chandelier bathed the room in a soft glow. His voice was a low murmur against her skin, a promise of peace. "Let's sleep well tonight," he whispered. His fingers, so gentle, so careful, began to peel the glove from her hand, an intimate gesture that sent a shiver down her spine. He pulled her close, and for a moment they were two souls adrift in a sea of stars, wrapped in nothing but the night and each other. Her head rested against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. "I'm so happy when I'm with Prince Theo," she thought, a contented sigh escaping her lips. But even in this perfect moment, a cold tendril of fear snaked around her heart, a deep, unshakable unease. She looked out at the sprawling city below, the lights twinkling like fallen constellations. "I wonder, will our wedding really go off without a hitch?" But the darkness in her mind was far more terrifying than the night outside. It began with a flash of stained glass, fractured and beautiful. Then the image shifted, twisting into a nightmare. She was on the cold stone floor, a crimson dress spread around her like a pool of blood. A wicked, triumphant smile stretched across her face, her eyes glowing with malevolent glee as she clutched a bloody dagger to her chest. Splatters of red bloomed across her gown, across the floor, across everything. No, a silent scream echoed in the abyss of her mind. Rose shot up in bed, gasping for air, her hand flying to her forehead as if to wipe away the horrific vision. Her breath came in ragged pants, her body trembling. Theo stirred beside her, his voice thick with sleep and concern. "Were you having a bad dream?" he asked softly. She could only nod, her voice a fragile whisper. "Why, yes, that dream again." He wrapped a comforting arm around her, pulling her close, and her gaze drifted towards the window. Soft white flakes were floating down from the sky. "Is that snow?" she murmured, the sight a stark, peaceful contrast to the violence in her dreams. The next day, the snow-covered grounds of her father's estate crunched under their boots. Duke Charlier sat in his opulent chair, a look of mild surprise on his face. "I didn't think you'd pay me a visit," he stated, his tone flat. Theo stood tall and unyielding beside Rose. "We only came because I insisted we did," he replied, his voice a low growl. His eyes, usually so warm when they looked at her, were chips of ice as he stared down the Duke. "I can't forgive you for what you've done to Rose," he said, each word a carefully aimed dart. Rose's heart clenched. He was still so angry on her behalf, but then Theo's expression softened ever so slightly. However, he continued, his gaze unwavering, "I thank you from the bottom of my heart for bringing her into this world." Rose's breath hitched, her cheeks flushed as a warmth spread through her chest, a feeling so potent it made her heart thump loudly. Theo took a step forward, his voice ringing with sincerity. "I know I still have a lot to learn." He bowed deeply before the Duke, a prince bowing to a duke, a gesture of profound respect. "But I will spend the rest of my life making her happy." For the first time, a crack appeared in her father's stoic facade. His eyes glistened with something that looked like regret, like sorrow. "I see," he mumbled, "that's all I came to say." Theo turned to her, his hand outstretched. "Let's go, Rose." But as they turned to leave, her father's voice stopped them. "Please wait, Prince Theodora, before you leave." His eyes were fixed on Rose. "I'd like to speak with Rose alone." Theo immediately tensed, his protective instincts flaring. Speak with her, alone, after everything he'd put her through? The Duke seemed to read his thoughts. "I just want to speak with you one last time before you're married," he said, his gaze pleading. He gestured towards Olivier, who stood silently in the corner. "If you're worried, Olivier can join us." Theo looked at her, his eyes asking what she wanted to do. She gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. "It'll be fine," she said softly. "I'll be fine with him." Inside the study, the air was thick with unspoken words. "So, father, why have you called us here?" Rose asked, Olivier standing beside her like a silent guardian. The Duke's chair creaked as he leaned forward. "Would it be all right to give this to you as a wedding present?" he asked, holding out a thick, red-bound book. Rose looked at it, confused. "What is it?" His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "It's something your mother left for this very day." The world tilted on its axis. "My mother's diary?" The word struck her with the force of a physical blow. Before she could process the shock, a strange, guttural chuckle escaped her father's lips. It grew louder, morphing into a booming maniacal laugh that filled the room. "Gwahaha, the day has finally arrived," he roared, his face contorted with a terrifying ecstasy. He threw his head back, his voice dripping with venom. "The nation built by that abominable king is finally within my grasp." Rose froze, her blood turning to ice. "King? What king does he mean? The king of Siberian?" Her father's face twisted into a mask of pure hatred, his voice cracking with decades of repressed fury. "If only he hadn't been my wife's the one." The revelation shattered the silence. What was he saying? My mother and the king of Siberian were each other's the one? It couldn't be, it was impossible. A framed picture clattered to the floor. Her father's voice was a torrent of bitter memories. "Your mother, Flora de Charlier, back when you were 3 years old, suddenly became the king of Siberian's one." He explained that he himself was unaffected by the Labrina's pollen, a rare anomaly. He never had a one. But it seemed that the queen of Siberian had her own the one as well, he sneered, and the king, that possessive, cruel monster, would never allow the queen to have such a person in her life, so he did the unthinkable. He dissolved their relationship by force, by murdering her the one. His eyes burned into Rose's, and your mother, Flora, was no exception. "Mother, too?" Rose gasped, her voice barely a whisper. "No, no way, that can't be true." Her father's expression was grim. "I know you might find it hard to trust what I'm saying," he said, his voice softening for a moment. He gestured to the diary in her trembling hands. "But see the truth for yourself in that diary." With shaking fingers, she opened the book. The elegant script was her mother's. "The doctor didn't come again today," one entry read. Another lamented, "and on top of that, I'm getting the feeling they're feeding me less and less each day." Her father's voice narrated the tragedy. "That asshole said he'd have a great doctor take a look at her, so I set her up in a guest room in Siberian." His hand gripped a framed photo of his wife, knuckles white. Another diary entry appeared in her mind's eye. "I keep on wondering if the king of Siberian ever really intended for me to get better. My only support now is the charlam necklace my husband gave me," her mother had written, her despair bleeding through the ink. "I'd love to be able to see my dear family, just one more time before the end." The Duke's voice was raw with pain. "Her diary was returned to us after her death, but that sorry excuse for a king didn't give her any care at all and starved your mother to death." His voice rose to a furious roar. "He murdered my wife and blamed it on her illness." The pieces of a broken mirror reflected the king and a new queen. "And after he eliminated everyone in his way, he became the one of the current queen just as he planned." He spat the words out. "The legend of the one is said to be one of fate, but to me it's nothing more than a repugnant and hateful union." Rose staggered back, the diary feeling like a lead weight in her hands. She turned to the only person she could trust in the room, her eyes wide with desperation. "Olivia, this isn't true, is it?" Olivia couldn't meet her gaze. He bowed his head, his voice heavy with guilt. "My apologies for keeping it from you all this time." He finally looked at her, his own pain reflected in his eyes. "I wanted you to live your life without knowing the truth." Suddenly, her father grabbed her shoulders, his grip like iron, his eyes burning with a terrifying, fanatical light. "I will use any means at my disposal to bring destruction to Siberian." He pulled her into a suffocating embrace, his voice a hiss in her ear. "We've come so far, Rose, my one and only daughter. You must become a member of the royal family. You must infiltrate the royal family and destroy it from the inside, all for the sake of avenging your mother." Memories flooded her mind. The slap from her father. The queen's hushed, urgent warning, "You must never mention this to the king." Was it because of this? Was everything her father said true? Just how terrifying is the king of Siberian? Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone and fear. The carriage rattled along the snowy path. But Rose was lost in the storm inside her own head. "Rose," Theo's voice cut through the fog. He was outside the carriage, his hand outstretched. "You guys sure took your time in there, are you all right?" She forced a smile that felt brittle enough to shatter. "Yes, everything is fine, but it wasn't. Nothing was fine if what my father said is true. Then Prince Theo would be the son of my enemy." The thought was a shard of ice in her gut. The carriage swayed and she trembled, a desperate wish forming in her mind. "I want to forget all of it." Theo's sharp eyes missed nothing. He leaned closer, his brow furrowed with worry. "Rose," he began softly, his gaze was so intense, so knowing. "Did something happen?" he asked. "Wow, he's amazing," she thought numbly. "He knows everything." She clenched her fist, a desperate resolve hardening within her. "There's something that I'd like to forget." She met his gaze, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm. "Will you help me forget using the lost?" Theo's expression was unreadable, but his eyes held a deep understanding. "I'm sure it's something you wish not to talk to me about, huh?" The carriage wheels rattled over the frozen ground. "Ideally, I'd like for you to tell me," he said, his voice gentle, "but if it's still too difficult for you right now." He reached out, his fingers brushing her cheek, tilting her face up to his. His eyes, the color of amethyst, were filled with a profound tenderness. "I hope you'll forgive me for this," he murmured. And then he kissed her. It wasn't a kiss of passion but of comfort, a gentle press of lips meant to soothe and erase the pain. He's such a kind man, she thought, melting into his embrace. She rested her head on his shoulder as he held her. "Thank you," she whispered. "I'll tell you after I get my mind straight." But as the carriage rolled on through the endless white landscape, she had no idea what the right path was. What could she possibly say to him? "If anyone knows, please tell me." Exhaustion finally claimed her, pulling her into the familiar, terrifying dreamscape. The blood-red moon hung in the sky. A flash of a tender kiss. Then the villainess rose, her face a mask of desperation, screamed, "Please wait, standing in front of you right now, Prince Theo. Isn't the real me? The soul in that girl's body is a mess." Roses. The image fractured, replaced by the original Rose, tears streaming down her face as she held a dagger, Theo's hand gently cupping her cheek. Gasp, her eyes flew open, the remnants of the dream clinging to her like a shroud. She clutched her head, a sudden, blinding flash of realization hitting her. "I remember now. It's the opposite of what she'd been doing, this dream. It's from the game's extras section. It all came flooding back. In the extras, on the day of the wedding, Rose and Iris's souls get switched. There's a plot point that prevents the wedding kiss. If the player succeeds in stopping it, they switch back and get a happy ending. But if they fail, it's a bad ending where they stay in each other's bodies forever, but something was wrong. A cold dread seeped into her bones, that bloody knife in my dream. There shouldn't be anything like that in the game, and Theo had mentioned a total eclipse on their wedding day. The red moon was always in her dream, but the extras never mentioned an eclipse. A horrifying possibility began to form. Is it possible that the changes in the characters are changing things for the worse? A sharp knock on the door startled her. The door opened and Theo stood there, already dressed for the day. Morning, Rose, he said with a warm smile. Because I have some sudden things to prepare for the wedding, I'll be taking today off. I just wanted to let you know. She stood by the window as he spoke. I see. Is there anything I can help with? Not today, thanks though. He gave her a quick wave and was gone. Her mind was racing, the knife and the eclipse. These were dangerous deviations from the game. I have to find out why this is happening and tell Theo as soon as possible. There's not a moment to lose, but first, I need to tell Iris that eventually, our souls will be switched. Far across the school grounds, Iris wiped a bead of sweat from her brow, leaning on her shovel. She'd agreed to help Karen with the snow, but it was a lot harder than she'd thought. A soft crunch of snow made her turn. Prince Vin stood there watching her, a faint smile on his lips. How charming, he thought, watching her cheeks reddened by the cold and effort. Hey, he called out. Iris jumped, surprised. Prince Vin, good morning, you're up early. He shrugged. I have something to do, so I can't help you right now, but… He began unwrapping the ornate scarf from his neck. He stepped closer, his presence suddenly overwhelming, and draped the warm fabric around her. I can give you my scarf, wear it for me. Iris's eyes went wide. This is a luxurious scarf of the royal Verno family. It was so flashy. So warm, her heart fluttered. At first, she thought he was just an arrogant and despicable man. A liar, but lately, he's become so considerate. He saved me. He lets me see him when he's vulnerable. A blush crept up her neck as the realization dawned on her. I have feelings for him. Tears of pure joy welled in her eyes. Thank you, Prince Vin, she cried, her voice thick with emotion. I'm so happy. Vin's own cheeks turned a bright pink and he looked away, flustered. You over-exaggerate, he mumbled, turning on his heel. But as he walked away, his heart hammered in his chest, pounding as if he were in heat. What is this mysterious frustration? He spun around and yelled, It's not like I'm succumbing to your charms or anything. Iris just watched him go, a fond giggle escaping her lips. He's such a child. A crunch of snow sounded nearby, and she turned to see Rose approaching, her expression serious. Iris, I need to talk to you. Rose wrung her gloved hands, struggling to find the right words. It's nothing astounding or anything, and I don't quite understand fully myself, but… She took a deep breath and looked Iris straight in the eye. On the day of the wedding, our souls are going to change bodies. She braced herself for disbelief, for questions, for confusion, but Iris just smiled calmly. So, she said, lifting up a little snowman she'd made. It's gonna happen again, huh? Rose blinked. Huh? Iris's smile widened, but it didn't reach her eyes. They were cold, calculating, and eerily familiar. It's been a while, she purred, her voice a low, chilling melody. She held the snowman up, its blank face a stark contrast to the triumphant smirk on hers. Since I've been in my old body. A quiet smile played on Rose's lips, her voice soft against the falling snow as she mused. So, it's gonna happen again, huh? She held out the little snowman she'd made, a peace offering of sorts. A confession hung in the air, thick and cold. It's been a while, she said, her eyes glinting with a knowledge that sent a shiver down Iris's spine. What did she mean, a while since what? Rose's smile widened slightly. Since I've been in my old body. The words landed like stones in the silent snowfield. Iris's mind reeled, her voice a stuttered whisper. What are you talking about, your old body? Her heart began to hammer against her ribs. The way Rose was speaking, it was impossible. It couldn't be. It was almost as if she was saying they had already switched bodies in the past. The implication was so staggering, so utterly world-shattering that Iris's breath hitched in her throat. Her red eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated shock. What? Why, you're joking, right? She shrieked, her composure shattering into a million pieces, but Rose just smiled, a gentle, knowing look on her face. No, it's true. Hold on. Iris's mind was a whirlwind of confusion if what Rose was saying was true. Then that meant the personality inside this asterisk body, the one everyone called Iris, was the original Rose, and the one she had known as the villainous Rose was actually Iris, so she wasn't the only one who had been reincarnated. Their personalities had been switched from the very beginning. The revelation was a physical blow. Iris staggered, her hand flying to her mouth. But if you knew, you should have told me. Rose's expression softened with regret, her voice laced with apology. I only just realized it recently, when I was practicing for the play at the Culture Festival. Memories had flooded back then, a torrent of a life she'd forgotten. When I thought about how you felt when playing that role, I remembered everything, the fact that I used to be you, Rose. So that was it. That's why her performance had been so raw, so utterly convincing. It wasn't acting, it was memory. Iris stared dumbfounded as Rose continued. I'm sorry I didn't say anything. I thought you wouldn't believe me. Of course she wouldn't have. This wasn't how the game went. None of this was in the script, but if reincarnation was possible, then why not switching bodies? The logic was sound, yet it felt like the ground had crumbled beneath her feet. If it was true, if they had truly switched bodies, a wave of crushing guilt washed over Iris. Her hand fell from her face, clenching into a tight fist at her side. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Her eyes, filled with unshed tears, met Rose's. That means I stole your life from you, doesn't it? But Rose's expression was one of profound sadness, her own eyes downcast. The one who should be apologizing is me. Her voice was barely audible, heavy with the weight of a painful past. Frankly, I was sick and tired of my life. Visions of a gilded cage flashed through her mind, a life without choice, without freedom. My father would strike me for disobeying him, and he even chose who I was to marry. I wasn't allowed to choose anything for myself, so I'm sorry for pushing that life onto you." The confession hung between them, raw and heartbreaking. Iris stared, her mind blank. She had prepared herself for hatred, for resentment. She thought Rose must have been carrying this terrible burden for so long, hating her for taking her place. But the truth was so much more complicated, so much sadder. "That's not true," Iris cried out, the words bursting from her heart. "I would never hate you." She reached out, her hands finding Rose's in the cold air. "Rather, I'd like to thank you." A radiant smile broke through her tears. "Thanks to becoming Rose, I've been united with someone I love." She squeezed Rose's hands gently, her eyes shining with sincerity. "So please don't worry yourself over this." The raw emotion was too much. Rose's eyes welled up. "Rose," she sobbed, lunging forward and pulling Iris into a tight, desperate hug. "I knew it, I loved you." Iris buried her face in Rose's shoulder, overwhelmed. Iris is so cute as usual, so honest and cheerful. It's hard to believe she used to be the villainous Rose. But as the warmth of the hug seeped into her, a question began to form in Iris's mind. A dark, lingering question from the past. "But if that's the case," she asked, her voice muffled, "in the past, why was it that Prince Theo hated you?" She pulled back slightly to look at Rose's face. "Seeing you now, you don't seem to have the image of being a spoiled princess." Rose's cheerful expression faltered, a shadow passing over her features. Her voice became low, serious. "Rose, do you know what the king of Siberian did to my mother?" "There it is, the core of the tragedy." Iris nodded slowly. "Yes." "Then this will be quick," Rose said, her gaze distant, lost in a painful past. "At first, since I was a child, I treated Prince Theo with innocent kindness." Her hand rose to touch her own neck, a gesture of deep-seated sorrow. "But the king of Siberian is my enemy. To think that the woman he loved would kill his father. To him, I'm nothing short of horrible, don't you think?" The air grew heavy with her words. Iris watched as Rose's entire atmosphere shifted, becoming darker, colder. "There was a time that he liked me," she admitted, a ghost of a memory flickering in her eyes. "But I was so selfish and arrogant that he couldn't cover for me anymore. I behaved in such a degrading manner, so of course he started to hate me." Iris's eyes widened in understanding. It was all a front, it was all an act. It was like she tried her hardest just to make him hate her, to push him away, to protect him from the daughter of his enemy. Rose looked up, a small, genuine smile returning to her face. "Though I'm rather surprised that you've been able to win back his affection the way you have." Iris met her gaze, a soft blush on her cheeks. Rose's smile grew warmer. "I guess this is what they call love." A wistful sigh escaped her lips, though entering this body has come with its maladies as well. She looked down at her hands. "I can't remember things and have no motor skills. I'm separated from the man I call my enemy, and in retrospect, it's been all very troublesome." A soft, happy light entered her eyes. "But because I'm in this body, I've finally, for the first time, understood what it means to love somebody." Oh, Iris's heart skipped a beat. A knowing look passed between them. "Does she mean?" Iris leaned in, whispering conspiratorially, "Do you perhaps mean Prince Finn?" A furious blush spread across Rose's cheeks. "What?" she yelped, covering her face with a handkerchief. "I guess I've been found out, huh?" They both burst into giggles, the tension finally breaking. Rose's eyes sparkled with a newfound happiness. "I thought that in some way I'd have to avenge my mother's murderer, but I've given up on that." Her expression turned deadly serious. "If after I commit such a crime, we were to switch to bodies again, you'd be put to death in my place and I wouldn't be able to take that." She grabbed Iris's hands, her gaze intense and full of affection. "'Cause I love you, Rose." The words hit Iris with the force of a tidal wave. Phew, a massive weight lifted from her shoulders. "Iris," she breathed, relief washing over her. "That's good. With this, the ominous change that occurs in my nightmares might not come to be." Just then the school bell rang, echoing across the snowy grounds. Iris exclaimed, "Sorry, I need to turn in my homework, I have to go." Rose nodded. "Okay, see you later." Iris turned and started to walk away, but then she paused, her boots sinking into the fresh snow. She turned back, a brilliant smile on her face. "Iris, I love you too." The words warmed the cold air, leaving Rose with a stunned, happy expression. Iris then turned and hurried away, her footsteps light and joyful. As she disappeared from view, Rose stood alone by the two little snowmen. The cheerful light in her eyes flickered and died, replaced by an icy resolve. A storm gathered behind her eyes. With a sharp intake of breath, she lifted her foot and brought it down hard, crushing the snowman that represented Iris. Crush, her face was a mask of grim determination, her breathing heavy. "I made a promise, so I have to forget about avenging my mother as soon as possible." Her thoughts screamed one thing, but her actions screamed another, the crushed snowman, a dark omen lying in the snow. Later that night, Iris was completely spent. I'm exhausted." She groaned, flopping face first onto her luxurious bed. "I didn't think preparing for the wedding would be so tough. There were fittings, courtesy calls, an endless parade of tasks, and Prince Theo, he was even busier with political affairs. She hadn't been able to talk to him or Olivier in forever, and worse, she still hadn't found the right time to tell him about how she and Iris had switched bodies. Her mind was a tangled mess of anxiety. "Though I left him a letter on his desk, I'm sure he'll read it." She had poured her heart out onto the page, explaining everything he had to know. I want him to know that the one he's going to spend the rest of his life with isn't me. The thought sent a jolt of fear through her. An image from her nightmare flashed behind her eyes, a gleaming dagger dripping with blood. She shivered, squeezing her blankets tightly. No, it's okay, she told herself fiercely. What occurs in my nightmare won't happen, and neither will the bad ending. Things aren't turning out like in the game, and the Rose that's in Iris's body is such a wonderful girl. There shouldn't be anyone around with ill will against us, because we love each other. Also, it didn't seem like she was lying. She really is a kind girl. But even as she tried to reassure herself, a dark thought crept in. But I wonder, what is Prince Theo going to think when he finds out? We've switched bodies, perhaps he'll favor Iris over me. Her heart ached at the possibility. No, she said aloud, sitting up sharply. It's not like me to be weak. Her eyes fell upon a small purple box on her nightstand. She opened it, revealing the beautiful ring he'd given her. The memory of his proposal washed over her, warm and reassuring. I just know that Prince Theo loves the current me, more than anyone else in the world. I must trust in this feeling of mine. Meanwhile, in his study, Prince Theo let out a weary sigh. Being this busy, no wonder I can't shake my exhaustion. But when I think about doing it to become Rose's husband, it's not tough at all. A soft smile touched his lips at the thought of her. He was worried about what she had been dealing with. But soon they would be together. A sharp knock echoed through the room. Prince Theodora, the king would like to speak with you regarding the wedding. He straightened his collar. Okay, I'm coming. He gathered his books, but in his haste, one slipped from his grasp, thudding onto the desk and knocking a small, white envelope to the floor. The letter with the name Rose written on it lay forgotten under the heavy desk as the door clicked shut behind him. The world was quiet. In separate rooms miles apart, both girls slept under the same starry sky. A grandfather clock ticked ominously in the hall. Tick-tock, as the hand struck midnight, a strange energy pulsed through the air. Bottom, their eyes snapped open in unison. A jolt, sharp and electric, coursed through them. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Rose scrambled out of bed, her bare feet clattering on the cold floor. She slammed her hands on her vanity, her breath catching in her throat as she stared at her reflection. No, the face staring back at her was her own, her original face. I really am changing bodies. Outside in the snowy grounds, Prince Vin let out a soft sigh, his breath misting in the cold air. She's finally getting married. However, I'm strangely not saddened by it. I just want Rose to be happy. But right now, more importantly, I'm concerned that something is up with her. The girl he knew as Iris, she always has a grim expression on her face, averts her gaze, and avoids me when I try and speak with her. No way. Is it possible she didn't like the scarf I gave her? His gaze fell upon a flattened snowman on the ground. Looks like someone stomped it out. I feel bad for it. He knelt, gently patting the snow back into shape. Inside the church, chaos was brewing. Iris, now back in Rose's body, stammered, her heart pounding. She had finally found Olivier. Please let me speak with Prince Theo. She begged, her voice trembling. Olivier looked flustered. With Prince Theodora. Elsewhere, Rose, now in Iris's body, was having a full-blown panic. I have a bad feeling about this. I have to find out if he read my letter, but there's no guarantee he'll understand with me looking like this. I need to hide myself from Olivier and continue on. There's no time. Olivier tried to placate the frantic girl before him. I'm afraid Prince Theodora is busy with the final preparations for the wedding. I know that, but I have to be quick. There's no time, she pleaded, grabbing his arm. Olivier's eyes widened in confusion. Just then a voice cut through the tension. What is it, Iris? Prince Theo stood before them, resplendent in his wedding uniform. Iris's breath caught. He looked so cool in his wedding garb. But this is no time to get all excited. She took a deep breath, steeling herself. Prince Theo, the truth is, today at the wedding. Her words were cut short by the arrival of another aide. Prince Theodora, the guests of state are arriving. We must go and greet them. Theo turned to her, his expression apologetic. I'm sorry, I can't keep them waiting. We'll speak later. And just like that, he was gone, walking down the red carpet towards the entrance. Iris stood frozen, a wave of despair washing over her. Based on how he was acting, has he not yet read my letter? But I wrote my name on it. I just have to hope he reads it before the ceremony. The world seemed to fade to black, a single blood-red moon hanging in the void. And in that void, a figure stood in a beautiful white wedding gown. It was her original body, the body of Rose. But the face that turned, a cruel, triumphant smirk twisting her lips, was the face of the villainess reborn. And in her gloved hand, she held a sharp, gleaming dagger ready for the final act. Under the glow of a blood-red moon, she stood, a vision in white. A bride perfect and serene, her hair like spun gold under the delicate lace of her veil, but this was no fairy tale wedding. This was an execution, concealed beneath the pristine folds of her dress, cold steel weighted. Her hand rested on the hilt of a dagger, a silent promise of the vengeance that was to come. The night was beautiful, the stars scattered across the velvet sky, but all she saw was red. This was the end of a long, painful road. Standing at the balcony doors, she gazed at her reflection. The face staring back wasn't hers, it was Iris's, the woman whose life she now lived. And in the glass, a ghostly image of another girl appeared beside her, the true owner of this body. When I was back in my own body, she thought, memories stirring like ghosts. I hated the king of Siberian so much. The memory was sharp, a shard of glass in her heart. She remembered the burning rage, the all-consuming desire to kill the man who murdered her mother. She had even tried, a small, furious child with a letter opener, stabbing at his portrait in a fit of grief and rage. But since getting into Iris's body, that hate has strangely subsided. It was as if the chains of her past had shattered. She had escaped the torment of her household, the cruelty of a father who never loved her, and even I, she thought, her mind drifting to a gentle face with kind eyes, have been able to find a pure and warming love that isn't restricted by my social standing. A soft knock at the door pulled her from her reverie. A voice, deep and familiar, called out, "Excuse me." The door creaked open and Prince Theodore stepped in. His eyes widened the moment they fell upon her. He was breathless, standing by the window, bathed in the eerie light of the red moon. With butterflies seeming to dance around her, she was an ethereal vision. He walked towards her, his voice a soft whisper. "You look beautiful." She turned, her expression unreadable behind the veil, her hand instinctively brushing against the hidden dagger at her thigh. He reached for her hand, his touch gentle against her gloved fingers. More than I ever imagined. His gaze was filled with such adoration, such pure, undiluted love. "You're the most beautiful girl in the world, Rose." He breathed, his voice thick with emotion. Rose, he called her by her real name, the name of the soul trapped inside this borrowed body. But she wasn't Rose, not anymore. Meanwhile, in the grand cathedral, the real Iris, trapped in Rose's body, sat anxiously. Her hands were clenched tightly in her lap, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. "I wonder if Prince Theo read my letter," she prayed silently, her eyes fixed on the massive cathedral doors. A sudden hush fell over the crowd. The doors swung open with a heavy groan. "Here they come." The bride and groom entered, a perfect couple walking down an aisle strewn with red rose petals. It was a beautiful sight, a scene of pure romance, but to Iris, it was the prelude to a tragedy. From the pews, the real Iris watched the woman in her body approach the altar. She could see the king on his throne, a smug look on his face. The bride Rose saw him too, and a dark shadow crossed her features. "I have something to apologize to you for first," Rose thought, her silent words directed at Iris. "Ever since coming back to my old body, I haven't been able to control my emotions." Her heart began to pound, a heavy, suffocating beat. Ba dump, even though I want to keep my promise, I cannot forgive the king who trampled all over my mother's life." The promise felt like ash in her mouth now. The kindness she'd received from Iris, a debt she felt she could never repay, warred with the primal need for revenge that pulsed in her veins. "So at the very least, if I can kill the king with my own hands, and get myself executed today." A vision of the guillotine flashed in her mind, swift and final. "There will be no more body swapping, and you'll be able to live your days out as Iris. This will be my one and only chance to get close to the king." Her eyes, burning with resolve, fixed on her target. "It must be today. I will kill him and avenge my mother." As they walked, Theo felt a slight stumble. He glanced at his bride, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "She's not matching my pace," he wondered. Perhaps she's nervous. In the audience, Iris squeezed her eyes shut, her hands clasped in prayer. "Please, let this end peacefully." The priest's voice boomed through the hall. They would now perform the Siberian tradition of kissing each other's rings. Iris's eyes snapped open, her heart lodging in her throat. "If you read my letter, I'm sure he'll use caution here. He might even glance over in my direction." She watched them, her entire being focused on the prince. "I beg of you, Prince Theo, please." Memories of their time together flooded her mind. The way he held her, the promises they made, he was her everything. "It is easier to accept the pain of being away from my one than it is to die. I need you to realize that the girl in front of you right now isn't me." The thought was a scream in her mind, and a strangled sob escaped her lips. I can't take it." The sound, raw and heartbroken, shattered the solemn atmosphere. A single blue flower fell from her hair as tears streamed down her face. Everyone turned. Theo paused, his hand hovering over his bride's. "Ms. Iris," he murmured, his brow furrowed in confusion. He looked from the stoic, veiled woman beside him to the weeping girl in the pews. Why does she care this much? This isn't like Rose at all, crying like that." And then he saw it, the way she cried, her face crumpled in pure, unadulterated anguish. "She looks like her. Impossible is that." His eyes widened in shock. The pieces slammed together in his mind. "So that's the reason? Our pace wasn't in sync?" He turned fully, his gaze locking onto the crying girl, and a name left his lips, full of certainty and awe. "So there you are, Rose." He abandoned the altar, walking directly to her, his eyes never leaving her face. He reached her, his hands gently cupping her tear-stained cheeks. "I don't know how or why this is," he said, his voice shaking with emotion, "but you are the Rose that I love." He pulled her into a fierce embrace, burying his face in her hair. "Prince Theo," she sobbed against his chest. He realized it. He finally realized it. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of shocked chatter. What is going on?" Theo's brother stood up, his face a mask of disbelief. "Theodore, have you gone mad?" He stared at his brother, embracing a commoner in the middle of his own royal wedding. "What are you thinking, Theodore?" But on the altar, the chaos was a perfect distraction. The bride Rose watched the king, whose attention was fixed on his son's scandalous behavior. A cold, determined smile touched her lips. This was her moment. Her hand went to her thigh, fingers closing around the dagger. With a glint of polished steel, she drew the weapon. The king's eyes widened in horror as he saw the flash of the blade. She lunged, her wedding dress billowing around her like a shroud. Memories, sharp and painful, drove her forward. She was so little then, the memories were hazy, but the love was not. Her mother, who showered her with affection, was her whole world, but then she fell ill. Taken away in a carriage, and Rose never saw her again. The news of her death shattered her world. Later, she found her mother's diary, and the truth was a poison that seeped into her soul. Her death wasn't an illness. It was murder orchestrated by the king of Siberian. This man took everything from me. He deceived and stole my family from me, for nothing more than his own twisted love. The past fueled the present. She raised the dagger high, aiming for the crown on the king's head. Ka-ching, the royal guards moved to intercept, their spears crossing to block her path. "Stop this," a voice screamed. It was the queen, throwing herself in front of her husband. "Rose, calm yourself." She stood between Rose and the king, her arms outstretched. "I won't let you kill him," she declared, her face pale but resolute. Rose faltered, her eyes wide with shock. "My queen." From across the hall, Iris screamed, "Prince Theo, that's..." Theo's head snapped up at the commotion. He saw Rose, dagger in hand, and moved without thinking. "Wait," she screamed, shaking off her hesitation. "I must kill him today, right now." She staggered past the guards, shoving the queen aside. "If you don't move out of the way, I'll kill you along with him." A single tear traced a path down her cheek. "Why us?" Iris shrieked in terror. "Stop it, Iris." Theo was there in a flash, his arms wrapping around her from behind, his hand clamping down on her wrist. "Let me go," she snarled, struggling against him. He tightened his grip, a spark of purple magic igniting between their hands. "Freeze," he commanded. Their eyes met, hers filled with rage, his with desperation. "Arg, ah," she screamed as the magic seared her skin, the pain unbearable. Her grip loosened, and the dagger fell, clattering onto the marble floor with a sickening clank. Rose's body went limp, and she slumped backward into Theo's arms, unconscious. Iris rushed forward, catching her as she fell. Theo staggered back, clutching his head. The lost, it occurred because they touched. Did she pass out from the pain? But this time, it's for the best. He looked at Iris, cradling Rose's unconscious form. "To think she'd do something like this." The bloody dagger lay on the floor, a testament to how close they had come to disaster. "Our bodies will switch again in a few hours, at midnight." The king's voice boomed, thick with fury. "Theodore, what is the meaning of this?" The hall was in chaos, the guests whispering in fear and confusion. Olivier could only stare, utterly bewildered. What is going on here?" Later, the chaos had subsided, replaced by a tense silence in a private chamber. Iris gently wrapped a bandage around Theo's hand. "The wound on your hand isn't that deep," she said softly. He looked at her, his eyes searching her face. "Are you really Rose?" She met his gaze without flinching. "Yes, I am. Right now, Iris is in my body. She's being watched over in the other room. Olivier is with her, but it seems she hasn't woken up yet." "I see," Theo murmured, his expression grim. "At any rate, why did Iris go after my father with a knife?" Iris's heart ached. "I can't lie to him anymore. Even though it's a brutal story, I have to tell him everything." She took a deep breath. "Let me explain to you everything that I know." And so she did. She told him everything that had happened up until this point, about how his father, the king, let Rose's mother die, about how she and Iris had switched bodies at some point during childhood, and how Iris, now trapped in her body, despises the king who killed her mother. Theo listened, his face growing paler with every word. He buried his face in his hands. "You two changed bodies even before that." The weight of it all was crushing, and to think that my father could commit such an atrocious act. "Yeah," Rose whispered, her voice barely audible. "But it's the truth." Theo looked up, his expression pained. "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just hard to wrap my head around." He paused, a flicker of memory in his eyes. "Also, it's not that I knew nothing of this. When I was researching the one in the royal library, I remember seeing something there. I didn't understand what it was at the time because of its fragmented content, but it was most likely her mother's diary filled with confessions." Rose gasped. A sudden rattle at the door made them both jump. Theo stood, a new urgency in his voice. "That's it, will you two switch bodies again at midnight?" Rose nodded hesitantly. "Why, yes." A look of dread crossed Theo's face. "If he thinks he could have stopped Iris earlier, this is bad." "Depending on my father's judgment," he said, his voice low and serious, "your body may be executed without a moment's delay." The horrifying image of the guillotine returned, this time with her face, her body lifeless and broken, her life now hung by the thinnest of threads. His voice, a low rumble against the blood-red moon, was a death sentence. He spoke of her father, of judgment, and of a blade falling without a moment's delay. An image of a guillotine, slick with crimson, flashed through her mind, followed by the sickening thud of a body falling limp. This was the grim reality they faced. Executed. The word echoed in her skull, a venomous whisper. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone. No, it couldn't be, not like this. Theo's face was grim, etched with the weight of their impossible situation. He explained that his duty was to protect Rose, but the chaos at the wedding had sealed their fate. With so many witnesses from different nations, how could they possibly explain the truth? That she and Iris had switched bodies? They would be laughed at, called madwomen. The world would only see a lady who had betrayed the king, and for such a crime, there was only one punishment. Horror dawned on their faces, two souls trapped in the wrong bodies, facing the same terrible end. Rose's hands, now Iris's hands, trembled as she clasped them together. It's all going to be ruined. The thought was a shard of ice in her gut. No, she couldn't let it end here. Her mind screamed at her. Think. Think. The steady talk of a nearby clock was a countdown to her doom. Memories, not of fear but of fire, flooded her mind. The first time she met Prince Vin, her voice sharp as she declared she didn't want any of those gentlemen in her life. The first time she faced Princess Tania, a worthy rival, a smirk playing on her lips. Her own words, spoken with such confidence, came back to her. Your feelings are so flimsy. She had faced down every challenge, overcome every obstacle thrown her way. She clenched her fist, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her. If she could just be the villainous Rose. That powerful, untouchable woman, she could do anything. But then a gasp escaped her lips. The cold, hard truth crashed down on her. She wasn't Rose right now, she was in Iris's body. A terrifying question bloomed in the darkness of her mind. If Rose's body dies, what will happen to my soul? Will it be extinguished along with the body it once inhabited? Or would she be trapped, a ghost living on in Iris's form forever? A tiny spark of hope ignited. Maybe, just maybe, she could return to her own body. A vision of her true self, happy and free, flashed before her eyes. But that hope was instantly crushed by a devastating realization. To save herself would mean abandoning Iris's soul. It would mean Iris would die. The thought was unbearable. Tears streamed down her cheeks, hot and bitter. I don't want her to die, she sobbed, her voice breaking. Theo's gaze softened, a flicker of understanding in his violet eyes. He knew how much her friend meant to her. Suddenly, wham. The doors burst open and Prince Vin stood there, a whirlwind of chaotic energy. He declared with unwavering confidence that if that was the case, they had no choice but to flee Siberian. He scuffed his boot on the floor, ready for action. Rose and Theo could only stare, stunned into silence. Prince Vin and Olivier were there. Olivier carrying the unconscious form of Iris in Rose's body. Vin's tone was sharp, cutting through their despair. He told them that sticking around and whining would accomplish nothing. It would just be a countdown to the executioner's block. Theo's jaw tightened. He knew Vin was right. A devilish smirk spread across Vin's face. He leaned in, his voice a conspiratorial whisper, telling them to just play along and get kidnapped. He gestured grandly towards the window. My carriage is big enough for us all. Rose and Theo exchanged a confused glance. Prince Vin's carriage, meanwhile, under the same blood-red moon. The king and queen of Siberian stood in a silent room. The queen laid out her theory, her voice calm and measured. She believed it was all a revenge plot orchestrated by Rose and Lord Charlier. Revenge. The king looked puzzled. She reminded him of the past, of Lord Charlier's wife, Flora, who had died in Siberian years ago. Charlier had always blamed the king, and so he wove a patient web of vengeance, pushing for the marriage of their children to get close to the royal family, all while plotting an assassination at the perfect moment. The king's eyes narrowed. I see, he murmured, the pieces clicking into place. A slow, chilling smile spread across his lips, cold and cruel. He was a spider in his own web, and his prey had just revealed themselves. The queen watched him, a shiver running down her spine. Now then, the king purred, looking down at the captured Lord Charlier. So what are we going to do with him? His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Far away in a desolate, frozen wood, a woman with hair like spun sugar pink tended to a single black flower. She giggled softly, murmuring to the plant that it seemed fine even in the cold. She whispered that it wouldn't be long now, just a little longer until her black labrana was in full bloom. A dreamy look crossed her face as she imagined Theo and Rose's wedding. She sighed, a hint of old sadness in her eyes, saying she wished she could have gone, but her history with King Jute made it impossible. Her expression hardened. She clutched the potted flower to her chest as if it were a precious child. If the love between those two wavers, she vowed, her voice laced with venom, I'm never giving my baby to them. Their desperate escape began under the cover of darkness. Prince Vin led them through the twisted woods, his expression grimly determined. Theo clutched a delicate handkerchief in his bandaged hand. His knuckles white, Rose, still trapped in Iris's body, hurried to keep up, her heart pounding with anxiety. We're going further and further into the forest, is this okay? She whispered, her voice trembling. Vin didn't answer, simply pausing at the edge of a precipice. He looked back at them, his face unreadable in the moonlight. We jump from here, he stated calmly. A collective gasp, below them was nothing but a sheer, terrifying drop. This is a cliff, Rose stared in horror, her mind screaming. No way, no way, no way, if I jump from here, I'll die. But Vin was already moving. It's fine, he said impatiently, hurry up and do it. And then he gave her a firm push. A scream tore from her throat as she plunged into the abyss. Rose, Theo cried out, his face a mask of terror. Iris, still in Rose's body, shrieked in panic. Why? I thought Prince Vin's assassination tag was gone. Rose braced for impact, for the shattering of bone and the end of everything. But instead she landed with a soft asterisk flump asterisk on something plush and red. She blinked, utterly bewildered. It doesn't hurt? A kind, mustachioed face peered down at her. "Are you all right, miss?" a man asked gently. Her eyes widened in recognition. This man, she'd seen him at the wedding reception. He was the minister of Verno. Vin appeared at the cliff's edge, a triumphant grin on his face. He explained that he'd already made arrangements. He gestured dramatically to the source of her soft landing, an absurdly opulent golden carriage. "This is my carriage, the Golden King," he announced with a flourish. He boasted that they'd never seen anything like it, complete with a bed area that transformed into a retractable crown. Rose and Theo stared utterly nonplussed. "So lame," she muttered, a strange feeling of déjà vu washing over her. Vin, however, was adamant it was the perfect disguise. Who would ever suspect fugitives would escape in such a ridiculously conspicuous carriage? Rose could only sigh. "I thought it was just bad taste," she mumbled to herself. They scrambled aboard, no time to waste. Olivier gently laid Iris's sleeping form on the crown bed. And with a lurch, the gaudy carriage began to move. Inside, they hastily explained the body-switching predicament to a stunned Olivier. He nodded slowly. "I see, so you've switched bodies. No wonder I felt something was off." Vin, however, was still trying to process the motive, muttering that he couldn't believe she would hate the king of Siberian that much. Olivier pulled out a pocket watch, its gold case gleaming. "It's almost midnight," he announced. He looked at Rose, his gaze serious. He asked if what she said was true, that at midnight she would return to her own body. She nodded, her heart beginning to race. And then, as the clock struck 12, it happened. A light flickered behind her eyes. When they opened again, they were her own vibrant crimson red. "Rose?" Theo breathed, his voice filled with awe and relief. She sat up, feeling the familiar weight of her own limbs, the silky cascade of her own blonde hair. "Prince Theo," she whispered, a glance in a polished surface confirmed it. "I'm back in my own body, thank goodness." Theo's smile was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, his eyes soft with adoration. "It's the Rose I know," he murmured, her cheeks flushed, her heart aflutter. He had worried about her all night. At a time like this, all she wanted was to kiss him. Oh, but she couldn't. The curse of the lost stood between them like a wall of glass. She remembered the devastating consequence of their touch in the church, how it had stolen his precious memories. But then Theo spoke, his voice low and husky, sending shivers down her spine. He confessed that he knew it was inappropriate, but he couldn't stop himself from wanting to kiss her, even if it cost him a memory. A soft smile touched her lips. If only they could choose which memories to lose. She reached up, her fingers gently tracing the line of his jaw, and leaned in. Their lips met in a tender, desperate kiss. A spark ignited, a flash of white light, and the sound of shattering glass. A memory was gone, lost to the void. She wondered which one it was, but in the warmth of his embrace, she found she didn't care. This feeling of fulfillment, of rightness, was all that mattered. He pulled away, his eyes clouded with a familiar haze. "Rose," he whispered, his heart pounding in his chest. He wondered aloud if it was his heat acting up, blaming it on his time away from Tania. He insisted he was fine, reaching for the vial of suppressors he always carried. Rose gently placed her hand over his, stopping him. Just then, their intimate moment was shattered by a cheerful voice. "Hey," Vin poked his head into their compartment, oblivious. "We've made it to Verno, you can get out now." Startled, they jumped apart, their faces flushed. They looked out the window at the foreign city stretching before them. Had they done it? Had they truly escaped safely, slipping from the clutches of the terrifying Siberian king? Or was this just a temporary reprieve from the thorns that still sought to ensnare them? A question hung in the cold, winter air, a fragile hope against the vast, pale sky. Have we really escaped safely? Rose's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of her own making. Could it be true? Had they really slipped through the iron grasp of that monster, from the thorny, suffocating clutches of the king of Siberian? The memory of his cruel, smiling face, a predator toying with his prey, sent a shiver down her spine. But while they tasted freedom, another king was tasting the cold, hard steel of defeat. The heavy clang of armor echoed down the stone corridor as guards dragged the disgraced king of Siberian into the dungeons. "Hey, wait," he snarled, his regal robes dragging through the filth. "Stop this." But his commands were empty, powerless words in the face of his failure. The iron-barred door slammed shut with a deafening final ka-chunk. He lunged at the bars, his knuckles turning white as he gripped them, his face a mask of pure fury. "Damn," he slammed his fist against the cold, unyielding stone wall, the sharp pain doing nothing to quell the inferno raging within him. "Rose," he hissed her name like a curse. She messed it all up. He was so close, so agonizingly close to achieving everything he'd ever wanted, and she, that insignificant little girl, had shattered his ambitions into a million pieces. A wave of red fury washed over his vision. Damn it all. His roar of frustration was swallowed by the darkness of his new prison. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the palace, another king stood, cloaked in shadow and power. King Vin's voice was deceptively calm as he announced that Lady Rose had managed to escape. His queen Anemone stood silently beside him, her expression unreadable. Vin continued, his eyes glinting with cold fury, stating that Theodore and his butler were missing as well. "We must find them at once," he declared, the words an iron command. He turned his sharp gaze upon his wife. "Can you think of any guests who were acting suspiciously?" Anemone met his gaze without flinching, her voice a placid stream over a river of secrets. No, she said smoothly, none I can think of. But inside, her heart sang a silent song of relief. Asterisk Rose, you made it out okay. Asterisk a small secret victory in this deadly Game of Thrones. Vin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion in their depths, but he simply nodded. I see, fine then. He strode out onto a grand balcony, the sheer number of soldiers below a testament to his power. How could they have gotten so far in so little time? His rage, once a controlled flame, now erupted into a wildfire. His voice boomed across the kingdom, a furious command that shook the very foundations of the castle. Search the entire kingdom now. 1,000 voices roared back in unison, yes, sir. The king's decree spread faster than any plague. Newspapers flew from the presses, their headlines screaming betrayal. Hey, did you see the newspaper extra? Lady Charlier is wanted for attempting to assassinate the king. A wanted poster bearing Rose's beautiful, innocent face was plastered on every wall, turning her from a beloved lady into a hunted criminal overnight. In a quiet, hidden room, Iris crumpled the damning paper in her gloved hand. Tears streamed down her face, her carefully constructed composure shattering like glass. How did it come to this? She whispered, her voice choked with sorrow, and a more terrifying thought followed. And the black labrina has finished blooming. The beautiful, ominous flower was a ticking clock, and she knew that once it began to wilt, all would be lost. In a safe house far from the chaos, Rose watched over her sleeping friend. Iris isn't waking up, she murmured, clutching her hand, pouring all her desperate hope into the simple touch. A calm voice broke the silence. I'll conceal her here for the time being. It was Prince Vin's silver-haired brother, his expression cool and unreadable. His sharp, almost feral gaze then landed on Theo. I wasn't planning on you coming as well, Theodore, he stated, his voice laced with a faint, dangerous amusement. Theo didn't hesitate, bowing deeply, the picture of humility. I'm sorry if it causes you any trouble, he said, his voice earnest. However, you're the only one I can rely on right now. I know it's brazen of me to ask this of you, but please. The silver-haired prince watched him for a long moment before a slow, roguish smile spread across his lips. I guess there's no way around it. I'll let you stay here as well, oh also. He reached into his coat and tossed a small ribbon-wrapped object to Theo. Since you put it that way, I'll give this to you. Theo caught its surprise flickering in his eyes. It was a secret medicinal lozenge, a treasure from Verno. Their host explained its curious magic. It dissolved with steam and saliva, erasing fatigue and stopping bleeding. It's a quirky drug, both expensive and rare. But it works outstandingly well, he said with a smirk. You both look terrible, so use it in the bath, you'll thank me later. Rose couldn't help but let out a small giggle, her cheeks flushing pink. Asterisk, he's not really being honest, asterisk, she thought, recognizing the kindness hidden beneath his prickly exterior. The scene shifted to a magnificent bath, the air thick with steam and secrets. Rose's mind drifted. Asterisk, this was a one-time event in the main game. To think that Prince Theo and I would be taking a bath together again. Asterisk, her heart began to beat a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Ba-dump, as she looked at him, his muscular chest glistening in the warm water, his bandaged hand a stark reminder of the dangers they'd faced. He spoke softly, telling her the water had therapeutic properties and that they would be safe here. He called her name, his voice a low murmur, Rose. As he dipped his injured hand into the water, a sharp hiss of pain escaped his lips. Ouch. Rose's eyes widened in concern. Asterisk, the wound he got while trying to stop Iris. Asterisk. Without thinking, she reached out, her fingers gently wrapping around his bandaged hand. I'm sorry, you got hurt, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. You're always coming to my rescue. Theo looked at her, his intense gaze softening. It's not a big deal, he murmured, his thumb stroking her skin. It's more of a badge of courage. Rose stared at him, mesmerized, a blush creeping up her neck. Asterisk, Prince Theo. Asterisk, he leaned closer. The space between them shrinking, the air crackling with unspoken tension. A single bead of sweat traced a path down his temple as his voice dropped to a husky whisper. Rose, I want just one more kiss. Her breath caught in her throat. Flustered, she turned her head away, her heart a wild thing in her chest. We can't, Prince Theo, she managed, trying to sound firm. I won't sell my memories so cheaply, don't get all carried away, she huffed, crossing her arms over her chest, a futile attempt to shield herself from his intoxicating presence. But Theo's eyes only darkened with desire, his heart thumping a heavy, primal rhythm. Rose quickly changed the subject, holding up the lozenge their host had given them. Also, we should use this thing. But it's so hard I can't break it, you go ahead and use it. A sly smile played on Theo's lips. Wouldn't it be better if we both used it? Rose gasped, her eyes wide as the scandalous implication hit her. You mean we should both lick it? He didn't answer with words. Instead, he brought the twisted candy to his lips, the steam from the bath beginning to melt it. You use the steam and lick it when it melts, he demonstrated, his tongue darting out. It's melting, but slowly. I bet it'll melt faster if we both lick it. He moved it between their faces, an irresistible invitation. Come on, their lips met over the sweet confection, a soft slurp echoing in the steamy air. Rose's mind went blank. Asterisk, it's supposed to be therapeutic, but it's becoming so erotic. I feel like I'm gonna go crazy. Asterisk, Theo was losing the battle for control himself. Asterisk, this isn't good. I was only playing around. But the way she's licking it, asterisk, a vivid, searing memory of their first night together flashed through his mind. Asterisk what improper thoughts I'm having? Asterisk. He felt dizzy, his reason dissolving in the heat. This wasn't the curse. This was something far more powerful. Asterisk desire is consuming me because of my love for her. Asterisk Rose felt it too, a gentle sweetness spreading through her body like a potent aphrodisiac. She shifted restlessly in the water. Prince Theo, don't you think it's enough? She stammered. He was panting now, his eyes glazed over with raw need. Her question barely registered. All he could see was her, all he could feel was this overwhelming, all-consuming want. Rose, he gasped, his voice cracking with desperation. I want you. His confession hung in the air, raw and undeniable, a spark in a room full of gasoline. Rose's heart felt like it would burst from her chest. Asterisk if he looks at me with a face like that, with such a well-trained body. I might give in seconds, asterisk. With a sudden surge of panic strength, she shoved the entire lozenge into his mouth. You can't touch me, she cried, scrambling away from him. Theo gasped, shocked into silence. You must realize, she insisted, her voice trembling. Right now, the two of us can't be touching one another. Later, dressed and decidedly flustered, they rejoined their host. Sure thing, the silver-haired prince said, sipping his tea after Theo thanked him. But why are both your faces so strangely red? They both jumped, stammering excuses about the hot water and good circulation, their cheeks burning even brighter. Their host just smirked. I see, whatever. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud wham, and a stunning woman with long silver hair strode in. Prince Theo, she called out cheerfully. Theo paled. Tania, what are you doing in Verno? Tania beamed, explaining she was worried and came looking for him, adding with a wink that she simply followed the scent of his heat. Asterisk so that was heat? Asterisk Theo thought, clutching the suppressants in his pocket. Asterisk it's getting worse. Asterisk. Tania's playful gaze then fell on Rose. Oh, who do we have here? Her voice turned sharp, dripping with venom. The wanted criminal Rose. She leaned in, her smile a cruel slash. Maybe I'll let the king of Siberia know. I'd be a lot better off if you were out of the picture. Rose held her ground. Asterisk she's bluffing. Asterisk trying a different tactic, she said. But if you helped us, I'm sure Prince Theo would fall head over heels for you. Tania blushed furiously, caught completely off guard. What? A timid voice interrupted from the hall. Miss Tania, I feel like I'm going to freeze up out here. Tania waved a dismissive hand. Oh, that's right, I was supposed to bring this guy along as my condition. She introduced the man in the door. The healer Saku. Saku stepped forward, his smile as bright as the morning sun. Nice to meet everyone. Rose's eyes widened in recognition. Saku, from the game, he was a strategic character added just before she was reincarnated. A famous healer researching medicine for the One. She'd never played his route, only hearing he was quirky and divisive. Saku leaned in close, his charming smile directed solely at her. Nice to meet you, Rose. Theo watched from the side, a jolt of pure jealousy striking him like lightning. Rose felt a blush creep up her cheeks. Asterisk it's rude to think of him as just a character, asterisk. He didn't seem so bad. In fact, he seemed wonderful. To celebrate, Saku presented them with a magnificent feast he'd prepared himself. A dazzling array of medicinal dishes. It makes me happy to see the delighted faces of those I cook for, he declared with a wink. Rose found herself smiling back, asterisk wow, he's pretty handsome, a healer, a good cook, and intelligent, asterisk. He was nothing like the other princes, he was refreshing. As she was lost in thought, Theo suddenly leaned in from behind, his lips brushing her ear as he whispered her name. As she jumped, what is it, Prince Theo? His voice was low and tense, it's that Saku guy. Inside, his mind was screaming. Asterisk there's something shady about him. Asterisk but he knew accusing the man Rose seemed to trust so quickly would only cause problems, so he pulled back. Nothing, never mind. After the meal, Rose offered to help Saku clean, only to find the kitchen in a state of utter chaos. Saku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry, I'm not so good at cleaning up. Rose laughed. Asterisk so he's not perfect after all. Asterisk as she stepped forward to help, her foot slipped on a patch of oil. A scream tore from her throat as she fell backward. Right into Saku's waiting arms, he caught her easily, holding her steady. Her heart pounded, but not from fear. A strange, pleasant warmth spread through her. Asterisk what is this feeling? Asterisk he let her go, apologizing for the mess, but Rose was reeling. Asterisk being grabbed by someone who's not the one. It didn't hurt, it felt good. Asterisk from the doorway, Theo watched, his face a storm of confusion and disbelief. Asterisk she didn't feel any pain. What in the world is going on here? Asterisk. And in the messy kitchen, hidden from view, a small, knowing smile graced Saku's lips. A soft, knowing laugh escaped his lips. He sat alone, purple hair framing a face etched with a strange, melancholic amusement as red feathers drifted down around him like bloody teardrops. This was just the beginning of his little game. By the bedside, Prince Vin sat hunched over, his shoulders heavy with a weariness that went bone deep. He watched the gentle rise and fall of her chest, her face serene in sleep. But it wasn't sleep, it was something deeper, something that had stolen her from him for 3 agonizing days. His voice was a raw whisper, a desperate prayer meant only for her ears. It's been 3 days already. Hurry and wake up, sleepyhead. He reached out, his fingers trembling as they brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. His heart ached, the sight of her so still and fragile tearing him apart. Don't hurt all on your own, he begged, his eyes red-rimmed and pleading. Please, let me bear some of it. From the doorway, Rose watched the scene unfold, her heart twisting in her chest. This was all wrong. Her mind reeled, trying to reconcile the image before her with the story she knew. It's the exact opposite from the story in the game, she thought, her breath catching in her throat. In the game, it was Iris who was supposed to be tending to a wounded Prince Vin, not the other way around. A cold knot of anxiety tightened in her stomach. I wonder if she'll be okay. And then there was the other, more pressing problem. We also haven't dealt with the issue of the one. She needed a solution, and fast, Miss Rose. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a figure appeared at the end of the hall. It was Saku, a cheerful smile on his face as he waved at her. His voice was bright and friendly as he thanked her for helping him clean up the day before, even offering her some tea as a thank you. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Rose's mind, a desperate sliver of hope. Saku, she whispered to herself, her eyes widening. That's right, Saku's a healer, he might know something. He might have a solution that they don't. Over a steaming pot of tea, Rose listened intently as Saku explained his reason for being in Verno. He came to study their medicine, he said. His eyes lit up with genuine passion as he spoke of his discoveries, from medicinal lozenges to new uses for herbal medicine. Rose found herself impressed. Wow, I see you take your work seriously, huh? But then the conversation took a turn. He was researching how to use a substance called charlim in his medicine. Charlim, the name echoed in Rose's memory, sending a chill down her spine. A flash of another woman, the fierce warrior Tania, came to her mind. Impossible, Tania had declared in the game, speaking of custom-made manacles forged from the sturdiest and rarest of metals. Charlim. What was a healer doing with a material used for unbreakable chains? Suddenly, a strange rattling sound broke the silence. Before Rose could react, Saku leaned in, his face uncomfortably close, a manic gleam in his eyes. He explained that charlim has a strong bonding power, and if he could successfully turn it into a fixative, he might be able to create a body free of all diseases. By mixing all medicines with it, Rose's mind reeled, a body immune to diseases. This was an ambition beyond anything she could have imagined. She tried to pull back, her voice trembling slightly. Hey, Saku, aren't you a bit close? But he didn't seem to hear her. His gaze was intense, a sly smile playing on his lips. That medicine, he whispered, would be a panacea. His hand shot out, grabbing her, and she gasped, trying to push him away. A strange, sweet scent wafted from him, making her shiver uncontrollably. With a surge of adrenaline, she broke free. Her voice like ice as she glared at him. I don't ever remember, she seethed. Giving you permission to touch me. He simply sat back, unperturbed, a smug little smile on his lips. Oh my, are you sure? He purred, his eyes glinting with a hidden knowledge. Even though I could help you to solve the one, the words hit Rose like a lightning bolt. A jolt went through her. How could he possibly know about that? His attitude had changed so suddenly. From a friendly healer to something predatory, and what was this strange feeling spreading through her body? It doesn't feel good, she thought, her mind clouding over. He leaned in again, his voice a low, hypnotic murmur. Doesn't it feel good when I touch you? He explained that since he was a child, he'd been exposed to countless herbs and medicines, their ingredients seeping into his very being. He claimed that when he touched patients with severe ailments, his body exuded properties that could help them, disease-relieving properties. I'm like a cure-all myself, he declared with a flourish. Rose stared at him dumbfounded. Just by touching someone, no way, isn't that too powerful? He let out a soft huff, his gaze piercing her. You too, Rose, are suffering from the curse of the Labrena, he stated, not asked. I'm sure you'll find yourself wanting me soon enough. Don't say such idiotic thigh, her words died in her throat. She tried to move, to back away, but her body wouldn't obey. I can't move. A strange warmth spread through her, her brain feeling like it was melting, being drawn into a swamp of solace. He was behind her now, his lips brushing against her ear. Stop it, she gasped, but her protest was weak. He licked the shell of her ear and a violent shiver racked her body. How is it? He whispered, this feeling. It wasn't like Theo's touch or any other man's. It was a sweet, smoothing, almost toxic ecstasy that was robbing her of her will. This isn't good, she thought, a jolt of panic shooting through the haze. I'm losing strength. Your ears are weak, aren't they? He murmured, his voice laced with triumph. You flinched when Theo touched them. He had her right where he wanted her. The medicine to dissolve the one? I can certainly make it for you, he promised, his breath hot against her skin. But I require something in return. He pulled back just enough for her to see the raw lust in his eyes. How about the right to have you for 3 full days and nights? Rose's eyes widened in horror. Wah. A flash of insight hit her. Could it be that Saku's popularity in the game was due to this gap? The gap between his usual innocent cuteness and his hidden sadistic manliness. Is the only way to get his help, to sleep with him? Hey, a voice barked. Suddenly Theo was there. His face a mask of fury. A loud whack echoed through the room as his fist connected with Saku's head. Theo's voice was tight with anger. I was lucky that the medicinal lozenge and your herbs sealed the wound on my hand, he growled. Rose could only stare, relieved and shocked. Prince Theo. Saku clutched his cheek, a blush spreading across it, but his expression was more annoyed than hurt. Sai, then, why don't we make it the three of us? He suggested shamelessly, causing both Rose and Theo to recoil in shock. I don't care if you're here too, Theo, my thing is already so swollen it hurts. He pointed downwards, a lewd grin on his face. Theo's face turned crimson with rage. No more playing around, he roared. Who in the world would allow that? But Saku's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold seriousness. There's nothing else I want in exchange for the dissolution medicine. The finality in his tone was chilling. Rose's heart plummeted. If we miss this chance, I don't think we'll ever meet such a skilled healer again. Her mind raced, a desperate plan forming if it comes to this. Seiyo was still arguing, telling Saku he was just hiding behind the medicine. But Rose had made her decision. She turned, leaning in to whisper in Theo's ear. I think I know how to. Shut this little pervert up. Theo's eyes widened slightly. Saku, lounging nearby, simply smirked. Even if you whisper like that, I have no intention of changing my mind. Suddenly, Rose lunged forward, grabbing his long purple braid with a sharp tug. Her voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Fine, she said, her grip tightening. I'll lay with you. The room fell silent. Saku's jaw dropped, a blush creeping up his neck. Huh? Theo was equally stunned. Wah. However, Rose declared, her voice ringing with authority. Only after you've completed the dissolution medicine. The two boys stared at her, utterly confused. That's just a way for you to get out of this, isn't it? Saku accused, his eyes narrowing. I can't make a promise like that without a guarantee. Rose let go of his hair and straightened up, a smirk playing on her lips. As you can see, I'm an extremely experienced lady, she purred, her confidence radiating off her in waves. I've made a number of different men scream in my mansion, and all because of my super secret technique. She brought a finger to her lips, her eyes glinting mischievously. Everyone from young boys to experienced older men, I've made them all melt in my hands. Saku swallowed hard, his face flushed. This too is all for the dissolution medicine, Rose thought, steeling herself. It was embarrassing, but she had to trick him at any cost. This was all part of her game. She leaned in close, her voice a seductive whisper right next to his ear. Until the day comes when you can lay with me, you'll have to make that dirty thing of yours swell up and wait. She pulled back, her smile devastatingly sweet. I'll love you until you pass out. Everywhere from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, deep and sweet, until you turn to mush. Saku's face was a picture of pure, unadulterated bliss, drool trickling from his mouth. From the top of my head to the tips of my toes, he stammered, completely captivated. Theo watched from the side, his mind in turmoil. What did she say? She's never even had her do that to me before. He clenched his fist, forcing himself to stay calm. But this is just a performance, calm down. Okay, I'll do it, Saku shouted, snapping to his feet with renewed vigor. I'll help you out, I'm definitely gonna lay with you. He then skipped out of the room, happily announcing it was time to collect his ingredients. Rose let out a shaky breath, her hand on her chest. I think that worked, but their victory was short-lived. Rose, the door burst open and Prince Vin stumbled in, his face pale with panic. Prince Vin, what is it? He held up a piece of paper, his voice trembling. There's a telegram from Stella, the king of Siberian, has spread your wanted poster across all the countries in the West. Rose's blood ran cold. I knew this would happen, but Seo's expression was grim. Which means we are no longer safe here. Vin crumpled the telegram in his fist. That's why we need to buy us some time. We must all leave at once and head for my villa deep in the mountains. The journey was arduous, their boots crunching in the thick snow, and there was no other choice. But amidst the grim escape, Saku and Tania were in high spirits, discovering a treasure trove of medicinal plants thriving even in the mountain snow. This herb here would fetch a high price if I bought it in the Gen Kingdom, Tania exclaimed, her basket already filling up. Saku bounced on his heels, eager to please Rose. I'll do my best to make the dissolution medicine as a reward. Rose asked Tania why she was helping, and Tania just smiled. Well, that too was part of my conditions upon coming here. To think she'd help me out, her rival in love, Rose thought. Even though you're so obsessed with Prince Theo, Tania's smile was knowing. Of course, she said with a wink. I'm doing it for him. If I act with single-minded devotion, he just might start to like me. Rose smiled faintly. Oh, I see now. I thought she had realized her feelings for Bizzle. Are her feelings not romantic ones? Later, as the sun began to set over the snowy peaks, Theo approached Rose. It's going to be difficult getting our hands on some charlim in the winter, he said quietly, but in order to make the dissolution medicine, we need the black labrana that we asked Karen for. Rose's brow furrowed in worry. But getting in touch with her is… I wonder if there's a way of getting a letter to her. They'd be checking her mail. The task seemed impossible. How could they get a letter past inspection and to Karen alone? Inside the warm villa, Vin approached Iris's bedside. He stood over her, his mind a whirl of questions. It's so strange. She's not the one, so why doesn't it hurt when we touch? And why don't we experience the lost? He began rummaging through his bag, his fingers closing around a small, crystalline object. A memory surfaced, Karen pressing it into his hand. I'll give you this just in case, she had said. It's a measuring instrument, the memoris. The way it works is if you put your hands together with the person you want to measure the labrana pollen, and touch the memoirist, the color of the glass will change. He gently took Iris's hand in his heart pounding. He placed their joined hands on the device. A soft light began to emanate from within the glass, a faint shimmer that grew brighter and brighter. He remembered Karen's final words, her gaze serious. If the glass turns pink, it means you two have nearly the same pollen level, which means it's possible to become each other's the one. And as he watched, the memoirist glowed with a brilliant, undeniable pink light, bathing their hands and his stunned face in its rosy hue. A soft, magical light began to pulse from the crystal in Vin's hands. His eyes widened, a gentle blush dusting his cheeks as the light intensified, casting a warm, rosy glow across his face. He stared, completely captivated, as the entire pyramid-shaped glass turned a brilliant, unmistakable pink. Pink, his mind raced, recalling the words he'd heard. His gaze drifted, thinking of Iris lying so still and pale in her bed. The glass turns pink. It means you two have nearly the same pollen level, which means it's possible to become each other's the one. A lightning bolt of realization struck him. Could this be it? Is this the reason I don't experience the lost? Because our labyrinth pollen levels are the same? A frantic, desperate hope began to bloom in his chest, a possibility he'd never dared to imagine. If we can get Rose's pollen level to 0. And if Iris is next to me, then she and I. Will we become each other's the ones? The thought was staggering, a potential salvation from this cursed existence. But then, another image flooded his mind. Rose, her smile, her fiery spirit, her infuriating charm, though, even as this new path opened before him. He couldn't deny the truth buried deep in his soul. He clutched his head, a wave of turmoil crashing over him. I've tried to stop, but inside my heart, I still have feelings for Rose. The conflict was a tearing agony, a choice between salvation and a love that was poison. He lowered his head, his expression shuddered and grim. This truth, this fragile, dangerous hope, he had to bury it right now. I can't talk about this with anyone. He couldn't bear to speak it aloud, to give it weight, to face the impossible choice it presented. I don't want to talk about it. Meanwhile, in the snowy mountains, the warmth of the villa was a welcome sanctuary. The soft clinking of glass could be heard from the makeshift lab where Tanya and Saku were hard at work. The door creaked open and Rose's cheerful voice cut through the silence. Hey there, how are you two getting on? She asked, holding up a box of sandwiches while Theo stood beside her with a basket of fresh produce. Saku's face instantly lit up like a sunbeam. Rose, he sang out, his work forgotten. I'm so tired, wanna comfort me? Before she could even answer, he was behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist in a tight, familiar hug. Rose flushed, patting his head. There, good boy, but please stop hugging me, she stammered, flustered by his forwardness. But Theo's eyes narrowed, a dark storm brewing within them. This guy? His thoughts were a low growl. He's being so forward right in front of me. He watched Saku's hands resting near the sandwiches Rose had made, his own hands clenching into fists. I myself can't even touch her? A switch flipped, asterisk clunk asterisk. With lightning speed, Theo's hand shot out, grabbing a fistful of Saku's long purple braid. Saku yelped in surprise and pain. Theo's voice was a low, menacing whisper, dripping with an icy possessiveness that filled the room with a sudden chill. Don't touch her. He loomed over Saku, his expression terrifyingly dark. Saku, however, seemed more intrigued than scared, a tiny chibi version of himself noting the frightening jealousy. But Rose was oblivious to the deadly tension. Her cheeks were bright red, her heart fluttering. Oh my. I love even Prince Theo's scary face. Her focus, however, quickly shifted back to the task at hand. She sighed, a little frustrated. Nevertheless, I'm a bit irritated. I don't know anything about making the medicines, so I have to leave everything to Tanya and Saku. She felt so useless. I wrote to Karen about the Black Labyrinth, but I wonder if there's anything else I can do. Her mind began to tick through the obstacles. First, we need to figure out how to get our hands on some charlim, but it's out of season and such a rare metal. No one's selling any Inverno. I can't go back to Koret because I'm wanted. And Wastitas is too far for us to go get the charlim shackles that Tanya has. There's gotta be somewhere. Her only support now is the charlim necklace her mother gave her. A memory surfaced, warm and bittersweet, her mother and father holding her as a child, their faces filled with love. I wish I could see my loving family, just one more time before the end. The memory of the necklace sparked something, a gasp escaped her lips. Theo turned to her concerned. Rose, her eyes were wide with sudden realization. I just remembered. My mother used to have a necklace made from charlim. Theo's mind worked quickly, his expression thoughtful. I see, he murmured. If it were dear to her, then she was probably buried with it. Her grave, in Koret, the danger was immense, but a flicker of hope ignited in Rose's eyes. It would be dangerous for us to go back, but I have no doubt Olivier would be able to do something, she said, her faith in her loyal butler unwavering. Theo nodded. Yeah, and he's been wanting to make himself useful as well. Back in the quiet hallway, Vin was lost in his troubled thoughts when something caught his eye. A sliver of light from a doorway that should have been closed. Wait, Iris's door is open? A cold dread washed over him. No way. He didn't hesitate. He slammed the door open with a loud asterisk wham asterisk. His heart pounding in his chest, his eyes fell upon the bed and the world seemed to stop. The bed creaked. There, leaning over Iris's still form, was Saku. Iris's voice was a faint whisper, "Oh, Vin, what are you doing here?" But Vin didn't hear her. All he saw was Saku too close, his face just inches from hers. A primal rage flared in Vin's eyes. With a guttural snarl, he lunged forward, his hand grabbing the front of Saku's robes, yanking him away from the bed. Asterisk thwack, asterisk Vin's fist connected squarely with Saku's jaw, sending him stumbling back with a cry of pain. Saku cradled his face, tears welling in his eyes. "I was just giving her some medicine," he whined. "Are all Western princes such barbarians?" But Vin was beyond reason, his voice a furious roar. "Is there a need to be on top of her to give her medicine?" He grabbed Saku again, his fingers digging into his shoulders, shaking him violently. "Just what do you do to your patients?" Saku sputtered. "I was just worried about the color of her face after taking it." Just then a soft moan came from the bed. "Oon." Iris's eyes fluttered open, her gaze hazy but awake. The two men froze, their argument forgot. A wide, triumphant grin spread across Saku's face. "Everyone," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the silent villa. "Iris has woken up." The sound of frantic footsteps pattered down the hall. The door burst open again and the entire group rushed in, their faces a mixture of shock and hope. Rose was the first to reach the bed, grabbing Iris's hand. "Thank goodness, I was so worried." Iris looked at her, a weak smile on her lips. "Rose." The room filled with relieved sighs. Theo and the others smiled, watching the reunion. Saku puffed out his chest proudly. "I knew my medicine would work, it's fast acting." Tania gently cupped Iris's cheek. "The color's coming back into your face," she said, her voice soft with relief. From the doorway, Vin watched them all, a silent, heavy sigh escaping his lips. He was relieved truly, but a complicated sadness lingered in his eyes. Rose glanced back at him. "Okay, Prince Vin," she said with a gentle smile. "We'll come back later." She started to herd everyone out of the room, leaving Vin alone with Iris. He froze, completely caught off guard. "What, hey?" Rose simply smiled to herself. "I'm so glad Iris woke up. I should leave them alone." But Vin's expression was pained as he looked at Iris, the weight of his secret pressing down on him. Outside in the hall, Saku was in his element. "Hey, I'm so amazing, huh?" he crowed, preening for attention. "I was even able to make a medicine that woke her up. You two should praise me." He threw his arms around a very unamused Theo and a surprised Rose. Theo gritted his teeth. "Hey," he warned, trying to shove Saku off. "Hey, watch out." Saku squeezed them tighter. In the clumsy struggle, Theo was shoved forward, stumbling right into Rose. Time slowed to a crawl, their lips pressed together. Both of their eyes flew wide open in shock. "Oh no, we accidentally touched." The thought screamed in their minds, the lost. They pulled apart, bracing for the searing pain, the horrifying blankness of stolen memories. But nothing happened. Theo touched his head, his expression utterly bewildered. It doesn't hurt, and it doesn't feel like I've lost any memories." He looked from Rose to Saku, realization dawning. "Rose, you told me about this guy before, but if he touches us with his medicinal body, then does the loss not occur?" Saku beamed, striking a pose. "That's correct, I told you, didn't I? I'm able to tentatively counterbalance your symptoms," he announced proudly. He leaned in, a mischievous twinkle in his eye, and dropped the final bombshell. "You're even able to have sex if it's the three of us." Rose's face turned beet red. "So you mean?" Saku cupped his own ear as if listening for a secret. "When Prince Theo and I want to be intimate, all one of us has to do is touch you while doing it." Rose and Theo grabbed Saku's face, squishing his cheeks, their eyes sparkling with sheer unadulterated joy. "That's so convenient," Theo exclaimed. Rose was practically vibrating with excitement. "Prince Theo, it's like a dream come true." Saku could only protest with a muffled H. "Hey," he wriggled free. "It's just temporary, you know. Without me developing the medicine, there's no cure." His words were cut off as Tania grabbed him by the ear, tears streaming down her face. "Wah, if I knew you were able to do that, I never would have brought you here." Saku yelped. "What? It's a little too late now." Back in the quiet bedroom, Vin could hear the chaotic celebration outside. He scratched his head in irritation. Even at a time like this, they're so annoying. He turned back to the bed, but his annoyance vanished when he saw the single tear dripping down Iris's cheek. She covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. "What is it?" he asked softly, sitting on the edge of her bed. "If they're too much, I can go teach them a lesson." She shook her head. "No, it's not that." Her voice was thick with guilt. "At the church, I really thought about stabbing the king of Siberian. To avenge my mother and then die then and there myself, but I messed up." Vin's heart ached as he listened. "In the end, all I was able to do was put the burden on Rose." The dam broke and she dissolved into gut-wrenching sobs. "How am I going to apologize for what I've done? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." He didn't say a word. Instead, he gently pulled her into his arms, holding her trembling body against his. "You don't have to apologize," he murmured into her hair. "Rose doesn't hate you, you're exhausted from having to fight on your own." He held her tighter, his voice a low, steady anchor in her storm of grief. "Let me hold you this time, I am in your debt, so let me repay you." Iris wept into his shoulder, her fingers clutching his coat, a single whispered "Thank you, Prince Vin," escaping her lips. Miles away under a cold, starry sky, the kingdom of Koret was blanketed in snow. Near a silent cemetery, a lone figure hobbled through the drifts. Hey you, stop right there, a voice called out. An old man bent over cane turned to face a stern-looking military guard. The guard's eyes were suspicious. Over there's the noble men's cemetery, what are you doing here? The old man bowed his head humbly. I was asked by my master to come tidy it up, he rasped, holding up a bucket of cleaning supplies. See, I have nothing on me except these. The guard eyed him for a moment longer, must be tough doing it at night. He grunted, his suspicion fading. I'll be at the next patrol station, so don't you go cutting corners or anything. The old man nodded. Of course not. As the guard walked away, the old man straightened up, the frail disguise melting away. A rustle of fabric and Olivier stood tall, his expression grim. Just like always, the military police here in Korat are lax. The future of this kingdom is dire. He crumpled the fake face in his hand. From his coat, he produced a sleek, foldable shovel. There are even foldable shovels these days, he muttered, impressed. He found the grave he was looking for, a simple cross marking the final resting place of Lady Flora. He clasped his hands together, bowing his head in respect. For disturbing your peaceful slumber, I ask for your forgiveness. His voice was a low whisper against the winter wind. Lady Flora, the heirloom in your possession. Just maybe your daughter's saving grace, that's why. He drove the shovel into the frozen earth. With a final asterisk creak asterisk, he pried open the coffin lid. Inside, untouched by time, sat an ornate box. He lifted the lid. There, nestled on white silk, was the charlim necklace, its single red gem gleaming in the moonlight. A necklace of charlim. I have need to borrow it, my Lady Flora, he whispered, his mission complete. In the damp, cold dungeon of the Charlier mansion, the Duke sat in despair. The sound of footsteps echoed down the stone corridor. A figure appeared before his cell. How are you feeling? The Duke looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. Olivier, what are you doing here? How did you get in? Olivier's face was calm. I was told that you were under arrest. I thought I would take this chance to see you. The Duke scoffed. HMPH, you've served long enough to know all the hidden passages, huh? Have you come to mock me? But there was no mockery in Olivier's eyes, only a deep, unwavering loyalty. What you did and the way you went about it was wrong, but the love you had for your wife was genuine. He said softly, I was right there all along. I know it more than anyone. The Duke's hardened expression crumbled, his eyes filling with a pained vulnerability. Olivier, he choked out. Get me out of here. The key is with the King of Siberian, but there is a way. His eyes blazed with a desperate fire. Go to the basement of my mansion and bring me the sword made of charlim. He gripped the cold iron bars. If you understand how I feel even just a little. Olivier stood in silence for a long moment before turning his back. Please do not get your hopes up, he said, his voice flat, betraying none of his inner turmoil. He descended the long, winding staircase into the darkness of the mansion's underbelly. Lantern light fell upon a long, dust-covered case. This is the sword, he gasped. Even I, who served here for so long, didn't know of its existence. He opened the case and stared at the massive, dark blade. With a grunt of effort, he gripped the hilt. The weight was immense, staggering. He could barely stand it upright. What kind of human has the power to wield it? He wondered, his mind reeling, far away at the sunlit academy. Canon strained under the weight of a massive barrel. Headmaster, you're overusing me just because I have superhuman strength, she grumbled. How much does this weigh? Suddenly, a classmate ran up. Speaking of which, a letter came for me, didn't it? Huh? A love letter? Canon's face lit up, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Oh gosh, who's it from? Oh gosh. She eagerly took the envelope, but her excitement quickly faded as she opened it. There's no sender written on it, and the sentences don't really match. Is this really a love letter? Her friend leaned over her shoulder, her eyes scanning the strange text. Look, if you read the first letter of each sentence like this, she pointed, then what? The hidden message revealed itself clear as day. Send the Black Labrana to Verno and meet with Olivier. Canon's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a sharp, intelligent focus. Her eyes narrowed. I see now, it's to avoid inspection. A small, impressed smile touched her lips. Rose, clever. A few days later, nestled in a remote, snow-covered villa, the final pieces of their desperate plan fell into place. The air was thick with anticipation, the quiet hum of a gamble about to be made. It's finally here, Rose thought, her eyes wide with a mixture of hope and fear. Her friends gathered around, their faces a tapestry of nervous energy. The legendary Black Labrana from Karen, a flower of impossible darkness that had bloomed far too early, sat in an ornate pot, its petals like captured midnight, and next to it a small, unassuming necklace. My mother's charlim necklace, Rose whispered internally, holding the delicate chain in her hands. Saku peered at it through his glasses, a thoughtful frown on his face. So that's charlim, he mused, recognizing it as the world's hardest ore. His mind raced. How in the world am I supposed to process this? Rose just smiled, a flicker of confidence in her eyes. She told him not to worry. While the metal was famously shock-resistant, it had a secret weakness. It wasn't completely unbreakable, it was weak to botanical liquids. A single, knowing finger rose into the air. All they had to do was pour the Labrana's nectar on it. And so the work began, a montage of focused effort. of careful measurements and whispered consultations played out under the dim villa lights. Finally, after days of painstaking labor, it was done. Resting in a small hexagonal dish were two shimmering, rainbow-colored pills. The one's dissolution medicine. Tania's eyes glinted with pride as she explained the plan. They would use the black labyrinth to bring their body's pollen count to 0 and then lock it in place with the charlim. Rose looked at Theo, her heart fluttering with a dangerous hope. The time has finally come, she thought, her hands clasped to her chest. Tania beamed, puffing out her chest as she declared they should all be thankful for her talent. Rose couldn't help but laugh, grabbing the alchemist's hands and squeezing them tight. "You're a genius, Tania," she exclaimed. Tania giggled, basking in the praise. "Tee-hee, worship me," she sang. Rose then turned to Saku, her smile warm and genuine. "Thank you, Saku." He flinched at her words, his shoulders tensing up as he looked away. "What's wrong?" she asked, tilting her head. He quickly waved it off, a faint blush on his cheeks. "No, it's nothing." He was just excited. He explained that by combining the black labrina and the charlim, he'd finally be able to make the medicine. But then he posed the million-dollar question, a playful glint in his eye. "Who's gonna be our guinea pig?" There was no guarantee it would work. Before anyone could even process the risk, Rose spoke, her voice firm. "I'll take it." The words had barely left her lips when a new voice cut through the room. Prince Vin stood in the doorway, his expression resolute. "Good," he said, a small smile playing on his lips. "I'll take it too." Theo's head snapped towards him, his eyes flashing. "If Rose is going to take it, then I will too," but Tania immediately grabbed him, her voice sharp. "No," she barked. "I won't take it, even if you do. There are only 2 pills, so that decides it." The 3 of them stood in a silent triangle, the weight of the decision settling over them. Vin's gaze softened as he looked at Rose. This was it. This was his chance to finally do the right thing. Releasing Rose from the bondage of being the one. "I'm sure that is my role in all this." And so, the plan was set in motion. To test the medicine's effectiveness, Prince Vin left the villa for a few days, gathering information in Siberian while Rose remained behind. They would deliberately create a distance between them, waiting for the inevitable heat to strike. If the medicine cured their heat, it would prove its effectiveness, and finally dissolve the chains of their forced connection. The day Vin was due to return, the quiet villa became a pressure cooker of anticipation. A throb echoed through the empty halls, a harbinger of what was to come. Rose was doubled over, gasping for breath, her face flushed with a fever she couldn't control. "Prince Vin should be back soon," Theo murmured, trying to comfort her as she trembled in his arms. "Just hold on a little more, Rose." The click of the door handle sent a jolt through the room. Vin stumbled inside, his own face slick with sweat, his eyes glazed over. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he panted. The moment their eyes met, the air crackled with an energy so potent it was almost visible. A wave of heat, intoxicating and overwhelming, washed over them. "This isn't good," Vin thought, his own control slipping. "Our heat is too strong." Rose staggered towards him, her body moving on pure instinct. "Hurry and take this," Tania yelled, thrusting the 2 shimmering pills into their hands. Rose quickly swallowed hers, her breath coming in ragged huffs. Vin did the same, lifting the small pill to his lips. As he swallowed, a single thought echoed in his mind. "With this, my feelings for Rose will be completely severed, and I can finally support Iris." Tick-tock, the grandfather clock in the hall seemed to mock them with its steady rhythm. Rose touched her lips, a confused frown on her face. Her heart was still pounding. The heat, it wasn't fading, it was getting worse. A dark, shadowy aura began to seep from her body as she collapsed, clutching her head. "Does it take a long time? I don't feel it abating at all." Theo rushed to her side, his voice filled with panic. "Rose, are you all right?" But Rose could barely hear him. Her mind was a swirling vortex of desire. "I know Prince Theo is watching, but I want to lay with Prince Vin so badly I can't stand it." The connection between them pulsed, a fiery red butterfly of passion blooming in the air. Vin was no better. Sweat dripped down his temple as he fought a losing battle against his own instincts. "I know Iris is watching me from behind that door," he thought, his gaze locked on the small window where he could see her worried face. "But it's been so long since I've experienced heat like this." He ran a hand through his hair, his body trembling with a need that was eclipsing all reason. "All I can think of is making love to Rose." In that moment, something inside him snapped. He lunged for her, his control completely shattered. But before he could reach her, a hand shoved him back forcefully. "Oh, what?" Rose cried out as Vin stumbled, falling onto her. "Prince Vin, what's going on?" Tania grabbed Saku by his collar, her eyes blazing with fury. "Wasn't the medicine supposed to work immediately? Don't tell me you changed the compound." Saku just laughed, a nervous sweat beading on his brow. "Maybe there's a delayed effect because I took out the charlim," he chirped. "Anyhow, the charlim necklace was too small to make 2 pills. Tania's eyes widened in horror. "What? That would make it only half effective. Why didn't you tell us sooner?" Saku's expression turned sly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I was a little curious," he admitted, looking past her towards Iris. "About whether or not love could triumph over lust." From the doorway, Iris's gaze was fixed on Vin and Rose. "I trust in love," she thought, her voice a silent prayer. "Those 2 that I love would never be defeated by sexual desire." Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from outside. Bang bang crash, the entire villa shuddered. What is that? Sako and Tania yelled in unison. Theo's face went pale. Impossible. The heavy thud of armored boots grew louder. Scuff, scuff, their eyes darted towards the entrance, wide with terror. The doors burst open, and a knight in full Siberian armor slammed his spear against the floor. Upon request of the king of Siberian and with the permission of the king of Verno, he boomed, his voice echoing through the room. Rose de Charlier, you are hereby immediately detained. Protect both Prince Theo and Prince Finn. An army of knights flooded the room, their weapons glinting menacingly. They were surrounded. Siberian soldiers, Rose's blood ran cold. They got here before Olivier, Theodore. Theo acted in a split second. He grabbed a heavy lampstand, smashing it against the wall with a deafening shatter. The soldiers flinched, momentarily distracted by the explosion of glass. He didn't even notice the shard of glass that sliced open his hand. You two go, he roared at Rose and Vin. Rose hesitated, but Vin grabbed her, his voice a low whisper against her ear. At least let me atone for pouncing on you like that. I've prepared a carriage for you at the border. Theo gave them a grim nod. Thanks, we owe you one, he said, turning to face the oncoming soldiers. Vin pulled Rose out a side door, dashing into the blizzard. But the half-cured heat was taking its toll. Vin wobbled, clutching his head as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Damn, at a time like this. Back inside, Iris stepped forward, her small frame radiating a quiet strength as she stood between Vin and the soldiers. I've brought this upon myself, she thought, tears welling in her eyes, and I will protect Rose at all costs, even if it means my life. Tania, meanwhile, was ready for a fight. How rude, you Siberian soldiers don't know who I am, do you? She cracked her knuckles, a wild grin spreading across her face. It's been a while since I've gone rage mode, and I've been so stressed out with Saku avoiding me, you Siberian soldiers. Her protector, Olivier, appeared at her side, his weapon ready. He vowed that they wouldn't lay a finger on Lady Tania. Saku watched the chaos unfold, a grim look on his face. It was my fault the medicine didn't work fast enough, he thought, clenching his fist. And I shall take that responsibility. He charged forward, a burst of energy erupting from his hands. Have at you. Outside, Rose and Theo struggled through the deep snow. There are soldiers out here too, Theo grunted, pulling her along. We won't be able to leave from the front. Let's head for the carriage from the mountain path. They scrambled up the treacherous, snow-covered cliffside. The ground was slick and unstable. Rose's foot slipped. Her eyes widened in panic. The snow on the slope and the heat from before is making it hard to. A scream tore from her throat as she lost her grip entirely, tumbling backwards into the abyss. Rose, Theo's voice was raw with terror. He lunged, his hand reaching for hers. 1,000 warnings screamed in his mind. If I grab her like this, the lost will cause us to lose a number of our memories. But in that heart-stopping moment, none of it mattered. However, to hell with the law. Rose's life is more important than my memories. His fingers closed around her wrist, catching her just in time. The moment their skin touched, a searing white light exploded between them. The lost memories ignited and burned away like old photographs, his past life, their first meeting, his vow to make her his empress. It all shattered into a million pieces. Blood from his wounded hand dripped onto her face. Prince Theo is hurt. She looked at him, her eyes filled with tears. Let me go, she pleaded, her voice breaking. If you don't, you'll be dragged down too. But he held on, his grip like iron. There's no way I can let you go, he yelled, his face a mask of anguish. We promised we would get married and be together forever. The memory of his proposal, of the ring, of her smile, flared brightly before extinguishing forever. No, I don't want to forget. I'm gonna lose all my feelings for you, she sobbed. His voice was a choked whisper. No, I won't let you go. He held her tight, suspended between the sky and the unforgiving rocks below. Ro, the name died on his lips. His mind went blank. Who was she? He looked down at the crying girl in his arms, a stranger with a familiar face. Her own memories were dissolving into static. Even though we still feel such love for each other, we can no longer remember each other's names. Back at the villa, the battle raged. Tania was panting, surrounded. There's no end to these guys. She shoved a cowering Saku forward. Ah, geez, everyone's all messed up because of your medicine, he yelped as she pushed him. What a fussy princess you are, he grumbled. But since you insist on flapping your lips, you can be the guinea pig for the dissolution medicine with the charlim, even though there's only one. Tania froze, her eyes widening as he held the single, complete pill before her. If she took it, the connection between Prince Theo and I will be dissolved. Just then, Iris screamed a warning. Prince Vin, behind you. A soldier was swinging his sword down on the defenseless prince. Since injuries are allowed, don't mind if I do. The blade sliced through the air. A sickening slash echoed through the room, followed by a spray of crimson. But it wasn't Vin who was hit. Iris had thrown herself in front of him, taking the full force of the blow. The dagger she was holding clattered to the floor. Iris, Vin caught her as she collapsed, his voice trembling. Iris, no way, hey, he held her close, the front of her dress already soaked in blood. Oh God, the wound is too deep. She looked up at him, a faint, pained smile on her lips. Prince Vin, good, you're not hurt, are you? You fool, don't speak, he cried, his composure shattering completely. I need to patch you up. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. There's something I'd like to ask you. One last thing before the end. Her voice was a fragile whisper, barely audible over the frantic beating of her own heart. Life was bleeding out of her, staining her dress a deep, tragic crimson as she lay in his arms. Just one last thing, one final selfish request. Her gaze, hazy with pain and unshed tears, found his. I've loved you for so long, Prince Vin, she confessed, the words she'd held in her heart for a lifetime finally tumbling out. The world was already fading to black, the cold seeping into her bones, but before it all ended, she needed one last memory. Will you kiss me before I die? She begged, her voice cracking with desperation as crimson splattered the cold floor beneath them. It was selfish, she knew it was selfish to ask, but it was all she had left. Vin's golden eyes widened, a storm of emotions swirling within them as a faint blush dusted his cheeks. He could only breathe her name, a pained whisper. Iris? His hand gently cupped her cheek, his touch a stark contrast to the icy chill of death. He leaned in close, his voice a solemn vow that echoed in the hallowed hall. This isn't the end, he murmured before his lips met hers. It was a kiss of farewell, a kiss of sorrow. But then badum, a sudden powerful thrumming in her chest. Huh, what's going on? The kiss deepened, a spark igniting in the darkness, and a strange sensation washed over her. Her entire body felt like it was on fire, a blush spreading across her cheeks like a wildfire. I'm getting all hot, Vin pulled back, his eyes wide with utter shock. This feeling, this impossible heat, is she experiencing it with *me*? A shudder ran through him. Could it be that means? The world seemed to fracture, memories and feelings from another time, another place crashing down. It was the same sensation, the same impossible connection. Huh, it doesn't hurt now, Rose thought, her hand clutching Theo's, the agonizing pain of his touch completely gone. In fact, it actually feels good. Theo's voice was laced with dawning realization. That's right, because we're on the border right now. A gentle breeze swept through the valley, carrying with it a sweet, intoxicating scent. What is that scent in the air? Is it Ladrina? Rose's ruby eyes widened. Could it be possible that the medicine reduced our pollen levels to 0 and now they are increasing again? She whispered, her gaze meeting Theo's. And with that realization, the floodgates opened. I'm overflowing with such sweet, dear memories. The moment he knelt before her, a ring held in his hands, the promise of forever in his eyes. Her mind screamed his name. Theo, Theodore, the one I love. She remembered everything. He was her Prince Theo. His own eyes were wide, a blush creeping up his neck as the fog in his mind finally cleared. And you're Rose. With a choked cry, she pulled him closer, her arms wrapping around his neck. This wasn't according to plan, this is fate. They crashed together, a desperate, loving embrace that spoke of lifetimes of waiting. It doesn't hurt when we touch each other, and there's this feeling of nostalgia. It was all clicking into place. Thanks to the dissolution medicine being incomplete, our pollen levels matched completely by chance. We've gone back to being each other's the one. He murmured against her lips, sealing their rediscovered bond with a passionate kiss. It's ironic, but it seems we were saved by the Labrina's pollen. He pulled back, his hands framing her face, his eyes full of a love that had transcended memory itself. Our memories have come back to us since we're now each other's the one again, he said, a smile finally gracing his lips. Was it true? Did the cursed Labrina save us? But just as hope began to bloom in her heart, a sharp sound rustled behind them. Rose's eyes snapped open in alarm. A voice, cold and sharp as steel, shattered the moment. Rose de Charlier, this is the end of the line for you. Armored guards materialized from the shadows, their swords drawn, their faces grim. They surrounded them in an instant. A wave of disbelief and horror washed over Rose. What? The world dissolved into a blur of dark blue and black. No way. After using the power of the dissolution medicine, Prince Theo and I just became each other's the one again. But now this, 2 guards seized her, dragging her onto a wooden platform before a silent, waiting crowd. Is this my destiny? To fulfill my role as the villainess by being executed? Her eyes, wide with terror, scanned the crowd. The world around her seemed to crack and splinter like broken glass. She saw her father, his face a mask of weary resignation. She saw the king and queen, watching from their balcony, their expressions unreadable. Clang, the sound of metal on wood made her flinch. Seo's voice erupted in a roar of fury. Were you lying when you said she'd face trial, father? The crowd began to whisper, their words like the chattering of insects. Even though Rose is guilty, to think she'd be executed right in front of the prince's eyes, the king is making an example of them for aiding and abetting her escape. Theo's hands clenched into fists, his body trembling with rage. Please, I beg you to stop this, he screamed, his voice raw with desperation. I don't care what happens to me, but if anything were to happen to her, I'd... On the platform, Rose turned her head, her gaze finding his. Prince Theo, she whispered, her hands bound tightly behind her back. Her eyes closed and memories flooded her mind. When I think about it, all I've done is struggle. I was reborn as a villainess into a world I knew. A world where I had an advantage, but my mediocre mind couldn't compete. But I was happy. I knew that I loved you. I don't hate Iris, Prince Vin, and Olivier. Everyone I've met in this world is someone important to me. And then there's Prince Theo. I truly loved him. His anguished face was the last thing she wanted to see. This feeling is not just some story within a game. Flanked by guards, she lifted her chin, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. My fate is no one else's but my own. The king's voice boomed across the square, cold and final. You have been charged with treason against this country, he declared, pointing a condemning finger at her. Do it, and this is wait, a primal scream tore from her throat. This is my life. Let me say just one thing. It doesn't have to be classy. I'm going to die like me, dirty and unrefined. As she screamed, a strange pattern bloomed on her neck like thorny vines wrapping around her skin. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The king's eyes widened in shock. That mark? Theo stared, his breath catching in his throat. Rose's hair whipped around her as she spun to face the royal balcony, her eyes blazing with a hatred born of grief. That king of yours sat by and watched my mother die? He took her in, promising to have a skilled doctor treat her, nothing but lies. The crowd erupted in confused chatter. What is she talking about? I don't know. The king and queen watched, their faces pale and drawn. Rose's voice dripped with venom. A piece of trash king who puts people out of their misery for personal gains deserves to be stabbed. The crowd turned on her. Do you think we'd believe such lies? A man shouted. Right before your execution, what a disgraceful display. Splatter, a bottle flew from the crowd, shattering against her chest, the impact stealing her breath. But she didn't cry, she laughed. A wild, broken sound filled with tears and despair. What sweet tragedy that the blood that runs through the veins of my beloved also runs through the king whom I wish to kill. Her body was stained crimson, a mockery of her red dress. How despicable and comical in a way, no? A guard snarled, quiet, and shoved her forward with a sickening thwack, forcing her head into the guillotine's lanette. But even then, her voice rang out, a final, desperate declaration. Even so, I still love you, Theodore. Let us meet again in hell. She screamed, a tearful, beautiful smile on her face. Theo could only watch, his own tears streaming down his face, his heart shattering into a million pieces. If this is to be the fate of the villainous Rose, then I shall accept it. She closed her eyes, bracing for the end. A goodbye. Kashang, the sound of the blade being released echoed through the square. But the killing blow never came, her eyes snapped open. A shadow fell over her and creaked. A massive dark sword had stopped the guillotine just inches from her neck. Holding it was a woman with vibrant pink hair and a smirk. Sorry to keep you waiting, she said, her voice cool and confident. Rose stared, tears of shock and relief streaming down her face. Karen, she sobbed. Karen's smile widened. I told you when we first met, didn't I? She declared, her presence commanding the entire platform. My role as guardian is to protect the ones. The king and queen stared in disbelief. The crowd erupted. What's going on? A woman, who is that? A figure in a cloak moved swiftly through the chaos. Master Theodore. Theo looked up to see Olivier, who with a single strike shattered the chains binding him. Snap, hurry while everyone's distracted. Olivier urged, pushing him forward. Thanks, Theo gasped, not wasting a second. He vaulted over the railing. His eyes locked on the platform. Rose, her tear-filled eyes met his as he landed beside her. He scooped her from the ground, pulling her free from the guillotine's grasp. Let's get out of here, he murmured, holding her tight. Okay, she whispered, clinging to him. A wicked grin spread across Theo's face as he looked down at her. It's just as you said, he whispered, his voice low and thrilling. We've met again in hell, haven't we? Wait, the king bellowed from the balcony. The queen slammed her hands on the railing, her composure finally breaking. Rose, Theodore, run, she screamed, her voice filled with a mother's terror and love. Carrying Rose in his arms, Theo paused, looking back at his parents. Thank you, mother, he said with a genuine smile. Then his gaze hardened as he looked at his father. And you, father, I've spent my entire life bound as this perfect prince for the king of this great nation. I know it's disrespectful, a rebellious phase this late in the game. He continued, his eyes glinting with newfound freedom as he held Rose tighter, but you should send us off with a smile for a change. For a moment, the king's stern facade cracked, and a faint, almost proud smile touched his lips. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. That expression, it's just like. The king watched his son leave, a thought echoing in his mind. Asterisk, that's my boy, he looks a lot like I did before my fall from grace, asterisk. They ran, a small band of fugitives against the world, but the crowd was turning into a mob. Don't let her deceive you, they screamed, hurling rocks and debris. We won't let you get away. A stone flew straight for Rose's head. Theo reacted instantly, shielding her with his body, his arm covering her eyes as the rock hit him with a dull thud. Prince Theo, panic seized her. If I don't do something, Prince Theo will get hurt, and all because of me. Just then, a hooded figure reached for a display of potted plants, sending them crashing down and scattering flowers everywhere, creating a vibrant, chaotic distraction. That criminal, the crowd yelled, their attention diverted. Prince Theodore, open your eyes. Using the confusion, their small group dashed away. A guard rushed to the king. Your Majesty, it appears they're heading for the port, he reported, awaiting orders. The king raised a hand. Hold, let them go this time. The guard stared, utterly bewildered. But the king watched the empty space where his son had been, a complex look on his face. Asterisk, I never thought I'd feel such a strong will and determination from Theodore. This, too, must be thanks to Rose, asterisk. His expression darkened. However, he recalled the strange, thorny mark that had appeared on her neck. It's unfortunate, he murmured to himself, his voice heavy with grim certainty. But she doesn't have much time left. They reached the port, a ship waiting for them by the docks. Olivier was already on board, waving them over. Master Theodore, hurry and get onto the ship. Theo leapt, landing safely on the deck with Rose still in his arms. He stood at the railing, watching the kingdom that had been his entire life shrink in the distance. "Goodbye, Siberian," he whispered. Suddenly, Olivier stepped in front of Karen, blocking her path. "Wait, Guardian Karen," he said, his demeanor changing completely. "You're the cabinet minister of Verno," Karen realized with a jolt. A new figure appeared on the deck, his presence regal and imposing. "His Majesty, the King of Verno, wishes to speak to you," Olivier announced. "He also brings a message that you've gone against a great nation." Karen sighed, flipping her massive sword over her shoulder with a F-whip. "Well, I guess I don't have a choice." "Karen," Rose cried out, her voice filled with anguish. "I haven't even thanked you for saving me." Karen simply smiled back, a picture of carefree confidence. "It's okay," she said, giving a small wave. "I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again soon." Rose watched her go, a wave of guilt washing over her, all because she protected me. She gripped the railing, her knuckles white. Back in the now quiet kingdom, another king had arrived. "Your Majesty, King Jute," the king of Siberia greeted him. "It's been a while," Jute replied, his purple hair a stark contrast to the cold stone hall. He got straight to the point. "Leave the matter of Theo and Rose to me for a while," he said, a sly smile on his face. "I need the two of them to make the medicine I was asked to make." His amber eye gleamed. "After it's complete, I want you to return him to me, Healer Saku." The king of Siberia looked out at the sky. Theodora was born before the queen, and I received the curse of the Labrina. He is our sole heir and has finally come to realize as such asterisk. As the sun set over the ocean, casting a brilliant orange glow across the waves, Theo and Rose stood on the deck of their ship, finally safe. For a moment, they were relieved, having survived the calamity that had befallen them. But then Rose spotted another ship pulling alongside theirs, and on its deck stood the smiling King Jute. A chilling premonition filled her mind. An image of her and Theo trapped between Jute's hands, his touch possessive, his smile predatory. She never thought it would come to this. Her mind fractured, splintering into memories she wished would stay buried. Flickering lanterns of a life that felt like a dream or a nightmare. Her breath hitched, trapped in her lungs. Asterisk, I never thought. Asterisk, she thought, a cold dread washing over her. Asterisk, it would come to this asterisk. The gentle rocking of the ship was a stark contrast to the turbulence in her soul. Suddenly, a voice cut through the haze, familiar and urgent. "We've finally caught up with you." Her head snapped up. It couldn't be. Standing there, their faces a mixture of relief and exhaustion, were Theo and Saku. Prince Vin rushed forward, his voice cracking as he called out her name. He looked like he'd been through a war, his clothes disheveled, his eyes haunted. He asked if she was hurt, if she was okay. A weak smile touched her lips as she reassured him that she was fine, so glad that he and Saku were well. But as her gaze shifted past them, her eyes widened in utter disbelief. A gasp escaping her lips. "Iris." There she was, wrapped in a thin blanket, her shoulders covered in bandages, but her smile was as warm as ever. Prince Vin's voice was heavy with emotion as he explained. "Rose, Iris had been hurt badly. He thought he was going to lose her. It was a close call, but Saku and the others, they had taken care of her. They had saved her life." His eyes found Iris, a profound gratitude softening his weary features. He confessed he was truly in their debt for saving her. Rose couldn't help but let out a small giggle at the sight. Saku, ever the opportunist, sidled up to the flustered prince with a wicked grin. He leaned in close, practically purring that he really wanted to hear a proper thank you. Vin's face exploded in a blush, and he sputtered for Saku not to make fun of him. Theo, ever the pragmatist, cut through the tension, his voice low and serious as he asked about Tania and Bizzle. Vin explained that they had returned to Westitas for now. A lot had happened, and Tania was struggling with the shattering of her bond with Theo. Her whole world had been turned upside down, but her resolve hadn't wavered. She hadn't lost her desire to help Rose. In fact, she had gone to procure the Charlem chain, a rare and incredibly strong metal needed for the dissolution medicine. Bizzle had broken through the other chains, but these custom-made restraints would hold him. Vin's expression grew determined as he added his own news. He had his father's blessing. The King of Verno's official permission to aid in making the dissolution potion. There was still so much they didn't know about Labrina, but with the number of people affected, Verno couldn't just stand by. And then there was her father, Duke Charlier. Rose's heart leaped into her throat. Vin continued, explaining that the Duke was now under the protection of Verno. He was an important noble of Korat. They couldn't just execute him without a proper investigation. A wave of pure, unadulterated relief washed over Rose, her father. He had been through so much. A genuine smile, the first in what felt like an eternity, graced her lips. She whispered that she was so glad he was safe. Saku clapped his hands together, his cheerful voice pulling her from her thoughts. This ship, he announced, was on its way to the Empire of Gen. He had all the ingredients for the medicine, all that was left was the Charlem. He turned to her, a playful glint in his eye as he reached out a hand. He declared it was going to be a long trip, so she should get changed and relax. Her eyes drifted down to her dress, stained with grime and blood. She looked filthy. Later, under a sky painted in hues of pink and gold, she stood at the railing, the sea breeze a gentle caress. Theo came to stand beside her, his presence a silent comfort. He murmured that it had been a long day. She could only nod, her voice a whisper as she agreed. She couldn't believe it. The memories flashed before her eyes, his hand slipping from hers as he turned to stone, the cold, sharp blade of the guillotine against her neck. She confessed how glad she was that he was still alive. His gaze was intense, his voice soft and low as he said her name. Prince Theo, she breathed. He was so close, being able to touch him like this now. It felt like a dream, but suddenly the world tilted on its axis. A wave of dizziness washed over her, her body swaying violently. What was happening? Her body felt so strange. She collapsed, her strength completely gone. Strong arms caught her before she could hit the deck. Theo's voice was laced with panic as he screamed her name. Everything went black. When she came to, she heard worried voices. Saku and Theo were leaning over her, their faces etched with concern. Saku explained that it appeared her heat and a fever from sheer exhaustion had hit her at the same time. But Theo's brow was furrowed in confusion. He was her one, yet he wasn't experiencing any heat at all. How was that possible? Saku agreed it was strange. Then his eyes narrowed, focusing on her neck. He asked what had happened, urging her to take a look. He held up a small, ornate mirror. Her reflection stared back, pale and weary. But there on the side of her neck was a strange, swirling mark like a delicate, dark tattoo. A bruise. When did she get this? Her neck had been hurting, a dull, throbbing ache, but so much had been happening she hadn't even noticed. Theo wondered aloud where she could have gotten it from, demanding Saku give her a painkiller. Saku sighed, looking apologetic. Unfortunately, he'd used all his painkillers and other medicines on Iris. That's why. He began, a mischievous smirk spreading across his face. I'll be sleeping with you since my body is a natural symptom reliever. He flopped onto the bed beside her, far too close for comfort. He had the audacity to suggest that just one night with him might make the pain go away naturally. What? Before Saku could get any closer, Theo lunged, grabbing him by the hair with a look of pure murder in his eyes. He snarled that being with Saku was even more dangerous, especially since she was experiencing heat, but Saku just whined that he couldn't think of any other way. Then, a light bulb seemed to go off over his head. Oh, I got it. The next thing she knew, she was lying in bed, trapped. Theo on one side, Saku on the other. How on earth did it come to this? Saku took her hand, his touch surprisingly gentle. He asked if she felt better with him holding her hand like this. She had to admit, blushing, that she did feel much better, but the tingling, the restless energy of the heat wasn't subsiding. Theo leaned over her, his eyes dark with an emotion she couldn't quite read. He murmured that even if it was just a temporary treatment, he'd like to help. Before she could even ask what he meant, his lips were on hers. It was a deep, searing kiss that sent shockwaves through her entire body. He licked at her lips, coaxing them open. Her mind went blank. She knew this was to alleviate her heat, but her voice? She couldn't control the soft sounds escaping her throat. Saku's voice, laced with amusement, cut through the haze. Woo-oh, so Rose, those are the cute sounds you make when you do this. He was leaning on Theo's back, watching them with unabashed curiosity. Theo shot him a murderous glare, growling for him not to worry about it and to just cover his ears. But Saku just grinned, wondering aloud what he should do since he wanted to both listen and watch. Mortification burned through her. Tears pricked her eyes as she covered her mouth, begging them not to look at her. Their gazes were too much. Just shut up and go to sleep. Theo snapped, grabbing a pillow and shoving it over Saku's head. He then turned back to her, his expression softening as he cupped her cheek. He urged her to concentrate on him right now. She knew it was because of her heat, but also Prince Theo's fingers, which hadn't touched her in so long. A soft moan escaped her lips as pleasure coursed through her. It felt so good. While the drama unfolded inside, Saku stood alone on the deck, the sea breeze whipping through his long purple hair. He let out a long, weary sigh. It's not fair, he muttered to himself, leaning against the railing, seeing her face like that, so vulnerable and lost in pleasure. A fierce, possessive urge flared within him. I want to steal her away, but before that, his mind drifted back to the strange mark on her neck. That mark? He felt like he'd seen it somewhere before, he just couldn't place it. A new day brought a new level of chaos. Saku was sitting happily between Rose and Iris, proudly declaring he had an iris on his left and a rose on his right. A flower in both hands, Rose, looking flustered, tried to feed him a small cake, while Iris offered him tea with a gentle smile. Suddenly, the door burst open. What the hell is going on here? Theo and Vin stood in the doorway, their faces thunderous. Saku just sighed dramatically, explaining that they had no other choice. There were no ingredients to make medicine on the ship. Iris needed antibiotics for her wounds, and Rose needed something to curb her symptoms. Which meant, he concluded with a smug look, the best solution right now was for them to be touched by him. Damn, the two princes seethed in unison. Vin stepped forward, his voice tight. He understood Iris needing antibiotics, but why did Rose need Saku's help? It seemed her heat had subsided for the time being. Saku's expression turned serious. It was more about that mark on her neck. This thing, he'd seen something similar to it before, but he didn't know what caused it. So this was just a precaution. He didn't know exactly what it was. So until they arrived at Jen where he could properly study it, he was going to need them to deal with him doing this. Theo and Vin exchanged a look, their jaws clenched. Finally, Theo spoke, his voice strained. Fine, in exchange for that, please save Rose. Saku beamed. Of course. The princes agreed to a point, watching Saku read to the two women. But reason and instinct were two different things. Seeing him so close to them, laughing and talking. They couldn't hide the raw, burning anger it made them feel. Theo's hand clenched into a fist at his side. He had just returned to being Rose's one. But he couldn't touch her like this, and Vin felt a mirror of that pain. Knowing this was all to treat them, but being so jealous of Saku, it felt like his insides were on fire. That night was pure torture. The four of them were forced to share a bed, a tangled mess of limbs and unspoken tension. Sleep was impossible for the princes. How could they rest? Theo lay beside Rose, so close he could feel the warmth radiating from her skin. And yet, he couldn't even kiss her. Beside Iris, Vin was in a similar agony, his fist clenched in the sheets. Suddenly, a jolt of heat shot through them both. Bottom, their hearts hammered in their chests. Is this heat? But they'd been taking their suppressants. Was this just frustration? Vin thought miserably that it might go away if Saku touched him. But there was absolutely no way he would rely on him. As Theo tossed and turned, he heard a soft whisper. Prince Theo. He turned his head. Rose was awake. She was looking at him with concern. He tried to tell her not to worry. But she already knew. It's heat, isn't it? Her hand reached out, her touch featherlight on his cheek. She whispered for him to let her pay him back for yesterday. Meanwhile, Vin muttered her name in his feverish state. A soft creak sounded beside him. Iris was leaning over him, her voice a gentle murmur. You're feeling the heat, aren't you? She leaned closer, her lips brushing his ear as she asked how about letting her help bring that fever down. Back with Rose, she gently touched Theo's chest. His hand covered hers, his skin burning hot. He shivered, his voice a ragged whisper, telling her it was okay. As if she grabbed it a little harder. Blushing furiously, she did as he asked. A jolt went through him, a choked gasp escaping his lips. It feels good, Rose stared mesmerized. He was making such a sexy face. On the other side of the bed, Iris was being much bolder. She whispered in Vin's ear, a teasing lilt to her voice. You can't resist me because of my injuries, can you? How nice of you. She kissed his cheek, her hand sliding under his shirt, making him shiver uncontrollably. He was weak here, wasn't he? She murmured, a cute, triumphant smile on her face. Shut up, don't be cheeky, he mumbled, but there was no heat in his words. The room was filled with soft sounds of kisses and whispers. For the two princes, their burning jealousy began to cool, sweetly melting away. The agony of the night was forgotten, replaced by a single overwhelming thought. It feels so good to be touched. By the woman you love, a strange heat lingered in his thoughts, a burning memory of the night before. He could feel his jealousy, a possessive fire, sweetly melting away into something else, something intoxicating. And Vin, lost in his own haze, felt a wave of pure bliss wash over him. It feels so good to be touched by the woman you love. The thought sizzled through him, a jolt of pure, unadulterated pleasure that echoed in the quiet dawn. A new day broke over the misty deck of the ship, the morning sun cutting through the haze. Vin leaned back, his arm draped languidly over his head, a dazed smile playing on his lips. Yesterday was amazing. The memory was a warm glow in his chest, a secret treasure he held close. A soft voice broke his reverie. Prince Vin, Juliana called out, her presence a gentle balm. He found her sitting on a bench nearby, a concerned but bright smile on her face as she asked how he was feeling. He couldn't quite meet her gaze, a faint blush dusting his cheeks as he mumbled that he was okay. More importantly, he turned the question back on her, his voice low. Are you all right? Juliana's smile widened, a brilliant, reassuring beam. Yep, she chirped, her eyes crinkling with genuine happiness. She explained that thanks to Saku's healing over the past few days, her wounds had healed up nicely. I'm peaky, she declared, adding that for now she'd be fine as long as Saku touched her from time to time. From a distance, Rose watched them, a small knowing smile on her lips. It looks like they've closed the distance between them. I wonder what happened. The way they sat together, a comfortable and easy air between them, spoke volumes. In the ship's galley, the gentle tinkling of a spoon against a pot filled the air. Saku hummed a cheerful tune, stirring a fragrant stew. He brought a ladle to his lips, a satisfied expression on his face as he tasted his work. A memory from that morning flashed in his mind, making him chuckle. They were all so lovey-dovey when I woke up this morning. He pictured the scene perfectly, all five of them tangled together in a pile of blankets, sleeping soundly and holding hands. His eyes glinted with mischief. Something definitely happened during the night. After that, their journey continued across the endless sea. For 10 long days they sailed until a new shore appeared on the horizon. Rose gasped, her eyes wide with wonder as she stared at the magnificent architecture. This is the Gen Empire. The port was a breathtaking sight, a vibrant tapestry of golden-roofed pagodas and glowing lanterns reflected in the calm water. As they disembarked, a voice called out, "We've been waiting for you." They turned to see a crowd parting before them. At the front stood a man with a welcoming smile, surrounded by dozens of people who bowed their heads in respect. "Welcome home, Master Saku," they all chanted in unison. The man's eyes flickered over Saku's companions. "We see you've brought guests with you," he noted. Rose leaned towards Saku, her voice a bewildered whisper. "Hey, is it possible you're more of a big deal than we thought?" Saku just laughed, a deep, rumbling sound. "So you finally noticed?" He admitted he'd tried to hide it, but he brought a finger to his lips, a sly grin spreading across his face as he whispered, "I'm kind of the emperor of this kingdom." Rose and Theo's faces were a picture of pure shock. What? They shrieked in unison. Saku waved his hands dismissively. Well, I'm not asterisk really asterisk the emperor, he clarified, though his expression was still smug. Rose was completely baffled. I'm surprised, it's all so complicated. Saku explained that the Gen Empire was a unique country where doctors and healers were held in the highest regard. It was said they had saved the country from destruction, curing a deadly epidemic that the previous emperor had completely neglected. That, he explained, is why most of the people support people like me. In fact, healers and doctors have more power and influence than the emperor himself. More than the emperor? Rose's mind was reeling. This changes everything. Saku was added to the game right before I was reincarnated, so I didn't know any of this. A wave of guilt washed over her. I've been treating him so roughly up until now. Have I actually been rude? Her internal crisis was cut short as Saku announced cheerfully, "Oh, we're here, we're here." Their group stood before a sprawling, ornate building. This is my mansion, Saku said with a grand gesture. Juliana's eyes sparkled. It's so beautiful. Even Vin had to admit the flashiness wasn't so bad. Saku beamed, his smile wide and genuine. Okay, everyone, come on in. The interior was just as stunning, filled with fragrant smoke curling from a beautiful incense burner. I'm sure you're all tired from the voyage, Saku said, leading them to a comfortable seating area. You should all rest up for a while. He pointed to the adjacent rooms, letting them know they were bedrooms for anyone who needed them. Then his eyes landed on Olivier. Oh, Olivier, I'm going to make something to eat. Would you mind giving me a hand? Olivier nodded curtly, of course. As they headed for the kitchen, Saku paused, his expression turning serious. There's something I'd like to ask you before we start cooking. He led Olivier into a separate room, and the moment the door closed, he slammed his hand against the wall beside Olivier's head. Olivier flinched, his eyes wide with surprise. Saku's voice was low and intense. Olivier, he leaned in close, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you know anything about that mark on Rose's neck? The question hung in the air, heavy and dangerous. Olivier's glasses glinted as he turned his head, his composure rattled. His mind flashed back to images of Rose's mother, Flora, the similar, intricate mark that had graced her own neck. He thought he had buried those memories. So, he began, his voice strained, why are you asking me about that? Saku's expression was grim. I kind of remembered something about that mark. His face was shadowed with a painful memory. A long while back, he began, my mentor and doctor was asked by the king of Siberian to treat Flora. Olivier's blood ran cold. For Flora to be treated? If that is indeed true, does that mean he actually didn't let her die without trying to help? But why didn't he say anything to Rose and her father? He could have disposed of Flora's journal if he wanted to, so why? Saku let out a heavy sigh, running a hand over his face. We did what we could, but neither of us could get rid of the mark and had to return home. The failure still stung. It's a truly troubling memory of mine. He fixed his gaze on Olivier again, his eyes piercing. Olivier, the last time you saw Flora, what did the mark on her neck look like? Did it resemble a particular shape? His eyes narrowed, waiting for the answer that could change everything. Olivier's voice was barely a whisper. Yes. He took a deep, shaky breath, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. The shape of the mark was that of a labrana. Back in the main room, the sweet, calming scent of incense filled the air. It was a magnificent mansion, Theo thought, but his attention was drawn to the fragrant smoke. Rose leaned against him, her body relaxing into his. Yehi, she murmured, a dreamy look in her eyes. The scent wafted around her, thick and intoxicating. It's so relaxing. Is the sweet scent in the air becoming stronger than it was before? It felt like being touched by Saku, like I'm being pulled down into a bog of solace. Suddenly, with a soft ah, her body went limp and she slumped to the floor with a heavy thud. Her golden hair fanned out around her as she lay unconscious. Theo's heart leaped into his throat. Rose, his eyes darted around the room, wild with panic. No way, is it the mark's doing? He tried to stand, but a wave of dizziness washed over him and he staggered. Across the room, Vin and Juliana were also succumbing, their bodies slumping in their chairs. What is this? It's different than experiencing heat. I'm suddenly losing consciousness. His gaze fell on the incense burner, smoke still curling from its top. Is this the incense's doing? Is there some strange drug mixed in? The thought was his last as his strength gave out and he collapsed beside Rose. The world fading to black with a final, echoing thud. A gentle voice called his name. Theo, Prince Theo. He blinked his eyes open, the world slowly coming back into focus. Rose was leaning over him, a concerned smile on her face. He sat up with a start. Rose, he exclaimed, his heart still pounding with the memory of his panic. Last night, I suddenly got all dizzy. Did Saku do something? A familiar sweet scent wafted through the air. He took a deep breath. My body feels light. Rose agreed. Mine too. I think maybe that incense allowed us to have a good night's sleep. Theo's eyes widened. If that's the case, I feel bad for suspecting him. Nearby, Juliana stretched, feeling wonderfully refreshed. I didn't know that something could remove that much fatigue, she marveled. I feel completely refreshed. But as she blinked, looking at Vin, a strange feeling stirred within her. Maybe I'm a little too rested. Rose felt it too, a strange twinge deep in her core. She felt somewhat turned on. Theo felt the same jolt, a primal heat that had nothing to do with his curse, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Rose clapped her flushed cheeks. Anyways, we should get ourselves together and head to breakfast. she declared a little too loudly. Just as they were gathering, a servant approached Olivier. Excuse me, Master Theodore, the king of Siberian has sent a letter. A servant presented a sealed scroll on a tray. Theo's eyes widened. My father? Rose's stomach clenched. No way, he's still after Rose. Theo's expression was grim as he unrolled the scroll, his eyes scanning the elegant script. The king wrote that instead of forgiving his selfish escape, he would ask for Theo's forgiveness as well. From now on, he wrote, I'll have you under watch of bodyguards. However, I've ordered them to keep their distance and not get unnecessarily close to you. The letter ended with words that shattered Theo's defenses. Theodora, you are my beloved son. Tears welled in his eyes as he clutched the letter, whispering the single word, Father. Rose watched him, her heart swelling with relief. I was worried that my actions might have caused a rift in their relationship, but I'm somehow relieved now. He still has love for his son Saku, then bounded over to Vin, holding another letter with a mischievous grin. And here's a letter from the king of Verno. I kinda read through it. Vin snatched it from him aghast. What did you say? Don't read it. Juliana peered over his shoulder asking what it said. Vin sighed, explaining it was similar to Theo's father's letter, a reprimand but also an offer of bodyguards. But then his face turned beet red. The same father who authorized the use of force to bring us in, is he really worried about us? His thoughts were interrupted by the last line of the letter. Also, that injured girl you were looking after, I like her, bring her before me. Vin crumpled the letter in his fist, utterly mortified. What's with this bossy tone? It's too awkward. Juliana couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. I've run out of patience with him. Saku clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention. Okay, after we eat, we need to head into town. We need to gather information pertaining to the mark on Rose's neck. The words sobered them instantly. Theo and Rose exchanged a worried glance, their hands finding each other instinctively. The city was a riot of color and life, red lanterns swaying in the breeze. What a beautiful city, Rose exclaimed. If we weren't in our current situation, I'd love to take in the sights. Theo smiled down at her. Yeah, it's resplendent and full of life. Saku gestured around them. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take this opportunity to learn a little about the city. Let's have a look around. As they explored, sampling bitter tea and observing the locals, Juliana suddenly stopped. As she grabbed Vin's hand, her cheeks tinged with pink. Rose, Saku, sorry, but we'll meet back up with you after we take care of a few things. Vin looked just as determined, adding, it seems that this one wants something. Rose's eyes lit up. Wow, Prince Vin is being proactive. She gave them a thumbs up. Okay, we don't mind, but don't go wandering off to unknown places. As Vin led Juliana away, followed by a phalanx of their new guards, Rose giggled to herself. They should be all right with all those guards around. Saku led the remaining trio to a towering, ancient building. This is the Imperial Archives, he announced. This is where we store all of Jen's ancient documents. Inside, towering shelves filled with countless scrolls stretched into the darkness. It's magnificent, Rose whispered. Saku's expression was serious. It's possible the information we need is written in one of these texts. The language is so ancient, even we from Gen have trouble interpreting it. Would you mind if I took a look? Olivier asked, stepping forward. He confessed that after Lady Flora passed away, he was contemplating his own uselessness, so he learned many languages from around the world. He stared at Flora's gravestone in his memory. I didn't want to regret things like I did when I was powerless. Rose's heart ached for him. Olivier, he carefully unrolled a fragile scroll, his eyes scanning the ancient characters. The labrana is a flower that has evolved independently for its own flourishing and chooses a specific woman with a suitable pollen level to be its queen. A silhouette of a queen appeared in the text. A mark will appear on the neck of the women the labrana have chosen to be their queen. Everyone stared at him, hanging on his every word. Rose's heart began to pound against her ribs. That means I am to be the queen. Saku confirmed her fears. He explained that as the stages of the mark deepen, the symptoms worsen as the host becomes nourishment for the labrana. When the queen's will is finally defeated by the flower, the mark will completely take the shape of the labrana and the queen will emaciate and die. However, if the queen's will can overcome the labrana, it can cause the extinction of the flowers themselves, and with it, the mark. Theo grabbed Saku's arm, his voice raw with desperation. So how are we supposed to defeat the labrana? Saku's eyes were grave. First, the queen and her, the one, must together take the dissolution and fixing medicine. And then, Olivier prompted, the two need to take each other's hands and sleep, and in their dreams, take each other's lives. The words landed like a death sentence. Two crossed blades, dripping with blood, illustrated the horrifying text. You mean kill each other? Theo cried, his face pale with horror. Saku nodded grimly. If you do that, you will awaken from the nightmare. But if you fail, the two of you will die without ever waking up. Theo staggered back, his mind reeling. The risk is too high, and on top of that, I have to kill Rose. Even in a dream, I couldn't do that. But then Rose's voice, clear and steady, cut through his despair. She gently touched the mark on her neck. No, it's easy. Her eyes burned with a fierce, unwavering light. It's only a dream, right? It won't be the real me. It's so easy that we can be freed from the curse of the labrana by simply killing an imposter. Theo gasped, stunned by her incredible strength. Saku and Olivier looked on, a flicker of hope in their eyes. He looked at her, at the woman who was willing to face a nightmare for their future, and a new resolve hardened within him. He placed a hand over his heart, his voice ringing with conviction. I will find aid in your strength and shall accept this solution. Rose turned to face the unseen enemy, her hair flying around her as if in a rising wind. "Await us, O Labrana," she declared, her voice a promise and a threat. "We will without a doubt defeat you." A vow hangs in the air, thick with determination, blooming like the roses framing the words. A promise made to the heavens, to themselves. "Await us, O Labrana, we will without a doubt defeat you." The words echo, a declaration of war against a curse that has haunted them for far too long. The festive air of the foreign land is intoxicating, filled with the chatter of merchants and the warm glow of lanterns. A laughter and music drift through the streets. But in a quiet corner, Prince Vin takes a long, slow drink. Iris watches him, a small smile playing on her lips as she notices the faint blush dusting his cheeks. She leans in, her voice a playful tease, asking if his face isn't a little red. He chuckles, the sound warm and low, before reaching out and gently grabbing her chin, tugging her closer. Before she can even process it, his lips are on hers. A soft, surprising kiss that sends a jolt straight to her heart. He pulls back just enough to whisper, his breath warm against her skin, his voice husky, telling her she should be closer to him. Her eyes widen, her cheeks flaming a brighter red than his. Her mind is a whirlwind. Is this the heat of the night? Or is it the alcohol making him so bold? Does Prince Vin get all kissy whenever he drinks? A part of her is flustered, but a deeper, warmer part is blooming with joy. He wants her, he truly wants her. But there in public, her gaze darts around nervously, her heart pounding at the thought of prying eyes. She whispers urgently, telling him to come with her away from the crowd. Later, in the privacy of their room, the tension shifts. "My heart is anxious, but if it's him, I can be brave." Her fingers tremble slightly as she lets her robe slip from her shoulders. His breath hitches. His eyes, usually so full of playful light, widen in shock as they fall upon a thin, silvery line just above her heart. That scar, the memory crashes over him like a tidal wave. The glint of a blade, Iris's desperate cry as she threw herself in front of him, the splash of crimson against her simple dress. It was all his fault. Guilt, sharp and cold, twists in his gut. His hand clenches at his side, his face contorting with self-loathing. "It's because of me, I'm sorry." The words are a choked whisper, heavy with regret. How dare he have caused such a permanent mark on this woman he cherished? But Iris just looks at him, her expression soft and resolute. "No," she says, her voice gentle but firm. This scar, it wasn't his burden to bear. It was a representation of how much she had hurt Rose, a constant physical reminder of her past sins. She tells him she has no intention of ever hiding it. It's a burden she has chosen to live with. He looks at her, truly looks at her, and sees not a victim, but a woman of incredible strength. He has scars, too. Scars he earned protecting the very same woman they both now care for. A wry thought crosses his mind. They've both been utterly bewitched by the same troublesome girl. A slow smile spreads across his lips, full of awe and a renewed, burning desire. He tells her he respects her resolve more than she could ever know. In fact, it makes him want her even more now. He wants all of her, her mind and her body. Leaning in, his voice drops to a dangerously low murmur, promising to devour every last piece of her. The world around them melts away into a soft, hazy glow. Meanwhile, Rose is wandering through the bustling streets when a cheerful voice calls her name. It's Saku, his face bright with a wide smile as he offers her a warm, fluffy bun. He tells her they are delicious, sweet, and filled with fruit paste. It's a local tradition, he explains as she takes a bite. The sweetness is a welcome distraction, but her eyes keep drifting to the distance where Olivier and Prince Theo are deep in conversation. What are they talking about? A prickle of unease runs down her spine. She's got a bad feeling about this. Seeing her worry, Saku grins mischievously, offering to show her a great place behind the store, promising a view of the country's best acrobatic troupe. Anything is better than just waiting around impatiently, she thinks, agreeing to go. The area is beautiful, adorned with dozens of glowing paper lanterns. But as she admires them, something slithers from the shadows. A flash of white scales, a sharp, stabbing pain in her hand. A snake, she lets out a terrified shriek as blood blossoms on her skin. Saku whirls around, his eyes wide with horror. He apologizes frantically, explaining the snake must have been drawn to the sweet aroma of the peach bun. Rose barely hears him. A strange numbness is spreading through her fingers. Is it venom? Without a second's hesitation, Saku grabs her hand, bringing it to his lips. He sucks the venom from the wound, his expression deadly serious. Rose shivers at the contact, a strange sensation washing over her. But then she notices Saku's face has gone pale, sweat beading on his brow. She asks if the mark on his neck is making the venom move faster through his system. His eyes widen in realization. He tells her if that's the case, there's a quicker way. He grabs her chin, his gaze intense. Before she can react, he's kissing her. Her mind goes blank with shock. Instinct takes over and she shoves him away, her face burning. Saku stumbles back, looking flustered and out of breath. He quickly explains that his special body makeup can neutralize the venom and that exchanging fluids is far more efficient than simple touch. He holds up her hand and she gasps. The bite mark, the swelling, it's completely gone. Not even a scar remains. Saku's expression turns serious, his usual playful demeanor gone. He tells her that since he met her, he's been thinking of a more permanent solution than medicine or old documents. He pokes her stomach gently, his words dropping like stones in the quiet air. He could impregnate her. pour his seed into her womb. His eyes are clear and earnest as he explains that his seed would stay with her for a while, a constant protection, speaking not as a man but purely as a healer. Her heart thumps wildly in her chest. This isn't the Saku who's always joking around. He's thinking about what's best for her body from the bottom of his heart. It's a kind, albeit shocking, offer. But her resolve is unshakable. She meets his gaze, her voice firm. No matter the reason, she will never give her body to anyone other than Prince Theo. A slow smirk spreads across Saku's face, a hint of admiration in his eyes as he whispers that her loyalty is so like her. As he walks away, she can't help but think that despite his bizarre methods, he's a very serious and responsible healer. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, sharp with disbelief. "What, you kissed Saku?" Theo is standing there, his face a mask of shock. Rose quickly tries to explain that it was just treatment, and to her surprise, Theo forces a smile, telling her not to worry about it as long as she's okay. But his eyes tell a different story. Later, as Saku hands her more medicine, Theo watches them. He was grateful, truly grateful that Saku had saved Rose's life. And yet, an ugly sentiment coils in his stomach. This dark, possessive feeling, is this the bad blood he inherited from his father? The man who murdered his rival in love? No, he clenches his fist, a dark aura swirling around him. He vows he won't be manipulated by jealousy and hate. He is different from his father. He will not be controlled by his emotions. That night, the air is thick and heavy. Theo lies in bed, his body burning with an unfamiliar heat. His heart is pounding in his ears. What is this fever? He glances at Rose, sleeping soundly beside him, completely unaffected. She stirs, murmuring softly in her sleep. "I've had enough of snakes." The word snake seems to shatter something inside him. His eyes fly open, pupils dilated. He lurches forward, collapsing on top of her with a heavy thud. The bed frame creaks under his weight. Rose's eyes flutter open sleepily, her voice thick with confusion as she asks his name. But the man looking down at her isn't her Theo. His eyes are glazed over, lost in a haze of pure instinct. He crashes his lips against hers, a desperate, hungry kiss that steals her breath. His tongue invades her mouth, his hands roaming her body with a frantic energy. He's trying to open her legs, and a cold spike of fear pierces through her confusion. This isn't right. Something is terribly wrong with him. She struggles, her voice a panicked whisper, asking if he's okay. Her question seems to break the spell. He gasps, pulling back as if burned, his eyes clearing to reveal utter horror and confusion. "What was I?" he stammers, looking at his own hands as if they belonged to a stranger. The memory of Saku's words returns with chilling clarity. The incense, it eliminates fatigue, but as a side effect, it also raises sexual desire. Theo clenches his jaw, shame and fury warring within him. He immediately demands separate rooms. Unable to even look at Rose, she's stunned, trying to reason with him to tell him it was just the incense. But he turns his back on her, his voice rigid with self-loathing as he declares that he can't forgive himself. The next few days are agony. Rose watches him from afar, her heart aching. She spends her time with Saku, a small safe comfort in the storm of Theo's silence. But one afternoon, as she's laughing with Saku, she sees Theo walk past. She feels his gaze on her, heavy and intense, and she knows, this has to stop. That night, she slips into his room. He's sitting on his bed, startled by her sudden appearance. She pins him with her gaze, her voice trembling but firm. She asks him point blank, "You're hiding your true feelings from me, aren't you? You said you weren't worried about me kissing Saku. But you're jealous, aren't you?" He tries to deny it, to rationalize it away. But she's had enough of his lies. "Liar," she screams, her control finally shattering. "What does jealousy have to do with sexual desire? Why won't you just tell me, you stupid prince?" Tears, hot and furious, stream down her cheeks. Her voice breaks as she confesses that when he lost control, she wasn't just scared. She was happy that he wanted her so badly. What truly hurts is him hiding his feelings, bottling them up and pushing her away. They have to fight Labyrinth together, their hearts and minds as one. She won't let their relationship break over something like this. Her words strike him like lightning. He finally breaks, his own eyes welling with tears as he grips the sheets. "I'm sorry," he whispers, his voice thick with emotion. "You're right, I've been jealous of Saku." He reaches out, his touch gentle as he brushes the tears from her cheek. He asks if he can finally tell her his true feelings. "I want to be your number one." And then they're kissing, not with desperate hunger, but with a deep, healing passion, finally one in heart and mind. Outside, Saku stands under the moonlight, a wistful smile on his face as he sighs. There's no room for him. He knows trickery won't work on a bond that's strong. Nearby, Iris lets out a sigh of relief, glad they finally made up, though she blushes furiously at the sounds coming from the room. Vin pulls her into his arms, telling her to pay attention to him instead. Jealousy, Iris thinks, cannot be separated from love. The final pieces are falling into place. Saku presents 2 shimmering orbs, a medicine created from the cursed chains, perfectly effective and long-lasting. He looks at his friends, his expression solemn. "If you take these tonight," he announces, "your real test will begin. Are you prepared for what's to come?" Theo and Rose look at each other, their eyes blazing with a shared unbreakable resolve. They've been ready since forever ago. Tonight they will face their nightmares. Tonight they will kill each other in their dreams. And tonight they will finally break the curse of the Labrana. A fierce resolve burned in their eyes. This was it, the final battle, and they were ready not just now but for a long, long time. Tonight they would dive headfirst into their shared nightmare, a world woven from their deepest fears. They would face each other, kill each other, and in doing so, shatter the wretched curse of the Labrana once and for all. The clash of steel, the chains of fate, it all ended tonight. The night air hung heavy over the palace. Inside, their friends gathered, a silent, worried vigil. Sir Georgo held out a small, shimmering orb, a spirit stone. Her father swallowed hard, his face etched with concern. Saku watched them with an unreadable expression, his purple eyes sharp and calculating. But it was Georgo who spoke, his voice firm, a rock in the swirling sea of anxiety. He believed in them. In Miss Rose and Theodore, his faith was a small comfort as they prepared to step into the abyss. In their chambers, Rose lay beside Theo, their hands clasped tightly together. She could feel the steady warmth of his skin, a grounding presence. She whispered into the quiet room, her voice a beacon of strength, assuring him they had faced tougher times than this. Their enemy now was nothing more than a bad dream, a phantom to be vanquished. Theo turned to her, a gentle, loving smile gracing his lips. He had made up his mind, he told her, his gaze intense. He would go through this hell with her so that when they woke he could finally, truly love her in reality. With those words hanging in the air, a promise of a future, they drifted off to sleep, their fingers still intertwined, a silent vow to find each other even in the darkness. A kaleidoscope of light and shadow swirled behind her closed eyelids. The world shifted, reformed. Rose's eyes snapped open with a gasp. Where was she? The opulent chandelier, the high ceilings? This place was achingly familiar. It was Prince Theo's mansion. But how? A voice cut through the silence, sharp and impatient. Rose, are you not up yet? Her heart gave a violent lurch. That voice, it was Theo's voice. A cold dread washed over her. This is a dream. It had to be, no matter how kind he appears here. I have a mission. The handle of the door felt cold under her touch. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what she had to do. I have to kill him. She opened the door to find him standing there, his back to her. He spoke without turning, his tone clipped. You're up late. His voice was ice. He turned slightly, calling her name, Rose. Her mind raced. Is he in a bad mood? Why does he sound so angry? He continued, his words sharp and cold, telling her the wedding was tomorrow and there were still so many things to do. The wedding, so in this dream, the wedding is still on. She stammered an apology, her voice small. He didn't respond, he just glared, a deep chilling glare that made her blood run cold. Then without another word, he turned and walked away. Her heart sank. Does Prince Theo hate me in this world? But why would he? What did I do? A soft click echoed from down the hall. Theo had stopped, his voice, suddenly warm and gentle, drifted back to her. So this is where you've been? And then another voice, a woman's voice, purred, I missed you. Rose's eyes widened in shock. A woman with vibrant pink hair was clinging to Theo's arm, her body pressed against his. What, Karen? But she looked different, fuller, sexier. What in the world is going on here? Theo's expression had completely melted. He looked down at Karen with such tenderness it made Rose's stomach churn. He apologized for making her feel lonely. Karen leaned in, her voice a seductive whisper, telling him he really did and that he shouldn't leave her alone like that again. What the hell is this? Rose could only stand there, frozen, as if struck by lightning, her mind screaming in denial. She watched, horrified, as Theo took Karen's hand, their fingers lacing together in a gesture of intimate affection. Her world tilted on its axis. Are Prince Theo and Karen having an affair in this dream? Oh my, I see. Karen finally noticed her, a sly, knowing smirk playing on her lips. You're here as well, she said, her voice dripping with condescension. She leaned against Theo, her eyes glinting with triumph. I'm so looking forward to the wedding tomorrow. The words were a slap in the face. What? A furious rage, hot and blinding, erupted in Rose's chest. How dare you? Theo's head whipped around, his eyes flashing with anger as he shielded Karen behind him. Stay away from her, he snarled. The force of his hatred stunned her into silence. Her voice trembled as she finally spoke, the words tearing from her throat. But you're marrying me tomorrow, aren't you? How could you behave like this? Theo's expression was pure ice. His voice cut her to the bone as he asked, weren't you the one who cheated on me first? He scoffed, a look of utter disdain on his face. If you don't like it, you can just leave now, I don't mind. He turned his back on her completely, his arm protectively around Karen. He told Karen he was going to speak to the servants about the wedding, and that she didn't have to do anything anymore. He was dismissing her, erasing her, leaving her utterly alone in the wreckage of their supposed wedding plans. Later, she sat on a bench in the garden, the beautiful roses mocking her with their perfection. So in this world, they both had affairs. I don't want to see that kind of Prince Theo, her fists clenched in her lap. Damn, this isn't good at all. I came here to kill him. But her resolve wavered as she saw them again, hidden amongst the rose bushes. Karen was cooing at him, telling him he was so bad, Prince Theo. Rose ducked behind the bench, her heart pounding a sick rhythm against her ribs. He said he was going to speak to the servants. What is he doing here with her? Then she heard his voice, clear and devastating, confessing to Karen, you are the only woman I love. He kissed her, a deep, passionate kiss that shattered what was left of Rose's heart. Karen whispered that she loved him too. This is a dream. This is a dream. This has to be a dream. Rose clutched her head, trying to block out the sight, the sound, the crushing weight of it all. A dream? Is it really? The world around her seemed to fracture like broken glass. Or is it possible that this is reality, maybe? Maybe the happy life I thought I had was just a dream to escape from this harsh truth? The mark on her neck throbbed, a phantom pain. The thought was a poison seeping into her mind. Maybe it would be better for Prince Theo's happiness if I just stood back. Maybe I should find a quiet place far away to live my life. And just let him be happy with the one he truly loves. That would be best for him. A vision of them happy and perfect appeared in a golden mirror mocking her. But then something inside her snapped, as if. She shot to her feet, a primal scream tearing from her throat. I would ever say that? Theo and Karen stared, stunned by her sudden outburst. Rose, he gasped. Her voice was low and steady, but brimming with a terrifying resolve. I can be very sensible. I am not the heroine of this story. A shotgun materialized in her hands, gleaming in the sunlight. I'll kill you if you choose anyone other than me. She cocked the gun, the sound echoing through the garden. Because I am the evil, heinous villainess. Theo and Karen could only stare in horror. Apparently I cheated on you as well here, but I don't care. She snarled, her eyes burning with righteous fury. A crazed grin spread across her face. You have betrayed me, now die. Bang, 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 the force of the blast sent Karen flying, her doll-like body shattering into pieces. Theo cried out her name, his face a mask of anguish as he watched his beloved disintegrate. Rose turned the barrel on him, her expression cold and merciless. Goodbye, Prince Theo, she said flatly. Away with you. Bang, bang. He didn't even have time to scream her name before the bullets tore through him, his own plush body ripping apart. You villainess, were his last fading words. Silence, the scent of gunpowder and roses filled the air. Rose lowered the gun, her breathing heavy. The real Theo would never say such a thing, she murmured to herself, clutching the tiny spirit stone. A wave of nausea washed over her, but I don't feel good even if it is a dream. And then she saw it, a magnificent golden door shining brightly at the top of a grand staircase. Her heart leaped with hope. A golden door, all I have to do is go through it, right? She started running, her feet pounding against the ground. Click, 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 but no matter how fast she ran, the door seemed to get farther away. Why? Why can't I get any closer to it? She reached out, her fingers grasping at empty air. Panic began to claw at her throat. I killed Prince Theo, so why am I not waking up from this nightmare? A horrifying thought struck her. No way. Did something happen in the dream? He's having. Meanwhile, in another nightmare, Theo's eyes fluttered open. Where am I? He was in a room bathed in red light, the air thick with incense and unfamiliar sounds. This architecture, I've never seen this place before. It's like a foreign land, completely different from the Gen Empire. A soft voice broke his thoughts. Sorry to keep you waiting. He turned, his breath catching in his throat. And it was Rose. But not the Rose he knew. She was dressed in an ornate, exotic gown, her hair pinned up in an elaborate style. Rose, he whispered. She was as beautiful as a flower. But what is she wearing? His head throbbed violently, and suddenly memories that weren't his flooded his mind. The events of this world, they're pouring into my head, that's right. This is a place where men and women indulge in pleasure. On the red light district. And in this world, Rose is a prostitute, and I am a poor merchant who frequents her brothel, and the two of us have pledged our love to one another. He called her name Rose. Taking a step forward, he had to tell her, that's right, I've saved up some money. He grabbed her shoulders, his voice filled with desperate hope. Soon enough, I'll be able to buy you out, so please, won't you spend your life with me? He waited, his heart hammering in his chest. But Rose gently pushed him away. Her voice was soft, but her words were devastating. I've told you before, I can't do that. His world crumbled. But why? We've exchanged so much love together. Was it all a lie? Her eyes squeezed shut, pain etched on her face. That's not it at all. She cried, her voice cracking. But I'm sorry. She turned away from him, her hand gripping her own robe. I'd like for you to leave. His heart shattered into a million pieces. He could only whisper her name as the door slid shut, leaving him alone in the hallway. In the end, I'm nothing more than a customer to her. He walked aimlessly through the lantern-lit streets, a ghost in a world of pleasure. But if that's true, then why did she look so sad? The chatter of two men nearby caught his attention. Hey, did you hear? The girl in that brothel? It seems like someone's bought her out. Theo's heart stopped. The man continued, a merchant from a large shop? No, it couldn't be. He broke into a run, pushing through the crowds, his mind screaming. He found her with another man, Saku. Saku's arm was draped around her as he purred, I'll come for you tomorrow, so pack up all your things, okay? He looked down at her, a smug smile on his face. Aren't you happy? Theo's voice was a choked cry. Rose, she looked up, her eyes wide with shock. His heart felt like it was being torn from his chest. Why? He pleaded, his voice breaking. Why did you choose him? Saku stepped forward, his expression mocking. That's an easy one, it's proof that I'm better than you. He sneered, his words dripping with venom. You're inexperienced and terrible at foreplay, and on top of that you're poor. She would be absurd to choose a man like you. He waved a dismissive hand. Rose is leaving this place. Now would be a good time to say your goodbyes, since you'll never see her again. The world went silent. Theo could only stare at Rose. So, you saw it, she said softly. Are you really going with him? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. I hear he's got a bad reputation with women, and is involved in shady business dealings. He knew Saku's type, surrounded by women and whispers of crime. Rose looked down, her expression one of utter defeat. Saku's agreed to pay off my debts, she explained. I don't have a choice. Then she looked up, her eyes locking with his, raw and vulnerable. But it's you that I love, Theo. She stepped closer, her hand caressing his cheek. Even if I sell my body to him, my heart belongs to you. His eyes widened, a storm of emotions raging within him. But what good were feelings? I can't save her with feelings alone. Her next words chilled him to the bone. Listen to me, Theo. In 3 days' time, my body will belong to Saku forever. She pulled him closer, her plea a desperate, feverish whisper. So if you truly love me, today right here, kill me by your own hand. His mind reeled. That's right. This is just a dream world. I have to kill Rose. He found her lying down, his hands trembling as they moved towards her throat. And isn't it good that she actually wants to die? His fingers closed around her neck. He knew it was a dream. He knew this was the goal, but even so, he couldn't stop himself from leaning down and kissing her, a kiss filled with love and despair. Tears streamed from her eyes as she whispered his name. Even if this is a dream, I don't want to give up on her. A sinister voice echoed in his mind, his father's curse taking form behind him. Why don't you just kill her? The phantom leaned in, its voice a seductive poison. If you do, she'll be yours forever. Its arms wrapped around him, a cold, cloying embrace. Kill her and then follow suit. That's right, this is what she wants. Do it, Theo. Her tear-streaked face looked up at him, pleading. Kill Rose and then myself. Pledging our eternal love is what is right. He squeezed tighter, his resolve hardening. But as she gasped for air, a sudden, horrifying clarity pierced through the haze of his despair. No, is this really the answer? I can't be fooled by my father's sweet words. Even if I do kill her, I must not follow. A grim determination settled over him, his eyes burning with a new fire. My answer is, I can't be fooled by my father's sweet words. Theo's mind screamed, a desperate rebellion against the poison seeping into his thoughts. He knew what this was, a test, a cruel, twisted game. Even if I do kill her, I must not follow. He held her close, the warmth of her body a stark contrast to the icy command echoing in his soul. My answer is. A heavy rain lashed against the windows of the mansion, a storm mirroring the turmoil within their shared dream. In the quiet room, Theo and Rose lay side by side, lost to the world. They've been asleep for an entire day now. Vin stared at them, his brow furrowed with worry, Iris clutching his arm. Is it really possible to not awaken for so long? He murmured, his voice tight with anxiety. I wonder if something's happened in their dreams. Saku knelt by the bed, his heart aching as he looked at Rose's peaceful face. He whispered her name, an apology laced with desperation. Miss Rose, I'm sorry. He reached out, his fingers gently brushing hers. Suddenly, a faint pink light began to glow from her neck, the curse mark shining with an ominous energy. Saku's eyes widened in horror. The mark on her neck is getting worse. A violent crackle of dark energy erupted from his hand, lashing out like a furious whip. The sheer force of it sent a shockwave through the room, making Iris yelp and cling tighter to Vin. What in the world? She cried out. Outside, Olivier watched in disbelief, as thick, thorny brambles began to sprout from the ground at an alarming rate, slithering up the walls of the mansion. What is that? He gasped. Labyrinth of brambles. He rushed to the window, rattling the frame, but it wouldn't budge. The thorns had sealed them in. Saku joined him, his face pale with dread. If it continues like this, we won't be able to leave the mansion. Vin's expression was grim, his eyes narrowed as he understood the terrifying truth. The Labyrinth are trying to trap those two inside forever. The thorny vines wrapped around the bed where the two lovers slept, beautiful but deadly lilies blooming amongst the spikes, sealing their fate. Back in the dream, a sickening crack echoed through the grand staircase. Rose gasped, her eyes flying open in alarm. The stairs are cracking. The very foundation of her dream world was shattering into pieces. What is going on? She cried out, her face flushed with panic. Prince Theo, you're okay, right? But her world simply dissolved into glitching fragments, a cascade of purple feathers falling into an empty void. In another part of the dream, Theo held Rose in his arms, the scent of lilies thick in the air. He felt a presence behind him, a voice cold and sharp as he asked, What are you doing? It was his father, the king, his eyes filled with a chilling command. Hurry up and kill her. The words dripped like blood, a promise of power and a threat of damnation. Rose looked up at him, tears streaming down her face, her expression a mix of fear and love. Theodore, his father's voice sneered, a phantom twisting around them. Come on, do it. Theo gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping his lips. His own desires, twisted by his father's influence, surged within him, a dark tide threatening to pull him under. He had to resist. He had to fight it. He thought, his resolve hardening like steel. Even if this is a dream, I will not kill Rose out of desire. He pulled her closer, shielding her with his body. This wasn't desire. This wasn't what his father was leading him to do. The king's phantom form recoiled, his face melting in rage and disbelief. Son, are you defying me? But Theo's path was clear now. The only thing I can do, he declared, his violet eyes burning with a fierce light, is love the person that's right in front of me. In that moment, everything clicked into place. Within this dream, I have finally figured out what it is. The Labyrinth are trying to test me. He leaned down and captured Rose's lips in a desperate, passionate kiss. It wasn't just about killing her. No, the test was so much more insidious than that. Rose's tear-filled eyes watched him, understanding dawning on her as well. The test was to see if he was worthy to be her king, if he could prove how deep his love for her truly was. A smirk touched Theo's lips. That's fine, Labrina. He laid her down gently, his voice a low, determined growl. I'll make her surrender to me. He hovered over her, his gaze intense. I'll kill her, with my love. Rose looked up at him, her voice trembling as she spoke. Why can't you kill me with your hands? Your plan was to kill me, was it not? She challenged him, her words a final, desperate plea for him to understand. How can you pour your love into something when you don't even know if it's the right thing to do? Her body arched against his. Silent surrender, with tears in her eyes, she whispered, your love is mad. Theo's voice was raw with emotion, a powerful declaration that shook the dream to its core. Is my love pure or mad? It doesn't matter. He would show her, he would show them all. Through Rose, you will realize the love I have. A brilliant light erupted from them, pure and crystalline. Surrender yourself to me, he commanded, his lips finding hers once more. Accept me. He poured all his power, all his will into that single, final command. Obey, Labrina. A blinding light filled Rose's eyes, and as she closed them, tears of acceptance streamed down her face. A soft voice echoed through the light, as you wish. Suddenly, Theo's eyes snapped open. He shot up in bed. Gasping for air, Saku and Olivier rushed to his side, their faces etched with relief. Theo, you're finally awake, Saku cried. Have I awoken from my dream? Theo thought, his mind still reeling. Then a single urgent thought cut through the haze. Rose, he whipped his head around, his heart pounding in his chest. Is Rose still in hers? He saw her lying there, peaceful and still. Beautiful as ever, Vin's voice was heavy with grim news. It's been 3 days since you fell asleep, but Rose is still. But why? Theo looked at her, his hand finding hers, his grip tightening. He remembered his revelation in the dream. The only thing I can do. The answer was so simple, so clear, is love the person. He leaned over her, his lips meeting hers in a gentle, loving kiss. That's right in front of me. In Rose's dream, the world was cracking, crumbling into nothingness. She screamed as the ground gave way beneath her, sending her plummeting into the abyss. The dream was collapsing. Prince Theo. She cried out, her eyes squeezed shut. Just as she braced for impact, a magnificent white horse appeared from a flash of light, and on its back was her prince. It seems I've made it just in time, he said, his arm scooping her up into a secure embrace. She looked at him, her heart soaring with relief. Prince Theo, he gave her a warm, reassuring smile. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's get out of here. In the real world, Rose's eyes fluttered open. Theo was leaning over her, his face a mask of concern. Rose, he breathed, his hand cupping her cheek. Saku and Vin erupted in cheers. You sleepyhead, Saku exclaimed, a relieved grin on his face. We were so afraid you wouldn't wake up. Olivier smiled gently, his relief palpable. How wonderful it is to see you're safe. Iris was crying tears of joy. Rose, I'm so glad. Rose looked around at her friends, a soft smile on her lips. So we've made it back safely, huh? She sat up, Theo's arm protectively around her as they were surrounded by their worried friends. He leaned in close, his voice a warm whisper in her ear. Yes, that's right. He gently touched her neck, and the mark on your neck has disappeared. He sealed his words with a tender kiss. We've won. Saku's excited voice broke the tender moment. The mark on your neck is completely gone. Congratulations, Rose. Olivier nodded, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Since the mark disappeared, it would seem you've passed the trials and that you can distort the evolution of the Labrina. Rose's thoughts drifted. What she really wanted was their annihilation, but then she remembered Karen, who had saved her from execution. She remembered her promise to live alongside them, to be their guardian. She couldn't be the one to destroy them if that was the case. Then there was only one thing to do. She began, her voice filled with a newfound power. I pray that the Labrina becomes a flower that never bears. The one? A golden light erupted from her hands. A powerful wave of magic shining brightly, washing over them. A sound like a shattering chain echoed through the air. Iris gasped, looking down at her hands. It feels like my body's gotten lighter. Vin agreed, a look of wonder on his face. Theo smiled, a deep sense of peace settling over him. The ones have disappeared from this world. Rose's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Without even one of us, it would surely have been a wish that could not have been fulfilled. She and Theo stood, bowing deeply to their friends. Thank you all. She thanked them all by name, her heart overflowing. Saku, Iris, Prince Vin, Olivier, Tania and Bizzle, and even Karen. Saku clapped his hands together. Okay then, we gotta get ready to go. Rose looked at him confused. Go where? Saku grinned, pointing towards the castle. To the king of Siberian, we have to tell him that it's all over. In the throne room, Theo stood before his father. The ones have all disappeared from this world, he reported formally, and the Labrina have gone back to being just simple flowers. The king sat on his throne, his face unreadable. He simply said, I see. He stood, and for a moment Theo tensed, but then his father placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice thick with emotion. You did a fine job. To Theo's utter shock, tears streamed down the king's face. My father is crying. The king quickly turned away, wiping his eyes. Later on I must speak with Rose, but right now I'm sure you're all tired. Take the next few days to rest. Theo could only nod, his voice quiet as he said, understood. Later, the group found themselves relaxing in a magnificent steaming bath. At first, I thought it would be embarrassing to bathe together, Iris thought, a blush on her cheeks. But everyone here is someone I trust. They are like family to me. Suddenly, Saku's indignant shout broke the peaceful atmosphere. Hey, why am I the only one blindfolded? Vin shot back without missing a beat. Because you're a pervert. Saku sputtered, but it's because of me that the health benefits of the water are so high. This broth is indistinguishable from regular medicine. Olivier, ever the butler, carried a stack of fresh towels, remarking dryly, they sure are lively. Rose turned to Iris, asking gently, Iris, how's your wound? Iris smiled brightly. Good, thanks to the treatment I received in the Gen Empire. It's almost completely disappeared. Theo, meanwhile, was giving Vin a stern look. To be honest, I think you should be blindfolded as well, you lecher. Vin smirked, unbothered. I have no interest in anyone but Rose. You just remember to keep your eyes on Iris. Vin's gaze softened as he looked at Iris, making her blush furiously and stutter, sorry, and no, I'm only blushing because it's so bright in here. Rose felt her own heart begin to race. That's right, normally with this much stimulation, we'd all be going into heat, but just as that thought crossed her mind, a cheerful voice called out. Rose, thank you so much for not destroying the Labrena, let me join you guys. A figure with bright pink hair waltzed into the baths. Sorry, I'm not wearing any makeups. Everyone stared in shock. Karen. He chirped, splashing into the water. It's been a while, everyone. Rose was flabbergasted. More importantly, what did you do to your hair? Karen winked. A lot happened, so I cut it. Looks good, huh? Also, it turns out he was a guy all along. Rose's mind short-circuited. It's not better than Prince Theo's, but he's got a nice body. But since I saw him in that dream, an image of Karen with the king flashed in her mind, making her gasp. Things are a bit confusing, but that was just a dream. Saku, meanwhile, was sizing Karen up, a towel slipping from his hand. So you're Karen, you were a great help through all those letters. That aside, you seem to be packing some serious equipment. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with challenge. I'm confident I'm large as well, but you're probably not in my league, huh? Karen's smile turned wicked. Well now, I can't just let that go. He grabbed Saku's towel, yanking it away. Now let's get to it, to a showdown. Theo yelled in exasperation, be considerate of the women. Vin just sighed, covering Iris's eyes. They're so immature. Rose couldn't help but giggle, a light and happy sound. All at once, I lost my spirit, she thought, a wave of pure joy washing over her. But maybe something like this isn't so bad once in a while. That night, the king closed a book. His work finished, he let out a long sigh. Staring out the window at the snowy landscape, I don't know what to do from here. He murmured to himself, a wry smile on his face as he looked out into the night. A faint glow drifted through the night sky like dying embers. The king of Siberian closed the book with a soft thud, the sound lost in the vast, lonely chamber. His gaze drifted to the snowy landscape outside, his reflection a ghost in the glass. A heavy sigh escaped his lips, misting the cold air. What have I done? All these years, all these plans, and now, he confessed to the silence, I don't know what to do from here. But as he stared out at the kingdom he'd manipulated for so long, a strange, chilling smile crept across his face, a flicker of a man playing a game only he understood. A few days later, the air in the parlor was thick with unspoken tension. I had all the guards and maids removed except for Olivier, Rose thought, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She needed this conversation to be private, raw, and honest. She sat at a long table laden with untouched pastries and tea, a fragile peace treaty between warring nations. Across from her sat the king and queen, and beside her Prince Theo. But why was her father here? The king's voice, smooth as aged velvet, broke the silence. He wanted to talk freely. Without the weight of titles and positions, he asked if they'd had enough rest. Rose simply nodded, her mind racing. What is it that he wants to discuss? And why is my father here? This isn't just about Theo and me, is it? Her father sat with his head bowed, a storm of confusion and grief brewing in his eyes. Olivier stood sentinel by the wall, his face an unreadable mask. A soft rattle echoed as the king shifted, his hands coming to rest on the table. His next words shattered the fragile quiet. First, he began, his voice low and heavy, I'd like to offer my apologies. He stood, his grand military jacket suddenly looking like a costume on a weary actor. Rose and Theo exchanged a stunned glance. What did he just say? The king of Siberian, apologizing? His head bowed low, his voice cracking with an emotion no one had ever heard from him before. He was truly sorry, he said, for everything he had put the two of them through. He bent at the waist, a full deep bow of contrition. The room gasped, what? The king is apologizing? It was unthinkable, a tear in the fabric of reality itself. The king straightened, his eyes filled with a grim resolve. He promised to walk them through it step by step. The whole sordid tale about the curse of the Labrena and about what he did. Rose swallowed hard, a cold dread creeping up her spine. The king's explanation began, each word a carefully placed stone building a horrifying truth. The mark on her neck, he explained, was the key to breaking the ancient curse. But there were conditions, cruel conditions. The woman who bears the curse, he said, his voice dropping, needs to be pushed to her absolute limits. She had to be brought to the brink of utter despair, of mental and physical collapse. Only then, in that moment of near death, would the mark activate to protect its host, and finally it would begin to appear, choosing its queen. His gaze hardened. Which is why, he paused, letting the weight of his next words sink in, I took in Flora, who was showing signs of the mark due to a pre-existing condition. He looked directly at Rose's father and decided to push her to her mental limits. The air crackled with shock. Pushed her? What did he mean, pushed her? A clatter of porcelain broke the spell as Rose's father shot to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief and rage. What are you saying? He roared, his voice trembling. The king remained unnervingly calm. He insisted he didn't bring Flora to his home with the intention of killing her. And the same is true of my wife's the one, he continued, a flash of a bloody scene appearing in his words. The man from Westitas, though I hated him, I did not kill him. That was an accident. Theo listened intently, his brow furrowed. The tone in his father's voice, it felt true. He wasn't lying about this. He really didn't murder his rival in love. The king's eyes, filled with ancient regret, met Rose's father's furious gaze. I couldn't tell her the truth, he explained, in order to push her to her limits, which is probably why she was distrustful of me. A memory surfaced, Flora's own handwriting in her diary, filled with suspicion. However, the king added a flicker of warmth in his voice. When I explained to her that it was to dissolve the one, she quickly accepted it. For a moment, there was a vision of them together, a shared goal, a fragile trust, but the work, the constant stress, took its toll on her already ailing body. Her physical and mental limits were exceeded, her body and mind shattering under the strain. As the mark grew more complete, her life force faded with it. His gaze fell. The memory clearly painful. He had searched desperately for a healer, for some other medicine to save her, but before he could find one, Flora was gone. Rose's breath hitched, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle a gasp. Oh my, the story didn't end there. Fate, it seemed, had another cruel twist. Although our relationship dissolved with Flora's death, the king continued, by some stroke of either good or bad luck, my pollen levels matched with my wife, Maria. They had become each other's, the one completely by accident. It was a dangerous bond, one that could have resulted in Maria's death had she become pregnant. Just like Theo and Rose, they needed to dissolve their union. And so, the king's eyes fell upon the next generation. He thought that if it were Flora's daughter, she might have the qualities necessary to become the Labyrinth's queen. His gaze settled on Rose's father. That's why, he said, the words landing like blows, it was necessary for your father to discipline you and raise you to be a woman strong both physically and mentally. The memory of her father's hand striking her flashed in Rose's mind, a pain now twisted with a new, horrifying understanding. Which is why I gave it to you, he said to Rose. Flora's diary, the key to your hatred. He had orchestrated her pain, her suffering, her burning resentment, all of it. It was all for the sake of breaking the curse. He finally admitted, his voice low, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I was responsible for Flora's death. That was the final straw. You've got to be kidding me. Rose's father screamed, his face contorted in agony. The grief and rage he'd held for years erupted like a volcano. You've been using me this entire time. Is this hatred I feel just something you conjured up? Does my life mean so little to you? He collapsed, his life's purpose shattered into a million pieces. He'd lost Flora and he'd failed Rose, all while being a pawn in the king's grand, cruel game. With a great crash, he fell against the table, his body shaking with uncontrollable sobs. What am I supposed to do from here on out? He wailed. As Rose watched her father break, the final pieces of the puzzle clicked into place in her mind, forming a picture of unimaginable cruelty. Him sending her to Westitas without an escort, calling for her execution, all of it all for the sake of causing her stress to push her to the edge. The bodyguards he assigned her after the mark appeared, it wasn't to control her. It was to protect the queen chosen by the Labyrinth. And in that gut-wrenching moment of clarity, she knew, the biggest victim in all of this was neither her nor Prince Theo, it was her father. Rose stood up, a silent, furious energy radiating from her. She turned and walked toward the king, her steps measured and deliberate. Then, with a crack that echoed through the stunned silence, her hand connected with his face. A hard, vicious slap that whipped his head to the side. Everyone froze. The queen gasped, Theo's eyes widened, and her father looked up from his despair, his face streaked with tears. Our Rose, he whispered. But Rose's eyes, blazing with a righteous fire, were fixed on her father. You should strike this man as well, father, she commanded, her voice ringing with power. She grabbed his hand, pulling him towards the king. Aren't you as vexed as I am? It doesn't matter if he's the king or not. She cried, tears of fury streaming down her face. Even if he didn't directly lay a hand on Mother, it doesn't change the fact that he has brought misery to our family by involving us. She remembered Iris, the old Rose, driven to madness, a puppet dangling from the king's strings. With as much grief as we've received, she pointed a trembling finger at the king, you have the right to strike him. A fire ignited in her father's eyes. With a guttural roar, he lunged forward, his fist connecting with the king's jaw in a sickening thwack. The monarch stumbled back, shock and pain on his face. This whole tragedy, Rose thought, her heart aching, was fueled by the king's love for the queen. His methods were twisted, unforgivable even. But deep down, she respected the love and affection he had for her. Theo rushed to her side, wrapping a comforting arm around her as she finally let her own tears fall. Her father sank to his knees, the fight gone out of him, replaced by a wave of soul-crushing grief. Later, the king sat in his study, a bandage on his cheek. He mused to Theo, that girl is quite the shrew, isn't she? But there was no anger in his voice, only a grudging respect. He admitted that, considering what he'd done, her actions were only natural. A small, genuine smile touched his lips. He called her a very noble and wonderful girl. Then he looked his son in the eye, his voice firm. "Don't you lose her, Theodora." Theo's eyes widened in surprise before he bowed his head in understanding and acceptance. In a quiet moonlit corridor, Rose found her father. He turned to her, his eyes hollow with regret, and apologized for the horrible things he'd done. "It's okay," Rose said softly, her voice filled with a grace he didn't deserve but desperately needed. "You were a victim in all this as well." Tears welled in his eyes at her forgiveness, but her expression firmed. "However," she warned, pointing a finger at him, "don't you go thinking about getting your revenge on the king anymore." She explained her belief that her mother had cooperated with the king's plan, also that her family could one day find happiness. "That's why we need to live our lives with a smile on our faces." He looked at his daughter, truly seeing her for the first time in years. She told him it would be hard, but they needed to let their hearts heal. As she walked away, wishing him good night, her father contemplated her words. Freely, Perhaps, he thought, a visit to the church was in order to finally put his tormented soul at ease. The following day, Rose and Theo stood before the throne. The king looked down upon them, his voice echoing in the grand hall as he officially welcomed Rose into the Siberian royal family. Rose's heart swelled. She still had complicated feelings about the king, of course she did. But if she was allowed to marry Theo, she would be honored. However, the king's voice cut through her thoughts. "I do have one concern." The queen leaned against her husband's shoulder, a mysterious look on her face. Rose and Theo looked up, their newfound peace suddenly threatened. A concern? What now? What other secret was he about to reveal? The king's expression, once warm and welcoming, now held a shadow of doubt. However, there was one thing that still worried him, he admitted, his voice low. "A concern?" Rose's heart gave a little squeeze. After everything they had been through, what could possibly be left? The king and queen sat before them, their faces a mixture of approval and solemnity. The queen spoke with a gentle smile, telling Rose that both she and the king approved of her. But the king's next words hung heavy in the air. He reminded her that she was once sent to be executed, a fact that was seared into the public's memory. "We have yet to convince the people, or the church for that matter." He explained that while they could just force her into the royal family, they wanted things to be as civil as possible for the future. His eyes, filled with a ruler's burden, met hers. "And that is why," he said, his voice firm, "I'm asking you to work with me on a way to break through that barrier." Rose and Theo looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. "We understand." The king had declared himself responsible for the entire incident, but without being able to share the sensitive details, it was only natural that the public remained skeptical. A grateful smile touched the king's lips as he thanked them, a sigh of relief escaping him. He was counting on them. Rose's mind raced. So this was it. In order to become Prince Theo's wife, to become the queen of this country, she had to face one last trial. A new resolve hardened within her as they arrived back at the house of Charlier, the sun setting on a day of difficult truths. Inside, a strange sound filled the air, a low muttering. "Ah, Sister Mira?" Rose turned to see her father, his eyes glazed over, staring at a book in his hands. He was muttering to himself, "What lovely teachings." "He's been like this ever since we got home," Rose thought, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. She asked him who this Sister Mira was. Her father's face lit up with a feverish glow. He explained that she was one of the nuns at the Church of Marego. He clutched the book to his chest, his eyes shining with unshed tears. He described her as a motherly woman, a goddess who embraces everyone. "She warmly accepted my feelings after I had lost my way," he confessed, his voice thick with emotion. He recounted how she had welcomed him, a lost soul, into her fold. But there was one strange detail. "Late-night access to the cathedral is still forbidden," he sighed, a tear tracing a path down his cheek. "But I hope one day she will grant me the right to enter." Rose's eyes narrowed. "Access to the cathedral at night is forbidden? Why? Something about this is fishy, very fishy." Later, as she sat with Theo, the afternoon light streaming into the room, she couldn't shake the feeling of dread. She confessed that she was a bit scared of her father's newfound blind face, though she was glad he seemed to be doing better. As soon as the words Church of Marego left her lips, Theo's entire demeanor shifted. "Did you say the Church of Marego?" he asked, his voice suddenly sharp. Rose explained that she had just heard the name from her father. "What is it?" she asked, sensing his alarm. Theo's expression was grim. "It would seem," he said slowly, his eyes dark, "that they have some suspicious goings-on at that church." He leaned forward, his voice a low whisper. "It is said that the people who started going to that church have not returned home. They've abandoned everything, neglecting their homes and their children, leaving their families utterly grief-stricken. Not only that," he continued, "they say it's a lawless place where believers are required to pay enormous sums of money." The air grew thick with unspoken horrors. It was a place of fanaticism and rampant brainwashing. Rose's blood ran cold. "What did you just say?" she gasped, her eyes wide with shock. "That doesn't sound like salvation at all." Theo's gaze was hard as steel. "You're right," he agreed. "But while the people there are in danger, the church is an inviolable territory to the military police. It was a sanctuary untouchable by the law, and without conclusive evidence, it's next to impossible to prosecute them. A gasp escaped Rose's lips, but if we don't do something, her mind began to whirl. Does that mean? A slow smile spread across Theo's face as he leaned in close, his eyes sparkling with a brilliant idea. Yup, he confirmed, his voice full of energy. If we solve this case, the people will have been saved from the church. He looked at her, the unspoken meaning hanging between them, which means it might make it easier for me to enter the royal family. Rose's heart hammered in her chest. The path was clear. It was a long shot, a dangerous gamble, but it was their only chance. So it's worth it for us to give it a try. Back at the palace, they laid out their plan. The queen listened intently, then offered her own insight. I see, she mused. So if you can resolve this, the people's impression of you will be overwritten. The king, a small, proud smile on his face, agreed. As a nation, we'd love to ask for your help. Yes, Rose beamed, her heart soaring. Theo then gestured towards the grand doors. Now then, father, let me introduce you to some of those who have volunteered to help us with our investigation. The doors swung open with a soft creak, revealing a group of determined figures silhouetted against the light. They were a diverse and capable-looking team. Theo quickly assigned their roles. Rose and Iris would investigate the rumored nun, while he and Prince Vincent would investigate the followers. The others would stay close by in case anything happened. Rose nodded, her fists clenched at her side. I'll do whatever it takes, she declared. The king gave a firm nod. Fine, I approve. He then added that she would need something in order to collect evidence. Yes, sir, she replied eagerly. He then presented her with a curious object. Take this with you. Rose stared at it, her eyes wide with surprise. Oh, this is a camera. Of course, they did have cameras in this world, but they were rare and incredibly expensive. The king's eyes held a confident glint. We'll need you to take a picture at the decisive moment. With your pluck, it should be simple. We're counting on you. A warm feeling spread through Rose's chest. That's kind of you to say, she murmured, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Clutching the camera, her resolve was absolute. I'll quickly expose the church's wrongdoings and become part of the royal family. But deep in the heart of that very church, under the cloak of a starless night, a far more sinister plot was unfolding. A nun, her face hidden in shadow, caressed a cold stone statue. I understand, she whispered, her long fingers sticky as they traced the stone's contours. I saw it in a dream, as she purred, her tongue darting out to lick the statue's face. A crazed, ecstatic look was in her eyes. She's coming, isn't she? The young lady who shares the blood of Lady Flora, my ideal woman. The Church of Marego. It was a massive structure located on the shore of Siberian's largest lake, and it boasted a large, devoted following. Inside, Sister Mira stood before her flock, her voice like honeyed poison. Repent, members of the flock, she cooed, a beatific smile on her face. Admit your desires and become better people. But two of her newest followers were not so easily swayed. Dressed in nuns' habits, Rose and Iris stood amongst the crowd, their expressions carefully neutral. Rose's mind was a fortress of defiance. If you think you can brainwash us, then try it, Sister Mira. I was able to break the curse of the labyrinth. There's no way you can win against a villainess like me. A few hours earlier, their plan had been set in motion. They had approached Sister Mira, their faces etched with desperation. Rose, playing the part of a tormented sinner, confessed her greatest crime. Even though he's forgiven me, I want to atone for my sin of attempting to murder the king. Tears, real and convincing, streamed down her face. So if I could be loved by God and learn from you who leads the church, then I think I'd be able to do it. Iris chimed in, her voice trembling with emotion. I'm one of Rose's best friends, and I want to help her through this. Sister Mira watched them, a finger pressed to her lips, her eyes unreadable. How admirable, she whispered. Rose and Iris fell to their knees, pleading. Please, Sister Mira, we both truly admire you. A slow, predatory grin spread across Mira's face. I heard the story from Duke Charlier already, she said smoothly. Let's get you two started on an apprenticeship to becoming nuns. And just like that, they were in. We've managed to infiltrate the church using the acting skills we've cultivated over the years, Rose thought, a flicker of pride in her heart. Though she was disheartened that she and Theo were going their separate ways for now, they had a plan to meet at a nearby hut to exchange information. Infiltrating the church is dangerous, but we have to do this, as they went about their duties. A follower approached Sister Mira, her face glowing with peace. Thanks to you, my heart is at peace, Mira smiled serenely. I'm glad. God must have approved of your daily good deeds. Rose watched them perplexed. I was ready to see what kind of people were here. But Mira is so kind and her followers seem so normal. Could the rumors be wrong? Just then, Sister Mira approached them with a gentle click of her heels. MS, Rose, MS, Iris, how are you getting on? We're slowly getting the hang of things, they replied. That's good to hear, Mira said, her smile radiant. Later on, I'll teach you the rules of being a sister. Her smile turned sly as she brought a finger to her lips. Oh, that's right. This is the most important, so I'll tell you now. She gathered them close, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Rose, Iris, I need you to promise me. Her eyes, suddenly sharp and cold as ice, locked onto theirs. You are never to peek into the cathedral at night. A chill went down Rose's spine. There it is, the strange rule Father spoke about. There's definitely something going on here. That night, as they walked through the quiet corridors, Rose felt a sense of relief. I'm glad our first day went smoothly even though we have nothing to show for it. Iris nodded in agreement. Yeah, but Prince Theo and the others may have found something. Let's hurry and get to the hut. Suddenly, a sound echoed from behind a heavy door. Both girls froze, their eyes wide with shock. Another moan drifted through the wood. It feels so good, more, I need to release my desires too. Iris's face flushed a deep crimson. That's the door to the cathedral, isn't it? Her heart pounded in her chest. Is it possible the men and women are doing that asterisk? But Rose's mind was racing in a different direction. Iris, let's look inside. It would be good if we could get a picture of something as well. She clutched the camera, her knuckles white. When I used the camera in the game, there wasn't that much of a flash or shutter sound. I think this might work. Carefully, they pushed the heavy door open just a crack and peered inside. Strange guttural sounds filled the air. But the room was shrouded in darkness. I can hear their voices, but it's too dark to see anyone, Iris whispered. Rose squinted. You're right. With the light of the moon, the only thing we can see is that vase, right? Her eyes widened. Doesn't it kind of look like a labyrinth? It might make good evidence. Even without the flash, I might be able to get a picture of it. Taking a deep breath, she aimed the camera and pressed the button. Asterisk snap, asterisk, a loud, sharp sound shattered the silence. Rose froze in horror, but there was no shutter sound in the game. Why? Iris's voice was a terrified squeak. Rose, that sound just now. A voice, cold and dripping with rage, echoed from the darkness within. Didn't I tell you not to peek in here? The doors flew open and there stood Sister Mira, her face twisted into a demonic snarl. Her eyes, glowing with malice, locked onto the device in Rose's hands. Is that a camera? A sickeningly sweet smile spread across her lips. If you're that interested in what's going on in here, how about I take you both to the training rooms? From the shadows behind her, armored figures emerged, their faces hidden behind cold steel. Rose and Iris gasped in terror. Before they could react, rough hands seized them. Let go of me, Rose cried, struggling as she was lifted off her feet. Hey, are you listening? Hey, you. But her pleas were ignored. This isn't good. Her mind screamed in panic. And what is this training room? Miles away at their rendezvous point, Theo and Vincent waited under the moonlight. Their late Theo muttered, a frown creasing his brow. Something must have happened. A figure emerged from the woods, his pink hair a splash of color in the dark. What is it? Theo asked. The man's beautiful face was troubled. I have a bad feeling about this other than the brainwashing. I can sense that none has a similar scent to myself. Theo's blood ran cold. A similar scent? Impossible? You mean that Sister Mira, like you, is a guardian of the labyrinth? A cold dread filled the air as the question echoed in the silence of the past. Impossible, could it be? Sister Mira, a guardian of the labyrinth. The memory was a chilling premonition of the darkness to come. In the cold, damp cellar, where shadows clung to the brick walls, a voice smooth as silk but sharp as glass cut through the quiet. Her eyes, framed by the stark white of her wimple, glinted in the dim light as she held up the camera, her tone dripping with mock curiosity. I wonder what you're doing here. With this camera? You two are quite the troublemakers, aren't you? Rose and Iris flinched on the cold stone floor, their hearts hammering against their ribs as Sister Mira loomed over them. The nun's smile was anything but holy. It was a predator's grin, cold and calculating. I wonder if there's anything you're hiding, she purred, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Her voice dropped to a menacing command. We'll have to give you a full-body search. A terrified gasp escaped Iris's lips. Before they could even process the order, rough hands were on them. Rose cried out, her voice sharp with defiance. Hey, don't touch me, but their struggles were useless. A hand fisted in Iris's cloak and she let out a choke no. The sickening sound of tearing fabric filled the room. Their cloaks were ripped away, the rough material scraping against their skin, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. Stop this, Rose screamed, her face flushed with humiliation and rage. But Mira just watched, a satisfied smirk playing on her lips as she clutched the cam. There they were, stripped down to their undergarments, shivering in the cold air, their dignity torn away with their clothes. Mira's gaze swept over Rose, a strange, appreciative light entering her eyes. At any rate, she began, her voice softening into something even more disturbing. You have such a beautiful body, Rose. What was she talking about? Rose stared back, confusion warring with her fear. What was happening? What did this woman want? But then Mira's attention shifted, her gaze falling upon Iris like a physical blow. The warmth in her voice vanished, replaced by an icy disgust. And on the other hand, ooh, what a painful-looking, hideous scar. Iris's heart gave a painful lurch. Her hand instinctively clenched as shame and hurt washed over her. Mira's face twisted into a mask of revulsion. So very unpleasant to look at, she sneered. I'd ask that you never show any of us that ever again. Iris's eyes welled with tears, her head bowed in humiliation. How could she be so cruel? Mira stood there, flanked by her silent, hooded guards, holding the camera like a trophy. But something inside Rose snapped. She scrambled to her feet, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. You've got to be kidding me, she spat, her voice trembling with rage. You're the one who tore our clothes off and now you're playing the victim? She stepped in front of her trembling friend, a lioness protecting her cub. You think my good friend Iris's scar is hideous? Rose's voice rose to a shout, echoing off the stone walls. You're the one who's hideous? For a moment, a flicker of surprise, of anger crossed Mira's face. Her perfectly sculpted eyebrows twitched. Then her expression smoothed over into a cold, chilling smile. I heard all about you from your father, the Duke of Charlied. The words were a threat, a reminder of Rose's precarious position. Mira's eyes narrowed, her voice dripping with venom. You're exactly how you acted at your execution. A scumbag king who brings misfortune to people for his own personal gain. The insults kept coming, each one a poisoned dart. It would seem that you didn't inherit your mother, Lady Flora's modesty. How disgusting. Lady Flora, Rose froze, the mention of her mother a shocking blow. Why is she talking about my mother? Mira produced a long, thorny vine from her robes, holding it up like a scepter. Rose, you need to become more docile, she commanded, her eyes glinting with a mad light. Take a look at Iris. Knowing her place by being modest, obedient, and silent is the ideal way to act. She ran the thorns lightly over Iris's exposed shoulder, a cruel caress. Knowing her place, Rose's hands clenched into fists. She's wrong. So incredibly wrong, she knew the truth. Iris isn't obedient, she is more vexed by her words than anyone else. Mira suddenly lunged forward, her fingers digging into Rose's chin, forcing her to look up. You have an ideal body, Mira whispered, her breath hot and unnerving. I'd like to make that twisted personality of yours match such beauty. Her face was contorted in a grotesque expression of desire. Because you're the closest thing in this world to my ideal being, you're so exceptional that I don't want to miss out on such a great opportunity. A faint rustling sound broke the tension. And that's why Mira's robes began to fall away from her shoulders. What? Rose and Iris stared, their eyes widening in disbelief. Hold on a second, the heavy fabric pooled at her feet, revealing the impossible. She's a guy. Before them stood not a nun but a man, his torso lean and defined. He tilted his head, a predatory smile spreading across his face as he looked down at Rose. Tell me, are you still a virgin, Sister Rose? His voice was a low, mocking drawl. If you won't become your own, then I will bring you to your knees. What a ridiculous thing to say with such a beautiful face. A wicked grin split his features. And Rose's blood ran cold. I have to get out of here, but the camera, her eyes darted to the small wooden box sitting on a nearby crate. So if I don't obey him, I won't be able to get our camera back and use it to get evidence of the goings-on here. What should I do? Her hesitation was her undoing. In a flash, one of the guards grabbed Iris from behind, his arm tight around her neck. Iris? Rose screamed, her heart seizing with terror. Mira moved just as fast, his hand clamping around her jaw, thorny vines erupting from the ground to ensnare her body. I don't want you looking away, he whispered, his grip like iron. Rose struggled against his hold, the thorns digging into her skin. You're hurting me. He's so strong. I let my guard down because of his kind aura. He pulled her flesh against him, his voice a mocking coo. Settle down, Sister Rose. I have to do something. Her mind screamed, panic clawing at her throat. I have to escape before this perverted nun has his way with me. Meanwhile, outside in the moonlit forest, a frantic conversation was taking place. The realization hit them like a thunderclap. Sister Mira is a guardian of the Labrana. But Karen's voice cut through the shock, grim and certain. No, he's not a guardian. His next words sent a chill down their spines. I fear that he's a man. A man? The prince and Gilbert stared at him, their faces pale with shock. Karen's expression was grave. It's very likely that Rose, the queen of the Labrana, is in imminent danger. That is what the Labrana inside me are telling me. That is the feeling I'm getting. Panic flared in Gilbert's eyes. Where in the church are they? The area is too large. Any ideas on where they are? I have a rough idea, but it's not exact. Karen replied, his frustration evident. We'll have to leave our evidence collecting for later. Right now we have to get in there and riot. He cursed under his breath. If only we could follow the scent coming from the one. But because of Rose, the Labrana are nothing more than regular flowers. What horrible timing. Suddenly, Prince Theo's eyes widened. Wait, heat, he murmured, a desperate idea forming in his mind. He turned to Karen, his voice urgent. Karen, the Labrana pollen hasn't left mine or Rose's body completely, has it? Karen looked confused. No, you only stopped emitting pheromones. Theo's expression grew dark, his mind racing down a dangerous path. I don't want to think about it, but... His voice was barely a whisper. If Rose was so stressed that the mark on her neck appeared again, could she then wish for the return of the one? Karen stared at him, horrified. What are you, mad? The very thought was insane, a violation. But as the horror subsided, a sliver of desperate hope took its place. However, it's true that if we do that, we could restore her heat and be able to follow her scent. Then we'll know where Rose and Iris are. Gilbert's face was grim, but he nodded. Chances are low, but we can give it a shot. We won't get anywhere by standing around here. We should search for them while staying hidden. Inside the cold stone room, Mira leaned over Rose, his voice a venomous whisper. Sister Rose, I will corrupt you with my own hands. He pressed a kiss to her cheek and she flinched away, shouting, Hey, stop it, what are you going to do? He ignored her cries, grabbing her and throwing her onto a nearby bed with a heavy flomp. He smirked down at her struggling form. Keep that energy for today. His hand landed on her stomach, a cold, hesitant touch. Eek, Rose froze. What's with this weird way of touching? He's so awkward about it. He talks big game, but he's touching me like a virgin. A strange thought crossed her mind. I prepared myself for this, but it's a bit of a letdown. It's completely different than when I am with Prince Theo. Maybe it's because Mira's technique is so awful, or perhaps I can only feel good with Prince Theo. That would be so romantic if true. From the corner of the room, Iris cried out, "Rose." The sound snapped Rose back to reality. A new plan began to form. She let out a theatrical yawn, feigning boredom. Iris stared confused. Huh, she seems fine. The guards murmured to each other, their voices low. What the? The newcomer is being strangely quiet, even though Sister Mira's touching her directly. How strange. Rose took a sharp breath, her mind made up. I can get through this by acting like I'm feeling it. She threw her head back, letting out a breathy moan. Sister Mira, you're so good. Oh, it feels so good. If you continue touching me like that, I'm gonna, no more. She writhed on the bed, putting on the performance of a lifetime. Mira beamed, completely fooled. Tee-hee, Sister Rose, you've been corrupted by my hands. He leaned down, his voice filled with triumph. Let me give you a special mark. He bit down on her neck, a sharp sting of pain, before turning to Iris with a cruel smile. This'll happen to you too if you disobey me, understood? Iris could only nod, her eyes wide with terror. Mira threw his head back, a look of pure ecstasy on his face. Ah, it's finally time. I've found you, my goddess. He looked back at Rose, a faint mark now visible on her neck. Now if I can only correct your personality, you'd be perfect, just a little more. Back outside, the search had been fruitless. To think that being somebody's the one could have been so convenient. Gilbert lamented, just as Theo pushed open a heavy wooden door. There they were. Ah, finally we made it. Rose, Iris, Theo cried, relief washing over him. Sorry it took us so long. Rose stumbled forward, pulling her cloak tight. I was ambushed by Sister Mira. Ambushed? Theo's eyes widened in shock. So Karen was right, Mira's a man. He rushed to her side, his gaze frantic as he scanned her for injuries. Are you okay? Rose pointed to the mark on her neck. He gave me a hickey on my neck, but then he left, saying something about when the time was right, so I've kept my chastity. Theo's breath hitched. I thought my heart was going to stop. He pulled her into a fierce embrace, holding her as if he'd never let go. I'm fine, Prince Theo, she whispered into his shoulder. Plus, I think our plan is going to work out better than I thought. He pulled back, his brow furrowed with worry. No, we should give up trying to infiltrate them. We don't know what this cult is capable of. I wouldn't be able to bear anything else happening to you. A soft smile touched her lips. Prince Theo, thank you for worrying about me. Her expression hardened with determination. But testimony alone isn't going to be enough. We have to find definitive proof and expose the church for its wrongdoings. Her eyes shone with conviction. I must do this in order to enter into the royal family, because I definitely want to marry you. Iris stepped forward, her own resolve strengthened. Let me help you. I'm the reason you have such a bad reputation. Theo sighed, a faint smile on his lips. There's no stopping these two once they've set their minds on something. I guess there's nothing I can say. Rose's face lit up, a brilliant idea taking shape. I can pretend that I've fallen for Mira, get close to him, and take back the camera. Then I'll gather all the physical evidence I can. Theo considered it. This plan is dangerous, but I guess it's better than just poking around and having it covered up later on. He met her gaze, his own eyes serious. I have one condition. I want to be able to track your pheromones so that I can come running to you right away in the future. In other words, I need us to become each other's the one again. I get it, Rose agreed, a thoughtful look on her face. But in order to do that, we'll need the mark on my neck to appear again, right? You'll have to create a situation in which I'm afraid for my life. Karen suddenly chimed in with a bright, mischievous smile. No, we won't have to go that far. Since the marks appeared once before, it already obeys the both of you. We'll be okay with only pushing you a little, just a bit of sexual teasing. Theo and Rose stared at him, their faces flushing a brilliant red. Sexual teasing? Karen beamed, completely oblivious to their shock. I read about it in an erotic novel, like stopping before you climax or bullying you. You'll be so embarrassed and unable to climax. The mental and physical toll on you will be high. Okay, so we'll get out of your way. Good luck. As the others discreetly exited, Theo and Rose were left alone, the air thick with unspoken tension, their hearts pounding in their chests. Theo's mind reeled. With Rose, who I love so much and want to spoil, we'll have to do some mean-spirited sexual teasing. His gaze met hers, a silent question passing between them. Isn't that impossible? My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic drum against my ribs. To be with Rose, the woman I love so much, the woman I want to spoil endlessly. We'd have to engage in some kind of mean-spirited sexual teasing. My mind reeled, how was that even possible? In this world, there's no such thing as GPS to locate people or places. We have to rely on pheromones, on instinct, on a primal connection. But to do that, to get the mark of the one to appear, we had to do this asterisk. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump went my heart, a frantic rhythm of fear and anticipation. In my old world and in this one, I've never done this kind of teasing before. How am I supposed to do this? Suddenly, a hand gently grabbed my arm. Theo's voice was a soft murmur calling my name. He pulled me close, his embrace a warm comfort against my frayed nerves. He told me I must be tired after everything I went through. Wasn't it too much of a burden to try this now? Shouldn't I rest for today? Prince Theo, he was so kind, so unbelievably gentle, he would never force me to do anything. But a new thought solidified in my mind, a wave of determination washing over me. There was no time to rest. If he wouldn't start it, then I would have to be the one to initiate it. With a newfound confidence, I met his gaze, my fingers moving to the tie of my robe. "Let's get it started," I whispered, my voice husky with an emotion I barely recognized. This sexual teasing play. Theo's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, his eyes widening for a fraction of a second before he simply breathed out, "Fine." The world tilted as he gently pushed me back onto the bed, the mattress creaking under our weight. He was above me, his body a warm shadow, and my heart hammered against my ribs. Ba-dump, ba-dump. The heat rose in my cheeks, my vision blurring at the edges. I could feel his gaze on me, intense and unwavering. But when I looked into his eyes, I saw not just desire but pain, a flicker of conflict. He muttered a curse under his breath, so low I almost missed it. "I'm about to boil from the inside out," he thought, his voice a ragged whisper in his mind. His breath hitched, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he fought for control. His hand captured mine, his grip firm, almost desperate. "I'm sorry, but," he began, his voice taking on a darker, more possessive edge. His eyes, now burning with an intoxicating purple light, locked onto mine. He leaned down, his lips ghosting over my skin as he vowed that until the mark appeared on my neck, he would do to me as he pleased. My breath caught in my throat. Huh? Was this the same gentle prince? He could make a face like that. Before I could process it, his lips were on my neck, sending shivers down my spine. "Prince Theo, wait," I stammered, but my protest was lost as he claimed my lips in a searing kiss, his tongue tracing the seam of my mouth, demanding entry. My mind went blank, all thought dissolving into pure sensation. He pulled back just enough to speak, his voice a low growl. "Look, Rose." He angled my head, forcing me to look at our reflection in the nearby mirror. "Look at yourself," he commanded. "You're so beautiful." I saw a woman I didn't recognize, her face flushed, her eyes glazed with desire, her lips swollen from his kiss. Oh God, my face is so slovenly, I don't want to admit it, no. I tried to turn away, but he was faster, his hand covering my eyes. "Come on, don't avert your eyes," he chided gently. He told me I should burn this image into my mind. This image of me that only he had ever seen. My body trembled, a confusing mix of shame and white-hot arousal. My body's getting so hot, I'm expecting him to bully me. He released my eyes, and in the same motion, his fingers flicked open my rope. I gasped as it fell away. He stared down at me, his gaze so intense it felt like a physical touch. "If you give me such a greedy look," he warned, his voice dangerously low, "I'll have to stop stopping, won't I?" Tears welled in my eyes from frustration, from desire, from the sheer overwhelming intensity of it all. He leaned close, his breath warm against my ear. He confessed that he wanted to hold me close and spoil me, that's what he really wanted to do. But the mark Mira left on my neck, it raised the sadistic desires in him. His lips found that very spot, kissing it with a possessive heat. He vowed that he would never let another man come anywhere near here. His fingers traced my collarbone, sending sparks across my skin. "Who do you belong to?" he demanded. "I'm only yours, Prince Theo," I gasped out. "No one can make me feel like you do. You're the only man I want to lay with." A deep blush spread across his face, his control finally snapping. "Come on, I can't take it anymore," he groaned. I was a mess beneath him, begging for something I couldn't name. "I know we can't, but I want you inside me right now." He swallowed hard, his own need a palpable force between us. He captured my legs, his voice thick with emotion. "My dear Rose, I want you as badly as you want me." He pressed his forehead against mine, his words a painful reminder. "But we can only join our bodies after we return to being each other's the one." Ah, it's really like I'm in hell. Our hands clasped together, fingers intertwined in a desperate grip. "Oh God, I can't take much more." I cried out, my body arching towards his. "But I don't want you to stop." A slow, wicked smile spread across his lips. "What's the matter? Tired of me teasing you with my fingers already? This is endless torture." Just as I thought I would shatter, a brilliant warmth bloomed on my neck. A faint, glowing pattern appeared on my skin. Seo's eyes widened. "The mark?" he exclaimed. I turned my head, my own shock mirroring his. That means a slow, predatory grin spread across his face, a look of pure, unrestrained desire. That means I don't have to hold back any longer. A magical, butterfly-like energy swirled around his hand. "Now you can come as much as you want," he purred, his voice dripping with promise as he leaned in again. "Oh God, if he keeps doing that, we're not through yet, Rose, stay with me." But through the haze of pleasure, a single, urgent thought cut through. I have to pray to the labyrinth, I need to do it before I pass out. Clenching my fists, I focused all my will, restore everyone's the one. A brilliant, holy light erupted from me, spreading out into the night sky, bathing the full moon in its glow. In another part of the land, Vin and Iris felt it instantly. A jolt, a sudden, powerful pull, ba-dump, their hearts began to race. A wave of something primal and undeniable washed over Vin. He slammed Iris against the wall. A feral look in his eyes. "Eek, Prince Vin, this feeling?" she gasped, her face flushing as she recognized the familiar heat. He smirked, his fangs glinting in the moonlight, butterflies of magic dancing around him. Yeah, he purred, his voice a low rumble. We're back to being each other's the one. Back in the capital. In a lavish bedroom, Ryut's eyes snapped open, spa dump. He sat up, clutching his chest, a deep confusion on his face as he looked at the woman beside him. What does this mean? He felt a sudden, sharp disconnect. Did Rose do something? He muttered, a crease forming between his brows. The woman, Karen, smiled placidly. Don't be angry, Ryut, she cooed. Let's leave the baby making for another time. Her gaze drifted towards the window, a flicker of worry in her eyes. More importantly, she wondered if Theodora and Rose were all right. A bad feeling began to creep into her heart.